Luo Qiyun, what are you doing? As Qin Yu's consciousness just regained clarity, he heard a rebuke. The surrounding crowd fell silent, offering no answer. Unsurprisingly, these words were aimed at him. Looking at his hand suspended in midair, Qin Yu silently withdrew at his gaze, first falling on the face of the girl kneeling on the ground, where the bright red slap mark was clearly visible. Then he shifted his gaze, and the camera was pointed directly at him, capturing the scene of the crime on the spot, recording every detail of the process, leaving him with no way to defend himself. Listen, I've tolerated your diva behavior and special treatment on set before, but what you did today is simply going too far. The director rose from behind the monitor, roaring at Qin Yu with a megaphone. Get out. This was truly an undeserved disaster. Qin Yu clearly remembered that he had finished a day of live streaming at 8 in the morning and had just fallen asleep. How did he end up on some unknown film set? The moment he opened his eyes, raising his hand to look, he saw slender fingers and exquisite manicure. It was obviously not his body. If I said this wasn't me, would you believe me? Qin Yu forced an awkward smile. The director was so angry that his nostrils flared 30% wider. He threw down his hat and quickly signaled to the floor manager. Please come with me. The floor manager hurriedly pulled Qin Yu away. Before he could sort out what was happening, Qin Yu was pushed into the break room and pressed onto a plastic chair. The floor manager pressed his forehead and wiped off sweat. From the floor manager's perspective, this was already the third major disaster this ancestor had caused on set. In the first scene, she had yelled at the director. The second time, she was half a day late, keeping everyone waiting. Do I often cause trouble? Qin Yu asked heartlessly. The floor manager gave an awkward laugh. How could that adorable cherry mouth utter such a cold and heartless question? Frequency-wise, it's not really often. The floor manager coughed twice. Please have a good rest. I've already contacted your agent. She should be here soon. After saying that, the floor manager slipped away in a flash. Qin Yu sat upright like a child waiting to be disciplined in the homeroom teacher's office, both hands resting on his knees. Turning his head to look at a mirror on the side, Qin Yu was stunned by the beauty of this bodis owner. Delicate facial features, fine skin. Looking at this cute face that didn't belong to him, Qin Yu tried to move his eyes and pout. What vivid expressions. With his own face, he definitely couldn't make such expressions. Standing up, he looked down along the beautiful swan neck to the delicate collarbones and the exaggerated curves of the chest. The key was the waist. Qin Yu placed his hands on his waist. What a slender waist. Although the black gown concealed the lower body, the perfect waist-to-hip ratio made Qin Yu stare blankly at first sight. No, this isn't my body. Qin Yu shook his head. If he kept looking so wantonly, it would be an offense. That's what he said, yet he still found it hard to look away and kept changing expressions to admire this face. While he was indulging in his own beauty, the break room door was suddenly pushed open. Enjoying the view. The slightly hoarse female voice carried a mocking tone. But Qin Yu didn't catch the mockery. Oblivious to the danger, he answered, yes, it's pretty. Still looking at. Only then did Qin Yu snap back to reality. He quickly turned around and grinned foolishly at the newcomer. Now arriving was Jin Ming, the agent of the bodis owner, Luo Qiyun. She wore a neat black suit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and with a sharp glare and oppressive aura bore down on Qin Yu. Not looking anymore. Jin Ming curled her lips, approaching step by step. No, one more look, and ill X. Qin Yu realized it was not the time for jokes and immediately cleared his throat. You've been in the production for less than half a month, and I've already cleaned up 3 messes for you. Jin Ming sat on the table to Qin Yu's left. Listen, I don't have any dirt on the director. If you get into trouble again, you'll be thrown out of the cast. Qin Yu pouted, intending to express his innocence. But the expression on his face looked to Jin Ming like she was being coquettish. In the past, when she came to settle things, Luo Qiyun would always appear indifferent, not even realizing she had caused trouble. Not only that, she would often be self-righteous and argue back. But today, why was she so soft, just lowering her head and saying nothing? Thinking of this, Jin Ming unconsciously softened. There has to be a reason you hit someone, right? Tell me, maybe I can help you salvage this. If only he knew the reason. Qin Yu had only been in this body for half an hour. How could he know why? But if he claimed ignorance, the agent would surely think he was still being unreasonable. No, he couldn't waste time on this. He had to contact himself as soon as possible to figure out what was going on. Maybe I've been too tired lately, and my mind is hazy. Qin Yu said. Oh, tired. Jin Ming noticed the sly glint in Qin Yu's eyes. You only have 3 scenes a week, each lasting no more than half a day. So you're tired. Damn, do actors really have it this easy? Qin Yu thought for a moment. It's mental exhaustion. I'm a bit homesick. Hearing this, Jin Ming found it even more amusing. 3 days ago, you said you never wanted to return to that cold home. How come your story changed in just 3 days? Truly, more words only meant more mistakes. With no other choice, Qin Yu lowered his head and waited obediently for judgment. But seeing his expression, Jin Ming didn't feel like scolding him anymore. I'll do my best to help you with today's matter. Go back and adjust yourself. Jin Ming said helplessly. Finally was he being let off. Qin Yu was overjoyed and hastily said, thank you, sister. What did you call me? Jin Ming looked as if she had seen a ghost. Sister. Qin Yu thought being sweet-tongued could never be wrong, right? Alright, call me that from now on. After seeing off the agent Qin Yu quickly picked up his phone. Unaccustomed to the manicure, his 10 fingers curled up like chicken claws, and it took him a while to adjust. After using face recognition to unlock, he immediately dialed his own number. The first call wasn't answered, so he dialed again. Fortunately, this time it connected. Hello. The voice on the other end was thick and muffled. Qin Yu knew it well. This was how he sounded when he wasn't fully awake. Listen carefully. What I'm about to say may sound strange, but you need to understand. Qin Yu said. We might have swapped souls. He was anxious, but himself, on the other end, didn't seem anxious at all. After a long pause, a muffled came through. Your name is Luo Qiyun, right? The other person couldn't even form a complete sentence, which gave Qin Yu a headache. If he had known, he would have gone to bed earlier. At least they had confirmed their identities. They had swapped. Now all he had to do was figure out how to swap back. With that, Qin Yu decided to go to his rented apartment. But before the call had ended, Luo Qiyun on the other end suddenly sat up. Why do I feel something strange down there? Hearing this, alarm bells rang in Qin Yu's mind. Don't. Luo Qiyun threw aside the blanket and was instantly half awake. This. I know. Luo Qiyun's breathing quickened. Relax, it's like this the first time. Qin Yu was sweating. Body swap, or not, this opening was just too awkward. Do you remember what happened on set before? Qin Yu asked. I have some impression. I remember someone leaned close to my ear and whispered insults at me, so I slapped her. Luo Qiyun was quite candid. But you did it in front of everyone, and it was recorded on camera. Alright, it seems we've swapped souls. I'm coming to you now. Qin Yu prepared to leave. Right now? Luo Qiyun felt completely drowsy. The bed was so comfortable, the pillow so soft. She wanted to sleep for a while longer. What's inconvenient about it? Qin Yu was somewhat anxious. Or rather, he hadn't expected the other party to be so relaxed, not tense at all. There was a stranger inside your body right now. Pull yourself together, okay? I still want to sleep a bit. I don't know why, but I just feel especially sleepy. Luo Qiyun slowly slid down from the headboard, and the phone dropped from her hand, landing face down beside the pillow. Qin Yu was also helpless. He had gone to sleep at 8, and at most had only slept for an hour and a half. Besides being suddenly woken up, it was no wonder she was sleepy. So what do we do now? You caused trouble on set, so I have to find a place to hide for now. Qin Yu calmed down. It seemed that panicking wouldn't help anyway. Look at the first address saved in the map app on your phone. Go back there. The car keys are in my bag, which should be on the table in the lounge. Luo Qiyun's voice grew softer, and after finishing these words, she actually fell asleep directly. What a carefree heart. No wonder she was the kind of person who dared to hit someone on set. Qin Yu hung up the phone, picked up Luo Qiyun's bag, and fished out the car keys. The first attempt at communication ended because Luo Qiyun was too sleepy. Since she was an actress, he could find some information about her online, right? Qin Yu did a series of searches on the phone browser. What came into view was all negative news. 90% cursed her for buying her way into the cast and throwing diva fits, and the rest were those common search terms. Things like Luo Qiyun's photo set sexy pictures, and so on. Qin Yu glanced at them and closed the pages. In the entertainment industry, it was inevitable to be noticed for those aspects. Taking out the car, Qin Yu found Luo Qiyun's car in the parking lot. He thought about driving directly back to his rental apartment, but then remembered that Luo Qiyun was resting now. Maybe it was just as well to go to the place she had given him and hide for a while. Driving Luo Qiyun's Porsche, Qin Yu had no mood to marvel at how carefree this young lady's life was, and simply set off. But the more he drove, the more wrong it felt. He had already left the urban area of Yanjing and was driving farther and farther into the outskirts. When he reached the destination, Qin Yu just wanted to curse. He had expected some downtown apartment, but the navigation had led him all the way to the Luo family's estate. Getting out of the car, Qin Yu scratched the back of his hand, feeling at a loss. Standing outside the iron gate and flower wall, he stamped his feet in frustration. Should he just turn around and go home? Anyway, there was no way he could enter the estate. This body now contained another person, and he would reveal flaws at any moment. Decision made. He'd better go back to his own home. But before his hand could reach the car door, his wrist was seized. Qin Yu stiffly turned around like a robot and met the eyes of the man grabbing him. What? You just got back and you're already leaving. The man holding him looked to be in his early 30s with dark circles under his eyes, appearing slightly tired. Although dressed in ordinary clothes, his bearing unmistakably marked him as an iron-fisted head of a family. His sharp hawk-like eyes fixed on Qin Yu, and even the downward curve of his lips protested his displeasure. He was angry, even furious. Qin Yu instinctively felt that the man in front of him was not to be trifled with, but what else could he do? He recalled that the manager Jin Ming had said that Luo Qiyun once described her home as cold. So this person should be a member of her family. Dad. Too young. Impossible. Then could it be her brother? Earlier, in front of the manager, Qin Yu had realized he was already slipping up. His manner was too soft, and his words lacked confidence. Luckily, he hadn't been seen through. Then what persona should he, or rather Luo Qiyun, maintain? She had hit someone on set, so her temper must have been bad. A young lady like this usually spoiled no one, even family members, right? Thinking he must not break character, Qin Yu gathered courage from who knows where. He shook off his brother's hand and said with a frown, "I don't need you to meddle." The brother wore an expression of just as I thought. It seemed Qin Yu had done the right thing. Oh, several of Qin Yu's guesses were correct, as Luo Qiyun's elder brother Luo Shu was indeed the head of the family. Suddenly WeChat buzzed. It was a message from the big star Blueberry. "One Blueberry girl, you've blown up. Even I came across your Douyin. Congrats hee. One Blueberry and have you registered the copyright for this song? If not, you should do it quick, or if someone snatches it." Luo Shu took a step back and raised both hands to show he meant no threat. Qin Yu blinked, the cunning of a successful trick written all over his face. And still he thought Luo Shu hadn't noticed anything odd. "I remember you had work on set today, didn't you? What caused trouble again?" Luo Shu walked half a step ahead. How did he know she had work today? Normally wouldn't family members be totally indifferent to Luo Qiyun's work? Forget it. None of your business. Qin Yu just had to maintain the persona. "If you run into trouble, you can tell me, and I'll help you solve it." Luo Shu led this sister all the way in, as if afraid she wouldn't know the way, staying ahead all along. At the front door, he even made a very considerate "please enter" gesture. "Thanks, elder brother." Qin Yu stepped inside, then quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, Luo Shu's series of moves had made him let his guard down and slip up. Now he could only pretend nothing had happened and keep moving forward. But Luo Shu stood at the door with arms crossed, watching Qin Yu's flustered look of not knowing which leg to step forward with. "Are you heading to the kitchen?" Luo Shu spoke up only when Qin Yu was about to walk across the entire hall. Qin Yu froze in place. "Your room is at the end of the corridor on the left side of the second floor." Luo Shu pinched his chin, trying hard not to laugh out loud. "I don't need you to tell me. I'm just not used to being home for too long." Qin Yu strode toward the stairs. "Yeah, 3 days is really long. Fully 70-some hours." Qin Yu didn't respond, lowered his head like a startled rabbit, and scurried away. Luo Shu stood in the hall laughing. He hadn't heard Luo Qiyun call him elder brother since she was 3 years old. That, "Thanks elder brother," just now was actually quite sweet. Luo Shu thought for a moment, and had someone prepare some desserts. Why not tease her a little more? Entering the room, Qin Yu closed the door and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. Nothing should happen, right? He touched his flat stomach, feeling a bit hungry. Luo Qiyun probably hadn't eaten breakfast before going to the set. What a miserable fate. Glancing around the room, he noticed the decor was minimalist, dominated by gray and black tones, likely because Luo Qiyun rarely stayed here. The room held a bed, a nightstand, and a huge walk-in closet by the door. There was nothing else. Qin Yu stood up and opened the closet. He kicked off his shoes first, then stood amidst the clothes, feeling overwhelmed. Before changing, he had to figure out how to take off the formal dress he was wearing. No choice but to look it up. He picked a plain white shirt and a pair of black wide-leg pants to change into. But now there was another problem. How was he supposed to change his underwear? This left Qin Yu scratching his head in frustration. Luo Qiyun had worn breast pads to match the dress, but since he was now inhabiting this body, the lack of them made him feel extremely insecure. With no other option, Qin Yu opened a video streaming site. Learn how to put on a bra in 1 minute. Qin Yu watched the video and quickly completed the task. He swore he saw nothing. After putting on the outer clothes and pants and slipping his white socks into canvas shoes, he finally felt much more at ease. The urgent fear of his clothes bursting open was finally gone. Just as he finished changing, Luo Shu came knocking. "Qiyun." Luo Shu personally carried 2 slices of cake and a cup of tea, knocking gently. "I'm tired, I need to rest." Qin Yu shouted back, then flopped onto the bed. "I'm coming in," Luo Shu said as if he hadn't heard. Is this guy deaf? With no choice, Qin Yu had to pull the blanket over half his face and watch Luo Shu striding casually. "I guess you probably didn't have time for breakfast today. Want some dessert?" Luo Shu said with a gentle smile. Normally, he wouldn't dare even speak from outside the door, let alone enter. He'd be terrified of Luo Qiyun charging out and kicking him flying. But now he was being this bold. "I said I'm tired and need to rest." Qin Yu showed an impatient expression, but his treacherous stomach soon betrayed him. He slept at 8, she skipped breakfast. Perfect mutual torment. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Luo Shu grew bolder, squatting by the bed, brushing aside the hair on Qin Yu's forehead and pressing his warm hand against it. "Temperature seems fine." Luo Shu sighed in relief, his act as the caring brother truly convincing. "I said I don't need it." Qin Yu turned his head away, covering it with the blanket. "They'll just leave these by the bed. Take care of yourself." Luo Shu sighed, then left the room with light footsteps. The moment the door closed, Qin Yu sat up abruptly. He picked up the fork, ready to indulge, but then thought that actors probably care a lot about their figures, so he settled for a small bite. As he ate, Qin Yu lamented bitterly. He had planned to wake up and go straight home for a meal, but thinking about his mother's delicious cooking waiting for him made tears of longing well up. After a small piece of cake, Qin Yu sipped the tea, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. If only they could switch back immediately upon meeting. But what if they couldn't? He raised his hand and looked at it. Such delicate hands. Maintaining them must take so much effort. The most crucial issue was that he didn't understand Luo Qiyun at all. What if she had a terrible personality and used his body for mischief? Especially if they found out they couldn't switch back. What if she hurt the people around him? As he pondered, he glanced at the door and noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. Luo Shu was hauntingly persistent, pretending to leave, but then peeking in. Has anyone ever told you you're a pervert? Qin Yu grabbed a pillow and threw it. Luo Shu just closed the door to block it, then opened it again and popped his head in. I'm just worried about my dear sister. Is that wrong? Luo Shu looked innocent. Get out. Qin Yu had reached his limit. Luo Shu closed the door, a sly and smug smile spreading across his face. She wasn't Luo Qiyun, that was now blatantly obvious. If she were, those desserts wouldn't even be a snack for her. Not only did she eat a lot, but she was also fiercely protective of her food. With the nuisance gone, Qin Yu drifted into a shallow sleep amidst his troubled thoughts, hoping to wake up and find it was all just a dream. At 5 in the afternoon, the phone's vibration woke him. He picked it up and saw it was a call from himself. He sat up immediately. Hello. Could they meet and solve this now? Could they try to switch back? What kind of crappy sleep schedule is that? Qin Yu's joy was short-lived as he got scolded by his own voice. The voice was familiar, yet the tone sounded odd. Qin Yu's face fell. Who actually sleeps at 8 in the morning? Luo Qiyun continued her rant. And you don't even wear pants to bed. Qin Yu awkwardly explained. I'm used to being alone, didn't realize such a small habit could affect someone else. There was a brief silence on the other end. Qin Yu braced for another tirade. That makes sense. He didn't expect her to be so reasonable. Alright, it's not your fault. Luo Qiyun mused. Oh, by the way, I wasn't fully awake earlier and might have sent you to the wrong home. Did anyone give you a hard time? A hard time? The brother was weird, but he seemed okay. No, I just hid in the room. That's good. An hour earlier, Luo Qiyun had slowly woken up, stretched as usual, and found her bones cracking all over. This unhealthy body felt heavy. She grabbed some clothes, put them on, and began to survey the room. In the 30 square meter room, there were 3 display racks filled with hundreds of Qin Yu's game discs from top to bottom. Wall mounts held various game controllers. A long desk by the window was equipped with a triple monitor setup, a microphone, and 2 sets of keyboards and mice. The setup was complete and professional. A game nerd. That was Luo Qiyun's first impression of Qin Yu. Besides all this gear, there were no decorations. The shoe rack had only 2 pairs and the clothes in the wardrobe were only in black, white, and gray. A headache to look at. A single cigarette fell out of the half-empty pack of Marlboros on the nightstand. Luo Qiyun put it back, washed her face, and immediately dialed her own number. So what do we do now? Qin Yu asked. Other body swaps had a buffer period happening during sleep. But for them, Qin Yu had to face the trouble immediately after the switch. I don't know. Luo Qiyun had no idea what to do. How about we meet up now? Then we can see if there's a way to swap back. Qin Yu had already noticed that this young lady was a bit airhead. Now, Luo Qiyun thought for a moment. The two of them were about an hour and a half's drive apart. Fortunately, Qin Yu also lived in Yinjing, otherwise it would have been quite difficult to arrange a meeting. Now isn't a good time. How about tomorrow morning? They'll pick the place, Luo Qiyun said. Tomorrow morning it was then. Meeting at this hour would have been troublesome anyway. After that, the two briefly exchanged personal information. Qin Yu's family consisted of his mother and younger sister, who lived in an old house in the suburbs that had been left to them by his grandfather. His father had passed away in a car accident years ago, leaving his mother to raise the 2 siblings alone. As for Luo Qiyun's family, aside from an insufferable older brother named Luo Shu, there was also a younger brother and an emotionally starved old father. Afterwards, they logged into each other's WeChat on their phones, added each other as friends, and made sure no messages would be missed. Having done all that, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. My job is pretty flexible. I can find an excuse to stop streaming for a few days, Qin Yu said. His stream usually had 500 or 600 viewers. Nothing spectacular, but he had a loyal audience. Taking a few days off claiming he wasn't feeling well wouldn't be a problem. Since I've already caused trouble on my end, I'll pause work for a few days too. Luo Qiyun would message her agent to handle it. After this exchange, the two had a basic understanding of each other. By the way, there's something I need to apologize for. After I got home, I changed my clothes, so you know how these things happen. It's inevitable. Qin Yu hadn't intended to peek at Luo Qiyun's body. It's fine. Consider us even, Luo Qiyun said, indicating that these things were unavoidable and neither of them had meant any harm, so there was no point in dwelling on it. I promise to go home for dinner later. They'll send you the address. Don't be too nervous. Just keep your head down and eat. Qin Yu was worried his family might notice something off and fret over him. Understood, Luo Qiyun nodded. Alright, then see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Luo Qiyun went out and bought a new set of toiletries. Even though she was currently using someone else's body, and using the old toothbrush shouldn't have felt strange, it just felt off to her. Qin Yu was the same on his end. Half an hour later, Qin Yu sat on the bed waiting for tomorrow to arrive. But tonight wouldn't be an easy one for him. At 6:30 the door was knocked on again. Knowing it was Luo Shu, Qin Yu had no choice but to let him in. Come in. Time for dinner. Luo Shu leaned against the doorframe, looking sharp, his gaze drifting to the still open dial screen on the phone. So they'd already arranged a time to meet. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. Qin Yu tried to brush him off. Dad's back too. You don't want to make him angry, do you? Luo Shu's face was full of feigned pity. I'd like to keep this morning's incident a secret for you, but who knows if Dad might suddenly get curious and start digging into it. He cares about you a lot. That much was true, but the old man's way of showing it was rather stiff. Luo Qiyun's father Luo Qinshan had dominated the business world his entire life, yet he was always rigid when it came to family matters. Back when his wife was alive, the family was somewhat harmonious, but after her passing, endless conflicts erupted. Fine. Qin Yu reluctantly got up. It was just dinner, what could possibly happen? But when he reached the dining table and saw the old man's stern face, he had to admit he was genuinely nervous. His bravado turned to babbling in an instant. He nearly tripped over himself, pulling out the chair, his hands trembling. You've been busy with work lately. You need to rest. Luo Shu quickly steadied him, pulling out the chair and gently guiding him to sit down. I know. No matter how he acted, he was Qin Yu, not Luo Qiyun, so his confidence was inevitably lacking. The old man took off his glasses, looking as if had seen a ghost. What was this? This brotherly-sisterly harmony was something had only ever seen in his dreams. Everyone's here. Let's eat. Luo Qinshan picked up his chopsticks from the rest. He himself didn't understand why a family of four could have so many conflicts. He considered himself a liberal-minded parent. Had even asked his business partners before, and they all had tons of rigid rules at home. Take the dinner table for instance. They wouldn't even allow talking during meals. But he never imposed such rules, nor did he lecture his children with grand principles. Yet even so, the family remained distant. Why are you so well-behaved today? Did you get into trouble outside again? Luo Qinshan, seeing his daughter unusually obedient, tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Cough, cough. Qin Yu choked on his soup, nearly coughing himself to death. Easy there, easy there. Luo Shu smiled at his dear sister. No, I've been fine out there, Dad. Qin Yu brushed it off with a casual reply, his voice sounding rather soft. He thought he'd dodged the topic, but when he looked up, both father and son were staring straight at him, dumbfounded. What now? Luo Qinshan felt like crying. Before his daughter turned 3, she'd wait for him at the doorstep every day, rush into his arms, and call him daddy in her sweet lisping voice, saying how much she missed him. But for some reason, once she grew a bit older, she never said she missed him again. From the age of 12, she started calling him by his name outright. And during their last argument, what had she called him? Oh right, she'd called him old man. Luo Shu glanced at his father, who looked so moved he was about to cry. Let's just eat in peace, Luo Shu quickly interjected. Clearly the old man hadn't realized this wasn't his daughter. Qin Yu felt the strange atmosphere prickling his skin. After 2 sips of soup and half a pigeon, he simply couldn't sit there any longer. He had to find a way to slip away. Both the old man and his brother kept watching him eat, as if they could spot something extraordinary. Qin Yu's appetite was never great to begin with, and he ate delicately. Quite different from Luo Qiyun. Miss Luo had always wolfed down her food, while maintaining proper table manners. That said, this family rarely sat down together for a meal anymore. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Wasn't this a family of 4? Luo Qiyun had said her younger brother was home too. Why wasn't he coming to dinner? Where's Qichuan? Why isn't he coming? Qin Yu asked. Luo Shu leaned back. He hadn't yet introduced this fake sister to the third brother. He wondered what would happen when the two met. Him? He's probably still immersed in his games. Why don't you go call him? He usually listens to you the most, Luo Shu said with ill intent. He's in the first room on the 3rd floor. Oh well, I suppose he'll do it as a favor. Qin Yu wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Did I hear that right? Old man Luo Qinshan was genuinely baffled. They had a good relationship, those 2 siblings. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Luo Shu smiled. He wondered if a fight would break out in a moment. Luo Qiyun and Luo Qichuan were twins. Born a few minutes earlier, Luo Qiyun became the older sister. However, she clearly didn't earn much recognition of that status from her brother. They constantly bickered as children, and as they grew older they became more distant. A simple nod of acknowledgement when passing each other was considered a decent interaction. Arriving at the door, Qin Yu raised his hand and knocked. After all, he had a younger sister himself, so he had some experience dealing with siblings. Right? Come in. Luo Qichuan was crouched on his gaming chair, hunched over the screen, the room thick with smoke. The sky had darkened, yet he hadn't turned on the lights. The blue glow of the monitor made him look like a vengeful ghost. Anyone else might have been startled, but Qin Yu was used to it. His own lifestyle wasn't much different. Qin Yu opened the door and walked over slowly. Time for dinner, he said, standing behind Luo Qichuan. No need, I'm not eating, Luo Qichuan replied, focused on last-hitting minions, his tone lacking patience. Qin Yu knew that response well. In a state of deep gaming focus, Luo Qichuan replying politely at all was already a rarity. His refusal was considered courteous. If Qin Yu pushed further, even before the words of encouragement were fully out, Luo Qichuan would explode. That would be followed by things like, aren't you annoying? Get out. So Qin Yu didn't move. He just stood by and watched. Luo Qichuan continued his match, getting solo killed once in the top lane. He clicked his tongue in frustration, then pressed his forehead, repeatedly toggling the scoreboard, the keys nearly sparking from the frantic pressing. Luckily, the early respawn timer was short. He quickly re-engaged. 2 minutes later, due to a gold deficit and a mechanical misplay, he was solo killed again. Arg! Luo Qiyun, enraged, raised his right hand to smash the mouse. In that instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone standing beside him. The room was dimly lit, and he was so startled that he knocked both the mouse and headset off the desk, springing up from his chair. Luo Qiyun, what are you doing? Trying to scare me to death. Luo Qiyun clutched his chest, panting heavily. Qin, you looked completely innocent. I just came to call you for dinner. Likes to play in the dark, huh? He'll definitely scare you again next time. Of course, Qin, you didn't show such thoughts. He wore a facade of innocence. I saw you were so focused I didn't want to disturb you. Qin Yu gestured with his hand, making a go-ahead motion. You continue. He'll wait for you to finish this round. Luo Qiyun rolled his eyes, putting his headset back on halfway, and grumbled. Who knows how long this match will take? Could be another 30 minutes. You should just go. For some reason, he felt that his sister Luo Qiyun wasn't as annoying as she used to be today. No, this match will be over in, at most, 5 minutes, Qin Yu declared. But Luo Qiyun just found it amusing. Since when did his dear sister know anything about gaming? He didn't believe it. What do you mean 5 minutes? They were still in a decent position. What's a little disadvantage? Just listen to me and go, Luo Qiyun said, full of confidence, planning to show off and prove Qin Yu wrong. But as soon as the 5 minutes Qin Yu predicted were up, the worsening situation forced him to surrender. He touched his cheek, his forehead covered in sweat. She was actually right. Just a lucky guess. That was a fluke. I'm starting another one, Luo Qiyun said, unconvinced. But as soon as he picked his champion, Qin Yu spoke again. This one will be faster. You'll be done in 10 minutes. What nonsense. You got lucky once, no way it happens again, Luo Qiyun said, adjusting his keyboard ready to show his skills. 10 minutes later, he was clutching his head in agony, wishing he could punch the monitor. Can we go eat now? Qin Yu asked again. No. One more game. Luo Qiyun was relentless. Don't start another one. Look at your win-loss record today, it's a page full of red. The maple leaves of Xiangshan in autumn aren't that red. Perhaps finding a kindred spirit in Luo Qiyun, another gaming enthusiast, Qin Yu momentarily forgot his current identity. Starting another game will be the same. Big talk early on, rambling in the mid-game, and silence in the late game. The problem is you don't even reach the mid-game in most of these matches, Qin Yu said, taking pity on him. How about this, let me play a round. If I win, we go eat. Deal? Hearing this proposal, Luo Qiyun's eyes lit up. That sounded good. He hadn't heard of his sister knowing how to play games. If she made some noob mistakes, wouldn't he be able to mock her endlessly? A golden opportunity. Luo Qiyun stood up smugly, watching Qin Yu sit down. But the moment Qin Yu put on the headset and grasped the mouse, his entire demeanor shifted. A murderous aura. Luo Qiyun took half a step back, the hand holding his cigarette, freezing midair. From the moment Qin Yu picked his champion, he didn't blink, watching his every move intently. Every subtle microplay, every mind game sent chills down his spine. The match ended in 25 minutes. Qin Yu bulldozed his way through to victory, and even earned 5 reports for smuffing. How was that? Qin Yu turned around, looking at his younger brother, whose jaw was on the floor. What? How did you? Luo Qiyun scratched his head. It was impossible. Although he didn't care much about his sister, he knew she spent most of her time on fitness and sports, with weekly activities like horseback riding, swimming, and archery. Where did she find the time to game? Bro, you still have a lot to learn, Qin Yu said, habitually reaching for the cigarette pack on the table, pulling one out, and looking for a lighter. Oh, I've got one, Luo Qiyun said, still dazed, reaching out to light it. Just as he was about to press the lighter, their father appeared at the doorway. Luo Qiyun, what do you think you're doing? The old man glared, wanting to kick his youngest son out of the room. No, wait, Luo Qiyun looked at Qin Yu, lowering his voice. You set me up. Qin Yu was speechless. It was just muscle memory. He's just a kid. He was just playing with it. Just messing around. Qin Yu quickly tossed the cigarette into the trash can. In the end, the siblings received a few mild scoldings, though Luo Qiyun bore the brunt of it. After leaving their father's study, Luo Qiyun looked at his sister. All right, when did you secretly practice? It's just talent, Qin Yu said, rather pleased with himself. I just watched you play for a bit and learned enough. By now both of them were getting hungry. Let's get something to eat, Qin Yu suggested. Sure, but you have to teach me later, Luo Qiyun said. Although his skill was mediocre, he was both bad and addicted, and he refused to admit defeat. Qin Yu nodded. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind teaching him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qiyun was carrying 2 bags of fruit ready for her own trial. Qin Yu mentioned that he had a younger sister in her freshman year of college, and a mother who had raised them single-handedly. Luo Qiyun, upon hearing this, began to speculate on her own. Since Qin Yu usually live-streamed alone in his rented apartment, rarely leaving the house, and only occasionally visited home despite living so close, she deduced that his family relations might be somewhat strained, and his relationship with his sister was probably not very good either. She thought that returning for a meal might also mean facing questions about marriage and criticism about his job. In Luo Qiyun's impression, traditional parents probably wouldn't approve of a streamer's occupation. Following the location Qin Yu had given her, she found the small courtyard. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open. Before her stood a young girl about 165 meters tall, reaching just up to his collarbone. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her hands tucked into the overly long sleeves of a black knit sweater. She had on a white pleated skirt and white sneakers, her heels touching together as she leaned slightly forward. Her delicate, cute face bore a mix of delight and mild reproach. Luo Qiyun felt as if she was caught off guard. The girl was rather adorable, though. Her bright eyes under the streetlights sparkled with vivacity, and the slight pout of her pink lips clearly expressed her displeasure. "Why are you so late?" She was Qin, yes, biological sister. "Got a bit of a traffic jam on the way," Luo Qiyun replied calmly. Satisfied with this explanation, Qin then extended her hands and spread her arms wide, looking at Luo Qiyun with confusion. Could she be asking for a gift? Luo Qiyun weighed the items in her hand and was about to hand them over when the sister suddenly hugged her tightly. She froze. So their sibling relationship was actually pretty good. "We've been waiting for you for ages, come on in," Qin said, pulling her brother by the wrist and leading him inside. The house was an old one, only about 90 square meters including the courtyard. However, Yao Jin had kept it very well maintained and cozy. Entering the living room, Luo Qiyun placed her belongings by the table and sat upright on the sofa like a guest. From her position, she could only see the figure bustling in the kitchen. "It's a bit chilly, have some ginger tea," the sister said, moving like a little cat as she brought over a cup, set it down gently, and then slipped into the kitchen as well. Luo Qiyun looked around the room, which matched her expectations, a space filled with the warmth of everyday life. 3 minutes later, their mother Yao Jin emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 dishes. Seeing Luo Qiyun staring blankly at the sofa, she chuckled. "Wash your hands and eat, stop daydreaming." "Oh," Luo Qiyun replied. In her imagination, Yao Jin was a middle-aged woman with streaks of gray at her temples, showing signs of aging. But now she saw that this mother was not only young and beautiful, but also full of energy. She didn't look worn down by life at all. Sitting down at the table, Luo Qiyun, who hadn't eaten all day, stared at the sumptuous meal with sparkling eyes. "Go on, eat, don't just stare," Yao Jin said with a gentle smile at her son. Luo Qiyun picked up her bowl and started wolfing down food. At the table, the mother and daughter chatted about the recent weather and then moved on to what to have for breakfast tomorrow. Then the topic shifted to whether the sister had a boyfriend. No one directed the conversation towards Qin Yu. They simply ate in a relaxed atmosphere, chatting about this and that. Luo Qiyun picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs. It seemed that many of her assumptions before coming here were just her own imagination. There was no dissatisfaction with Qin Yu's job, nor any pressure to get married. Before she knew it, Luo Qiyun had relaxed her tense nerves and was on her 3rd bowl of rice. "You didn't have lunch today, did you?" Yao Jin looked at her son, who was devouring his food, and raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. "I slept in yesterday and missed it," Luo Qiyun nodded. "No matter how busy you are, you have to remember to eat," Yao Jin reminded. "Got it." This was the first and only piece of advice Luo Qiyun had received since stepping through the door. After dinner, the siblings sat on the sofa, watching some mindless TV show. The sister sat cross-legged, hugging a cushion and yawning while their mother cleaned up the dishes. What a relaxing atmosphere. "Bro, I'm going to take a shower and head to bed. See you in the morning," Qin Yu said, standing up and slipping into her slippers before heading to the bathroom. Once she was gone, their mother walked out of the kitchen, stretched, and took a seat next to Luo Qiyun. "What's wrong today? You seem a bit distracted," Yao Jin suddenly asked. "Nothing, just been busy with work lately," Luo Qiyun brushed it off. "Is that so?" The hairs on Luo Qiyun's arms stood up. Was she about to be seen through? But her mother didn't press further, simply saying softly, "Whenever you're tired, come home and rest. Your bed is made, go lie down for a bit." Luo Qiyun seized the opportunity and slipped away. Fortunately, Qin Yu had given her detailed instructions about which room was his. Once back in the room, Luo Qiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Qin Yu's rented apartment, this room was much smaller, only about 15 square meters. The bed, desk, and wardrobe already took up most of the space. In the corner stood a guitar stand holding 3 electric guitars. The outermost one, a black beauty, had noticeable wear marks on its fretboard. After a quick inspection, Luo Qiyun called herself. On the other end, Qin Yu had just finished a blind shower challenge and changed into pajamas. Worried that Luo Qiyun might slip up, his phone buzzed. "Hello, how's it going? Any problems?" Qin Yu asked anxiously. No, she didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, Luo Qiyun answered truthfully. "But I don't get it, isn't it comfortable at home? Why did you move out?" "Why?" Qin Yu had never really thought about it. "No particular reason, I just prefer living alone," Qin Yu said. Luo Qiyun suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance. "Before you go out tomorrow, I'll have a stylist come over. Wear the silk shirt from the 2nd row on the left of the wardrobe, the gray knit cardigan from the 3rd row, and pair it with the black pleated skirt from the bottom row on the right." "What?" Qin Yu felt dizzy just listening. But Luo Qiyun wasn't done yet. "And wear the 7th pair of leather shoes from the right." Wait, shouldn't they be rushing to meet up and figure out how to switch back? Why was she dictating his outfit instead? Oh, and tie a water blue ribbon. It has to be water blue. Qin Yu felt a pang in his chest out of sheer frustration. So what's all this preparation for to maintain your celebrity image? He really needed a legitimate reason. No, I just want to see it. Qin Yu took a deep breath. See you tomorrow. And with that he hung up. The next morning after breakfast, Qin Yu was subjected to another hour of the stylist's torture. Finally free, he rushed to the garage, hopped in his car, and sped off. But at the agreed time, Luo Qiyun was still nowhere to be seen at the cafe. He was propping up his chin, almost dozing off. It was then that a tall, unfamiliar figure slowly approached. Sorry, this seat is taken, Qin Yu said, looking up. What, you don't even recognize yourself? It was contradictory to say, but that voice was both familiar and foreign. Is it me? Qin Yu looked up at himself, somewhat incredulous. The reason for the morning delay was that Luo Qiyun had taken time to cut his hair and buy a few outfits. She couldn't appreciate the monochrome grays and blacks in Qin Yu's wardrobe, nor could she understand why he kept his hair so long, always covering his face and obstructing his view when he lowered his head. Yesterday, standing before the mirror, she had noticed Qin Yu's eyes were remarkably deep-set with thick brows and large eyes. Perhaps due to his chronic irregular eating, his face had a somewhat gaunt structure. He wasn't bad-looking, but his hair nearly obscured half his face. Who was he trying to charm with that veiled allure? Thus Luo Qiyun took charge, cutting off all the messy bangs, leaving a wolf-tail hairstyle as Qin Yu's signature feature. The face was Qin Yu's, so it wasn't unfamiliar, but the clothes were hardly what he would wear. A dark patterned shirt, a striped vest, a chestnut trench coat, and these corduroy trousers. Oh, the off-white sneakers on his feet were indeed his. He would normally wear shorts and slippers all year round, relying on heating in winter and air conditioning in summer. But compared to these changes in attire and appearance, the biggest difference was his aura. At least Qin Yu himself usually lacked a bit of confidence when walking, most of the time either looking up at the sky or staring at the ground. But now that Luo Qiyun was inhabiting his body, she exuded a strong presence, unlike his usual furtive demeanor. Have a seat. Qin Yu hadn't come to watch Luo Qiyun give him a makeover. Luo Qiyun sat across from him. Finally they met face to face. Alright, I don't need to explain the rest, you know it all. Now think about how we can switch back. Qin Yu analyzed alone. I recall the swap occurred after I fell asleep, but last night after we both slept we didn't switch back, so replicating that method probably won't work. What if we try physical contact? A handshake? What if something awkward happened, like needing a kiss, or even something more intimate to switch back? He might agree, but would Luo Qiyun? As for attempts like electric shocks, lightning strikes, drowning, or fainting, those were even more ridiculous. Risking one's life seemed foolish. After thinking for a few minutes, Qin Yu hadn't heard a sound from the person across from him. You? He turned his gaze and found Luo Qiyun stirring a sugar cube, staring at him with keen interest. She hadn't heard a single word, had she? What are you looking at? Qin Yu felt a bit angry, and as if lacking confidence, he subconsciously puffed out his cheeks. I'm looking at myself. Can't I even do that? Luo Qiyun indeed hadn't listened to a word. It's strange. Why does this body become so soft and adorable just because a different person is using it? She knew well she had never been called cute. Qin Yu wanted to curse. Going to scold me. Let's see. Will it come out as a playful pout? Try it. Luo Qiyun was getting carried away. Qin Yu had no reason to let her lead him by the nose. Just as he was about to ask Luo Qiyun to be serious, he heard her say, "Stand up first." Qin Yu clenched his fists in frustration, but obeyed, rising. Turn around. He could only reluctantly turn around slowly. All right. Done. Can we discuss the important matter now? As Qin Yu was about to sit down, Luo Qiyun stood up and gently embraced him. Not only that, but she placed her left hand on his waist, mischievously sliding it upward along the curve of his spine. This should have been a very strange gesture, but Qin Yu thought. Now Luo Qiyun was hugging herself, which was perfectly reasonable. So this is what it feels like to hold myself, soft and fragrant. Enough. Qin Yu gently pushed her away. Enough. The experiment is done. A physical contact doesn't switch us back. Luo Qiyun sat back down. Her composed demeanor made Qin Yu feel frustrated. Aren't you worried at all? Not afraid it'll use your body to do bad things? Qin Yu asked. You're in my body, and I'm in yours. Luo Qiyun considered this a fair exchange. It wasn't as if she had been possessed by Qin Yu. This deterrence is mutual. Since we can't switch back for now, how about we each play the other's role well? Luo Qiyun suggested. There was no choice for now, that was the only way. But, what if we can never switch back? Qin Yu was uneasy. They'll take good care of your sister and your mother. Rest assured. Luo Qiyun said solemnly. Qin Yu glared at her angrily. He thought he looked like a furious lion, but in Luo Qiyun's eyes he was just a cat, with its fur bristling. I'm serious. Before meeting Qin Yu had assumed Luo Qiyun would be more flustered than him. After all, such a refined lady with her own focused career surely wouldn't want anyone messing with her life. But now that they met, it turned out like this. I can't temporarily do your job, and you can't handle mine. Let's both take a break, using the excuse of feeling unwell, stall as long as possible and meanwhile we need to exchange information about our social connections to ensure nothing goes wrong. Luo Qiyun said. She already had a plan in mind. Unlike Qin Yu's frantic worry, she had thought far ahead. I have an hour and a half of fitness every day, plus weekly swimming, horseback riding, and archery training. You need to do these on time. They'll have someone help you, so don't worry. Also, you must follow my daily skincare routine. Luo Qiyun said. She was actually very busy. So do you have any instructions? No, just don't let me die. Qin Yu didn't have that many training and skincare routines. Luo Qiyun extended her right hand. DLA. Qin Yu also extended his right hand to seal the agreement. But why couldn't he pull his hand back? So this is what my hand feels like, really soft. Stop getting weird with your own body, okay? Alright, feel free to use the money in my account. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, message me, Luo Qiyun added. Same for you. Qin Yu quickly withdrew his hand and nodded. Also, I want to ask, why did you hit someone on set? Because she had a foul mouth. Luo Qiyun never tolerated things, never held grudges overnight. She deserved it. Alright. Qin Yu indicated he understood. Let's part ways for now. Stay home and minimize activity, okay? Qin Yu said. Luo Qiyun's gaze flickered to the upper left corner, then she agreed readily. No problem. They rose one after another and left separately. But just as he got into the car, Qin Yu received a message. Old Qin, didn't we agree you'd pick me up at the airport today? Where are you? Followed by 3 furious emoji texts. Damn it, minimizing activity was now out of the— I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately, just woke up, slipped my mind. Qin Yu brushed it off casually. Take care of yourself then. He'll contact you once I'm settled in tomorrow. See, that's how easy it was to deal with a good brother. One exchange, and the matter was resolved. Afterwards, Qin Yu forwarded the chat log to Luo Qiyun. The two now shared their conversations to ensure no information was lost in case of emergencies. Luo Qiyun replied with an okay, and reminded Qin Yu to head back to her original residence, also mentioning a fellow actress who lived with her. It seemed harmless enough. Once back at Luo Qiyun's rented place, everything should be fine. Yet Qin Yu couldn't shake a nagging feeling that something was off. But before that, he needed to make a trip back to the Luo family estate. The moment he stepped through the front door, Luo Shu was walking out. How did it go? Luo Shu paused, sizing up his dear sister. Went alright, I guess. Qin Yu replied dismissively. What was he asking about? Did you have someone watching me? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Weren't you supposed to be at work? Luo Shu stepped forward and ruffled Qin Yu's hair. Qin Yu swatted his hand away in annoyance. I'm off. Take care of yourself. Luo Shu slid his hands into his slim-fit trousers. Weirdo. After agreeing to live as each other for a while, Qin Yu began pondering how to avoid unnecessary complications. Judging by her simple social interactions, Luo Qiyun was probably quite arrogant, the type who looked down on everyone. Shed also mentioned she never held grudges overnight. If someone crossed her, she'd retaliate on the spot. So Luo Qiyun was usually not only unfriendly, but also sharp-tongued. With that in mind, Qin Yu walked straight ahead, ignoring the old patriarch Luo Qianshan as he passed by, brushing past him without a glance. Qiyun dinner. The old man wore a smile. Yesterday Luo Qiyun's demeanor had been refreshing. He thought his lovely daughter had returned. I'm leaving. Qin Yu kept walking forward. The old man's face fell, and he hurried after him. Why leave after just one day? Luo Qianshan had never felt such a crisis, not even when cornered by competitors in business. Did Qichuan upset you? That didn't seem right. The siblings were chatting happily last night. Oh right. Last night had lost his temper over Luo Qiyun smoking. That was bad. Luo Qianshan slapped his forehead. Dad knows you're under a lot of pressure. Unwinding occasionally isn't a big deal. I won't bring it up again, alright? Qin Yu walked into the room and slammed the door shut, then realized there was nothing to take, so he walked back out. His old father stood at the door with an awkward smile. You're blocking my way. Qin Yu wanted to say move aside directly, but those harsh words just wouldn't come out. Oh. The old man quickly stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass. Remember how you always wanted to go fishing and fly kites with Dad? He'll arrange it. We'll go in the next few days and make up for lost time. Luo Qianshan said with a smile. It's already autumn. Qin Yu thought the old man's smile looked a bit foolish, a bit pitiful. Right. Then we'll go. Enough. Qin Yu lowered his voice, feigning annoyance. True past regrets linger for a lifetime, and making amends later is never the same. The old man grew sentimental again. Qin Yu hurried down the stairs. He'll be back next weekend if I'm free. Qin Yu conceded slightly. Without looking back, Qin Yu knew the old man must be beaming with joy. His steps were probably lighter too, right? At the bottom of the stairs, Qin Yu ran into Luo Qichuan, who was coming out to get water. That kid must not have slept all night. Morning, sis. Luo Qichuan had deep dark circles under his eyes. Qin Yu responded flatly and started to leave. You're leaving? Luo Qichuan perked up and quickly followed. He felt like his savior was slipping away. Take care of yourself. Don't stay up so late. Qin Yu was genuinely worried about Luo Qichuan. The kid was stubborn and fragile. He might actually have a breakdown in front of his computer one day. The old father was also standing by the car. What about me? You too. How cold those words were, yet they were enough to keep Luo Qiyun happy for a while. Why did you follow me out? Luo Qiyun looked at his dad. To show my reluctance to part, what else? Luo Qiyun grabbed his youngest son. After another hour-plus drive, Qin Yu returned to Luo Qiyun's residence. Compared to the estate, this place felt much more lived in. The only constant was the walk-in closet still packed to the brim. Just as he sat down, Qin Yu received a list, 15 lines long, when scrolled from top to bottom. What's this? Qin Yu replied to Luo Qiyun. Your outfits for the next 15 days. Some new clothes haven't arrived yet, someone will help you organize them later. It was hard to say Luo Qiyun wasn't just doing this for fun. I have to maintain my image as an artiste, right? But I plan to just hide at home. Is this necessary? Qin Yu was still uncomfortable wearing women's clothes, especially short skirts. They gave him zero sense of security. I do have some social events. To make sure you don't mess up, I have to plan ahead. After sending that message, Luo Qiyun snapped a photo. It was Qin Yu's heterochromatic lion cat rubbing against Luo Qiyun's pant leg. Cute, right? Weren't they discussing something important? Why send a cat picture? Can't you cancel all the events? Qin Yu still preferred the hiddy and avoid tactic. I could, but soon someone would spread rumors that I'm someone's kept woman or that I'm dead. She always had a reason. Fine. Qin Yu agreed to Luo Qiyun's arrangements and then glanced at her schedule. Each day wasn't too packed. Alright, keeping busy was better than idling. Putting down his phone, Qin Yu used Luo Qiyun's computer to watch 2 movies. By 2 p.m., feeling tired, he took a nap. When he woke up, it was already 7 p.m. Rubbing his eyes, a strange groaning sound jolted him upright. Pushing open the door into the living room, Qin Yu confirmed the source of the sound. Was that the senior actress Luo Qiyun mentioned? Maybe he shouldn't go out. Meeting her like this, he wouldn't know what to say. You're back. Much later than I expected. The voice was gentle as water, yet carried a playful, teasing tone. 3 words popped into Qin Yu's head, femme fatale, and it needed a big bold S label on it. But if Qin Yu didn't go to her, she was coming to him. A wave of fragrant scent washed over him as Qin Yu awkwardly stepped back half a step. So this was how girls dressed in private. Her name was Yu Shinran, with slender, bewitching eyes and full, slightly parted red lips. When she narrowed her eyes and smiled, she truly resembled a languid fox. When she raised a hand to beckon you closer, it was hard to refuse. She was taller, and her figure was more voluptuous. Still fresh from yoga, glistening sweat traced down her collarbone, dampening her black sports top. The full curve of her chest strained against the flimsy white camisole she wore over it. Qin Yu's gaze followed the hem of the camisole, tracing the wild and powerful curve of her waist. A bead of sweat traced a path down the curve of her waist, utterly captivating. Her workout shorts, loosened by her earlier movements, were hitched high on her hips. One long fair leg was positioned forward, blocking Qin Yu's movement, while the other was straightened behind her for support, leaning her entire body towards him. Qiyun, dear sister, why aren't you paying attention to me? Yu Shinran's lips curled into a smile, her head tilted slightly back. The combination of her expression and the allure in her eyes sent Qin Yu's heart pounding wildly. How should he describe it? Standing like a statue was quite apt. Fortunately, Qin Yu currently lacked the tools to respond, avoiding any embarrassing situations. I'm not feeling too well lately, Qin Yu said, still trying to fend her off. Is that so? Yu Shinran's red lips formed an O shape as she pressed her forehead directly against his. Her neat short hair with pink highlights swayed, distracting Qin Yu. You're all sweaty. He quickly pushed her away by her shoulders. Seeing his flustered and vulnerable state, Yu Shinran raised an eyebrow, a knowing expression dawning on her face. Qin Yu was too busy wiping the sweat stains Yu Shinran had left on him to notice. Your temperature seems normal. And you look quite cute today, different from usual. It was probably just a polite compliment between girls. There was no reason for her to see anything wrong just because he changed his clothes. Especially since this outfit was personally chosen by Luo Qiyun. I'm going to take a shower now. Want to join me? Yu Shinran hooked her finger around the collar string at Qin Yu's chest, then let it slide down his shirt. No need, you go ahead. Qin Yu turned his head to dodge, slipping out from under her arm, and plopped down on the sofa to play on his phone, sulking. Watching her obedient and cute Qiyun's sister, Yu Shinran walked into the bathroom herself. Only when the sound of water began did Qin Yu breathe a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Were all of Luo Qiyun's acquaintances this difficult to deal with? She had almost plastered herself onto him just now. Or was this the normal way they interacted? Qin Yu didn't know. But Yu Shinran hadn't pointed at him and said, "You're not Luo Qiyun, who are you?" Nor had she done anything too extreme, so he supposed it was fine. By the time Yu Shinran finished her shower, half an hour had passed. Qin Yu was leaning on the sofa, browsing the latest gaming news and posting a few daily updates to appease his livestream fans. He genuinely missed the guys in his chat room. I'm back. Yu Shinran sat down beside Qin Yu and stretched. When she raised her arms, Qin Yu instinctively averted his gaze lest he be blinded by the anti-tank mines on her chest. So about the incident at the film set, it's been circulating around the industry. What are you going to do now? Just keep resting. Yu Shinran asked. Sister Jinming will handle it. You don't need to worry about me, Qin Yu said a bit indignantly. Sister Jiming. That title was interesting. Do you know what it feels like when you say you don't need to worry about me? Yu Shenran continued. It sounds like you're saying this is my problem, I don't want to drag you into it. Huh. Qin Yu thought either she was crazy or he was to hear concern in a dismissive remark like that. I'm going to bed, Qin Yu said, getting ready for his nightly routine. Yu Shenran watched him walk away and whispered, it's all about how you say things, you silly thing. Given the little tantrum Qin Yu had just thrown, it was hard to believe he was truly angry. After washing up, Qin Yu clumsily applied his skincare products following Luo Qiyun's instructions, then lay in bed staring at the ceiling. A flash of lightning split the sky outside the window, and rare for autumn, a torrential rain began to pour. He loved rainy days, the sound of the rain always helped him sleep peacefully. But he had barely lain down when a knock came at his door. What is it? Qin Yu asked, frowning. I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep with you? Yu Shenran's voice was weak, not sounding like feigned fear. No, you can't. But Qin Yu couldn't afford to be kind, it would be highly inappropriate. I'm coming in then. Are you deaf? Qin Yu looked up. In the dim light, Yu Shenran stood hugging a pillow, shoulders trembling. A grown woman still afraid of thunder. I sleep very soundly, don't worry. They'll just take this tiny corner of the bed and won't disturb you at all. Yu Shenran pinched her fingers to show a few centimeters, then shuffled over and lay quietly on the other side. Well, fine then. Qin Yu pulled the thin blanket up and tried to enjoy the rainy night's sleep. This is nice, Yu Shenran giggled softly to herself. If you're not going to sleep, you can get out, Qin Yu said, genuinely annoyed. No, I can't sleep alone. Yu Shenran's tone was pleading. Then be quiet. Did Qin Yu really believe she was afraid of thunder? The number of men who would swear she was their one true love only to be struck by lightning was enough to form a reinforced company. But Qin Yu had fallen for it anyway. When he woke up the next morning, Yu Shenran was clinging tightly to him. His face was pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. He struggled to free his head, only to find his leg was also trapped, clamped firmly between hers. Her sleeping posture was terrible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qiyun had stayed at her parents' house for another night. She spent the day trying to adapt, helping her mother with chores and greeting the neighbors. This kind of family environment and neighborly relations were very novel to her. She also devised an exercise plan. Qin Yu's body was in such poor shape, if he kicked the bucket one day, she'd be left holding the bag. After a full day, Luo Qiyun went to bed early. The next day, she received a message from her good friend Cui Hao saying he wanted to meet at the usual place that evening. The usual place was a barbecue restaurant near Qin Yu's high school, where they used to have late-night snacks during their school days. After graduating, Cui Hao went abroad for a few years and had just returned. Luo Qiyun asked Qin Yu for a photo of Cui Hao, but Qin Yu didn't have one, so she had to rely on a verbal description. But they hadn't seen each other in years. Could she really recognize him just from a description? At the appointed time, Luo Qiyun stood inside the barbecue restaurant, awkwardly scanning the room. A sunny-looking young man sitting in the corner by the wall waved his hand. You're here. Luo Qiyun stood by the table. She had assumed her appearance had changed significantly, but Cui Hao recognized her instantly. Little Qin is even more handsome than before. Yeah, you're still my best buddy. Before the meal even started, Cui Hao was already drunk. Luo Qiyun had a feeling this was going to be a long night. Cui Hao kept his hair in a short crew cut, standing about the same height as Qin Yu, but built sturdier. His clothes were plain, though Luo Qiyun could tell they weren't cheap. They just looked no different from a 241 bargain on him. His features were sharp and rugged with a square face, the classic look of a sturdy northerner. Qin Yu hadn't said much about Cui Hao, only that they were close brothers, thick as thieves, and that Cui Hao had helped him out immensely in the past. From the looks of it, Cui Hao must come from a decent family, right? It's been so long. Come here and let me give you a hug. Cui Hao had already downed a bottle of baijiu himself. I'm afraid you'll puke all over me. Luo Qiyun sat across from him, pouring herself a glass of beer. Nonsense, this is nothing. Cui Hao pressed his hand to his forehead, his cheeks flushed red, and let out a long breath. Not feeling well lately. Back when Qin Yu first started streaming, Cui Hao had been a huge supporter. Even the initial streaming equipment was bought by Cui Hao on his own dime, an unconditional gesture of pure brotherhood. Yet mentally drained, planning to take a break for a while, Luo Qiyun managed to handle the conversation with relative ease. No matter how close the bond, a few years apart would inevitably bring small changes. Cui Hao couldn't find anything off about it for the moment. You've always been frail. I remember when I first met you in freshman year. After a month, I came up and slapped your back. You crouched right there and coughed for 5 minutes straight. After that, Cui Hao never dared to hit Qin Yu hard again. Luo Qiyun nodded. That was indeed pretty weak. The year we graduated, I wanted to go to the same university as you, but my family. Cui Hao downed another glass. Forget it, just a bunch of trivial crap. Not worth talking about. Come on, drink. Luo Qiyun raised her glass. When old friends reunite, getting completely drunk together isn't out of the ordinary. But Cui Hao had already finished a bottle before she arrived and hadn't touched a single skewer on the table. Clearly he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Something upset you out there? Qin Yu had mentioned that he and Shui Hao rarely talked about personal matters. Even though they didn't check in often, the friendship had always held strong. This kind of bond was honestly a bit hard to understand. Yeah, I got a foreign girlfriend, was head over heels for 2 years, then got dumped. So here I am slinking back to the country. That was a lie. Her loss. Luo Qiyun smiled. The two locked eyes and continued drinking. They drank from 9 in the evening until 3 in the morning. By the end of it, Shui Hao needed someone to support him just to walk. Fortunately, this body of Qin Yes had a decent tolerance for alcohol, and since Shui Hao hadn't been forcing drinks on him, Luo Qiyun was still clear-headed. Let me call you a cab. Where do you live now? Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone. Go home. I'm not going home. Shui Hao shoved his good brother away, then leaned back and gripping his shoulder and patting it repeatedly. No one in this world gets me like you do. No one. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Good brothers for life. This drunkard honestly. Luo Qiyun replied helplessly, for life for life. Can I take you home now? But as she spoke, Shui Hao had already turned and stumbled forward, head tilted, one eye squinting bigger than the other under the dim streetlight, muttering something while staring at something by the roadside. What now? A cat. A little black cat. Shui Hao lowered his body and crept forward, slowly fixated on a cat by the roadside. Local cats are so much cuter, so tiny. Meow meow. He took a few more steps and nearly tripped. Luo Qiyun let out a sigh and stepped forward to steady him. Shui Hao crouched down and reached out. It was just a black trash bag. The cat turned into a trash bag. The guy could barely see straight, and he was still trying to play with cats. Hey, look over there. Luo Qiyun followed his gaze. A hot girl in stockings. So you can see clearly now, can you? Come on, let's go sing karaoke. Shui Hao dragged Luo Qiyun off to sing. And of course, plenty more drinking followed. After enduring 3 hours of Shui Hao's grating off-key singing, until he finally collapsed completely, Luo Qiyun finally caught her breath. Finally over. Now what? The two sat by the roadside in the wind, and this experience of looking after someone was a genuine novelty for Luo Qiyun. In the past, even at events where drinking was expected, she'd only take a polite sip or two, depending on who was present. Figuring Qin Yu wouldn't be awake at this hour based on his usual routine, Luo Qiyun decided to wait. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that she finally sent him a message along with a photo asking how to handle the situation. He drank that much. Qin Yu gave Luo Qiyun the number for Shui Hao's family. When the call connected, a cold, crisp female voice answered. Qin Yu. The person on the other end didn't sound particularly patient. So Luo Qiyun didn't ask anyone to come pick him up. She just asked where Shui Hao lived and said she'd take him back herself. Where are you now? He'll be there soon. But the other party seemed uneasy. After waiting about 20 minutes, Shui Hao suddenly woke up. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Luo Qiyun. Quit. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Good for you. Shui Hao lit one for himself, smoked halfway, and fell asleep again. Just then a black Maybach pulled up in front of them. A polished, impeccably dressed professional woman stepped out from the back seat. Luo Qiyun thought she looked just like the glamorous executive assistants under Luo Shu's command. Thank you for your trouble. Sorry for the inconvenience. The woman flicked the cigarette out of Shui Hao's mouth and personally helped him into the car. Before leaving, she turned back and said, let's meet again sometime. They'll treat you both to a meal. Was she Shui Hao's sister? Luo Qiyun nodded and headed back to the rental to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu waited for Luo Qiyun's confirmation photo, verified that Shui Hao was in the car, and only then got up to wash up and change into the outfit Luo Qiyun had picked out for him. He was just wondering what to have for breakfast when Yu Shunran burst through the door, reeking of alcohol and carrying a gust of cold wind, staggering into the living room and lunging at Qin Yu like a hungry tiger. So many drunks today. Wow, I got dumped again. Yu Shunran looked genuinely heartbroken. Qin Yu shoved her away with effort. You can only call it a breakup if you were actually in a relationship first. Someone like Yu Shunran, who claimed to be dumped every other day, was just polishing her acting skills. Aren't you going to comfort me at all? Yu Shunran pouted her pink lips, her body going all soft, looking like she'd be way too easy to bully. Qin Yu stood off to the side. So this was what they meant by a skilled hunter appearing as the prey. Lie down. Qin Yu tied on an apron and headed into the kitchen. Watching the adorable little home cook, Yu Shunran obediently lay down, a sly smile curling at her lips. Soon Qin Yu finished making a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee and brought over a glass of honey water. Eat up. It's leftovers from when I made too much. Qin Yu turned his head away, convinced he must look utterly haughty right now, like he was tossing scraps to a beggar. Insufferable. Is the honey water left over too? Yu Shunran asked. It's about to expire. Better than throwing it out. Embarrassed, Qin Yu turned and walked away, pulling out his phone. Shui Hao, drunk as he was, had somehow managed to send him a chat log. That recording was taken by Shui Hao from a group chat of high school classmates, a group Qin Yu had long left. They planned to hold a high school reunion tomorrow, and by his usual habits, Qin Yu would definitely not go. But Shui Hao had only returned to the country this year, and he really wanted to go. Qin Yu forwarded the message to Luo Qiyun and asked her opinion. So sudden. Do we go? Luo Qiyun read the message and felt indifferent. She thought Shui Hao was an interesting guy, From the way he interacted with Qin Yu, it was clear he was a good person. Are you willing to go? Since his body wasn't his own, Qin Yu had to seek Luo Qiyun's opinion. Sure. Luo Qiyun agreed, then sent a sleeping emoji and reminded Qin Yu not to forget that someone would deliver clothes today. Qin Yu understood and turned to see Yu Shunran sipping kanji. An ordinary bowl of kanji, yet she managed to savor it like a gourmet delicacy. Baby, you're so good to me. Yu Shunran blew Qin Yu a kiss, making him feel a chill of disgust. This woman was too dramatic. Thank goodness he was using Luo Qiyun's body now, or she'd have him all dizzy and confused. Finish eating and go to sleep. I don't want to be reeking of alcohol in broad daylight. Actually, he had only cooked enough for one, and now that Yu Shunran had eaten it, he had to soak some oatmeal and drink it glumly on the side. For today's outfit, Luo Qiyun had paired a pair of 80D white knee-high socks. According to Qin Yu's habit, he liked to cross his legs while eating, lifting his foot. That delicate little foot wrapped in white socks swayed back and forth near Yu Shunran. Is there any ice cream for dessert? Yu Shunran suddenly said something out of the blue. Huh. Qin Yu had checked the fridge in the morning. There was no ice cream at home. I'm not your servant. Having breakfast is already generous. And you want dessert? How could Qin Yu have guessed that someone would be infatuated with his foot? After breakfast, Yu Shunran lay lazily on the sofa, her head turned toward Qin Yu, seemingly about to rest on his lap. Qin Yu quickly withdrew and stood up, slipping into the kitchen to wash dishes. He had planned to return to his room once Yu Shunran fell asleep, but when he came out, the wicked woman was looking at him with sleepy eyes, patting the spot beside her. How about a nice little nap together? Qin Yu clucked his tongue, chin raised 15 degrees. You just sleep. Better if you never wake up. So heartless. Yu Shunran pouted, hugging her pillow and lying down. Actually, Qin Yu wasn't as idle as he seemed. To adapt to Luo Qiyun's life, he needed to cram a lot of common knowledge, some clothes he didn't even know how to wear properly. Looking at the browsing history on the computer, he felt exhausted. His notes were already over 10,000 characters. Luo Qiyun was very attentive to dressing, but she never wanted to elaborate on interpersonal relationships. Since she didn't say, Qin Yu subconsciously assumed she really had poor social skills. But judging from Yu Shunran's condition, it seemed Luo Qiyun's social circle wasn't as terribly bad as one might think. By noon, Qin Yu received a phone call and accepted the various little dresses Luo Qiyun had bought. Suppressing his inner indignation, he had the clothes placed in a designated spot. He had no appetite for lunch, so he cooked a bowl of plain noodle soup. Just as he picked up a chopstickful, Yu Shunran quietly came out, following the scent. The sofa had been uncomfortable, so 3 hours ago she had returned to her room. Wow, what's that delicious smell? Yu Shunran poured herself a glass of water and sat to the side. She didn't speak, just rested her chin on her hand and stared at Qin Yu. Whenever Qin Yu looked up at her, she would pretend nothing happened and look away, then let out a small sigh. Do you know what's the most awkward thing to do when someone is eating? Qin Yu put down his chopsticks. Yu Shunran wore a look of eager curiosity, opening her eyes wide and saying, is it not joining in happily? Stop playing dumb. I never invited you. Go find your own food. Qin Yu picked up his bowl, his puffed up anger giving Yu Shunran a sense of triumph. But I'm so hungry right now and my head hurts a bit. Yu Shunran pressed her temples and collapsed weakly onto the table. Stop acting. Would Qin Yu fall for it again and again? Absolutely not. But Yu Shunran fell silent, lowering her head to clutch her stomach, her eyes red, biting her lip tightly, as if she were truly in pain. No way. Helpless Qin Yu had to cook for her once more. Last time. I understand. Yu Shunran raised her head, and as soon as Qin Yu entered the kitchen, she instantly returned to normal. When Qin Yu came back with the noodles, she immediately resumed her feigned pain. I can't even lift the chopsticks. Can you feed me? Yu Shunran opened her mouth, red lips and white teeth, and from Qin Yu's angle, he could even see her pink tongue and uvula. So serious. Then let's go straight to the hospital. Qin Yu put down the bowl. Don't push your luck. Oh, I seem to be fine now, feeling much better. Yu Shunran instantly perked up, obediently sitting aside to eat the noodles. But she had already achieved her goal of making Qin Yu cook for her. Why was she still staring at him? Stop staring at me like that. Qin Yu couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to dump the noodle bowl on Yu Shunran's head. Has anyone ever told you that you look cute when you eat noodles? Yu Shunran felt her reason was justified. Admiring was not a crime. Qin Yu had a sensitive tongue and was afraid of heat, so when eating noodles, he habitually picked up a few strands, blew on them to cool, then ate slowly. It doesn't matter if anyone said it before, but you wouldn't look good with noodles hanging from your head. Qin Yu said coldly. Yu Shunran lowered her head in grievance, not daring to provoke Qin Yu again. After lunch, Yu Shunran volunteered to help clean up, and Qin Yu readily accepted, returning to his room. In the afternoon, Luo Qiyun sent Qin Yu a photo. She was eating downstairs, having ordered a plate of gobura and 2 plates of mustard green dumplings. All his favorites. Those were supposed to be for me. Qin Yu's chest ached with anger. Huh, wait. There are 2 restaurants downstairs. Which one did you enter? Qin Yu sent a message to Luo Qiyun. The one near the main gate, Master Zu's dumpling house. Oh no. You should have gone to the neighboring Master Wu's dumpling house. Is there a difference? Luo Qiyun was enjoying her meal, picking up her phone to reply to Qin Yu. Is the one next door better? Hard to say, but you'd better not look back now. Qin Yu gave a warning. What was that about? So mysterious, could there be a ghost clinging to her back? Luo Qiyun turned around and was startled. The owner of the neighboring Master Was Dumpling House, wearing an apron with her shop's logo, was staring at Luo Qiyun through the glass with a complex expression. On that face were reluctance and resentment, but more of regret and shock. Seeing Luo Qiyun look over, she shook her head as if the sky had fallen, then hunched over and walked away. The owner next door knows me and often gives discounts. Qin Yu's phone buzzed with a message. Luo Qiyun felt a strange sense of guilt. After dinner, Luo Qiyun received a message someone was inviting her to lunch tomorrow. How could she trick Qin Yu into want to go out for a stroll tomorrow? Luo Qiyun dialed her own phone. Where to? Are you coming out too? Qin Yu was on his way to the rooftop gym. Someone invited me to dinner. Help me attend it. Luo Qiyun paused, then added, she's a friend of mine. Qin Yu understood. Anyone Luo Qiyun considered a friend was probably someone relatively important. Since Luo Qiyun could help him have dinner with Cui Hao, it was only right that he attend this appointment for her tomorrow. Send me the time and place. He'll be there on time. No problem. But if she gets too presumptuous and starts putting on that sweet fake voice, you can just put her in her place. Yu Shinran had been quiet that night. Qin Yu woke up and had a simple breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Luo Qiyun's stylist arrived to do his makeup and fix his hair. Planning to change your acting style lately? The stylist asked, admiring her flawless work with a satisfied nod. Why do you say that? Qin Yu thought this was pure torture. Your recent requests are quite different from before. Moreover, the stylist couldn't shake the odd feeling that the Luo Qiyun in WeChat messages and the one before her were not the same person. Why would she have such a strange delusion? So are you going for a screen test today? The stylist asked, tilting her head after finishing the last braid. No. Qin Yu didn't get it either. It was just a meal. Why did it feel like preparing for a final showdown? They'd even made him change into a whole new outfit at the last minute. Still, this outfit was quite warm and didn't expose much, giving Qin Yu a sense of security. On top, a white high-neck wool long-sleeve base layer cinched with a white vest to accentuate his curves, and a matching white knit cardigan for warmth. It had rained earlier, and the temperature in Yanjing had dropped considerably. On the bottom, white knee-high socks paired with white over-thinny boots, and a black Scottish tartan pleated skirt ending about 20 centimeters above the knee, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of thigh. He looked fluffy, warm, and incredibly huggable. But Qin Yu stared at the rosered wool beret in his hand, puzzled. If he had to wear a hat anyway, why go through the trouble of such an elaborate braided hairstyle? When the stylist was finally done, Qin Yu stood up. Thank you for your hard work. Since I'm wearing a hat anyway, you didn't have to put so much effort into the hair. The stylist was taken aback. Hearing a word of thanks from this young lady was surprising enough, let alone her complaining that the hairstyle was too troublesome. This is to ensure the overall look remains intact, even if the hat gets blown off by the wind. Every detail needs to be considered. The stylist waved a comb in front of Qin Yu. Alright, my assistant will be here at 2 in the afternoon to help you remove your makeup. After leaving, Qin Yu drove to the agreed-upon spot. The moment he walked into the private kitchen restaurant, he nearly collided with a tall man coming the other way. Sorry. Qin Yu, holding his bag in both hands, bowed slightly in apology before brushing past. The man turned to look at the retreating figure, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if had seen her somewhere before. Before he could call out to Qin Yu to ask the guest he was waiting for arrived. Forget it, he probably just imagined it. Entering the private room, Qin Yu set down his handbag, feeling exhausted. If he had to go through this whole rigmarole every time he went out as Luo Qiyun, he'd be worn out. Luo Qiyun's friend had already been waiting for a while. Seeing Qin Yu, she first wore an expression of disbelief, then glanced down at her own outfit for the day. Luo Qiyun, you're so calculating. Sit. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere turned odd. She seemed quite displeased. Qin Yu raised his right wrist to check the time. Wasn't he almost 10 minutes early? Qin Yu replied coolly. This friend of Luo Qiyun's was named by Xuejing, someone from the same social circle. In the early years, the Bai and Luo families had been close, and the two had been childhood playmates for a time. Bai Xuejing looked at Qin Yu's perfectly poised ladle-like posture and felt a surge of irritation. Acting. Let's see how long you, a violent lunatic, can keep up the act. Since their families were close, and they were similar in age, they were inevitably compared to each other as children. Little Luo Qiyun was a sweet, clingy child, while Bai Xuejing, being somewhat timid, was often told she wasn't as good as Luo Qiyun. Because of this, Bai Xuejing was determined to become a gentle, sweet girl striving to be universally adored. And she had succeeded. Luo Qiyun, on the other hand, had grown increasingly aloof after her mother's passing. But what was this now? Trying to steal her persona. They exchanged a few pleasantries about recent happenings, and when the food arrived, Bai Xuejing put on a flawless performance, complimenting the dishes, and even playfully flirting with the young waiter serving them. She managed to make him blush and stammer, too shy to lift his head. Come on, Qiyun, these are all your favorites. Bai Xuejing watched with keen interest, waiting for Qin Yu to crack. Show your true colors. But the body of Luo Qiyun now housed a different soul. Qin Yu ate slowly and meticulously by nature. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Qin Yu. For a moment, Bai Shuejing had a bizarre illusion. How could this woman be so cute? No. Kyanjiji, have you not had a good appetite lately? Bai Shuejing cooed saccharinely at Qin Yu. No, it's just a little rich. Qin Yu tried his best to adopt an expression suitable for Luo Qiyun's persona, pulling his lips into a flat line and forcing a frown. Really? These are all quite light. Bai Shuejing poked her own cheek. No, it's just a little rich. Qin Yu tried his best to adopt an expression suitable for Luo Qiyun's persona, pulling his lips into a flat line and forcing a frown. Really? These are all quite light. Bai Shuejing poked her own cheek. Could it be that I'm just too sweet? This was pure presumption. It's because your sugar level is off the charts. Did someone kidnap your vocal cords? Why are you talking in that forced squeaky voice? Bai Shuejing was stunned, then gave up all pretense, slumping back in her chair with her arms crossed. If you'd been like this from the start, I'd have felt much more comfortable. She dropped the act. Let's eat. Afterwards, Bai Shuejing brought up some of Luo Qiyun's work matters, showing that she did care about her friend, and even offered to help. Qin Yu shook his head. It wasn't like he'd be acting in films anyway. Speaking of which, did you know someone is back? Bai Shuejing said mysteriously. No. How would he know anything about the going-son in Luo Qiyun's circle? I thought you'd be keeping tabs on him, what with how clingy you were as a kid and the engagement between your families. Guess I was overthinking it. Bai Shuejing's words left Qin Yu stunned. What? What fiancé? What being clingy? Why hadn't Luo Qiyun ever mentioned having a fiancé? He's back. Qin Yu didn't know anything about this so-called fiancé, so she could only try to ask. Bai Shuejing teased, trying to keep the mood light. But Qin Yu's mind was in turmoil. For the rest of the meal, Qin Yu was distracted while Bai Shuejing did most of the talking. She assumed Qin Yu was just feeling down lately, so she understood. After finishing their meal, they left together. I'm in a bit of a rush today. I have things to do this afternoon. They'll find you when I'm free later. Bai Shuejing was dressed in soft pink, which matched her doll-like face, making her look rather cute. Qin Yu waved goodbye to Bai Shuejing in the parking lot. She took out her phone to ask Luo Qiyun what was going on. As she looked down, her hat was blown off by the wind, tumbling a few feet away and landing in someone else's hands. She turned to see it was the man she had nearly bumped into at the entrance earlier. As she looked at him, he was also studying her. That strange sense of familiarity washed over her again. He was Ji-chung, and at that moment, he also recognized the person before him as Luo Qiyun. But Qin Yu didn't know him, so she just thought he was a tall, handsome stranger. Thanks. Qin Yu walked over, took the hat with both hands, straightened it out, and put it back on her head. Ji-chung remained silent, his gaze fixed on her face. He noticed her earnest expression as she looked at the hat, and the subtle upward glance she made after putting it on. She didn't recognize him. That couldn't be. If she didn't recognize him, how could they have coincidentally run into each other twice here? Ji-chung lowered his hands. You're welcome. His voice was calm and deep, carrying a hint of lazy magnetism, much like Luo Shu's. But unlike Luo Shu, who was always in formal attire, Ji-chung was more versatile. He wore a gray shirt, a light beige trench coat, black trousers, low-top Martin boots, with a gray scarf draped half over his chest. Qin Yu pressed her hat with her right hand and looked up, her clear black eyes meeting his gaze as he stared back. A gentle breeze lifted her skirt, and Qin Yu blinked instinctively. They'll be going now. She turned away. Ji-chung stood by his car, his left hand tucking the hem of his coat into his pocket, his deep eyes avoiding her gaze. He took a deep breath, his aquiline nose flaring slightly. He must be crazy. For a moment, just now, he felt his heart race. Even though she was clearly using this coincidental meeting act to get his attention, he almost fell for it. Qin Yu, who had turned and left, had no idea about the inner turmoil of this young man. She simply got in her car and drove home. But after parking and walking to her building, she saw Yu Shunran standing at the roadside with a cold expression. In front of her stood a man with red-rimmed eyes similar in build to Yu Shunran. He was speaking softly with his head down, and the bouquet in his hand had clearly been thrown on the ground with dust clinging to it. Qin Yu stopped, intending to secretly observe what was happening. Didn't I tell you? We were just having fun. Yu Shunran appeared utterly heartless at that moment, as if dismissing a puppy that was begging for her affection. Qin Yu had only barely exposed half of herself, but Yu Shunran's gaze had already found her. Baby, you're finally back. She walked towards Qin Yu with joy. The man standing with his head down heard this intimate address, and his entire body seemed to lose all its strength as he collapsed onto the ground. Qin Yu was pulled out, and Yu Shunran grabbed her arm. Come on, let's go home. Until they left, the man holding the flowers didn't look up again. Once they were inside the elevator, the feigned excitement on Yu Shunran's face vanished completely. Using me as a shield? Qin Yu didn't want to end up getting stabbed while walking down the street. Sorry. At this moment, Yu Shunran appeared exceptionally serious, then asked with a hint of defeat, do I seem like the kind of woman who seduces married men? Why would you say that? Qin Yu was puzzled. You can't tell anything about a person just from their appearance. Because that guy just now was a married man. Yu Shunran said with a bitter smile. She had been drinking alone because of this too. When he had approached her he claimed to be single, but within less than half a month the fact that he was already engaged was exposed. If she didn't tell him to get lost, was she supposed to wait for his fiancée to come and pull her hair out? But that guy had gone crazy insisting that Yu Shunran was his true love, even following her here. Did you know about this from the beginning? Qin Yu asked. Yu Shunran shook her head. I never thought you could be this dense. Qin Yu said, not that she didn't believe her, but she had nothing else to say. I only get smart when I'm with the person I like, Yu Shunran said, pulling Qin Yu into a hug. So I like you the most. Qin Yu blocked her with one hand. Baby, don't you have anyone you like? It was just a casual question, but Qin Yu thought about it seriously. She thought about Luo Qiyun's fiancé. At times she also felt that this strange exchange of lives might eventually lead to the two of them getting together. But such a thought was fleeting in her mind. Her status and Luo Qiyun's were not equal. Because of this, Luo Qiyun had to put her career and life on hold. If she were also deprived of the right to pursue the one she loved, wouldn't that be too cruel? Qin Yu nervously twisted her fingers. Perhaps Luo Qiyun wasn't that invested in this Ji-Chung person anyway, since she had never mentioned him. She didn't realize that at this moment, she wasn't even thinking about her own problems. Of course I've had someone I liked before, Qin Yu said. The elevator doors opened and Ji-Chung was standing right outside, having just heard her words. A look of understanding and relief washed over his face. What a coincidence, Qin Yu said casually. This was the third time she had seen this person today, wasn't it? She then turned to head inside. Even more coincidentally, the two lived directly across from each other. Ji-Chung found this little scheme laughable. She lived right across from him, yet pretended not to know him. Was she waiting for him to be the first to recognize her, and then put on an act of long time no see? Yu Shunran watched this from the side, and immediately followed Qin Yu. Qin Yu hadn't sent Luo Qiyun a message all afternoon, and tonight Luo Qiyun was going to the class reunion in her place. Shed asked tomorrow. At 6 in the evening, Shui Hao came to pick up Luo Qiyun. As soon as he got in the car, he started complaining. I drank way too much last time. When I got home, my sister scolded me for a long time. I need to control myself tonight. Luo Qiyun smiled slightly, finding Shui Hao's drunken antics quite amusing. So are you ready for tonight? Shui Hao was full of energy. Ready for what? Luo Qiyun was confused. You don't know? The list includes Xia Ran, your dream girl from the past. Shui Hao clenched his right fist, intending to bump it with Luo Qiyun's. Seize this opportunity. Luo Qiyun frowned, looking out the car window. Qin Yu hadn't mentioned this at all. Nervous. Shui Hao withdrew his fist, showing concern for his friend. The past is the past, people change. Look at you now, a proper handsome man. You've got nothing to worry about in the looks department. He spoke, hoping to ease his brother's lingering anxieties. I've asked around. Xia Ran had a brief relationship these past few years. It lasted only a month. You two used to get along so well. She was always so cold, but you were the only one who could make her laugh. Go reminisce about the old days, then get her contact info, and keep in touch. Shui Hao rambled on, but Luo Qiyun's expression had already turned pale. It was hard to say why she felt so unsettled now. She shouldn't care about Qin Yu's relationships, nor should she feel jealous, yet an inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her heart. Are you even listening to me? Shui Hao suddenly raised his voice. Luo Qiyun responded coldly. Don't think she's some untouchable former school beauty. My buddy is worthy of anyone. Shui Hao was convinced Qin Yu was a catch. Just take it easy and see where things go. Luo Qiyun raised her hand, and Shui Hao bumped her fist. That's the spirit. But at that moment Luo Qiyun wasn't thinking about how to get along with Xia Ran, as she was curious to see just how extraordinary this first love truly was. After parking the car, the two entered the private room one after the other. Shui Hao went in first, his affability evident, as more than half of the dozen or so people present stood up to greet him. Damn man, look at you. Shui Hao exclaimed, noticing how some of his buddies just a year or two into the workforce were already looking worn down, some nearly bald. He then turned to another. You're alright, at least you haven't gone bald yet. The other man smiled wryly. It's a wig. Everyone burst into laughter, all in high spirits. Oh right, Qin Yu is here too. Shui Hao stepped aside to let Luo Qiyun in. The moment she appeared, the room fell silent. A dozen pairs of eyes locked onto her simultaneously. Had it been the real Qin Yu, he would have been too embarrassed to speak. But inside this body was Luo Qiyun, who had never been intimidated even by a barrage of cameras. Is this Qin Yu? Someone asked in disbelief. The Qin Yu they remembered had bangs long enough to cover his eyes, always walked with his head down, and spent most gatherings sitting quietly in a corner. No way he's changed this much. Luo Qiyun herself was indifferent to these comments, but Shui Hao beside her looked rather proud. So isn't Qin Yu way more handsome than before? Indeed, not only is he more handsome, his whole demeanor seems different too. As Luo Qiyun piloted Qin Yu's body, an air of mystery emanated from her very core, making it hard for anyone present to look away from his face. Well, let's sit. We're definitely drinking till we drop today. Zhang Yao, the class monitor and gathering organizer, stepped forward, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he glanced at Qin Yu. Wait man, who are you? Cui Hao squinted at the monitor, not recognizing him at first. Zhang Yao. Cui Hao burst out laughing, holding his stomach. How did you end up looking like this? You've gotten so fat, and that outfit is ancient. Anyone would think you're some insurance manager. Everyone laughed as Cui Hao was always joking around like this. You're one to talk. Zhang Yao patted Cui Hao's belly. Where's that six-pack you used to have? Cui Hao was at a loss for words, and seeing his embarrassed look several girls couldn't help but giggle. Everyone liked Cui Hao, he wasn't arrogant, and even though he liked to tease he could take it just as well. Once seated, Cui Hao and Qin Yu were surrounded in the middle. Everyone was curious about Qin Yu's transformation and equally interested in Cui Hao's experiences abroad over the past few years. The initial part of the gathering involved drinking and chatting with all the attention focused on Cui Hao. That guy was a pure braggart. Had only gone abroad to study for a few years, yet he described himself as some kind of super soldier. Everyone was amused and didn't take him too seriously. What about you, Qin Yu? Why did you leave the group chat back then? Once Cui Hao's stories were done, attention naturally shifted to Luo Qiyun. It's been too long, I forgot. Luo Qiyun replied coolly. After you left, Xia Ran mentioned you wondering how you were doing. Heard you're a big streamer now. Just average, barely making a living. That was Luo Qiyun's attitude, and even that was her being polite. Seeing everyone doing well puts my mind at ease. Cui Hao struck a paternal pose which immediately drew a barrage of good-natured insults. Next, everyone prepared to sing and play drinking games. What kind of future does a small-time streamer have? Zhang Yao's abrupt comment silenced the room. Music still played, but his words were jarringly harsh. How much money can you make in a year anyway? Working yourself to the bone day and night, entertaining a bunch of clueless viewers. Zhang Yao held a glass of wine, his cheeks flushed. He didn't seem to realize how offensive his words were and kept going. This was a proper class reunion where everyone came to catch up and ask about each other's well-being. No one ever jumped out to say such cutting remarks. Zhang Yao had crossed the line. Why not come work for me? I remember you were in the same major as me in university, even though you haven't worked for 2 or 3 years. But that's fine. You can start as an intern under me, and I guarantee you'll earn more in 1 year than you do now. Everyone knew Zhang Yao had started his own company and had done well these past 2 years, but since had never mentioned it before, no one really cared. They gave him a modicum of respect as their former class monitor and the event's organizer. Even with his greasy appearance, only Cui Hao had joked about it. But you'll need to fix those bad habits of yours. I know your line of work breeds them. Zhang Yao poured himself a brandy and walked straight over to Luo Qiyun, completely oblivious to the fact that the expressions of everyone present had turned grim. Cui Hao in particular had already clenched his fists. Drink this first. Tonight I'm going to test your tolerance. Zhang Yao's voice boomed, overpowering the background music. Luo Qiyun stared at him intently. If this guy said one more word, she'd punch him square in the face and put him down on the spot. Enough. Cui Hao stood up first. If you're going to act like a drunk fool, go do it outside. See, this is your problem. I know you two are close, but this is none of your business. Zhang Yao retorted without backing down. Cui Hao snatched the glass of brandy from his hand and splashed it directly onto Zhang Yao's plump face. Even Luo Qiyun hadn't seen that coming, and the others were utterly stunned. The situation was spiraling dangerously out of control. Zhang Yao was stunned by the splash of wine, which also quenched the nameless jealousy burning within him. Seeing that the two hadn't come to blows, yet the others quickly rose to intervene. Zhang Yao's had too much to drink, he's just talking nonsense, they said, pulling Zhang Yao back, while separating Cui Hao and Qin Yu. Come on, let's have the class monitor and me sing a duet. Zhang Yao and Cui Hao were pulled away, leaving only the unyielding Qin Yu seated on one side and Xia Ran on the other. The distance between them wasn't actually far, but after the separation, Luo Qiyun hadn't caught a glimpse of this so-called white moonlight. She cast a glance over, but the other girl directly moved to sit beside her. Xia Ran was tall, nearly 1.7 meters, wearing a light gray knit dress today. Her long legs crossed gracefully as she sat down, and the shiny buckles on her white boots glinted under the lights. Long time no see, she said with a gentle smile, her eyes curving into soft crescents, warm and intimate. The tear mole at the corner of her eye added a unique charm to her beautiful profile. The earrings swayed lightly as she nodded momentarily, making Luo Qiyun forget she was here to scrutinize this white moonlight. She truly was beautiful. Long time no see, Luo Qiyun replied, though she felt they'd have nothing left to say after the greeting. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you when you walked in. Xia Ran always wore a faint smile, as if she was close with everyone. But earlier Luo Qiyun hadn't heard her say a single word. Have I? Her reply was cold, yet Xia Ran found it even more intriguing. She leaned in to examine Luo Qiyun, their faces nearly touching. It was well beyond the bounds of social etiquette. But I think you're still the same as before, not much changed. Still just as quiet, Xia Ran said. Do you remember how we first met? Luo Qiyun shook her head. She had no defense against someone so gentle and patient it made her want to clam up. You were carrying a guitar case, and I chased after you like an idiot, begging you to play for me. Xia Ran recalled a hint of wistfulness in her voice. Play the guitar. She had indeed seen Qin Yu's old instruments at his place, and regardless, that first meeting sounded like the opening of a cheesy drama. Could Xia Ran really be Qin Yu's white moonlight, as Cui Hao suggested? You didn't know me then, and you ran off with your head down like a startled little rabbit, Xia Ran laughed. After that, she started approaching Qin Yu initially for a simple childish reason. She just wanted to see him play the guitar. I've watched your streams before. How come I never knew you were so good at games? It was all praise, which made Luo Qiyun deeply uncomfortable. And if they kept on this topic, she'd soon have nothing to say. So how are you doing now? She decided to go on the offensive. Pretty good. Oh, you probably don't know, but I'm a short drama actress now. As she spoke, Xia Ran took out her phone and showed Luo Qiyun one of her shows. Perhaps out of professional instinct, Luo Qiyun watched quite seriously for a while. Xia Ran played many roles, from junior sisters in fantasy dramas to caged birds in CEO romances. But Luo Qiyun had never faced financial pressure herself, so she had never thought about the life struggles of actresses who couldn't land roles. Standing before her now, Xia Ran was a prime example, and Luo Qiyun realized that even small actresses like her had their own way of life. The resentment she had felt towards Xia Ran suddenly evaporated. Your acting is really good, Luo Qiyun said with genuine admiration. Thanks, Xia Ran said, putting her phone away. She must have heard such compliments countless times, but she still felt genuinely happy. Perhaps it was because Luo Qiyun's cool demeanor made her praise seem utterly sincere. Afterwards, Xia Ran chatted on about her work plans, mentioning she'd be going for further training soon and would probably stay in Yinjing. She hinted that they could meet up more often in the future. Unconsciously, they had drawn closer, and Xia Ran kept her eyes fixed intently on Luo Qiyun's. The commotion on the other side had subsided, with Cui Hao and Zhang Yao forced to sing a song together, everyone pretending nothing had happened. But when they noticed Xia Ran had gotten so close to Luo Qiyun, the atmosphere turned awkward again. Especially for Zhang Yao, the anger had just managed to suppress flared up again. So you two are hitting it off, Cui Hao said, winking at his buddy, thinking he was quite the smooth talker. Zhang Yao, watching them chat and laugh, felt a surge of displeasure. Earlier, when Head bragged about his career achievements to Xia Ran, she had been indifferent, offering only polite, perfunctory replies. But now, sitting next to Qin Yu, she was all smiles. It felt so unfair. So he stood up once more. Everyone, excuse me. I have something important to do today, and I'd like all my old classmates to be my witnesses. Zhang Yao grabbed the microphone and walked over to Xia Ran, completely ignoring Qin Yu sitting nearby. Xia Ran, actually His words were cut off by a harsh screech from the speakers. I know, Xia Ran interrupted him. Her voice wasn't loud, yet everyone heard her clearly. I reject it. And just like that, she turned him down, not even giving him the chance for a proper confession. Why? Weren't we close before? As class cadres, they had indeed worked together closely on many things, even co-hosting the graduation party. No reason. I just don't like you, Xia Ran said, her current demeanor a stark contrast to the gentle girl Luo Qiyun had just seen. I see, Zhang Yao muttered, head bowed. Then he suddenly looked up, eyes red, glaring at Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu. He lunged forward, the distance too short for anyone to stop him. Everyone was terrified. Zhang Yao had martial arts training, and with the size difference, a punch to the face could be disastrous. Stop! Cui Hao shouted, diving to intervene. But Luo Qiyun just sighed wearily, stood up, and drove her fist into Zhang Yao's ribs. The sharp pain instantly crippled him, and he collapsed face first onto the sofa. No one expected Qin Yu to pull a move like that. They were all stunned. Only Cui Hao, still worried for his friend, rushed forward, tripping over a table and landing flat on his face. You bastard. Zhang Yao sobbed, his face buried in the sofa cushions. Whether from pain or heartbreak, no one could tell. Are you okay? Someone went to check on him, but he brushed them off. Let's go, Luo Qiyun said, pulling Cui Hao up. It was time to leave. Qin Yu, Xia Ran called out, rising to her feet, but looking at that retreating back, she ultimately gave up on stopping him. She thought, forget it, he probably didn't care much anyway. Outside, Luo Qiyun called a designated driver for Cui Hao and took a cab home herself. The moment she hit the bed, she called Qin Yu. Hello. They both spoke at the same time. I have something to ask you. Again, they spoke in unison. You go first, Qin Yu said, thinking that Luo Qiyun might have encountered something unpleasant at the class reunion she helped him attend tonight. Why didn't you tell me about your first love? Luo Qiyun asked. Since the chance was given to her, she certainly wouldn't hesitate. Qin Yu would have to explain himself properly. What? What first love? Was he in a script where a first love returns to rekindle things? Qin Yu didn't remember it that way. Xia Ran. Hearing Qin Yu say this, Luo Qiyun already had her answer. Who is Xia Ran? Qin Yu thought for a moment. Sometimes his mind was sharp, able to remember trivial little things for ages, but he always forgot people from the past. Now the only name he could recall from his high school classmates was Cui Hao. So you really forgot? Luo Qiyun didn't detect any hint of deceit in Qin Yu's tone. She's the school beauty that only you could make laugh, who always pestered you to play guitar for her. Adding a bit of detail, this should jog Qin Yu's memory. Oh, Xia Ran. Qin Yu thought about it. Was she the girl who always inexplicably stood too close, relentlessly pestering a novice Qin Yu to play guitar for her? Back then Qin Yu hadn't even mastered the scales, and only knew a few chords. Suddenly being cornered by a social terror like Xia Ran nearly made him give up learning guitar altogether. First love. Qin Yu laughed. That must be what Shui Hao said. He's mistaken. She's not my first love. Qin Yu admitted that when a beautiful girl approaches you in your youth, it's hard not to be tempted. But it definitely never reached the level of Shui Hao's so-called first love. At most it was the foolish stirrings of youthful ignorance. If that's the case, then it's fine. Luo Qiyun shared the same sentiment as Qin Yu. She didn't want the body swap to mess up his life. What were you going to ask? Go ahead. Luo Qiyun guessed Qin Yu was probably having trouble in his daily life. Like struggling to adapt to her regular workout routine. Your fiancé is back in the country. Did you know that? Qin Yu placed his phone on the table, his fingers intertwined, looking uneasy. Who? Never mind. It seemed Luo Qiyun didn't even remember she had a fiancé. Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun did remember this person. As for the engagement, she thought back. That was just a joke, made between two old men in front of others. When Luo Qiyun was a little girl, she was quite clingy. Ji Cheng, being the typical gentle boy next door, was kinder than Luo Shu, so it was natural she wanted him to play with her. But when Ji Cheng left, Luo Qiyun didn't chase him to the airport to say goodbye, nor did she hold on to a firm belief for 10 years to avoid any contact with non-related males for the sake of this so-called fiancé. She certainly didn't go around asking about him when he returned or throw a grand welcome banquet. Yes, not doing these things only showed that Ji Cheng wasn't the love of Luo Qiyun's life. But the fact was, on the third day after Ji Cheng left, when Luo Shu asked his sister at dinner if she missed brother Ji Cheng, Luo Qiyun's response was to look up and ask who Ji Cheng was. She only knew him as a boy who often came to her house and always granted her requests. Regardless, since this matter exists and I didn't mention it, I should apologize. Luo Qiyun took the initiative to admit her fault. I'm sorry. Her attitude was sincere enough to surprise Qin Yu. Now it's your turn. Qin Yu knew she would definitely press him on this. Then I apologized too. Qin Yu's apology was about to be spoken when he was stopped. No, I've already used that method of apologizing. You can't repeat it. Huh. What else did she want then? Qin Yu couldn't figure out Luo Qiyun's intentions. Could this young lady possibly want him to apologize in person? Go to the dressing room now. There's a hidden compartment under the hat shelf. Luo Qiyun instructed. Had never heard of needing to change clothes to apologize. But Qin Yu did it anyway. Opening the hidden compartment, he found a neat row of hair accessories. See the black cat ear headband? Good. Now put it on. After saying this, Luo Qiyun hung up the phone. Qin Yu held the cat ear headband with a strange look on his face. Soon Luo Qiyun sent a video request. She was staring at the screen impassively. Put it on. Was she joking? This wasn't an apology, this was pure humiliation. I got into a fight today because of your first love. It was dangerous. Luo Qiyun added fuel to the fire, continuing to pressure Qin Yu. Well, fine then. Qin Yu put down his phone and put on the cat ears. There, is this okay? His ears were burning red, and he didn't dare look at the phone screen. Meow for me. Don't push it. Qin Yu was furious. This was going too far. My wrist still hurts. Shui Hao seems to have a bump on his head too. I wonder how he's doing. Luo Qiyun rested her chin on her hand, secretly starting to record the screen. Fine. Just meow quickly and get it over with. An indescribable feeling of shame enveloped Qin Yu. He crouched in the dressing room, looked around to make sure Yu Shunran wouldn't suddenly appear, then lowered his gaze and said very quietly, "Meow. How adorable." Luo Qiyun turned her face away and giggled. "All right, later you send me a selfie." With that she hung up, probably afraid Qin Yu would curse at her. Utter humiliation. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. He was completely under this woman's thumb. He had no choice. He was about to send a random selfie to Luo Qiyun. Use a cute pose, squat down, put your right paw on your cheek, and tilt your head slightly for the photo. She even sent the requirements. Qin Yu laughed in exasperation. He took a photo in the specified pose and sent it. Luo Qiyun, satisfied, replied with an okay. It was over. He was completely under her control. Taking off the headband, Qin Yu walked out of the dressing room dejectedly, and as he looked up, he almost bumped into Yu Shunran's chest. "You scared me." Qin Yu stepped back. Yu Shunran leaned against the doorframe, exuding charm. "Baby, I've made dinner. Come and eat." She could cook. Qin Yu was skeptical. But he had taken care of her before, and even if it were takeout, he might as well have dinner with her. "Let's go." Qin Yu brushed past her and walked out. "By the way, did you secretly get a kitten?" Qin Yu froze on the spot. "No." Then he walked forward angrily. Yu Shunran watched Qin Yu retreating back, enjoying the fun of teasing him. "That little thing is so cute." When they sat down at the table, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. For dishes and a soup still steaming hot. It didn't look like takeout, it really was cooked by Yu Shunran herself. Surprised. Didn't expect me to have such good culinary skills. That was truly unexpected. I once wanted to be a good wife and mother, but I always met the wrong people. If only there was a boy with your personality, I could marry you. Qin Yu had just taken a sip of the spare rib soup and nearly spat it out. Slow down, it's still hot. Yu Xinran immediately grabbed a napkin to wipe Qin Yu's mouth, but he blocked her and wiped it himself. I've been thinking of taking a break recently. Yu Xinran retracted her hand sheepishly, and then Qin Yu put down his chopsticks and looked at her. Don't tell me she's going to use this meal to make some kind of move. Can I start sleeping next to you starting tonight? Wow, jumping straight to that. No. Then he'll just sleep on the side. No. He'll sleep on the floor. Qin Yu shook his head. Then just for tonight. He'll sleep quietly on the side. Yu Xinran certainly knew how to negotiate. I just got my heart broken. Aren't you going to comfort your good sister? It's perfectly normal for us to sleep together. Yu Xinran looked aggrieved. She really could come up with excuses. You have to promise you'll actually sleep quietly on the side. I promise. I just want someone to talk to ease the sorrow in my heart. Qin Yu believed her. He believed she might actually be a little sad. But when night fell, Qin Yu waited for her to start talking. He turned his head, and Yu Xinran was already asleep. Fooled by this woman again. The next morning, having learned from last time, Luo Qiyun went to the Wurst dumpling restaurant that Qin Yu frequented. Before she even entered, she saw a familiar face. Why was she here too? What a coincidence, here for a meal. It was Xiao Ran. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Luo Qiyun appear, and she walked over briskly, standing timidly by his side. Yeah. Since Qin Yu didn't even remember this person, Luo Qiyun saw no need to cause him any trouble, so he just brushed her off. Are you eating here? Luo Qiyun pointed at the shop entrance. Yeah, I heard this place is pretty good. The owner isn't a professional dumpling maker, but it's got character. Xiao Ran edged closer. Want to join me? Luo Qiyun shook his head. If you're going, then I want. Suddenly craving a savory pancake. I'm heading across the street. He turned and left. Oh, that's a shame. Xiao Ran offered a polite smile. She really shouldn't have been so forward. They hadn't even confirmed a casual friendship. But before Luo Qiyun could take a single step, a gentle, yet urgent call stopped him. Xiao Qin. The proprietress had seen before walked out, coming straight up to Luo Qiyun. Here for a meal? She asked, her face beaming with inexplicable joy. Oh, earlier I saw a young man who looked just like you eating next door, and I thought I might have been mistaken. But seeing you now, I must have been seeing things. He wasn't as handsome as you, was he? Luo Qiyun broke into a sweat. I know your mother's hometown is Jiangxing, and I'm from Jiangxing too. A relative just brought me the finest lotus roots from there. I got up at dawn yesterday to simmer a pot of spare rib and lotus root soup. Come on and let me serve you a pot. It's a taste of home for you. Luo Qiyun conceded defeat and turned into the shop. Xiao Ran watched the exchange, utterly confused. Join us. Luo Qiyun said to Xiao Ran. When the proprietress said a pot of soup, she meant a whole pot, a full clay pot. Luo Qiyun ladled out a bowl. It was sweet, savory, and rich. This was the taste of Qin Yu's hometown. Had always assumed Qin Yu's parents were from Yinjing. Bringing your usual dishes as always. The proprietress knew exactly what Qin Yu liked, and he always ordered the same few things. Oh, I nearly forgot. Is this your girlfriend? She's beautiful like a movie star. Xiao Ran blushed. Thank you. But she didn't deny being Qin Yu's girlfriend. She looked up at Luo Qiyun, who was still focused on savoring the lotus root soup, marveling at the delicate threads pulled from the pink cooked segments. Soft and delicious. Xiao Ran was uncertain. Should she clarify their relationship, saying she wasn't Qin Yu's girlfriend? But would that make things awkward between them? Besides, the proprietress was just making a harmless joke. She knew their relationship status well enough. Maybe it was better not to clarify. So will the girlfriend have the same as Qin Yu? The proprietress asked with a smile. She's not my girlfriend. Luo Qiyun finally snapped out of his culinary reverie. High school classmate. Classmate. What an awkward title, carrying an unspoken distance between them, not even friends. Right, we're classmates. Xiao Ran's smile was strained. They'll have the same as him. Even though they sat at the same table, for Luo Qiyun, they were at best just sharing a table. During the meal, Xiao Ran chatted away as usual, and Luo Qiyun responded with an occasional hum. Xiao Ran thought he was listening intently, but in reality Luo Qiyun was silently noting that this place was indeed better than the one next door. Qin Yu was right. Having finished the soup and the meal, Luo Qiyun received a message from Cui Hao. Cui Hao said that Zhang Yao asked him to relay an apology, saying he shouldn't have been so impulsive and rude yesterday. It was understandable. Back in high school, the class spotlight was on the loyal and popular Cui Hao and the school beauty Xiao Ran. But one of them only ever treated Qin Yu as a close buddy, while the other was always the one to approach Qin Yu. This situation had created a huge sense of inadequacy in Zhang Yao, who was always praised as being excellent. At the gathering last night, Zhang Yao, greasy from work, saw the completely transformed Qin Yu receive everyone's praise and admiration. The resentment had been harboring for so long finally erupted. Hence his outburst. And Xiao Ran's attitude towards Qin Yu was the last straw. He says thanks, that punch knocked some sense into him. Cui Hao sent a voice message. Then he sent a picture of his head with a bandaged bump. I really risked life and limb for you, man. Too bad you didn't seize the opportunity. Cui Hao sent another voice message followed by 3 sighing emojis. Luo Qiyun looked up at Xiao Ran across the table. She looked back at him at the same moment, her expression flawless, her posture elegant, without a single flaw. Actually, I don't like her that much. Never did. Luo Qiyun replied. Really? Cui Hao was skeptical, then sent another picture. His sister was pinching his ear and scolding him. Cui Hao's face was contorted like a monkey under a mountain. Seeing this, Luo Qiyun couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. What is it? Xiaoran asked. Nothing, just something small. Luo Qiyun replied flatly. Before the meal was even over, Xiaoran had gotten up and walked over to the proprietress to pay the bill. The soup is on the house. The proprietress tallied the bill, thinking to herself that this girl and Xiao Qin actually made a good match. Why was Xiao Qin so cold though? He was the same person, but she felt had changed after his transformation, no longer as timid, but also lacking a certain closeness. Thank you. Does he come here often? Xiaoran asked. Been coming for over a year now. He always used to look so tired. My son is about his age, starting a business back home. Seeing him reminds me of my own kid. The proprietress said. Does he live nearby? Xiaoran asked again. Yes, in the apartments right here. I've delivered him takeout many times. Xiaoran nodded, her heart pounding. By the time Luo Qiyun had finished dealing with Cui Hao and stood up to pay, he discovered Xiaoran had already settled the bill. Let me transfer you my share. Luo Qiyun said. No. Xiaoran started to say it wasn't necessary. Then how about adding me on WeChat and you can send it to me? She suddenly thought this could be a way to get Qin Yu as a friend. No need, I'll use Alipay. Luo Qiyun took out his phone. Breakfast over, they left the shop together. Luo Qiyun then headed back to the apartment complex, noticing Xiaoran walking beside him. He entered the elevator, and Xiaoran was still there. At his floor, she was still there. What a coincidence. Xiaoran said, a little surprised. They were next-door neighbors. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Luo Qiyun entered his code, opened the door, and walked in. See you. Xiaoran was left standing there, the door nearly hitting her face, stunned. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had finished his breakfast prepared by Yu Shenron, fussing over the heart-shaped fried egg for a while, before changing clothes and heading out for his equestrian practice. He drove to the stables, and as soon as he opened the car door, he looked up to see that familiar face again. Was this guy following him? Could this guy be some kind of perverted stalker? Qin Yu glanced up and down at Ji Qing, thinking he should tell Luo Qiyun about this later and see what she thought. But Ji Qing had a different idea entirely. He had just returned to the country and arranged to meet someone for a meal, only to run into Qin Yu twice. After going home, he discovered they lived across from each other, and now here they were meeting again. If this isn't a deliberately orchestrated encounter, what is? Little thing, quite the schemer. Qin Yu couldn't hear his inner monologue, and simply continued towards the agreed-upon location. Before coming this morning, Luo Qiyun had told him not to worry, saying she had arranged a coach. If Qin Yu happened to be unskilled, he could just say he had been ill and his body wasn't fully adapted yet. Blaming everything on illness is sure to work. Arriving at the rest lounge near the stables, Qin Yu was still looking around for the place when a tall, athletic female riding coach greeted him. She had a short ponytail and a warm, intimate smile. Qiyun, it's been a while. Qin Yu replied coolly. Still as aloof as ever, huh? As Luo Qiyun's coach, Zhou Shu had actually only trained her for less than half a month. Luo Qiyun learned quickly, and once she mastered it herself, she immediately dismissed Zhou Shu. When you messaged yesterday saying you wanted to relearn, I thought I'd misread it, Zhou Shu said with a smile. Follow me. Qin Yu shouldered his bag and followed closely. Luo Qiyun had mentioned she kept a chestnut pony here. Since it was a pony, it should be gentle and easy to handle right. But when Qin Yu finally saw the horse, he realized Luo Qiyun had tricked him again. The horse was so tall that Qin Yu had to tilt his head back to the limit just to make eye contact. Not only that, the horse shook its head wildly upon seeing him, showing not a hint of gentleness. Originally, I was going to pick a gentler one for you, but you were just so determined not to back down, Zhou Shu recalled, thinking she had underestimated Luo Qiyun's abilities. I never thought you'd actually manage to tame it. Qin Yu's mouth tasted bitter. That was Luo Qiyun, but he didn't have that ability. If some accident happened, and this several hundred-kilogram beast pressed down on him, Luo Qiyun's body would be ruined. He had to be responsible for Luo Qiyun. Taking out his phone, Qin Yu wanted to send Luo Qiyun a message explaining the risks. But as soon as he lowered his head, the pony stretched its neck over and nuzzled the top of his head. Qin Yu reached out and patted the horse's neck. The pony lolled its tongue, looking quite satisfied. Then Qin Yu reached up and covered one of its eyes. It remained perfectly calm, without a hint of agitation. It trusts you, and you can give it that same trust, Zhou Shu said. Leading the horse out of the stable and fitting the saddle, Qin Yu stood by its front side, feeling a bit lost. How was he supposed to get on? Forget it, let's just try. But when it actually came to mounting and riding, Qin Yu suddenly discovered that Luo Qiyun's muscle memory was kicking in. He just had to follow his instincts, and he quickly fell into the rhythm. So that's how it is. Qin Yu was instantly thrilled. Who hasn't fantasized about riding off into the sunset with a sword? Take a lap first. Zhou Shu made a gesture of invitation. Qin Yu nodded and gently squeezed the horse's flanks. For his first attempt, he didn't dare go too fast, mainly afraid that if he wasn't careful, he'd lose his grip and fall right off the horse's back. Luckily the pony seemed to understand his apprehension, just trotting along slowly to take him around the ring. It wasn't fast, but that feeling of the wind rushing past on horseback made Qin Yu feel incredibly free, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His absorbed expression was like a little kid's. After finishing the lap, Qin Yu stopped in front of Zhou Shu and started asking her about the pony's recent condition. Not far away, Ji Cheng, who was there to meet a friend, had long since noticed Qin Yu and hadn't taken his eyes off him. Ji Cheng. His friend called out loudly, only then did he look away. What's wrong with you, got a crush on her? Ji Cheng shook his head. No. Don't know whose daughter she is, but she's kind of cute. This friend of Ji Cheng's was also new to the area, unfamiliar with many of the regulars at the stables. But with that kind of skilled posture, deliberately going so slowly like that. She's probably showing off for someone. Who rides that slowly? You'd think she's just out for some fresh air. The friend found it amusing. The friend's words were casual, but Ji Cheng started to get some ideas. Showing off for who? Who else could it be but him? It had been so long since they'd seen each other, she had to pull out some impressive moves to attract his attention, right? Right, the young Master Ji prefers those flashy, bold beauties. This one obviously isn't your type. Forget it, it's not good to gossip about her behind her back. As if he hadn't already said plenty. Oh, you think you know what kind of woman I like so well. Ji Cheng didn't think he had that many romantic escapades worth discussing. Everyone knows you're always surrounded by beauties. You change them every 3 days. How many have cried their hearts out over you? Ji Cheng's face darkened. That's pure slander. A few years ago he did prefer those hot, heavily made-up types, but recently in the past year or two there had been few such women around him. He felt he had been quite virtuous and self-disciplined. Of course, Ji Cheng's friend wasn't the only one who thought Qin Yu, as Luo Qiyun, was putting on a show of weakness. 3 people stood beside Ji Cheng, also staring at Qin Yu. She's humiliating us. Su Liao, the one in the lead, felt Qin Yu was mocking her. She had competed against Luo Qiyun 3 times and lost all 3. The last time Luo Qiyun had circled her horse performing dressage, delivering the ultimate humiliation. She had even said someone like Su Liao, a third-rate rider, shouldn't be ruining a horse and should go find a pig to ride instead. At that time, over a dozen people were watching, all prominent figures in the equestrian circle. Su Liao was publicly slapped in the face with nowhere to hide. Even though she was the one who had instigated every conflict, Luo Qiyun had been utterly ruthless. Just seeing her like this makes me angry. She could have come any time, but she has to show up right when we're here. Su Liao's hangerin was fuming. They had been avoiding Luo Qiyun for a long time, only showing up again after hearing she hadn't been coming around. Considering all the context, it was hard not to think that Qin Yu, now on horseback, was deliberately trying to provoke them. I'm going to go talk to her. Another hangerin couldn't sit still. Wait. Su Liao wasn't keen on actively seeking trouble, but since her friend was going, she had to follow. Ji Cheng had been listening nearby, and knowing these people were about to cause trouble for Qin Yu, he also got up and followed. If Qin Yu really got into trouble, he would help. On the field, Zhou Shu was talking to Qin Yu. For this lap you can try going faster. It's been waiting for you for a long time, and it's probably itching to run a full lap at full speed. Qin Yu was having a great time and nodded in agreement, then gripped the reins tightly, ready to dash. But just as he was about to pick up speed, someone called out to him. Luo Qiyun. Huh. Qin Yu instinctively pulled hard on the reins for a sudden stop, performing a bit of Western horsemanship that kicked up a huge cloud of dust, then turned his head to look. Su Liao was stunned by this move. She knew Luo Qiyun's horse was an expensive thoroughbred. If it weren't for its bad temper, it wouldn't be here, it would be competing in real arenas. But now it was being handled like this. She was still in shock when Ji Cheng, who had just arrived and barely regained his footing, got a mouthful of dirt. Pa pa pa. Ji Cheng thought he looked gallant rushing to the rescue, but to everyone else he resembled a fool. It was him again. Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the lackey who had spoken to him. Is there something you need? That arrogant demeanor was indeed infuriating. Su Liao, who had initially resolved to let bygones be bygones, suddenly erupted. It's been so long and you're still as aggressive as ever. Me? Aggressive? Qin Yu, still basking in the thrill of horseback riding, hadn't considered that these people might hold a grudge against Luo Qiyun, and spoke, without thinking. And you are? How utterly insolent. Su Liao gritted her teeth, glaring at Qin Yu. Should I say you're truly a man of high position, who forgets trivial matters, or should I commend you on your basic professionalism as an actress? But pretending not to know us would be beneath you. Seated on his tall horse, Qin Yu naturally held an air of superiority. He frowned, pondering before realizing this woman probably had a past grievance with Luo Qiyun. But just how deep was this grudge that she felt the need to confront him now? We were already trying to avoid you. To be so aggressive is going too far, the lackey protested defiantly. Yes, you were never interested in horses. It's not a true passion, just a pastime to flaunt yourself. Liao holds a genuine love for horse racing and equestrianism, unlike you, who just plays at it for attention. It's all for show. Another of Su Liao's followers, unaware they were getting off track, continued with increasingly harsh words. Su Liao felt a pang of embarrassment. She hadn't intended to be so harsh. Although Luo Qiyun had initially come to the stables on a whim, she was undeniably talented and had beaten her 3 times. Those were fair contests with no room for doubt. She had lost her composure after her first defeat, picking apart Luo Qiyun's performance after dismounting, insinuating she had used underhanded tactics. Later, upon reflection, she realized she had gone too far. If winning or losing was all that mattered, could she really claim it was pure passion? So after the next 2 losses, she had nothing to say. Most importantly, after her initial outburst, Luo Qiyun had knocked her flat with a single punch. The memory still made her ribs ache. She had no desire to provoke Luo Qiyun again and suffer another blow. So who is Liao? Qin Yu remained unmoved, his face betraying not a trace of emotion. She's still pretending. The lackey was incredulous. I Su Liao have lost to you 3 times. You scared me away from the stables and humiliated me publicly. It's me. Su Liao decided she couldn't endure it any longer. At worst she'd be hit again, as she wasn't afraid. Oh. Qin Yu let out a meaningful sound, thinking this was one of Luo Qiyun's defeated rivals who couldn't accept the loss. He was still a novice. If she challenged him to a duel, had be done for. It wouldn't do to tarnish Luo Qiyun's reputation. Even if you beat me, there's no need to be so contemptuous. Su Liao's voice wavered. Seeing the situation spiraling towards a fight, Ji Chung quickly spat out the dirt from his mouth and stepped forward to intervene. This matter. Before he could mediate, Qin Yu cut him off. In my eyes, all my defeated opponents have no names, he said, folding his hands over the saddle. What? Su Liao couldn't believe his audacity. She looked up, noticing that despite his arrogance, his expression wasn't as cold as before. When Luo Qiyun had possessed this body, she truly wouldn't spare a glance for her defeated rivals, not even a flicker of eye contact. But Qin Yu was looking directly at her now, his gaze seemingly holding a different meaning. If you feel shame, you should be thinking about how to defeat me, not acting like this, he said. He was right. Su Liao reflected that she had been avoiding Luo Qiyun ever since her 3 losses, but this way she would never improve, and conquering her inner demon seemed impossible. Was this cowardly retreat truly the right path? She shouldn't be like this. Give yourself a chance. When you are capable of seeing my back clearly, I will remember your name. With that, Qin Yu spurred his horse and galloped away. Su Liao was stunned. She's encouraging me. She had thought about it a lot recently. Before Luo Qiyun appeared, she was undefeated in this small circle. But there is always someone better. A formidable rival could teach her more than 10 close friends ever could. And what had she been doing? She had been here for a while, but hadn't started training. I will make you remember me. Su Liao raised her hand only to realize she could no longer see Qin Yu's retreating figure. She's fast. Su Liao smiled softly. Her 2 followers were also baffled. Come on, let's go train too. As Su Liao turned with her group, she saw Ji Chung standing nearby, his face smudged with dirt. Sir, you are? By the way, you should probably brush your teeth. That mud looks unsanitary. Ji Chung felt like dying. Could he say he was there to rescue Qin Yu? He couldn't get the words out. Oh, I was just passing by, just looking. Ji Chung wiped the dirt from his face and slunk away. Qin Yu rode a couple more laps before stopping, satisfied. He was oblivious to Su Liao's internal turmoil. He was simply pleased he had maintained Luo Qiyun's aloof persona. Are you done? Zhou Shu stood nearby. I had a great time today, Qin Yu said. But you've paid me for the whole day, and I have nothing to do for the rest of it. Zhou Shu noted, finding the current Luo Qiyun far more approachable than before. Well then, Qin Yu said, just as he spotted Su Liao and her group exiting. Go give them some guidance. It would be another small humiliation to cement his persona. With that, Qin Yu left, and Su Liao was surprised to see Zhou Shu approaching her. Jian asked me to help you. Su Liao was taken aback. Zhou Shu was the best coach at the stables, and it was only because she saw potential in Luo Qiyun that she agreed to mentor her. Does she see me as a true rival? Su Liao murmured to herself. So that's how she sees it. She felt as though she was getting to know Luo Qiyun anew. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had just gotten into his car and glanced at his phone. He immediately put it down, covering his face in distress. Yu Shinran had sent him over 50 text messages, one every 5 minutes, asking when she was coming back, along with selfies and pet names. Honestly, Qin Yu was a bit scared. He thought, why not go back to the Luo residence? He quickly acted on the idea and headed home. As he arrived, he saw Luo Qichuan directing workers as they carried various large and small items. What's all this for? Thank you for your hard work. Luo Qichuan's complexion was slightly better than the last time Qin Yu saw him. What's this? Qin Yu walked over. Sis. The savior returns. Luo Qichuan stepped forward to give Qin Yu a big hug, but was blocked by a punch from him. If you don't want to get beaten up, better keep your distance. After you went back last time, I thought it over. I want to take you as my master. Luo Qichuan had given his room a complete makeover. These people were here to help him transport and install the equipment. Take me as your master. Qin Yu laughed. He had never seen a disciple with such poor aptitude. However, Luo Qichuan had one good quality: he never gave up. Losing all night without quitting the game was not something an ordinary person could endure. Yes, and coincidentally the equipment is all set up. Come to my room to have a look later. Let me see the technicians out first. Luo Qiyun didn't put on any rich kid airs, and was always very amiable. Qin Yu needed a shower and a change of clothes, so he sent a message to Luo Qiyun briefly explaining what had happened that morning. Luo Qiyun said nothing in reply, only sent him an outfit to wear at home. Did she really think of him as a dress-up doll? By the time Qin Yu had cleaned himself up and came out, Luo Qiyun was busy plugging in cables and booting up the computer. He had imagined that Luo Qiyun would spare no expense and buy top-tier hardware, but he hadn't expected it to be this absurd. Luo Qiyun had moved his bed and other belongings to the next room, transforming this one into a double-setup esports room. Everything was top-of-the-line, custom water cooling and monitors from the most premium tier. Qin Yu picked up the mouse on the desk and gave it a squeeze. It was custom-molded to fit his hand perfectly. By the way, I didn't know your hand measurements, so I snuck into your room last time to check. That's okay, right? Luo Qiyun grinned, sheepishly, clearly having tasted Luo Qiyun's righteous iron fist before. It's fine. The desk and chair had already been adjusted to his height, and the mousepad was a treasure Luo Qiyun had hunted down, covered in the signatures of top-tier professional players and world champions. Qin Yu pointed at the hardware. It makes sense to splurge on the best for the PC monitor and keyboard mouse setup. But this, he pointed at the mousepad. Are you planning to summon a god to possess you when you're losing? Luo Qiyun bit his lip. That was exactly what he had in mind. Alright, go ahead and show me what you've got. Qin Yu stood to the side. Hold on sis, have you eaten yet? I haven't had my lunch. Luo Qiyun ran out. He had only ordered food for himself. You eat mine first, I'm not that hungry. After all, one must be properly courteous before taking a master. It would make things easier to negotiate later. You eat while I play. Luo Qiyun confidently pulled up his match history. It wasn't all red anymore, but it was still just a single patch of green in a vast field of flowers. Even the one win wasn't impressive, a classic carry. I've been busy setting all this up these past couple of days, so I haven't had time to practice. My record looks a bit rough, but I've really improved. Luo Qiyun was brimming with confidence. Oh, Qin Yu ate his meal in small bites, watching Luo Qiyun start to play. But after just 3 minutes of watching, his blood pressure was about to spike. Luo Qiyun made mistake after mistake, fumbling even the simplest mechanics. He didn't seem to know his opponent's abilities at all, either cowering too far back or diving in recklessly and getting instantly killed. By the time the match ended, Qin Yu had finished his meal. Luo Qiyun rubbed his face and turned around. I didn't play that carefully this round, just a slight misstep. Noticing Qin Yu had finished eating, he quickly got up. Want some snacks? Qin Yu shook his head. If I keep eating while watching you play, you'll die of overeating. Why, oi? Because your explosive gameplay is just too appetizing. Luo Qiyun pouted. Do I really have zero talent? Heaven is unjust. Seeing him so dejected, Qin Yu didn't have the heart to keep teasing. Tell me honestly, what do you want to achieve? If it's just for fun, try the casual mode and normal matches. Just stay away from ranked. Or even switch to a different game entirely. There's no reason to bang your head against this one. Qin Yu figured this was just a rich kid looking for entertainment to fend off boredom. Luo Qiyun's hobby was only gaming, which was harmless enough. The worst of it was an unhealthy sleep schedule. If he was willing to play something else, Qin Yu could teach him from scratch, and he'd definitely do better than now. He wouldn't be getting stomped every single day. I want to be a professional player. Luo Qiyun practically shouted. Qin Yu stood up. Sis, where are you going? Your master doesn't have that kind of ability, and you're not a stone monkey born to become the Monkey King. Hearing this, Luo Qiyun slumped onto the desk, all the strength drained from his body. How could this be? Did he really have no talent at all? Qin Yu turned back to look at him, feeling a pang of pity. Actually, I did find a master before. He was a retired pro player. Luo Qiyun said. Huh. And he still played like this after being coached by a pro. Must have been a scam. Tell me exactly what happened. Qin Yu sat back down. At first he was really serious, and so was I. I asked him to point out my problems. Luo Qiyun said. The moment he heard, point out my problems, Qin Yu didn't even want to speak. But I had too many problems, and eventually we got into an argument. Luo Qiyun had been lectured for 30 minutes, and lost his patience. His master had mentioned some minor detail. Luo Qiyun thought it couldn't possibly affect the overall game. Then I said, is that even a problem? There was no need to finish the story. Qin Yu knew exactly what came next. Then you said, why do you have so many damn problems? And I'm telling you. Qin Yu couldn't bring himself to say the last word. How did you know? Luo Qiyun looked up. Qin Yu forced a stiff smile. He knew all too well. Everyone who was both terrible and stubborn talked like that, pretending to be eager to learn, while actually not listening to a single word. So since you already yelled at one coach and drove him off, why come to me? Besides, I'm nowhere near a pro player. Qin Yu had received a youth training invite from a club before, but he didn't want to go pro, so he declined. Because when you scold me, I don't dare talk back, and it gives me this strange motivation, like I can focus much better. What the hell? Does this kid have a masochistic streak? And is he treating harsh words as some kind of adrenaline shot? So, I have a bold request. When you see me making mistakes, can you scold me hard or mock me? Qin Yu really wanted to leave. He had always been good-natured and kind to others. He didn't even know how to curse at people. Don't go, I'll do anything you ask. The kid was about to get on his knees. Fine, let's give it a try. But you'll have to switch games. What else are you good at? Dota 2. I played that game pretty well too. My roommate in college got me into it, and he said I had a lot of talent. Luo Qiyun said. Huh, really? Qin Yu decided to take his word for it for now. Alright then, play a match for me. But in warning you, since you say you're good, he'll be judging you by veteran standards. Qin Yu sat to the side. And are you sure you want me to go all out? Luo Qiyun nodded emphatically. Of course, he truly needed some pressure and motivation. Then let's go. Luo Qiyun opened the game, queued up, and waited over 6 minutes before finding a match. But because he hadn't played in so long, he struggled with choosing a hero. Pick quickly, you're losing, starting gold. Qin Yu had already started. Okay, I'll pick one I'm good at. It was a normal match, so he could play whoever he wanted. Qin Yu was mainly focused on his mechanics and game sense, ignoring everything else for now. Luo Qiyun picked a hero geared towards beginners. 5 minutes into the game, level 3 in lane. Luo Qiyun glanced at his skills and leveled up a useless one for the early game. You leveled the wrong skill. Isn't there a recommended build right there? Qin Yu stared at him intently. Oh, I'll level it back next time. But you've already lost your early game momentum. The kid was already sweating. It had only been 3 minutes into the match, and he was already feeling immense pressure. At 4 minutes, it was time to use the courier to deliver items. In the game, players commonly referred to the courier as the chicken. Where's your chicken? Send your items, don't walk back. Are you a eunuch? No chicken. Luo Qiyun was already starting to miss his previous master, at least he wasn't this aggressive. At 10 minutes, the landing phase ended. Someone's coming to gank you. Qin Yu could tell just by glancing at the mini-map, it was a pure difference in game sense. Understood. Luo Qiyun said he understood, but in practice he was still in the jungle, tangled up in a fight with a neutral creep. 10 seconds later, his hero's portrait went dark. He was dead. You're not deaf, are you? Qin Yu watched him closely from the side. I am not deaf. Qin Yu let it slide this time. A major team fight was coming up. Luo Qiyun dove in and started fumbling around, looking like he was doing a lot, but in reality, he just dove in and fed. The result was a team wipe for their side. Something's not right, Qin Yu said. What's not right? The game you opened might be the wrong one. Qin Yu put on a puzzled expression. No way is there a perfect copycat version of this game. Luo Qiyun laughed it off, thinking Qin Yu was joking with him. Then why is your hero missing a skill? You didn't use it even once in that last fight. Qin Yu pointed at the screen. Luo Qiyun was so startled, he sat up straight, breathing rapidly, not daring to say a word. Luckily, after being scolded, he seemed to focus more. He made up some ground in the second team fight, but then during his escape his movements were stiff and the enemy caught him out of position, killing him instantly. Give me one good reason. If you had just run in a straight line, you would have gotten away. Were you wiggling left and right on the map to show off your butt? Qin Yu held back his frustration. No, it's just, my hands are shaking. So, cut them off, and they won't shake anymore. Luo Qiyun was so upset he wanted to cry. Alright, this game is over. Let's just start the next one. Qin Yu shook his head. At 20 minutes the game was in its death throes. Qin Yu had stopped watching entirely. As he predicted, the game ended 5 minutes later. Luo Qiyun slumped dejectedly in his chair. It was only then that Qin Yu turned around, and that small movement was enough to scare Luo Qiyun so badly, he almost hid under the desk. Don't worry, the game's over. I won't say anything more. He was truly speechless. The latter half was actually decent, but the overall game was already ruined. There was no coming back from it. Qin Yu offered some advice. Listen, if you want to get better, watch more educational guides on game sense and practice more. Don't just grind mindlessly. Maybe find another coach. But remember, don't be so stubborn with your new coach, understand? Luo Qiyun breathed a sigh of relief. So all that earlier was just an act. How terrifying. With that thought, Luo Qiyun turned and gave Qin Yu a goofy grin, but Qin Yu only gave him a cold, indifferent look, and the kid immediately shrank back. How about we play something else to relax? Luo Qiyun suggested. What do you want to play? Qin Yu's profession was a game streamer, and his stream's tag boasted the title Allrounder, a relatively niche game, a shooter. Luo Qiyun opened the game and logged into his alt account on Qin Yu's side. The kid did this with mischievous intent. He figured Qin Yu probably wasn't good at shooters, and since they were playing a looter shooter, if you went into multiplayer without those items you'd get destroyed. Besides, he didn't think his sister could be such a genius that she could master any genre instantly. After opening the game, Luo Qiyun set up a private room for a unknown duel. When Qin Yu took over, he quickly glanced at the equipment screen and immediately saw through Luo Qiyun's little scheme. His gear had slow skill cooldowns, and his weapons were just junk of blue quality, while Luo Qiyun had a fully optimized loadout specifically for multiplayer PvP. Ready? I'm starting. Luo Qiyun chuckled to himself. Give me 30 seconds. Qin Yu quickly adjusted the mouse sensitivity and key bindings both in-game and on the system level. Let's go. This match was first to 30 kills. What should have been a 20-minute match was over in 10. The final score was 30-3, a 10-fold domination. Luo Qiyun collapsed in defeat, clutching his head in disbelief. This is impossible. Why? You must have been secretly practicing. Qin Yu looked at him with utter exasperation. You want to know why, eh? Luo Qiyun looked up, tears welling in his eyes. Why, oi? If you wanted to know why, then Qin Yu had to put on a show. Because your gun isn't fast enough and it isn't fierce enough. As he said this, he clenched his fist in front of Luo Qiyun. Let's go, time to head downstairs. Luo Qiyun chased after him. Luo Qinshan, the father, didn't know Qin Yu had returned to the Luo family. When he heard from the servants that the young lady was back, he immediately contacted people to arrange activities. At dinner, the eldest brother Luo Shu also arrived home. As soon as he walked in, he headed straight for Qin Yu, looked him up and down, and then in a rather annoying manner ruffled Qin Yu's hair. Weren't you coming back on the weekend? Luo Shu asked. Should I leave then? Qin Yu wasn't about to indulge him. No, don't leave. Dad has arranged an activity for tomorrow. We'll have a proper family gathering. Luo Qinshan mouthed at Luo Shu, wanting nothing more than to tear into the kid. During dinner, Luo Shu brought something up. Ji Cheng is back. Luo Qinshan didn't know about this. Is that so? Both father and son looked at Qin Yu at the same time. Only Luo Qiyun was confused. Who's Ji Cheng? Of course he's my dear sister's fiancé, Luo Shu said. What era is this to be dragging up such outdated arrangements? I've never even heard of this guy. Is he worthy of my sister? Luo Qiyun found it ridiculous. The Ji family's standing is decent, though their business dealings with us have been scarce in recent years. Luo Shu wouldn't dream of pairing Ji Cheng with his sister. He wasn't that bored. Besides, his sister was so adorable and interesting now. I have no interest in him. In fact, I've long since forgotten such a person exists, Qin Yu relayed, echoing Luo Qiyun's words. I remember that matter. It was just a jest between the two old men. The man is dead, so it's void. Luo Qinshan was more direct. Who cares about Ji Cheng? He can go kick rocks. And do you think I don't know what kind of man this Ji Cheng is? A few years back, everyone knew he was a philanderer. A man like that is unworthy of my precious daughter. Luo Qinshan was quite disdainful of Ji Cheng. Luo Shu didn't argue. A few years ago, Ji Cheng had indeed been like that. As for whether he was now worthy of his good sister, he still wasn't. So who exactly is Ji Cheng? Luo Qiyun asked again. The old father and eldest brother both felt this fool couldn't possibly be family. Did you just zone out through everything we said? An irrelevant person. Qin Yu answered him, then continued eating. It had indeed been a busy day. Afterwards, Qin Yu retired early, mentioning to Luo Qiyun his plans to go fishing the next day. It seems she wasn't particularly interested in whatever he did, only perking up when he sent her his goofy daily outfit selfies. Remember to wear sunscreen. That was her only piece of advice. The next morning, as Qin Yu came out prepared, everyone else in the family was already waiting. Why are you here? Qin Yu looked at Luo Shu. Am I not part of this family? Luo Shu found it amusing. Qin Yu pursed his lips. Just thought you'd be busy. Luo Shu drove them himself, and the family arrived at the campsite the old man had prepared. The activity for the day was indeed fishing. It's great. How long has it been since our family gathered like this? The old father sighed, looking down to see his children beside him, only to find the three of them had already wandered off. Slow down, wait for your old man. Luo Qinshan hurried to catch up. Qin Yu wasn't particularly keen on fishing, but the usually homebound Luo Qiyun was quite eager, spending ages threading hooks and lines, then setting up the bait and preparing his gear. Only then did he start fishing. Pretty skilled at this. You fish often? Qin Yu sat nearby under his cap. Nope, I just watch fishing videos. Never done it for real, but am a master angler in games. He was rather proud of that. On the other side, Luo Shu accompanied his father, supposedly out for leisure, but they soon drifted to talk about work, merely changing the venue for their business discussions. The old father had always been quite satisfied with his eldest son. Qiyun is a bit dim, he won't amount to much. Qiyun is doing better, now not as cold as before, Luo Qinshan said. Luo Shu had heard these words 1,000 times. Next, his father would likely talk about how as the eldest brother he should take good care of his younger siblings. It was his duty. So don't push yourself too hard, don't overwork. Look at you, you carry yourself like a middle-aged man, Luo Qinshan said. I see those CEOs in the short dramas, all young and handsome. You, my boy, are missing that spark. What on earth did his father watch at home? Still, he was surprised his father would tell him to rest today. Was this the long-lost paternal love? Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was staring intently at the water's surface. The float suddenly plunged downwards. Got one, Luo Qiyun yelled. He actually seemed to know what he was doing, reeling it in like a pro. Sis, grab the net. Luo Qiyun shouted. Could it be a big one? Qin Yu picked up the net and stood by. 3 minutes later, Luo Qiyun pulled up a tiny thing the size of a chopstick, scratching his head in embarrassment as he crouched to unhook it. Still need the net. Qin Yu twirled the net's handle, chuckling. It felt pretty strong. Who knew it was such a small fry? Luo Qiyun said, his pride wounded. Let me try. Qin Yu took over. At that moment Luo Shu received a call replying with a few MMS before standing up. Trouble at the company. Luo Qianshan looked over. There's a guest at home. He'll head back first, Luo Shu said, leaving. About 10 minutes later Qin Yu was yanked forward abruptly. Now this was a real beast. Oh, it's on. Luo Qichuan was already waiting eagerly. Qin Yu was fully focused fighting the fish until it was completely exhausted. Luo Qiyun's body was certainly useful. Her hands were very strong. Must be close to 30 pounds, the old father remarked coming over. Everyone was having a great time. Meanwhile Luo Shu's so-called guest was none other than Ji Cheng. When the trio returned in the afternoon Luo Shu was hosting Ji Cheng and they happened to cross paths. Why him? Qin Yu stood aside, eyeing Ji Cheng coldly. This is Ji Cheng. He's changed somewhat over the years, Luo Shu said. What? Qin Yu's eyes widened. This was incredibly awkward. He had wanted to avoid dealing with this Ji Cheng, but he hadn't expected to run into him so many times in just these few days. No good, he needed to make himself scarce. I'm heading upstairs, Qin Yu said, turning to leave. He'll head to my room too, Luo Qichuan said, also glancing at Ji Cheng. This guy was mediocre. She's probably tired, Luo Shu explained. Or perhaps just shy, Ji Cheng said with a smile. Luo Shu's face turned cold. Who do you think you are? Don't flatter yourself. She called you an irrelevant person just yesterday, Luo Shu said, disliking Ji Cheng's attitude. Combined with Ji Cheng's past behavior it made Luo Shu uncomfortable. Alright, I was just making a casual remark, no offense intended, Ji Cheng admitted his own bluntness. Since uncle is back I came to discuss a potential partnership between our two families. That wasn't his main purpose though. Partnership. A union of strengths, that's a good thing, Luo Qianshan chuckled, taking a seat. Also I recall I might still have a marriage agreement with Qiyun, Ji Cheng said, raising his voice slightly. Luo Qianshan dug in his ear. What did you say? I'm old, my ears aren't what they used to be. Luo Shu shook his head, the message clear. He'll discuss the partnership details with Luo Shu later. You've had a long day uncle, please get some rest. Ji Cheng stood up. Luo Shu, seeing him off by the car, said. If you're purely here for cooperation we can talk. But if you're here with other strings attached, turn around and go home. Luo Shu rarely spoke to people in such a manner. Just here for the cooperation. Ji Cheng let out a strained laugh. Perhaps all of Yanjing knew of his past. His playboy image was set in stone. Not only did he seem insincere, but also frivolous, inviting disgust. Meanwhile Luo Qiyun encountered Xia Ran every day she went out, but with Xia Ran's gentle and sunny personality, she couldn't bring herself to say much. She decided to head home. But the moment she stepped inside she wanted to turn around and leave again. Could anyone explain to her why Xia Ran was here? And she was even chatting and laughing with her sister, seemingly quite familiar. Xia Ran will stay for dinner. Her mother sat nearby, her face beaming with smiles, appearing quite pleased with Xia Ran. Well, since she had come all this way there was no reason not to have her stay for a meal. Luo Qiyun walked in and poured herself a cup of tea. Qin Yu, this is your home. Xia Ran seemed pleasantly surprised. Not my home, it's your home. Luo Qiyun sat down at the side. Haha, a bit awkward. Qin Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. You two know each other, huh? We were high school classmates. I had heard from Chui how that Qin Yu had a younger sister, but I didn't expect it to be you. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up in Xia Ran's heart. She and Qin Yu were online friends, having met a year ago. They had seen each other at an event in the south half a year ago. This time Xia Ran returned to Yanjing for a short stay, and Qin Yu invited her over for dinner. Yeah, it's fate too. Qin Yu looked around, feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He'll go cook. If I keep sitting here you young people won't be able to talk freely. Her mother went to the kitchen. He'll help too. You all chat. Luo Qiyun also slipped away. Was this really fate? Luo Qiyun for one didn't believe in such things. Aren't you going to talk with her? Yao Jin looked at her son. Nothing to say. We live right next door. Luo Qiyun said. Did I ever mention anything about her at home before? She suddenly grew interested. Her mother, holding a kitchen knife, thought for a moment. Not really. During your high school years it was only Chui Hao who came over often. You rarely talked about school matters except when you'd stare at your report card with a worried expression. Recalling those years, Yao Jin couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. If you hadn't had Chui Hao as a friend back then, I'm afraid you might have fallen into depression. Has Chui Hao returned to the country? Luo Qiyun nodded. When you have time invite him over for a meal. I haven't seen him in a long time. That kid has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Seems careless on the surface, but actually like Zhang Fei embroidering, he's rough on the outside, yet fine within. Yao Jin crouched down and pulled out a small bucket. The first time he came over, your mother made a big table of dishes. He forced himself to finish everything, all the while praising my cooking. That was something Luo Qiyun could feel from the very first contact with Chui Hao. He was indeed someone worth befriending deeply. What's this? Luo Qiyun looked at the eels in the bucket. As a young lady of the house, the ingredients she usually saw were already prepared and ready to cook. Today we're making steamed eel. Your sister loves it. The eels wriggled like little snakes. Luo Qiyun was curious how they could be turned into ingredients. Just as she was thinking, Yao Jin grabbed one, slapped it unconscious with a knife, then slit open its belly with the blade tip pulled downward, and the eel was gutted in one smooth motion. Wow, that looks fun. Can I try? Luo Qiyun rolled up her sleeves and put on an apron. Come on, give it a shot. Yao Jin stepped aside, waiting to see her son's clumsy attempt. But Luo Qiyun's learning ability was just that strong. She followed Yao Jin's movements in one smooth, deft motion. Great job. Yao Jin didn't forget to offer praise. After that, they removed the fish bones, patted the eel with the knife, and cut it into segments. Then they dusted it with flour, steamed it, and finally stir-fried it in a rich sauce to infuse the flavor. This was probably a hometown dish, Luo Qiyun thought. Afterward, she helped with chopping ingredients and washing vegetables, and soon the meal was ready. Your brother seems to be quite good at cooking, Xiaoran remarked. Yes, my brother is all-around capable, Qin Yu said with pride. 10 minutes later, the dinner table was full of joy and harmony, with Xiaoran constantly praising Yao Jin's culinary skills. After dinner, Xiaoran took her leave, saying she had work the next day and didn't want to disturb them further. What a nice girl, Yao Jin sighed. And pretty too. Luo Qiyun raised an eyebrow. Compared to her, she wasn't that pretty, was she? Indeed, Sister Xiaoran is diligent and hardworking, and she's very down-to-earth, Qin Yu added. Hearing this back and forth, Luo Qiyun suddenly felt like she was being set up for a romantic match. Was she next going to be asked to pursue Xiaoran? But things turned out unexpectedly. After that, neither mother nor daughter mentioned Xiaoran again, let alone forced any matchmaking. Since they didn't bring it up, Luo Qiyun grew a bit curious instead. Sitting beside her sister, Luo Qiyun said, I thought you'd next tell me to get closer to her. Wrong impression, Qin Yu said. Aren't we a good match? Luo Qiyun felt a bit defiant. No, it's just that liking someone is your own business. If you truly like her, you'll naturally build a closer relationship. What was the point of forcing one's will on others? Hearing this, Luo Qiyun suddenly smiled in relief. I'm leaving too. She wouldn't stay here tonight. Going back already? Her sister looked up at her. A younger sister was indeed cuter than a younger brother. Luo Qichuan would never be so considerate of her. On the other side, Qin Yu was being annoyed to death by Luo Qichuan. Sis, are you going to rest now? Luo Qichuan stood outside the door. Qin Yu lay in bed scrolling through her phone. But it's only 8 o'clock. Let's hang out a bit longer. I've had some late-night snacks prepared. All your favorites. Where would he know what Luo Qiyun liked to eat? Weren't the siblings not that close? How do you know what I like? Qin Yu turned over, walked to the door, and cracked it open. Bai du bai key. Bang. Luo Qichuan was shut out and slunk away dejectedly. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yu received a message from Luo Qiyun. How was your day? At the Luo residence. Qin Yu recounted the day's events, also mentioning that Ji Chung had come by. Mine isn't much better. Luo Qiyun described how she ran into Xiaoran every day, and then added that Xiaoran turned out to be her sister's friend. What a coincidence. That was all Qin Yu could remark. You could try avoiding her. She has work, so she probably leaves at a fixed time every day. Surely it couldn't be so coincidental that they kept bumping into each other. Makes sense. Luo Qiyun sent a video invitation. What's up? Qin Yu lay on her side in bed, looking at the phone. Nothing much. Just wanted to see myself for comparison, Luo Qiyun said. Compare with whom? Xiaoran. What was there to compare? Though Qin Yu had never met Xiaoran, the two weren't even the same type. Got a result yet? I'm about to sleep. Qin Yu was also surprised that this body of Luo Qiyun's got sleepy at the same time every night. The biological clock was just too precise. I'm still the better-looking one. Of course. Qin Yu gave a big yawn. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Luo Qiyun didn't leave until 9 o'clock, hoping to avoid Xiaoran. But unexpectedly, she ran into Xiaoran again. And not only that, Xiaoran was limping as she walked out. She broke her leg on the way home yesterday. Luo Qiyun looked at her right foot hovering in midair as she hopped forward, supporting herself against the wall. You got hurt last night? Luo Qiyun asked. I kicked the bathroom door while showering, and my toenail got ripped off. Xiaoran's ears grew warm with embarrassment. Was she that clumsy, injuring herself in such a ridiculous way? If you're hurt, why aren't you resting? Luo Qiyun didn't quite understand. I was going to rest, but I have something important today. She didn't want to miss work, afraid that others might think she was getting arrogant after gaining a bit of fame. So you're planning to hop all the way there on one leg? Luo Qiyun had seen many newcomers just starting out. Most of them were like Xiaoran, diligent and hardworking, often disregarding minor injuries and ailments in their rush to work. Yet in the end, they still never got a chance to shine. They'll give you a ride, Luo Qiyun offered. Would that be too much trouble for you? Xiaoran stepped forward. Not at all. It's not like I have anything better to do, Luo Qiyun said, walking ahead. The next moment, Xiaoran reached out instinctively, about to rest her hand on Luo Qiyun's shoulder. Hold on to my arm instead. All right. Grabbing her shoulder directly would feel too intimate, wouldn't it? After going downstairs, Luo Qiyun found Qin Yu's car, an old worn motorcycle that looked like it hadn't been ridden many times. Once on the bike, she confirmed the address. Luo Qiyun was surprised to discover that Xiaoran's destination was her own talent agency. Knowing the way well, she set off directly. The autumn wind was biting cold, and Xia Ran instinctively wrapped her arms around Luo Qiyun's waist, pressing close against her back. So warm. Don't hold on to me like that. Hold onto the frame. Suddenly it felt cold again. The ride took nearly half an hour, and it was fortunate that Qin Yu had registered the license plate early, or some roads would have been off-limits. When they arrived, Xia Ran was still wondering where to park, but Luo Qiyun had already stopped smoothly. Let me help you inside. Luo Qiyun extended her hand and supported Xia Ran as they slowly walked into the east wing on the first floor. As far as Luo Qiyun knew, all the small-time artists signed by the company gathered here, often sharing one agent among dozens of people. If you were lucky enough to get a responsible agent, you could hope for a good role someday, or one with buzz that could launch you to stardom. But if you ended up with a third-rate agent, even pure gold would be buried in dust. Luo Qiyun was puzzled. Did she used to think about things like this? She had family connections and resources. Her debut film was funded by Luo Shu, and it didn't matter that they lost all the money. The entire crew was just there to go through the motions. From day one of her career, she was under a top-tier agent, and even then the agent had to cater to her spoiled temperament and pamper her. Everyone under Jin Ming's management was a top-tier star. Even the newcomers she took an interest in were bound to be exceptionally capable, destined to become sensations. Luo Qiyun's abilities were more than sufficient, but her temper left something to be desired. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Xia Ran asked with concern. Maybe she wasn't used to this kind of place. Xia Ran knew that Qin Yu was somewhat socially anxious, let alone in a place where everyone was a social butterfly with countless eyes fixed on them. No, it's nothing, Luo Qiyun said, curious. Do you know who Luo Qiyun is? Luo Qiyun. Thinking about it, Xia Ran had only heard rumors. I've heard she's a great beauty. Well, that was hardly an insightful assessment. Let's go. Are we almost there? Luo Qiyun asked Xia Ran to lead the way. She was somewhat surprised that even people without proper identification could wander in here freely. We're here? It's that rehearsal room ahead, Xia Ran said, spotting her agent. But the agent's expression didn't look good. Her gaze kept landing on Luo Qiyun, brows furrowed and lips twitching. Sorry, I seem to be a bit late, Xia Ran said, struggling to stand steady. It's fine. This counts as early. The agent didn't press the matter. Come with me. Have your friend wait outside. Today was just a brief meet and greet. Afterwards, Xia Ran would head to the filming location with some other actors to observe how a big production operated. If she performed well and got selected, she might even land a role in one of those high-investment blockbusters. A chance to change her fate. She had to seize it. It'll take about half an hour. Sorry to make you wait, Xia Ran said, clasping her hands together and whispering an apology. Luo Qiyun shook her head and waited outside. As soon as they were a short distance away, the agent lowered her voice and scolded with displeasure. What were you thinking? If you're hurt, you could have just not come. It's not a big deal. But you let him help you in here. Don't you know this will affect your image? You're making mistakes that only little girls make. Xia Ran was stunned by the outburst. Tell me, what's your relationship with him? If he's your boyfriend, find an excuse to break up. If he's not, keep him at a distance. Do you even know him? Do you know what his intentions are toward you? The agent deeply valued Xia Ran as a promising talent. She didn't want any stains or mishaps early in her career. We're just high school classmates. We happened to run into each other recently in Yinjing. There's nothing more to it. Xia Ran said. We just met by chance. By chance. The agent found it amusing. What was this, some idle drama? She glanced at Luo Qiyun. She'd seen plenty of guys like this, relying on decent looks to act all innocent, but their scheming thoughts could wrap around the globe 3 times. There's no restricted entry here. You could easily get photographed, and if that ends up online, you're in trouble. Your fans all think you're single right now. It wasn't about whether artists could date or not. It was about the concept of deceiving fans. I understand, Xia Ran nodded. She wanted to say she'd cut ties with Luo Qiyun, but the words just wouldn't come out. No, I need to hear you promise it. Promise me you won't have any more contact with him. The agent said firmly. Xia Ran turned to look at Luo Qiyun, and at the same moment Luo Qiyun looked back at her. How pitiful. Luo Qiyun thought to herself. Getting scolded like that for being just 2 minutes late. If it were her, she'd have thrown a punch by now. She almost felt sorry for Xia Ran. With that thought, Luo Qiyun let out a small sigh. Little did she know that subtle sigh caught Xia Ran's attention, making her pupils dilate in shock. He'll reduce contact with him. Xia Ran couldn't bring herself to make such a resolute promise. That's all I can say. The agent's head throbbed. So many promising talents have been ruined by being lovesick. I hope you won't regret this. At the same time, Luo Qiyun received a message. Qin Yu had forwarded her several chat logs. A streaming platform had invited Qin Yu to a small event. Nothing elaborate, just a cameo appearance to show face. Are you going? Qin Yu figured Luo Qiyun was bored anyway, so she might as well go check it out. Besides, no one there had ever seen him in person. Going? Why not? Luo Qiyun agreed, without hesitation. She attended every event Qin Yu needed to participate in, which also conveniently allowed her to avoid Xia Ran. As Xia Ran had said, this trip didn't take much time. After a brief meeting and exchanging greetings, the group of minor actresses went their separate ways. Luo Qiyun drove, Xia ran home, and the latter remained silent throughout the journey. She assumed Luo Qiyun had overheard the agent's remarks and was now wrestling with her thoughts. Actually, if you don't want to go, it's fine. No need to force yourself. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had just left the Luo residence and was waiting for the elevator. His reputation in the streaming community had always been mediocre. In his early days, his aggressive playstyle allowed him to climb the ranks rapidly in any game, which led to accusations of cheating. Back then, he was a fledgling streamer who had gathered a following of tech-savvy fans through his sheer skill. However, when his account was flagged and temporarily banned for investigation, many fellow streamers publicly mocked him, claiming he used cheats. His chat was constantly flooded with toxic messages from rival streamers' fans, making the atmosphere unbearable. During that dark period, only Jiang Feng, the close friend who had introduced him to streaming, stood by him. Fortunately, his account was eventually reinstated, confirming it was a false ban, and his name was cleared. His channel gradually recovered. Since then, Qin Yu had repeatedly promised to treat Jiang Feng to a meal, but the opportunity never arose. No, I want. Luo Qiyun was genuinely interested in all new experiences. Qin Yu smiled at her reply, then stepped into the elevator. The moment he entered his apartment, Yu Shunran stood by the door with a look of grievance. Baby, are you deliberately avoiding me? She pouted and puffed out her cheeks, acting like a spoiled girlfriend. If Qin Yu hadn't spent so many days with her, he might have been fooled by her act. How could that be? Qin Yu said helplessly. Then let me give you a hug. Yu Shunran lunged at him, but Qin Yu blocked her. Stop messing around, Yu. I need to rest for a bit. He made up an excuse to brush her off and headed toward his room. But I'm about to start work soon, so I won't be able to keep you company every day like this. Yu Shunran said it, as if it were a bad thing. Really? Isn't that great? Qin Yu smirked inwardly. Is that so? What a pity. Focus on your work and we'll meet again when your schedule frees up. He waved dismissively as he slipped into his room. What a blessing. Why didn't she mention it earlier? What a heartless woman, Yu Shunran remarked, shaking her head. But was Qin Yu truly rid of her for a while? Just as he settled down for a nap, he was jolted awake by a phone call. Hello. Who's this? Jin Ming. Qin Yu sat up abruptly. He had nearly forgotten that Luo Qiyun had a career and an agent like Jin Ming overseeing her. Ahem. Qin Yu cleared his throat, determined to maintain the pretense of illness. What's up, Sister Jean? Anything urgent? Ahem ahem. He coughed twice more. The season's changing, and I've caught a bit of a cold. My cough's been pretty bad. There was a brief silence on the other end. Sick. Luo Qiyun was no frail flower. She had been healthy since childhood, rarely falling ill with minor coughs or colds occurring only once every 2 or 3 years. It's nothing serious. I just haven't seen you lately, and was a bit worried. Let's grab a meal together. Jin Ming tapped her fingers on the table, a plan already forming in her mind. Since it was just a meal, Qin Yu saw no reason to refuse, and he doubted Luo Qiyun would consider it a big deal either. When oi? Qin Yu asked. Tomorrow morning before 8. He'll send you the address later. Jin Ming had already arranged everything. Qin Yu readily agreed. Perhaps because she was gearing up for work, Yu Shunran was indeed more subdued today. She didn't cling to Qin Yu and remained quiet during dinner. The next morning, Qin Yu arrived at the designated spot dressed according to Luo Qiyun's usual style, a black turtleneck under a chestnut-colored trench coat, paired with black high-heeled leather shoes. To his relief, he wasn't forced into a skirt this time. The black jeans on his lower half provided a comforting sense of security. His brown pilot sunglasses, a standard accessory for celebrities, helped conceal his face. You're here. Jin Ming sat across from him, replying to messages, clearly busy year-round. Recently, she had signed a new talent and was fielding roles tailored to the newcomer's image. After sending out the portfolio, numerous directors came knocking. That was Jin Ming's strength. She secured the best resources for her clients. Qin Yu replied, removing his sunglasses. Jin Ming looked up, scrutinizing the Luo Qiyun before her for a long moment. Qin Yu tensed up, fearing he might reveal a flaw. Could it be that Jin Ming, sharp as she was, would instantly see through him? It didn't make sense. Who would believe in soul swapping? Didn't you say you were sick? Jin Ming asked, looking down again. I took some medicine last night. Oh, I'm much better now, Qin Yu said casually. I handled the incident at the film set last time. You don't need to worry about that project anymore, Jin Ming stated. I've also looked into the whole matter. She insulted your mother, so she deserved that slap. Jin Ming's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Luo Qiyun's mother had been Jin Ming's close friend, a once illustrious leading actress who, after marrying Luo Qinshan, vanished from the public eye overnight. That marriage into high society wasn't without its hurdles, especially with idol media seizing every opportunity. At the time, negative news about Luo Qiyun's mother dominated the headlines. During a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and scrupulous reporters even hounded Luo Qinshan with questions like, do you care that your wife had intimate relationships with others? Fortunately, Luo Qianshan's love for his wife was genuine, unaffected by such scandals. All right, let's eat then, Qin Yu said, nodding. Since nothing seemed amiss, he planned to slip away right after the meal. 5 dishes arrived one by one, and as Qin Yu ate in small bites, Jin Ming suddenly slid her phone across the table. What's this? Qin Yu looked over curiously. It was a promotional poster for a new drama with the female lead being a renowned prodigy in the industry, a standout among young actors. The project boasted substantial investment and a top-tier director and screenwriter. But what did this have to do with him? This is a... Qin Yu's hand holding his chopsticks froze midair. This afternoon you're going for an audition, Jin Ming said, pointing at him. Qin Yu stared at her, feeling as if had been hit by a paralysis spell, utterly motionless. This was truly the end. He didn't know the first thing about acting. I'm not going. No, don't panic. Maintaining his character, Qin Yu refused outright. I'm afraid you can't refuse, Jin Ming said with a snap of her fingers, and in came a stylist and a wardrobe assistant. Without giving him a chance to protest, they hoisted Qin Yu up. He quickly grabbed his phone and messaged Luo Qiyun. Do you have any idea how bad your reputation is, eh? Jin Ming's expression was one of utter disappointment. I've offended quite a few people just to get you this opportunity. Even failing the audition would be better than not showing up at all. Qin Yu frantically sent Luo Qiyun 3 desperate SOS messages. On the other end, Luo Qiyun was still puzzled. Your agent, she's making me audition. The moment Qin Yu sent this message, his phone was snatched away by Jin Ming, who promptly turned it off. Oh, Luo Qiyun wasn't flustered in the slightest. Instead, a playful spark ignited within her. She quickly scanned Jin Ming's schedule in their group chat and swiftly deduced the audition location. How could she possibly miss something this entertaining? She simply had to see Qin Yu's performance for herself. Let's go. Jin Ming paid the bill at lightning speed and bustled about, shoving Qin Yu into the van and buckling his seatbelt. This was truly a disaster. Half an hour later, Qin Yu was escorted into the makeup room like a condemned criminal, with stylists working at lightning speed to get him ready. Heiress the script, just these few lines, Jin Ming said, handing him the pages. The role was for the female lead's rival, a costume drama. Qin Yu was to play the second female lead who turns into a full-fledged villainess after being jilted by the male lead. The audition scene was set on the wedding day. The male and female leads burst into the bridal chamber one after another, laying into the second female lead. Qin Yu's gaze flickered to the side, landing on the vibrant red wedding dress. This? I'm not actually supposed to wear this, am I? Qin Yu pointed at the dress. What else? Jin Ming nodded. No way. Qin Yu wanted to bolt. If he forced himself through this and ruined Luo Qiyun's career, what then? But Luo Qiyun was of no help to him right now. What if I fail? Qin Yu asked. Then we wait for the next opportunity, Jin Ming replied, wondering why Head even asked such a question. Luo Qiyun had been rejected for roles plenty of times before, some due to her negative press, others simply because she wasn't the right fit. But for now you focus on seizing this chance, Jin Ming instructed. Got it, Qin Yu nodded earnestly. It seemed Head just have to grit his teeth and go for it. He glanced at the script. Just a few lines shouldn't be too hard. But since it's just an audition, I don't need to change clothes, right? He really didn't want to put on that gorgeous big red wedding dress. Your competitors this time are all top-tier actors from various agencies. Every detail matters. Jin Ming had made this decision after carefully assessing the competition. Carelessness in small matters leads to missed opportunities. Helplessly, Qin Yu allowed himself to be dressed up, donning the garment and holding the red veil. Also, there will be quite a few onlookers, including some newbies from our company here to learn. Perform well. Even if you're not selected, it could help salvage your reputation. Jin Ming had considered all angles. This trip couldn't be for nothing. Qin Yu rubbed his throat, trying to soothe his nerves. Since it had come to this, Head just have to go for it. He only hoped he wouldn't freeze up and forget his lines. 3 actors had already auditioned before him, watched by dozens of people in the audience. Next, the director said flatly, whispering something to his assistant, who promptly crossed out the previous actor's name. I recall there's an actor named Luo Qiyun in this audition pool. The screenwriter suddenly brought it up. Luo Qiyun. The director had heard of her reputation too. He clicked his tongue in disdain and said, if it weren't for Jin Ming's connections, she wouldn't even deserve to be here. He despised these people who got by on connections. They could just get lost. Once her audition was over, Head, make sure to say something scathing and give Jin Ming a piece of his mind for always pushing these nepotistic pics on him. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun herself had effortlessly blended into the crowd at the filming base, standing there as if she belonged. The crew, all unfamiliar with one another, simply assumed she was a colleague. Soon it was Qin Yu's turn. His heart pounding with anxiety, he walked onto the stage expecting to be a nervous wreck. But the moment he stood in the spotlight, a familiar sensation washed over him. His heartbeat steadied. The muscle memory from Luo Qiyun's body began to guide his movements. Let's begin, the director said, pen in hand, looking away with little interest. A crew member stepped forward to read the lines. My lady, the prince has returned. I see. Qin Yu said, a bit tense, his hands instinctively clenching the fabric of his dress. My prince, the cooperating crew member, mimed a slap, signifying a blow from the male lead. Where is that venomous woman? The male lead made his entrance, unleashing a tirade against the second female lead. Qin Yu listened to the insults hurled at him, his body instinctively shrinking inward. The director caught these subtle movements, naturally setting down his pen and sitting up straighter. After all these years, I never thought you'd become something so repulsive. The male lead finished his lines. Qin Yu yanked off the red veil and locked eyes with Luo Qiyun, who was standing in the crowd. She raised her right hand in a little wave, a mischievous grin plastered on her face. That was it. Qin Yu completely lost his composure. His eyes darted nervously, his entire being radiating discomfort. The director leaned forward slightly. The male lead began reciting the female lead's misdeeds. Of course, Qin, you didn't hear a single word. Where did you hear these things? He only knew it was his turn to speak. The male lead recounted the whole story before storming out. Qin Yu mumbled a few lines, delivering them somewhat stiffly. Though they sounded rather wooden, the director felt it fit the character. Someone in her position would be dazedly talking to herself. Then the female lead made her entrance, adding another round of mockery. You'll never get near him again for the rest of your life. The female lead delivered her key line. Qin Yu looked out into the audience. Everyone was watching him in silence, waiting to see what he would do next. But then Luo Qiyun let out a soft chuckle. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. This was too much. He was suffering through this ordeal for her, and she was laughing at him from the audience. Qin Yu stood up, pointing directly at Luo Qiyun. Don't get too cocky. Luo Qiyun raised her left hand, flashing him an OK sign, and silently slipped away from the crowd. Only then did Qin Yu realize his audition was over. Great. With a performance that disastrous, he probably wouldn't get the role right. Save. Qin Yu let out a long, relieved breath. Excellent. The director stood up, clapping enthusiastically. What? Qin Yu looked around, bewildered, as everyone else joined in the applause. Jin Ming gave him a thumbs up from the side, signaling, head done well. It seems I've misjudged you before. The director was even having a moment of self-reflection. The stunning fury he had just witnessed, the perfectly timed emotional release, confirmed that this was exactly the actress he needed for the second female lead. The rest of the auditions are cancelled. The role is cast. Don't do this. Qin Yu rubbed his face in despair. This was going to be the death of him. Here, your phone. Jin Ming returned the phone to Qin Yu. After receiving it, Qin Yu immediately sent 3 question marks to Luo Qiyun. Well played. Luo Qiyun replied with 4 words. But was Qin Yu here to hear her praise? You were still laughing at the time. What if I caused some trouble? Don't you care about your own reputation? Qin Yu was almost unable to understand. I believe you wouldn't mess things up. Luo Qiyun truly thought so. How did she think saying such words could make him act as if nothing had happened? But what if I really have to join the crew later? I don't know anything. Qin Yu was worried. The two of them had shown no signs of swapping back. Don't worry, just try to adapt. If something really goes wrong, it can't be helped. Luo Qiyun was always so calm. Besides, she thought Qin Yu did quite well. Good luck. Good luck, my ass. Alright, it seems you've been selected. There's a month of preparation time with a few days of activities in between. Jin Ming felt greatly relieved. She had originally not held much hope this time. But unexpectedly, he was directly chosen. Keep up the good work. Jin Ming blinked, showing recognition to Qin Yu. On the other side, Luo Qiyun had just left when she spotted Xia Ran not far away. The injury on her foot was slightly better, but she still walked with an odd gait. At that moment, she was talking to the other actors of the same cohort. Xia Ran was enthusiastic, but the others clearly were not. They wouldn't even put on a facade for her. How tough. Luo Qiyun watched her. Just because she bent down to tie her shoelaces, she was left far behind by everyone. When she looked up, she couldn't even see the backs of the others. Helplessly, Xia Ran could only stand up with a sigh and prepare to go home alone. The morning's study and work at the set were over. Everyone else had arranged to go home together, leaving only Xia Ran walking alone. Adhering to the principle of not meddling, Luo Qiyun was about to leave directly. But she soon noticed that the wound on Xia Ran's foot had reopened, blood seeping through the shoe. Not only that, the pain made it hard for her to continue walking. Do you have to push yourself so hard? Luo Qiyun walked over. For some reason, whenever she saw Xia Ran pushing herself so hard, Luo Qiyun felt a bit sorry for her and wanted to help. She hadn't been like this before. Actually, it's not that bad. This morning it didn't seem that painful, and today's activity was crucial, so I came. Xia Ran didn't want the other actors of the same cohort to think that she looked down on them, because she had already achieved some success. Going home now? Luo Qiyun asked. Xia Ran forced a faint smile. I'll take you back. Sitting on the back of Luo Qiyun's scooter, Xia Ran suddenly felt a surge of grievance and wanted to cry. She had done nothing wrong, yet she suffered inexplicable misunderstandings and cold stares. Only when sitting on this back seat did she feel at ease, completely relaxed. But the words the agent had said last time. Xia Ran pressed against Luo Qiyun's back. This time Luo Qiyun said nothing. Because the wind was really cold today, as she felt she had worn too few clothes, and the cold wind made her teeth chatter. Or had she overestimated Qin Yu's physical condition? Over this period she had been doing some exercise every day, and her routine had become much more stable. But improving her constitution seemed to require a long-term plan. After arriving home, they went upstairs in silence. They exited the elevator and went to their respective homes. Xia Ran entered the password, just pressed the door handle, took a few deep breaths, and mustered the courage to say, "How about having lunch together?" Eating was fine. Luo Qiyun nodded. In the same small studio, Xia Ran's room was decorated more warmly. The 10-square-meter living room with a kitchen felt a bit cramped, but she had placed lilies and green plants to adorn it, full of a sense of life. "Make yourself at home," he'll cook. After changing shoes and treating her wound, Xia Ran started bustling about. Soon 4 dishes and a soup were on the table. Xia Ran served a bowl of rice for Luo Qiyun and sat opposite. It was clear that Xia Ran was skilled in cooking. Although the dishes looked ordinary, she was quite proficient, and it only took her about 20 minutes to prepare this spread. Luo Qiyun picked up a bite of shredded potatoes. "Not bad. Good cooking skills." Then she started eating in silence. "Thanks." Xia Ran picked up her chopsticks. The pain in her foot made her hiss involuntarily. Luo Qiyun really couldn't stand it anymore. "Even if this opportunity is really important to you, you don't have to wrong yourself like this." She looked up, speaking very seriously. "The people who left early today are even more irrelevant passers-by to you." Xia Ran hadn't expected Luo Qiyun to say these things, and her movements were momentarily sluggish. "I just thought it would be nice to have a friend who works hard together," Xia Ran said. "When I was a short drama actor, I had a very close friend. But later the two fell out over a role quota. Because Xia Ran was selected after arriving late, her friend thought Xia Ran was playing tricks. The once intimate friendship, where they talked about everything, gradually faded and eventually turned into bitter words. At that time I wanted to give up the role, but she thought I was being condescending." Thinking back, Xia Ran found herself ridiculous. But when she actually went to the crew, those unpleasant little things that her so-called close friend had said about her spread all over the set. Xia Ran bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, unsure if it was due to the pain of the wound or the memory of heartbreak. "So what exactly is the reason you want to make friends so much?" Luo Qiyun could see she was in a bad mood. "Why?" Xia Ran looked at the earnest person before her. "Why? Maybe it's loneliness acting up." Xia Ran had been living alone for a long time. Because of her acting career, her relationship with her parents was not good. There were no phone calls, even on holidays. "If you need, I can be considered your friend," Luo Qiyun said. "Those irrelevant people, let them stay as far away as they like." Xia Ran beamed a bright smile. This seemed not bad either. After that, the atmosphere at the dinner table improved a lot. Xia Ran chatted on and off, while Luo Qiyun responded normally. To be honest, she regretted saying that. She and Qin Yu had agreed to stay away from such troubles, but when she saw Xia Ran squatting there helplessly with blood on her shoes, she still softened. This wasn't like her. "Qin Yu, did you leave your soft heart in this body?" After lunch, Luo Qiyun went home and sent a message to Qin Yu. They chatted briefly. The next morning, she changed clothes and prepared to leave to attend that activity for Qin Yu. The venue was a bit far, so Luo Qiyun didn't ride her bike this time and took a cab instead. Outside the venue, she spotted a group of cosplayers. Among those cute young girls, she saw a very familiar figure, one that was achingly familiar. Qin Yu. Her sister had never mentioned having a side gig to the family. They had always been closed, so why wouldn't she bring it up? Unless she didn't want to talk about it. Or perhaps she felt it wasn't the right time yet. Luo Qiyun watched as several photographers snapped photos of the cosplayers. Her sister looked a bit out of place in front of one of them, and the photographers' practiced movements and carefully crafted expressions made Luo Qiyun uneasy. She figured she'd ask about it later and find her sister afterward. For now, she had to meet Jiang Feng, the man who had guided Qin Yu into the streaming world. Luo Qiyun made her way to the streamer's lounge. Inside, most of the streamers present were mid-tier with over 1 million followers and a steady live viewership of more than 5,000. Among them, Jiang Feng stood out as a major streamer with 3 million fans. So everyone was live streaming and greeting each other, giving those who had never shown their faces a chance to reveal themselves to their audiences. Most had arrived early and quickly fell into conversation. Jiang Feng was also waiting, curious to finally meet Qin Yu in person. He was eager to see what that incredibly skilled young man looked like. "Speaking of which, Qin Yu hasn't shown up yet," someone remarked, glancing at the empty seat beside Jiang Feng. Probably too embarrassed to face anyone given his shady track record. A few of Qin Yu's old rivals couldn't resist taking jabs, twisting the conversation toward him with snide remarks. "Yeah, either admit you're just an entertainer with mediocre skills, or prove you've got real talent offline." Someone who's never shown up in person to prove himself. Everyone knows what that means. The atmosphere began to sour. The topic of Qin Yu resurfaced, dredging up the old incident of his wrongly banned account. Not only were these streamers relentless, but their live chat rooms were also in an uproar, mercilessly mocking Qin Yu. A cheater dares to show up at an offline event. Cheaters deserve to die. Jiang Feng frowned. He was a former pro player turned streamer, and he was the one who had once recommended Qin Yu to a professional team. Watching the tide turn so viciously made him uncomfortable. He wore the jacket head donned during his championship match, the one from his pro days, paired with black athletic pants and white sneakers. He was a bit stout, didn't seem to care much about his appearance, and carried a somewhat lazy air. "Have some decency. We all know the truth about that incident." If some people hadn't rallied their blind fans to mass report him, Qin Yu's account wouldn't have had issues. Besides Jiang Feng, a few others had decent relationships with Qin Yu. Who are you calling blind fans? Whoever jumps in to defend them, I guess. What did you say? The tension was palpable, and the chat rooms were all flooded with divisive comments. Fight, fight. I want to see blood. Real combat unknown. Fortunately, these were all seasoned streamers. They traded barbs for a bit, but let it go, no one was foolish enough to start a physical brawl and ruin their streaming careers. Some people can stir up this much drama without even showing up. Who knows what it'd be like if they actually came? He wouldn't dare? You all don't know him. Back when he first started streaming, he recorded a tutorial video with his face in it, and the comments were all about how ugly he was. Really? That happened? How ugly could he be? The crowd burst into laughter. That was a complete fabrication. Qin Yu had never shown his face on camera. But rumors are insidious because people want to believe them. The more Qin Yu stayed hidden, the more everyone speculated about his looks. If he were handsome, he'd surely use that to his advantage to gain followers. Since he never showed his face, he must be plain looking. Jiang Feng glanced at his own chat room. Even there the trolls were at it, joking about how hideous Qin Yu must be, recycling the same tired memes. They joked that mentioning Qin Yu's name could stop a baby's crying at night, and that the legendary handsome man panned and was actually scared to death upon seeing Qin Yu's face. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, thinking about messaging Qin Yu to suggest he maybe lie low for a bit. He was genuinely worried that his good friend would show up and get his confidence shattered by the attacks. Fungus sending your buddy an urgent warning. That's smart. Don't let him scare my viewers off their dinner. The others chuckled with contempt. Shut your mouth. You people only get satisfaction from tearing down others' appearances. Jiang Feng was never good at verbal sparring. Fungo, we're just looking out for you. Don't let him drag you down. They were having a grand time when Luo Qiyun walked in. She had her right hand in her pocket, scanning the room. Today Luo Qiyun was dressed sharply and effortlessly. A white shirt under a black trench coat, a decorative long tie hanging down her chest, buttons undone to the second, black slim-fit pants, and black combat boots. Though she looked a bit lean, her trained posture and height gave her an imposing presence. Everyone fell silent, staring at her. You might be in the wrong place, someone said. This is the streamer's lounge. The models area is on the other side. No, I'm in the right place. Qin Yu, Luo Qiyun said, scanning the room. Jiang Feng was stunned. Was this his timid online buddy? He had this much presence offline. Hell yeah. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Have a seat. He handed over a bottle of water. Thanks. Luo Qiyun sat down, looking bewildered at all the people staring intently at her. What's going on? Isn't she just a small-time streamer? And why are these people pointing their phone cameras at her? Some people ought to take a good look at themselves before waiting for others to make fools of themselves. How about turning your cameras around and letting your viewers rate you right now? The streamers who had been gleefully mocking moments ago were now as silent as chickens with their throats cut. The viewers always loved a good show, and every chat room was flooded with ha-ha-ha comments. Some even started attacking their own streamers, calling them pigs for judging others. Only Luo Qiyun looked around, totally lost. What the hell is happening? Later at the event, Luo Qiyun followed Jiang Feng through the simple proceedings. Under the host's big cameras, the contrast between her and the others was stark. They were all typical shootins, oily-faced, overweight, and many with barely enough hair to make a toothbrush. The live chat rooms were all roasting these guys. Meanwhile, Qin Yu himself was watching the stream on his phone. It looked like Luo Qiyun was handling things well, no issues. The event dragged on until the afternoon. Luo Qiyun briefly dealt with Jiang Feng before leaving to find her sister. Let's grab a meal together. Why the rush? Jiang Feng watched Luo Qiyun's retreating figure, feeling like this Qin Yu was a completely different person online versus offline. Luo Qiyun stood at the venue entrance for half an hour, finally waiting for her sister as the event ended. Qin Yu was checking her makeup in a mirror. She looked up and found her brother's figure looming over her. Hi, are you looking for a photo or a badge swap? Qin Yu's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. She could only hope her brother wouldn't see through her disguise. I'm looking for someone. Hey pretty lady, have you seen my sister? Not yet. Qin Yu lowered her head and tried to slip past. Come back. Luo Qiyun called her sister to a halt. Bro, I beg you, don't tell mom. He'll do anything you ask. Qin Yu pressed her palms together. She was this afraid. In Luo Qiyun's view, there was nothing shameful about pursuing what one loved. Besides, Qin Yu was a streamer now, and their mother Yao Jin had never said a word about it. Don't talk like that. I wasn't planning to tattle on you anyway. Let's find somewhere to sit. Luo Qiyun led her sister to a bench by the roadside. Seeing that her cosplay outfit was far too flimsy, she took off her own coat and handed it over. Thanks. Qin Yu sniffled. It's not like I meant to hide it from you all. I just didn't think it was time to say anything yet. Qin Yu seemed a little conflicted. On one hand, she was passionate about her little venture. On the other, she wanted to wait until she had achieved something before letting her family know. That mindset was understandable enough. But Luo Qiyun, who moved in similar circles, knew all too well that a sheltered girl like Qin Yu could easily get hurt. Why, Luo Qiyun asked. I only have a few tens of thousands of followers right now, and I don't even get event invitations that pay enough to live on. So I didn't want to say anything and make you all worry. What a good kid. It's fine. I can keep your secret. But you have to tell me about every shoot and convention you go to. Deal? Luo Qiyun said. Huh. Qin Yu looked a little worried. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Trouble? Well then my lips might not stay so tightly sealed after all. Luo Qiyun glanced up at the sky. Alright. He'll report all my movements on time, Commander. Qin Yu gave Luo Qiyun a very sloppy salute, then quickly lowered her right hand. Alright. Add my WeChat. Send updates here from now on. Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone. Why did they need to add each other again? This is my alt account. It's harder to get caught this way. Luo Qiyun explained. Okay. Qin Yu stared at the profile picture of this so-called alt account. Isn't this Luo Qiyun? Luo Qiyun had almost forgotten that detail herself. You know her? A little. I heard she's quite the young lady. Bro, are you a fan of hers? Qin Yu had never known her brother to follow celebrities. No, just a random picture I found online. I didn't know it was her either. Luo Qiyun explained. Luo Qiyun's body had exceptional coordination. Every limb obeyed effortlessly. Qin Yu kicked the soda can up with his toe, juggled it on his heel, and finally volleyed it straight into the trash bin. Whoosh! Qin Yu raised his hands in triumph. Score. Ji Chung watched from the car, finding the scene endearing and genuine. Looking back, those so-called chance encounters were probably fate all along. He had taken time recently to learn more about Luo Qiyun, and it was clear she had no memory of him whatsoever, let alone any scheme to stage some idol drama-style meet-cute. It was simply destiny. But if that were the case, didn't it prove that they were truly meant to be pulled together by fate? A strange emotion stirred in Ji Cheng's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received a message. Luo Qiyun had arrived. She waved from not far away, and Qin Yu ran over happily. What's got her so cheerful? Ji Chung turned to look, but the high beams of the car behind him dazzled his eyes. Move it, man. Stop blocking the way. After being yelled at by the driver behind, Ji Chung had no choice but to tell his driver to speed up. On the other side, Qin Yu met up with Luo Qiyun. So what exactly happened that you needed me to come back? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. He'll tell you when we get inside. Luo Qiyun extended her hand. What's this? Holding hands. Qin Yu held out his right hand. I meant for you to give me the bag. Luo Qiyun sighed, but still took Qin Yu's hand. It was a bit cold. Are you cold? Luo Qiyun took off her coat and draped it over Qin Yu's shoulders. A little, Qin Yu admitted. But your body is in great shape, not like mine. If I squat too long in the bathroom, I see stars when I stand up. What kind of talk was that? Let's go. Don't keep people waiting too long, Qin Yu said. No rush. Watching you two lovebirds is pretty entertaining. The taxi driver chuckled. Were they really acting like a couple? After a 20-minute drive, they arrived home. Once in the elevator, Luo Qiyun peeked out first to check. Confirming Xia Ran wasn't around, she grabbed Qin Yu's hand, quickly unlocked the door, and slammed it shut behind them. What's this? Sneaking around like thieves? Qin Yu said, confused. Luo Qiyun didn't want to be this cautious either, but she just kept running into Xia Ran at the most random times. Qin Yu charged straight into the bedroom, flopped onto the bed, and hugged the pillow with a long sigh of relief. There was nothing like familiar comfort. He rolled over. So what exactly did you need me here for today? Well, technically you are about to get your period. If I calculated correctly, it's today, Luo Qiyun said. Qin Yu sat up abruptly. How could he have forgotten that? How utterly awkward. So what do I do? He couldn't deny his panic. He was a grown man, how was he supposed to know what to do for a period? Don't panic. That's why I told you to come here. You'll sleep here tonight. Luo Qiyun had prepared sanitary pads and a change of underwear. Oh, right, it wasn't that big a deal. Qin Yu lay back down. Go take a shower. It's getting late, time to rest. Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. I've set out a new set of toiletries and fresh clothes for you. Okay. Qin Yu stepped into the bathroom, and until the water touched his skin, he held no suspicion toward Luo Qiyun. But when he dried off and reached for the clothes, he was furious. This is all you gave me, eh? Luo Qiyun was leaning against the bathroom door, chuckling. Aside from the underwear, the only thing Luo Qiyun had laid out was one of Qin Yu's own white shirts. Wearing it would just barely cover the top of his thighs. Qin Yu tried it on, mortified. Can't you wear your own clothes? Luo Qiyun said, completely unapologetic. Fine. Qin Yu sneered. If that's how you want to play it, fine, it's your body, do whatever you want. Qin Yu opened the bathroom door and stepped out, turning a full circle in front of her. Happy now? Very. Exactly as I pictured. Luo Qiyun rested her chin on her hand, admiring the view. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't going to sleep in that. He found a t-shirt and shorts in his own wardrobe and changed into them. Much better. Lying in bed, Qin Yu felt like he was back to before the swap. Pure bliss. Soon Luo Qiyun finished washing up too, turned off the lights, and lay down beside him. Are you really that accurate with your predictions? Qin Yu asked curiously. Usually pretty accurate. It won't be late, Luo Qiyun replied. Qin Yu rolled over intending to roll from one side of the bed to the other, but suddenly remembered 2 people were sharing this narrow, and a half-meter bed. Helplessly he rolled back. Wait a minute. They were sleeping in the same bed right now. Was this appropriate? Don't you feel like something's off? Qin Yu pulled the blanket up to half his face. What's off? Shouldn't you be sleeping on the couch outside? How is it appropriate for us to share a bed like this? Why not you? Luo Qiyun didn't get it. Do I even need to explain? In this kind of situation, isn't it always the guy who takes the couch? That was the norm in every scenario, wasn't it? But right now you're in my body, Luo Qiyun pointed out. Good point. Luo Qiyun wouldn't do anything to her own body. Speaking of which, Qin Yu was curious. Can you control it now, eh? Qin Yu figured Luo Qiyun might have extraordinary willpower to command the Boda's responses. No, that's a physiological reaction. Luo Qiyun was done with this topic. She sneakily placed her hand on Qin Yu's lower abdomen. What was this supposed to mean? Let me feel if you've gained any weight. Who acts this unhinged with their own body? She just wanted an excuse to touch clearly. The next morning Qin Yu woke up to find Luo Qiyun's prediction had been spot on. He followed her instructions step by step and managed to get through it. During the night Head felt how scorching hot Luo Qiyun's body ran. Qin Yu never remembered running this hot before. How strange. The best part about being home, Qin Yu could eat the familiar mustard green dumplings, chilled beef salad, and game on his own computer. How wonderful. Maybe I should just move back here, Qin Yu said. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of the old man showing up. Luo Qiyun meant her father Luo Qianshan. Yeah, never mind. Qin Yu cracked open a can of cola, but just as he was about to drink it was snatched away. It's iced. Not allowed. Luo Qiyun took a sip herself and handed him a fresh one. Fine. Qin Yu turned on his computer, put on his headphones, and played games with cola in hand and music blasting. Absolutely perfect. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Luo Qiyun checked, then came back and held a finger to her lips. Someone's here. Qin Yu was baffled. Who could be coming to see him? Is something the matter? Luo Qiyun opened the door. Why would Xia Ran come looking for her at this hour? Well, I heard from the auntie downstairs that you're originally from Jiangxing, so I tried making pork rib and lotus root soup. I wanted someone with Jiangxing roots to give it a try. She didn't say she made it specially and brought it over, just that she wanted Luo Qiyun's opinion on her cooking. It's not a good time right now. Luo Qiyun preferred to stay by Qin Yu's side. ITLL, only take a moment. Xia Ran stood there holding the clay pot, looking a bit awkward. Fine, Luo Qiyun. Who told you to speak without thinking at dinner yesterday and offer to be her friend? Since the words were already out, she might as well fulfill her duty as a friend. Come on in then. Luo Qiyun found a large bowl in the house to hold the soup. She sat down and took a sip. Although the flavor wasn't as good as the auntie downstairs, there wasn't much to criticize. To be fair, it wasn't really Xia Ran's cooking skill that was the issue. It's hard to find the kind of lake lotus root used for stewing soup in the north, so it naturally lacked that sweet mellow taste. But aside from that, Xia Ran had done everything else well. The heat and the seasoning, nothing was lacking. It's quite good. Luo Qiyun nodded. However, she herself was a true native of Yinjing. If they really wanted someone with Jiangxing roots to judge the soup, should be brought to Qin Yu in the other room to taste. Actually, I also came to thank you today. You really helped me sort out my thoughts yesterday. Otherwise, I might have actually burst into tears. Xia Ran smiled. She wore a black knit dress and had come over barefoot in a pair of fuzzy slippers. A perfectly casual Athome look. As long as you've come to terms with it. Of course you don't have to take everything I said to heart. Luo Qiyun focused on her soup, responding half-heartedly. I've decided to wait until my injury heals before going back to work. I'll rest for a couple of days. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just tell me. Consider it a chance for me to practice. Xia Ran deliberately spoke with a kind of distant politeness. No need, that's too much trouble. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Your place is so simply furnished. Seeing that the previous topic wasn't working, Xia Ran got up and looked around the room, then remarked on how tidy and well-organized everything was. Of course this wasn't Luo Qiyun's doing. Qin Yu had always been accustomed to sorting everything into its proper place. He might be lazy, but he wasn't slovenly. Mind if I look around? Xia Ran was already drifting toward the bedroom. The room hasn't been tidied up, so it's probably not convenient. Luo Qiyun said. If the bedroom was a flimits, there wasn't much else to see. Xia Ran had no choice but to sit back down. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Well, the soup is great. Thank you. That was clearly a dismissal. They'll save the rest for lunch. Then goodbye. Xia Ran forced a stiff smile, opened the door, and walked out. Why though? Xia Ran couldn't figure it out. No matter how many times she tried to get closer, the person in front of her always seemed so distant. Can't figure it out. Then she'd just have to keep thinking. Luo Qiyun carried the soup into the room. Qin Yu was typing on his keyboard. Hearing the door open, he took off his headphones and looked over. Guest gone. Who is it? Qin Yu said it as if this rental apartment didn't even belong to him. Wow, pork rib and lotus root soup. Qin Yu hadn't had this in a while. Just the mention made him crave it. Where did this come from? Let me have a taste. Luo Qiyun set down the soup and watched as Qin Yu picked up a piece of lotus root and put it in his mouth. Then she saw the expression on that adorable little face grow increasingly strange. his brows furrowed, and his chewing slowed down more and more. The seasoning is decent, but this lotus root is hard to judge. It's as crunchy as biting into an apple. At least it wasn't his preferred taste. He was a traditionalist. He preferred the soft, powdery kind of lotus root. So who made it after all? Qin Yu would give this bowl of soup a 70 out of 100, above passing grade. It was your first love from your high school days, Xia Ran. Luo Qiyun's face was expressionless. She's that close to you? Qin Yu was surprised. What if I told you we only ever meet by chance, and we don't even have each other on WeChat? Would you believe me? Luo Qiyun really didn't want to explain. Qin Yu nodded. It was hard not to believe honestly. After all, he ran into that unlucky bastard Ji Qing every single day too. After finishing the soup, Luo Qiyun stood by and watched Qin Yu play his game. She realized she had never really learned much about what he did for work. Now seemed like a good opportunity. At 11 in the morning, a phone rang. Qin Yu picked it up. Hello. Luo Qiyun pointed at the phone, signaling him to put it on speaker. Baby, where on earth did you go last night? Yu Shinran's voice came through, giving Luo Qiyun goosebumps all over. When did she become like this? Qin Yu, on the other hand, was used to it. What have you become, my little wifey now? Want me to write you a detailed 3,000-word report? Don't be so mad. I'm just worried about you. Yu Shinran blew a kiss into the receiver, then hung up. Qin Yu set the phone aside and refocused on the game. How did she turn out like this? Luo Qiyun, hearing Yu Shinran's voice, felt like punching her. What else should she be like? Qin Yu didn't get it. Hadn't Yu Shinran always been this way? She's a bit clingy and she's scared of thunder when she sleeps. I never would have guessed she was the timid type. Qin Yu sometimes couldn't understand women at all. Luo Qiyun pressed her fingers to her brow. She had thought through many scenarios, every possible problem Qin Yu might encounter living as her. But she had never once considered that someone might get this close to him while he was in her body. She told you she's afraid of thunder. Yes, she insisted on squeezing into the same bed as me. Was that really necessary? But she's a pretty good cook. Did she ever cook for you before? Qin Yu asked. That was a privilege Luo Qiyun had never enjoyed. After playing for a while longer, Luo Qiyun wanted to try her hand at it. Qin Yu taught her some basics. He figured she was just curious and wanted a quick try, so he didn't go into anything too deep. In his eyes, the heiress had her own career. She certainly wouldn't get hooked on gaming. A bit later, Jin Ming called. Luo Qiyun, get over here right now. Jin Ming said. Is it that urgent, Sister Jin Ming? Luo Qiyun's hand froze on the mouse. What kind of address was that? What did Qin Yu call that woman? Where are you now? He'll send someone to pick you up. Jin Ming said. That's not necessary. I stayed at a friend's place last night. He'll just take a cab. Are you at the office? A friend's place. You don't have any damn friends. This time, even without the speaker on, Luo Qiyun heard every word. Alright, that's it. Get over here quickly. Jin Ming hung up too. She seems to be in a hurry. He'll head over first. Qin Yu turned to leave. You forgot this. Luo Qiyun called out to him, tossing him a pack of sanitary pads. Luo Qiyun briefly explained some tips for dealing with that time of the month, and Qin Yu took them to heart. They then took a taxi to the company. Jin Ming insisted that Qin Yu stay at the office even if he had nothing to do, even if it meant just sitting idly by her side. As Qin Yu approached the company entrance, he spotted a group of actresses huddled around someone, their giggles and coquettish laughter filling the air. Who was so popular? The person at the center of the commotion was none other than Ji Chung. He was there today to discuss business matters with the company's boss. Since the Ji family's return to the country, he had been in charge of their entertainment industry ventures. However, the crowd surrounding him seemed to have gotten wind of his arrival and had been lying in wait at the entrance since morning. Ji Chung considered himself charming, but not to the point of being gawked at like a spectacle. Young Master Ji, do you remember me? I saw you at the party a few days ago. Ji Chung wondered when he had acquired so many acquaintances. He started to push through the crowd to leave, but then his gaze swept across and caught Qin Yu staring at him with a look of utter contempt. Damn it. This would cement his reputation as a playboy for sure. Ji Chung hurried to chase after him, but before he could take a few steps, he was surrounded again. Get lost. Ji Chung snarled. He would have to find out who was spreading these nasty rumors about him. The crowd scattered in shock, but by the time he looked up, Qin Yu's figure had vanished. Meanwhile, Qin Yu arrived at Jin Ming's office. No sooner had he sat down than Jin Ming tossed a thick stack of scripts at him. Since you have nothing to do, read these. It wasn't that she was trying to torment him. It was just that knowing Luo Qiyun as she did, when something big was on the horizon, it was best to keep her on a tight leash, or else who knows when she might just do something wild. Qin Yu picked up a script and started flipping through it, but within 3 minutes, he was yawning uncontrollably. I did some checking last night. Ji Chung is your fiancé, Jin Ming said. It was a joke from the past, it doesn't count. Qin Yu looked at Jin Ming. Could it be that Jin Ming had taken a liking to Ji Cheng's wealth and was trying to set them up? That didn't make sense. Although Jin Ming was a savvy agent who was adept at navigating social nuances and liked to make deals with investors, she had never once treated her artists like bargaining chips. Good. That's for the best. Ji Cheng doesn't have the best reputation. Jin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. And I know you. You're not the type to be led by your heart, and you certainly wouldn't be attracted to someone like him. Ever since Luo Qiyun's mother passed away, Jin Ming had subconsciously tried to fill that maternal role. If there was anyone in the world who truly cared for Luo Qiyun aside from her 3 male relatives, it was Jin Ming. Qin Yu's reaction was muted. But I saw a whole crowd of our flashy colleagues swarming around Ji Chung this morning. Is that so? Jin Ming's eyes never left her computer screen. Well, that just proves he's a scumbag. He's barely here to talk business, and he's already surrounded by a flock of chirping birds. If Ji Chung ever tried to use his power to take advantage of her artist, Jin Ming would walk away without a second thought. After all, she was a top-tier agent in the industry. Even if she switched agencies, countless companies would be willing to pay a hefty buyout for her. After chatting for a while, Qin Yu curiously leaned over to see what Jin Ming was working on. In Qin Yu's mind, an agent's job was just to give orders, and they wielded a ton of power. But now, seeing the dozens of pending tasks on Jin Ming's computer screen, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was not an easy job at all. The costume photo shoot is tomorrow. The lead actors will be there too. Jin Ming said. Do I need to prepare for anything special? Qin Yu asked. No, just don't cause me any trouble. Did she really have that little faith in Luo Qiyun? I know what you're going to say. Jin Ming sighed, a little helpless. When Luo Qiyun first entered the industry, Jin Ming saw a reflection of her late friend in her. Back then, Jin Ming devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing Luo Qiyun into a prodigy of the industry, just like her mother. But the truth was, Luo Qiyun was her own person. She couldn't match her mother's gentle grace. If someone provoked her, she never let it slide. And Luo Qiyun wasn't one to lash out indiscriminately. She always had sound reasoning and evidence. But in the acting profession, the power of public opinion can make you walk on thin ice. Even if you are justified, your reputation can still be ruined in an instant. That's just the reality of it. You've been much better lately, like a completely different person. Your father tells me you've been adapting better at home too. That's good to hear. Jin Ming was truly trying her best. She just hoped that Luo Qiyun had genuinely changed and wouldn't be so recklessly headstrong as before. In the early days, your shows all lost money, but Luo Qiyun never complained. He just kept investing. On the subject of family, Jin Ming felt that the Luos were all warm-hearted beneath a cold exterior. They did a lot, but rarely talked about it. Soon after, Yu Shenran arrived. She was under Jin Ming's management now, and her work ethic was beyond reproach. Here, this is for you. Yu Shenran handed over a cup of hot pear soup. Pear soup. Qin Yu took it and held it in his hands. Wasn't the costume shoot supposed to be today? Why was it pushed to tomorrow? Yu Shenran sat down to Qin Yu's left. The lead actress was personally chosen by the director. She didn't show up, so it has to be delayed a day, Jin Ming explained. Quite the big star, huh? Speaking of which, that lead actress is your college classmate. Do you know her? Jin Ming asked. Why would I remember someone so insignificant? Qin Yu shook his head. Luo Qiyun probably didn't remember this person either. In her first year in the industry, she starred as the lead in a hit youth drama. For her second project, she made a drastic career shift which drew a lot of criticism. Many thought she was just coasting on her fresh, pretty first love face. Jin Ming knew all the talented actors in the industry inside and out. She could recite their career histories from memory. But then she played a rural woman in her second drama, and her portrayal was so nuanced and compelling that she became a hit all over again. After that, she transitioned from TV dramas to films. She's been in the New Year's blockbusters for the past few years. Jin Ming said. She's a very talented person, and I've heard she's not arrogant. She should be easy to get along with. Qin Yu wasn't particularly concerned about the lead actress. Filming was a month away, and he was more hoping that he and Luo Qiyun could switch back to their own bodies by then. Qin Yu took a sip of the hot pear soup when he suddenly heard frantic footsteps outside the door. A moment later, the door flew open and a gust of cold wind blew in as someone rushed inside. The three of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Ji Chung. What was he doing here? Can we help you, mister? Jin Ming's expression was icy. Ji Chung, seeing the situation, was at a loss for words. He pushed past the troublesome women and immediately went to find Qin Yu. He ran almost the entire way, not even pausing to wonder why he was so flustered. They had no defined relationship, barely exchanged a few words, and Qin Yu, as Luo Qiyun, had clearly shown him disgust. What was wrong with him? Ji Chung felt he must be going mad, stooping so low as to rush over with a self-reflective, even self-blaming attitude. All just to explain, and perhaps even apologize. Did he really care that much about Qin Yu's, or rather Luo Qiyun's opinion? It's nothing, I took a wrong turn. Ji Chung turned to leave. Says he took a wrong turn. Yu Shenran almost laughed. Ji Chung should have looked in a mirror at his own frantic state, as if his beloved were emigrating today. I'm not what they say I am. Those are all rumors. Ji Chung couldn't get past his mental block, and turned back to speak solemnly to Qin Yu. What rumors? Qin Yu looked at him, the curve of his lips, making Ji Chung certain he was being mocked. Anyway, don't believe any of it. Ji Chung slammed the door shut and left. He was crestfallen, unsure if his words would be believed. Utterly absurd. Jin Ming thought this young Master Ji should see a neurologist. After leaving, Ji Chung stood outside in the cold wind dejected. Calm down, Ji Chung. He slapped his own cheeks about to leave when a gentle female voice came from behind, tinged with surprise. Ji Chung. Who was calling him? Surely not those women from the company. No, they wouldn't address him like that. They'd coo and call him young Master Ji. He turned to look. The woman wore sunglasses, a playful smile on her fair, delicate face. Lin Xiao. Recognizing her, Ji Chung was quite surprised. What are you doing here? Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. This man was still the same as when they were abroad. So you have no idea which company I work for? Besides my name, what else do you know about me? Lin Xiao asked. I know you're an actress from Yinjing like me, and Ji Chung truly couldn't remember. It was ridiculous. They had once been publicly known as lovers. Yet his understanding of her was this shallow. You're always like this. Lin Xiao had already moved on from that relationship. Looking back, what had seemed so passionate and grand had only left a mess in its wake. Ji Chung had merely had a slight fondness for Lin Xiao, then launched a spectacular pursuit. The so-called grand gesture meant Ji Chung showered Lin Xiao with luxury cars, flowers, and jewelry, but none of it was what she wanted. She craved private moments and space for just the two of them. Yet every time she saw him, he was at the company, always surrounded by people. In the end, they never even shared a lover's embrace or kiss. Furthermore, during that same period, Ji Chung was seen with beautiful women by his side. Lin Xiao could no longer endure it and severed ties with him. The most laughable part was that on the day they broke up, Ji Chung agreed readily, as if it were nothing. She had treated Ji Chung as her whole world, but he merely saw her as a beautiful ornament to be casually placed, and the gifts he sent were just the cloth to polish it. So what are you doing now, eh? Lin Xiao asked. The past was behind them, and dredging it up held no meaning. Here for business cooperation, Ji Chung said, not wanting to elaborate. Well then, until fate brings us together again. Lin Xiao waved and turned to leave. Wait! Ji Chung called out to her. Lin Xiao closed her eyes tightly, a myriad of possibilities for why Ji Chung stopped her flashing through her mind. She even began to waver. I just want to ask you something that doesn't involve you. Ji Chung thought that since she was also a woman, Lin Xiao would understand better and could guide him on what to do. Let's hear it then. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall. If I meet someone, and I find myself pondering over every expression, she makes my heart stirred by each look, even feeling an urgent need to explain myself over trivial matters. Ji Chung asked, does that mean I've fallen for her? What do you think? Lin Xiao almost laughed. So what's her attitude towards you? I don't know. Ji Chung recalled every expression, every encounter, and suddenly felt a pang of pain. Probably somewhat hateful, perhaps very much so. Lin Xiao now had a clear picture. Seeing you this humble for someone you love puts my mind at ease. Lin Xiao laughed heartily and walked away. Hey, don't go. Give me some advice. Ji Chung panicked. I can't help you. Figure it out yourself. Lin Xiao scoffed, asking for her help. Dream on. Meanwhile, Qin Yu spent the afternoon reading the script, and after going through it once, he began memorizing his lines. He thought he should send a copy to Luo Qiyun too in case they swapped back temporarily, so she could adapt quickly. At 5 in the afternoon, Qin Yu got up to leave. Where are you going? Jin Ming looked up at him. It's time to clock out. Was he not allowed to leave when work was over? There's a dinner party tonight. I'm bringing some of my artists to introduce to the director, and you need to come too, Jin Ming said. You don't have to drink, just be present. This was to help Luo Qiyun gain some recognition, as her previous social skills were poor and her circle was closed off. Jin Ming attributed this situation to her own failure. So now she had to keep Luo Qiyun close to salvage her reputation and social connections. But since Qin Yu was in this body, now he had to face these troubles. Later, Qin Yu met the other artists under Jin Ming's management. Some of them he had seen on social media. They were indeed top-tier actors. Even though they were all big names, they were quite obedient in front of Jin Ming, and consequently, they were also very polite to Qin Yu. In the car, Qin Yu opened his phone to report his work progress to Luo Qiyun, while listening to Jin Ming briefing her artists on important points. Don't think that just because you're famous now you can look down on others, understand? Jin Ming said. You don't need to be overly courteous or fawn over them, just be polite enough to leave a good impression. After Jin Ming finished, everyone looked at Qin Yu simultaneously. What's the matter? Qin Yu looked up and met their gaze. She's different from you all. Don't mind her. This private club was discreetly located, a place for many confidential social gatherings. Walking beside Jin Ming, Qin Yu spotted Ji Chung at once. He had been drinking, and his lackey was ushering a group of beauties to cozy up to him. What bad luck. Jin Ming cast a distant, disdainful glance at Ji Chung. Ji Chung's intoxication instantly halved. He instinctively wanted to rush over and explain. Young Master Ji, these ladies also wish to get acquainted with you. See if any catch your fancy, his lackey said, pushing forward more flashy girls. Get lost. Ji Chung was frantic, but before he could chase after her, Qin Yu's peculiar gaze stopped him in his tracks. So this was the life of a wealthy heir, utterly decadent. Qin Yu shook his head, merely finding it absurd. Yet to Ji Chung that subtle gesture carried a vastly different implication. Qiyun, let me explain. Too far away, Qin Yu heard nothing. They entered a private room, and when Ji Chung pursued, no one paid him any attention. Ji Chung slammed his fist against the wall. What's wrong, young Master Ji? Not satisfied with these? The lackey asked, oblivious to his peril. Get lost. I never want to see you again from today. Ji Chung strode away. He had just come for a drink, yet his underlings always insisted on arranging all sorts of nonsense. Now with her having witnessed it firsthand, no amount of explanation would help. Young Master Ji, the lackey called after him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu followed Jin Ming inside. After introductions, everyone sat down to drink and chat. Perhaps knowing that Luo Qiyun was not to be trifled with, no one took the initiative to speak to Qin Yu throughout. Polite compliments were made, but they were all superficial. After the banquet, Qin Yu took a taxi home. Yu Shunran was waiting in the living room. I've been waiting for you for a long time, she said, holding a script. Waiting for me? Qin Yu grew wary. She wouldn't be up to some mischief again, would she? We're about to start filming in about a month. I'm afraid you might not be used to it, so how about a rehearsal in advance? This time Yu Shunran truly had no intention of teasing Qin Yu. Trying to get into character now would also give Qin Yu a chance to adapt. After all, Yu Shunran was a professional. Anything Qin Yu did wrong could be corrected immediately. Let's give it a try, Qin Yu said, taking the script and rehearsing lines with Yu Shunran, immersing himself in the scene. He had expected to perform poorly due to a lack of talent, but with someone to play opposite him, he quickly got into the groove. Though he couldn't act as effortlessly as Luo Qiyun, he was far from being a clueless novice riddled with mistakes. This must be muscle memory from Luo Qiyun's body, Qin Yu thought. After 2 hours of rehearsal, his performance steadily improved. Yu Shunran was also amazed. We've been roommates for a while, but this is our first time performing together, she said with satisfaction. As long as Qin Yu could deliver this level of performance, when the time came there would be no major issues. It seems the public has many misconceptions about Miss Luo, Yu Shunran said, leaning in. She clearly intended to cause trouble again. Qin Yu ignored her return to his room and sent the script to Luo Qiyun. Thinking that sending a message would be a waste of time, he decided to video call her instead. Luo Qiyun had just finished her workout and was stretching. She remembered the agony of those first few days when she started exercising in Qin Yu's body. Every morning she woke up with sore muscles aching all day. Now it was a little better. Is something the matter? Luo Qiyun wiped her sweat and sat on the bed. I've sent you the script. You should take a look too, Qin Yu said. Just in case we swap back one day, you'll be prepared for work. He had to admit menstruation had some real power. At least Qin Yu felt unusually exhausted today, much more tired than usual. His mood was also poor. This must be the effect of hormones. No problem, I'll read it later, Luo Qiyun nodded in agreement. Jin Ming kept me tied up all day today, not letting me run off, and I had to attend a banquet tonight. Qin Yu still preferred his carefree life. He could stream whenever he wanted, or just post a video and slack off. Not like now, running around everywhere and having to endure Jin Ming's restraints. I think I kind of understand you now, Qin Yu said. Especially when your reputation is already tarnished and work gives you no positive feedback at all. If work were just for money, it would be one thing, but Luo Qiyun wasn't exactly short of cash. Is that so? Luo Qiyun looked at the weary Qin Yu. Had she ever made that expression when she was tired? She didn't know. The reason she enjoyed teasing Qin Yu so much was that she could now observe her own body from an outsider's perspective. So she liked making Qin Yu wear clothes she had never worn and liked observing his little expressions. It wasn't narcissism. So why did you want to become an actress in the first place? To follow in her mother's footsteps. Luo Qiyun was silent for a moment. When she was a child, she went out with her mother and was deeply moved by the fans' fervent expressions, their caring words, and their unwavering support. To her, that state of being supported and adored by many was what she sought. But due to her personality and life experiences, this aspiration gradually faded. Work and dreams seemed to become dispensable. She began to feel that going to the set was like being in prison, increasingly dull. Her professional attitude also deteriorated. The reasons were complex. Only when she became an observer could Luo Qiyun see herself clearly. Like now, she was an observer able to discern her own predicament. Just for fun, Luo Qiyun gave a casual answer, then countered, so why did you choose to be a streamer? After returning from the event last time, Luo Qiyun had searched online and learned about what had happened to Qin Yu. Equally vilified by a crowd, Qin Yu seemed unfazed, not taking it to heart at all. For the fun of it. The job was unconstrained and allowed him to support himself, so Qin Yu did it. No special reason. Sometimes when I pull off a really cool move and see the chat praising me, it makes me happy, Qin Yu said. They chatted idly until late, and Qin Yu, unable to fight off sleep, passed out. Then Luo Qiyun ended the video call. The next morning, Luo Qiyun returned from buying breakfast and noticed someone wandering aimlessly downstairs wearing a mask and a cap, staring at the ground as if waiting. She had seen people like this before, either paparazzi or obsessive fans. Surely they weren't here for her. Then they must be here for Xiao Ran. Luo Qiyun took the elevator up. As the doors opened, she ran into Xiao Ran, who was about to go out for a meal. Wait, don't go down yet, Luo Qiyun said, sizing up Xiao Ran. She was dressed too casually, and at the very least she should wear a mask to cover up. What's wrong? Xia Ran asked, perplexed. Go back and change into something more modest, and bring a mask and sunglasses before coming out again. Why? Just a hunch. Do as I say for now. Luo Qiyun said. Oh, okay. Xia Ran changed clothes as instructed, and came back out. Has anyone been sending you harassing messages on your social media accounts? Luo Qiyun guessed that Xia Ran hadn't taken such matters seriously at all. A few. I usually just block them after a glance. To her it was almost routine. After all, those people only harassed her online, and she didn't need to pay them much heed. If she weren't mentally resilient, she would have been driven off the internet long ago. Your thinking is fine. You don't need to bother with them, Luo Qiyun said. Have you been posting your daily updates on social media lately? Yes, how did you know? Xia Ran was genuinely surprised. It wasn't because Luo Qiyun had secretly followed Xia Ran's Weibo, or anything. Your selfies contain location information from nearby places. Your residence has been exposed, so someone tracked you to the building downstairs. But he's not sure yet if you live in this complex, and he can't pinpoint the floor. Luo Qiyun said. That terrifying. Xia Ran had never faced such a situation before, and a wave of disgust washed over her. How could there be people like this? When we go downstairs, stand by my side and don't say a word, Luo Qiyun instructed. With a pounding heart, Xia Ran entered the elevator with Luo Qiyun. When they got downstairs, she saw that the man was still there. Just one glance through her sunglasses confirmed that he was after her. She remembered him. He had once sent her a topless selfie accompanied by extremely disgusting text. The two of them walked out together, and the stalker failed to notice. After circling around a couple of times, he slunk away. Only when they entered a small restaurant and sat in a corner did Xia Ran breathe a sigh of relief. She pulled down her mask and took several deep breaths. You need to be a bit more cautious, Luo Qiyun advised. These people are capable of anything. Luo Qiyun had never encountered such a situation herself. She always drove back and forth, and her residence had layers of security. I understand. Thank you for today, Xia Ran said, her eyes full of gratitude. How about I treat you to a meal? I just ate, Luo Qiyun replied. It's fine. If you're still worried, I'll wait here for you. We can go back together after you finish eating. Xia Ran was moved, ordered her food, and ate in peace. But Luo Qiyun sitting there idly was a bit awkward. You've helped me so many times lately, and I feel like I haven't had a chance to properly thank you, Xia Ran said, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start. No need to thank me. Just take care of yourself, and don't make me keep helping you. That would be enough. Many times Luo Qiyun really didn't want to get involved. But Xia Ran seemed so helpless. I will. They'll pay attention to everything you said. Good. Luo Qiyun muttered to herself, feeling like she had become Xia Ran's bodyguard. Thinking she still needed to familiarize herself with the script, Luo Qiyun picked up her phone and scrolled through it. Xia Ran lowered her head, her mind in turmoil. Did she have feelings for Qin Yu? A little. But her initial attempt to get in touch with Qin Yu was driven by curiosity, not much else. That day at the class reunion, she had randomly thought of Qin Yu and wondered what that shy boy from back then had become. What truly attracted her, however, were the changes Luo Qiyun had brought about. Xia Ran glanced at Luo Qiyun's profile. He was so focused. What was he looking at? Are you going to eat or not? If not, let's go back, Luo Qiyun said without turning her head, aware of Xia Ran's gaze. I'll eat. I want to eat. Xia Ran lowered her head and chuckled. The conversation between them gave her a false sense of intimacy. Luo Qiyun frowned slightly. Was this girl crazy? What was she laughing at? Xia Ran had always been confident in her appearance, receiving plenty of admiration since childhood, so she was always self-assured and naive. She had reason to believe that the person before her felt at least a little attraction. But why was he always so aloof? Out of the blue, Xia Ran recalled what her agent had said to her last time. Luo Qiyun had been standing right there. Actually, artists can date too. Huh. Luo Qiyun turned to look at her. This woman was talking nonsense, jumping from nowhere into a strange topic. I'm not an idol, I'm an actress, Xia Ran said. She didn't see herself as a cute idol. She wanted to conquer everyone with her acting skills. But your fans won't see it that simply. Once you start dating, your popularity and fan base will drop significantly, Luo Qiyun said. Did she really have to spell it out? The young lady had no clear understanding of her career. Xia Ran suppressed a sigh, realizing that Luo Qiyun had indeed overheard her agent's words. What she was saying now was nearly identical to the agent's advice. Besides giving up a long-term career for a relationship, finding a boyfriend who might not even last half a year with you. What's the point? Luo Qiyun said. Do you know him well enough? Can you read people's hearts? Luo Qiyun felt a bit like a nagging mother. For you, what difference does it make whether that person exists or not? She knew Xia Ran was chasing her dreams alone, so she didn't want her to be distracted. Once she achieved something, she would have everything she wanted. A boyfriend, just an insignificant person. Hearing Luo Qiyun's words, Xia Ran suddenly grew angry. The person I chose won't be insignificant. Her voice was loud enough that everyone turned to look. Luo Qiyun was stunned. What was this? They were just chatting casually, and suddenly she flew off the handle. Alright, fine. If you really want to be in a relationship, then keep your eyes wide open and find someone truly suitable for you. If she wouldn't listen, then let her do as she pleased. Having said that, Luo Qiyun's attention was still on the script, and she didn't fully grasp what was happening. So shouldn't you tell me some of your little habits? So I can start getting to know you, Xiaoran asked softly. Me? What does this have to do with me? Luo Qiyun suddenly froze. Xiaoran looked at her, stars in her eyes. Luo Qiyun, since when were you so dense? Was this another side effect of Qin Yu's body? It's getting late. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Luo Qiyun cleared her throat. Xiaoran smirked, not minding Luo Qiyun's avoidance of the topic. After dinner, as they walked Xiaoran home, Luo Qiyun received a message from her sister and then rode her bike to the venue. She arrived early but didn't see her sister anywhere. What was going on? She was so slow. Qin Yu arrived breathless, clutching a small bag and the decorative feathered wings of her costume. Today she was set to portray a battle angel from a popular game, but an accident had damaged the props she had retrieved from the base. This turn of events had transformed the battle angel into a fallen one, a notion Qin Yu found utterly unacceptable. What's wrong? Why the rush? Luo Qiyun looked at her sister. No time to explain, just follow me. Her sister pulled her into the preparation room where a friend had already brought over the photo posters she needed for the signing event. Seeing the damaged prop, Qin Yu's friend was at a loss. She was just there to help and knew nothing about prop making. Yu, is this your brother? Not only was she unable to help, but she also started showing interest in Luo Qiyun, seeking out handsome men, even in a crisis. This is hardly the time for such questions. If you have nothing to do, help me with my makeup instead. She had left in such a hurry that she hadn't applied any. A whole week of preparation was now ruined. Is it really that urgent? Luo Qiyun, unfamiliar with the event's proceedings, felt a pang of worry, seeing her sister so anxious. Yes, I was already late. The booth isn't even set up yet, and the fans who came for photos will have already left by the time it's ready. Qin Yu felt like crying. Every opportunity now was crucial for her. Where's your makeup kit? Luo Qiyun asked. In my bag. What did her brother intend to do? He'll do your makeup from now on. Show me the character reference. Luo Qiyun opened the kit and knelt down. Oh, come on, bro, stop joking around. Qin Yu gently pushed her away. This was hardly the time for games. She was truly desperate. Trust me just this once. Luo Qiyun's expression was earnest. Qin Yu frowned. But you don't even know how to do makeup. Aren't you just making things worse? She couldn't help but suspect her brother of sabotage. I learned from watching videos. Luo Qiyun then quickly listed the names and uses of all the small tools and foundations. Hearing this, her sister finally began to believe that her brother might actually know a thing or two. You handle the props and be gentle. Luo Qiyun focused intently on applying Qin Yu's makeup meticulously. A single glance at the character image was enough for her to memorize the look. Soon the prop was fixed and Luo Qiyun finished the makeup. Take a look. Is it alright? Her sister examined herself in the mirror, finding the result even better than her own efforts. It was truly strange. Wasn't her brother just a gaming geek? When did he ever study this, and with such skill? Honestly, have you secretly cross-dressed before? Luo Qiyun offered a helpless smile. Come on, let's go finish your work. She walked behind carrying the posters. Wait. Her sister suddenly threw herself into Luo Qiyun's arms. Thanks, bro. If it weren't for you, I'd be in real trouble. It was nothing. Luo Qiyun reached out and gently pinched her sister's ear. Sisters were the best. Once inside the venue, Luo Qiyun sat to the side, helping hand out posters and manage the crowd. She had never attended such an event, nor even read about them online. She found it all quite curious. Watching the stream of people coming for photos and buying merchandise, Luo Qiyun observed them with interest. Your makeup today is spot on. It's the most accurate portrayal of this character I've ever seen. A seasoned anime fan remarked to Qin Yu. Thank you. She stole a glance at Luo Qiyun, sitting nearby. Had she been overlooking something? Thinking back, her brother had indeed changed a lot. Not just the haircut and clothes, but his entire demeanor was different. During high school, Qin Yu's mother often poked his spine to correct his slouching posture. Yet despite that, his gait and stance remained poor. Luo Qiyun was different. The body she now controlled carried itself with a completely different air. Even sitting on the sidelines, she sat ramrod straight, gaze fixed forward, radiating an undeniable presence. Hello, miss, are you daydreaming? Oh, sorry. Qin Yu quickly snapped back to attention. The event was nearing its end, and Luo Qiyun breathed a sigh of relief as the line dwindled. Excuse me, could I get a photo with you? Luo Qiyun looked up. It's over there. I'm not the one you're looking for. She was just staff. No, I mean you. I've been a fan of your streams for 2 years. I wasn't sure when I saw you earlier, but I checked some old stream recordings to confirm. A fan of Qin Yu. Luo Qiyun felt a twinge of displeasure. Even if she herself were here, now probably few would recognize her. Alright then, what should I do? She had never experienced the treatment of a fan wanting a photo. Oh, we can just take a quick selfie. The fan snapped a picture. Thanks. Seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. They'll let the others in the streaming group know. It's fine. I should be the one thanking you all for your support. Luo Qiyun felt a twinge of bitterness. So when are you starting to stream again? It had been a few days since Qin Yu's last broadcast. Soon. They'll be back on air very soon. Luo Qiyun smiled, brushing it off. Another half hour passed, and the event finally concluded. The siblings headed to the prep room to gather their things before going home. Qin Yu glanced at her brother again, her suspicion growing. Bro, do you remember getting a fishbone stuck in your throat as a kid and ending up in the hospital? Qin Yu asked abruptly. Did that happen? How would Luo Qiyun know? Feigning forgetfulness was likely the best course. It was so long ago I can't recall. Huh, he doesn't remember. Qin Yu had brought it up just last month during a family dinner. I see. Let's head home for lunch together then. Qin Yu thought it over. She had no proof yet. Alright, let's go. Food was something Luo Qiyun would never decline. They first stopped by Qin Yu's secret base to remove makeup and change, then headed home to eat. At the dinner table, Luo Qiyun was far more at ease than her first meal, there gradually joining in on conversations. After lunch they relaxed on the sofa. So are you going to tell them? Or do you have a goal in mind before you come clean? Luo Qiyun saw no reason to keep it a secret. At least 1 million followers, I suppose. That sounded like a considerable goal. Then keep working hard. Contact me whenever you need anything. Luo Qiyun tapped her sister's forehead. Got it. Yao Jin stood outside the yard watching the siblings interact with a gratified smile. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was at the venue preparing for a promotional shoot, bracing for another round of being styled. Still, there was no sign of the legendary female lead. Just as she was thinking this, a strikingly handsome woman with a commanding presence approached. She was a full head taller than Luo Qiyun. Upon reaching Qin Yu, she lowered her sunglasses and said with a provocative smirk, "Fancy seeing you here, Miss High and Mighty." It's over. Another person who knows Luo Qiyun. The problem is I don't know her at all. Hello. Qin Yu said politely, maintaining basic courtesy. Hello. What can I even say hello? Could she be Luo Qiyun's greatest enemy? It seems you've changed too. The young lady who once looked down on everyone now knows how to put on this hypocritical politeness. But that's not like you, and it's frankly disgusting. Mystery solved. A real enemy indeed. Since that's the case, Qin Yu had no reason to be courteous with her either. First, I don't remember who you are. Second, watch your tone. With a look of utter contempt, Qin Yu figured he looked quite intimidating. But the other woman wasn't angry, instead she smiled. I see you haven't changed much either. With that she turned and left. Afterwards, Qin Yu was pushed into makeup. The woman who had mocked her right off the bat was the drama's female lead, Rui Shui. There was a reason she came straight for Qin Yu. Rui Shui was Luo Qiyun's college classmate, and they had once been considered friends. Rui Shui came from an ordinary family, but was exceptionally capable. Back then she was quite fond of Luo Qiyun, instinctively drawn to her. She adored Luo Qiyun's face and personality. But Rui Shui was highly sensitive then. One day, overhearing a roommate call her the young lattice shadow behind her back planted a thorn in her heart. Because of others' gossip, Rui Shui desperately wanted to prove she was just Luo Qiyun's friend, not some sycophantic follower. She wished Luo Qiyun would make a gesture to validate their relationship. But Luo Qiyun wasn't one for such trivialities, as she remained as aloof as ever. As a result, Rui Shui gradually drifted out of Luo Qiyun's circle. That was all it was. From Luo Qiyun's perspective, if you had a problem you should say it. How was she supposed to know? But the sensitive Rui Shui clearly didn't see it that way. Even now, years later, with Rui Shui atop star, these memories still haunted her. Sometimes she felt regret, lamenting not having spoken her mind. But more often she felt resentment. She had thought that if she ever met Luo Qiyun again, she would ask what she had been thinking back then and clear the air. Yet when the moment came, she couldn't hold back and blurted out angry words. Especially seeing Qin Yu's distant demeanor and claim of not knowing her infuriated her. As if they had never met. The actors changed into their costumes and prepared for the promotional photos. That part was quick. When it was over, Qin Yu sighed in relief and stood beside Yu Shinran, discussing plans to rehearse lines with him later. Don't worry, baby, you've done great already. It was hard to tell how sincere Yu Shinran's words were. Qin Yu clenched his right fist. Forget it, if Luo Qiyun wasn't worried, why should she be? So is this the type of friend you're into now? Rui Shui walked over. Her haughty demeanor truly resembled the drama's female lead. The director's casting was spot on. Rui Shui had a striking androgynous beauty, thick sword-like eyebrows, deep-set eyes. With her period costume, she looked genuinely heroic, like a female warrior. Her height added to it, giving her a natural air of dominance when she spoke to you. But Qin Yu didn't care about that. Do you have to meddle in this too? I didn't hear about anyone playing a stepmother role in this production. Qin Yu looked up at her. So what if she was tall? True, with your reputation, you can only find such disreputable, like-minded friends. Rui Shui became increasingly aggressive. The so-called bad friend in question, Yu Shinran, wasn't angry at all. He watched the scene with amusement. Better than fools like you who treat tabloid news as biographies. Qin Yu felt this was no longer about maintaining a persona. Who was this person coming at her so rudely, insulting Luo Qiyun and even Yu Shinran? What? Isn't it a fact that Miss Luo slapped someone on set? Rui Shui raised an eyebrow. This issue was never going to go away. So don't mess with me, or you'll be next, Qin Yu said. No matter how bad my temper is, I'm not stupid enough to deny my friends based on a few baseless rumors. Only a dumb pig would do that. Rui Shui was stunned. Qin Yu had inadvertently hit a nerve. Hadn't she left Luo Qiyun because of a few words whispered behind her back? Thinking about it, why had she cared so much? Luo Qiyun hadn't done anything wrong, it was she who had overthought everything. Qin Yu looked at her, still appearing defiant. What more insults? Bring it on. She was ready to unleash a torrent of words, but Rui Shui suddenly turned and walked away. Shocking. Qin Yu crossed her arms. That's all the fight she had. Coming to provoke her, she should know who she's dealing with. Come on, let's go home. Qin Yu turned to leave. You go remove your makeup first. I need to talk to Sister Jinming. Wait for me, Yu Shunran said with a smile before walking off. Qin Yu didn't care, she just wanted to get out of there. As Rui Shui sat down, she saw Yu Shunran standing before her. It's hard saying things you don't mean, isn't it? Yu Shunran looked at her. I don't know what you're talking about, Rui Shui denied. You might have known Miss Luo a long time ago, but she's not the same person now. Also, let me remind you, the young lady is a bit tsundere. She's soft-hearted. If you just apologize and lower your head, she'll forgive you in a second. Yu Shunran smiled. Had he seen through her? Rui Shui looked up. It's fine. If you can't say it now, no problem. We're on the same set now, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yu Shunran said. Rui Shui struggled internally. Why are you telling me this? She didn't understand. After the way she had spoken, Yu Shunran seemed completely unbothered. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Yu Shunran certainly wouldn't tell the truth. She simply wanted to watch Qin Yu interact with Luo Qiyun's old acquaintances and see what interesting things would unfold. An hour later, everyone was on their way back. In the car, Jinming briefed them on important matters. Qin Yu propped her cheek against the window, half listening. Miss Luo, did you hear anything I just said? Jinming asked. Am the same old cliches? Well, it wasn't wrong, but this attitude was worrying Jinming. Forget it, there was no point in saying more. As long as this drama lands, well, your old bad reputation won't matter. You need to seize this opportunity. Jinming turned to Yu Shunran. Shunran, you too. Qin Yu watched the scenery outside the window when a familiar figure caught her eye. That pink outfit. Wasn't that Luo Qiyun's only friend? Stop the car, Qin Yu said. The car stopped and Qin Yu unbuckled her seatbelt and ran out. What's wrong with you? Qin Yu sat down beside Bai Shuejing. Of course it was her, the sweet girl, all pink and pastel. Who else could it be? It's nothing, Bai Shuejing said, reluctant to speak, but her tears were hard to hide. Honestly, you can borrow my shoulder for a moment. Just this once. Qin Yu looked at her. She was probably heartbroken. What could he do? After all, she was a friend that Luo Qiyun had personally acknowledged. Qin Yu had never seen any other friend of hers. Shouldn't he help maintain this relationship? Are you really concerned about me? Not here to laugh at me. Bai Shuejing was a bit doubtful. I've been busy lately. I don't have time for that. At least from his expression, Qin Yu seemed sincere. Wah! I got dumped today. Bai Shuejing burst into tears, burying her face in Qin Yu's shoulder. It was genuine heartbreak. What's the whole story? At a time like this, she needed to vent. Keeping it all bottled up would only make it worse. He said I was fake and disgusting, like a cheap soda with 3 packets of sweetener. Cloying and sickening. Damn, who was so vicious with their words. A breakup was a breakup, but why say such things? However, Qin Yu glanced down at Bai Shuejing's exaggerated makeup. The pink eyeshadow, the excessive blush and highlighter. He could understand wanting to be sweet, but looking at it now, it was indeed a bit much. It wasn't just the makeup though. Bai Shuejing's way of speaking was also over the top. What he said was harsh, but you're not that cheap. You're worth more than a cheap soda. You'd be at least $1. What did you say? Bai Shuejing was furious. Her voice finally returned to normal, and her expression became much more natural. She even threw a punch at Qin Yu. Qin Yu took the hit, considering it the price he paid to comfort Luo Qiyun's friend. See, don't you feel better now? Using a joke to open up the conversation wasn't a bad idea. At least Bai Shuejing wasn't crying nonstop anymore, unable to hear what he had to say. So why are you so determined to be a sweet girl? Qin Yu asked. No particular reason. I just wanted to have my own unique trait. That was only one reason. As mentioned before, Bai Shuejing wanted to outshine Luo Qiyun. Since Luo Qiyun was the cold and aloof type, she would go to the opposite extreme. Another reason was her older sister at home. Her sister was a formidable career woman who had taken over the family business. In comparison, Bai Shuejing felt somewhat inadequate. Because her grades weren't good, she was often the subject of comparison. Over time, she lived in the shadow of another person. Today, the one who called her disgusting wasn't even a stranger. It was a blind date arranged by her family. They were supposed to be a good match. Bai Shuejing had been putting a lot of effort into this relationship. But perhaps the other party was tired of pretending or genuinely bored and had said some harsh words to her during their meal. Is that all? Qin Yu asked again. Fine, I know what you want to hear. It's not just that. Having gone through sadness and mockery, Bai Shuejing finally exploded. I just wanted to be different and attract attention. I just crave attention. Are you satisfied now? I envy you, and I know you look down on me. But this is my reality. What else can I do? Qin Yu remained silent. Let her shout it all out. Not everyone can be like you, not caring what others think, never being blamed for mistakes. Bai Shuejing lowered her head. Do you want to be like me? Qin Yu thought it was better she didn't. No. Bai Shuejing was merely envious. She knew very well she couldn't be like Luo Qiyun. She cared too much about others' opinions. A little bit of malice could upset her for a long time. So what do you truly want? Qin Yu asked. Bai Shuejing was always in a hurry, rushing from one social gathering to the next, endlessly socializing and posturing, never taking a moment to stop and see herself for who she really was. I want people to look at me more to gain recognition. Even if it seemed a little pathetic, it didn't matter. Qin Yu nodded. Does my recognition hold any weight? Bai Shuejing turned her head to look at him. It held a tremendous amount of weight. Are you serious? Bai Shuejing seemed unexpectedly hopeful. Just kidding. Are you crazy, Luo Qiyun? Bai Shuejing laughed in exasperation. I'm not going to waste time with you here. I'm going home. Regardless, at least she had spoken her mind. Qin Yu couldn't counsel anyone, of this was all he could do. After seeing Bai Shuejing off, he returned home. Is she okay? Yu Shenran had prepared dinner. Not sure. Hopefully she's fine. Qin Yu sat down naturally and sent a message to Luo Qiyun. He asked her about the connection between her and the lead actress of her new drama. When Luo Qiyun saw that familiar face, she did have some memory of her. So is she an old enemy of yours? Qin Yu asked. A friend, Luo Qiyun said. It was just that Rui Shui had suddenly disappeared from her side back then, and Luo Qiyun still didn't understand why when she thought about it now. At the time, she thought Rui Shui was probably busy with work and didn't have time to keep in touch. After all, Rui Shui skyrocketed to fame right after she disappeared. Did you have a falling out? Qin Yu pressed. There was no enmity involved. Her attitude today was quite hostile. Qin Yu said. Is that so? Luo Qiyun thought it made sense. She had probably distanced herself after seeing the negative news about Luo Qiyun. Then Qin Yu told her about Bai Shuejing's situation. Luo Qiyun hadn't expected Qin Yu to do that, but it was good that he did. After dinner, Qin Yu planned to make a trip back to the Luo residence. Jin Ming had given him a day off, so he needed to check on his little brother's progress. Driving home, he didn't see his dad or Luo Shu downstairs, so he went straight to the second floor where Luo Qichuan was in the middle of an intense gaming session. It seemed he really had found himself a professional player as a coach. Qin Yu stood by and watched for a while. His skills were indeed much better than before. Not bad. It seemed Luo Qichuan had at least a bit of talent. At least he was tenacious and willing to take advice. After finishing a round, Luo Qichuan stretched and turned around, nearly getting scared to death. Sis, why don't you make any sound when you walk? Luo Qichuan took off his headset. I heard your new drama is about to start filming. I thought you'd be too busy to come home. Luo Qichuan was starting to pay attention to Luo Qiyun's activities. I am busy, but not so busy that I can't find time to come home. Qin Yu stood nearby. You were watching just now. Have I improved it? Luo Qichuan said with a hint of pride. He was clearly getting a big head from a little progress. Yes, but not by much, Qin Yu said. You're still a long way from your dream of being a pro player. He was being honest to keep Luo Qichuan from getting too cocky. My progress is huge. My coach says I'm improving fast and have great talent. He was getting stubborn about it. They'll show you right now. Luo Qichuan put his headset back on, ready to play. That confident. Qin Yu sat to the side. Go ahead and show him. Let him see just how much he had improved. Rubbing his hands together, brimming with bold declarations. As for the outcome, Qin Yu watched the first 10 minutes. Luo Qichuan's issues were indeed far fewer than before. He wasn't silently farming for development anymore, and he had started paying attention to his teammates' positions and following up on their moves. But after those 10 minutes, Luo Qichuan confidently launched several suicidal assaults, and in an instant the tide of the game turned. 15 minutes and they were being relentlessly beaten by their opponents. The good news was that Luo Qichuan didn't have a mental meltdown like he used to. Instead, he patiently comforted his teammates. At the very least, he was fulfilling his role as the team's morale engine. A loss was a loss, but the atmosphere wasn't bad. A pity I didn't perform to my full potential, Luo Qichuan said. Not bad. There's indeed significant improvement compared to before. Other issues can be ironed out gradually, Qin Yu replied. Luo Qichuan let out a silly, goofy laugh. Just getting a word of approval from Qin Yu was enough to satisfy him, making all his recent hard work and perseverance worthwhile. It's just. Qin Yu frowned slightly. No, don't say it's just. Please, no plot twist. He hated plot twists more than anything. You're getting a bit too hot-headed. A lot of the time there's no need to organize meaningless attacks. Qin Yu wasn't exactly scolding him. Didn't you say you wanted to become a professional player? A professional can't afford to get complacent over small improvements. Luo Qichuan lowered his head. He did have a tendency to get a bit carried away. Afterwards the two played together for a while. Qin Yu held back his skill level to avoid getting his account banned, so their win-loss record was about 50-50. At dinner time, they went downstairs and saw Luo Shu reporting to their father. Ji Chung has been acting like a madman these past 2 days, coming by every single day, Luo Shu said, baffled by Ji Cheng's behavior. He wants to compete for our supplier position and has offered incredibly tempting terms. Luo Shu used incredibly twice because Ji Cheng's attitude was just too humble, too baffling. What do you think the reason could be? Luo Qinshan didn't even want to spell it out. Business is business. If he's willing to offer better terms, of course we should cooperate with him. But if he has any improper intentions, tell him to get lost as far as possible. Luo Qianshan's impression of Ji Cheng was utterly terrible. Understood. That went without saying. Luo Shu certainly didn't hold Ji Cheng in high regard either. Everything the man did was too utilitarian, his motives too transparent. Qiyun is back too. Seeing his daughter come home, the old man lost all interest in work talk. The family gathered for dinner, and the atmosphere at the table was far better than when Qin Yu first visited the Luo household. Even Luo Qichuan was interested enough to chime in on the boring work-related topics. It wasn't that he genuinely cared about the family business, he only cared about Luo Qiyun. After Ji Cheng's visit that day, he had also dug up quite a bit of information about the man, and after reading it all he wanted was to punch Ji Cheng in the face. After dinner, Qin Yu lounged on the sofa while Luo Qianshan and his youngest son played a game of Chinese chess, a rare occurrence. Just 6 or 7 moves and the old man was already sweating. You little rascal, have you been secretly practicing? Luo Qianshan stared at his youngest son. No, I haven't, Luo Qichuan replied. He hadn't touched this ancient game of chess in ages. Dad, maybe you're just getting old, and your brain can't keep up anymore. Luo Qichuan was finally getting the thrill of crushing an easy opponent and laughed with smug delight. You brat, you're getting arrogant before you've even checkmated me. Careful, or it'll make you cry in a moment, Luo Qianshan frowned. How could that be? I'm not being arrogant. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my dear old father. These two. Qin Yu glanced at them from afar. Since she was still on her period and feeling a bit down, she just hugged a throw pillow and scrolled through her phone on the sofa. How's work treating you lately? I heard you're tied down by Jin Ming. Luo Shu sat down beside her, still wearing that punchable expression. Why does it sound so bad when you say it? Qin Yu shot him a glance. I'm just focused on my work. I can handle my own affairs. Do you really need to worry about it? Luo Shu smiled helplessly. Fine then. You don't need to worry too much about Ji Cheng. He'll take care of him for you, Luo Shu said. Also, I looked into that incident at the film set last time. That person won't be appearing in front of you ever again. Blacklisted. Qin Yu was a bit stunned. Her big brother was so influential, he could blacklist someone just like that. She had a foul mouth and spoke ill of our mother, Luo Shu explained. Mentioning their deceased mother brought a hint of sadness to him. After their mother passed, the atmosphere at home had become increasingly strained. Luo Shu had been burdened with the weight of the family business since his youth. His father had high expectations for him, demanding he never make a single misstep. Under such immense pressure, Luo Shu gradually became taciturn. His younger sister and brother seemed to him like nothing more than troublesome, whining teenagers in the throes of rebellion. So he started rarely coming home. Without someone to bridge the gap, the other family members naturally grew further apart. But now it was fine. Qin Yu had taken on that role. So you completely took her out. Qin Yu mimed a throat-slitting gesture. What are you thinking? Luo Shu shook his head. I just had someone dig up some dirt on her to use as leverage, so she wouldn't dare show her face in front of you again. This was a society governed by law after all. Luo Shu couldn't just have someone eliminated. I got it. Qin Yu lowered her head, not uttering the words thank you. Not even a word of gratitude. Luo Shu seemed a little disappointed. I never asked you to meddle in this. Qin Yu stayed in character, saying dismissively. You little liar, saying one thing and meaning another. Luo Shu stood up, pretending to leave. He took half a step, then turned back, launching a sneak attack to ruffle Qin Yu's hair. How childish. Qin Yu kicked out at him, but Luo Shu dodged to the side. After walking away, Luo Shu went over to his father's side and focused on the chess game. That move wasn't right, Luo Shu chimed in with advice. Hey, no ganging up on me. Luo Qichuan begged for mercy. It was bad enough his dad could take back moves, but now he was bringing in reinforcements. Qin Yu messaged Luo Qiyun telling her about the day's events and letting her know that the incident at the film set had been resolved. Luo Qiyun glanced at the message, not surprised in the least. She didn't like communicating with Luo Shu, but he had privately handled quite a few troubles for her. Checking the time, she realized it was about time she headed out for dinner. Just as she stepped out the door, she ran into Xia Ran coming out. I was just about to come call you, Xia Ran said, her hand still on the doorknob. Did you install a surveillance camera in my house? Luo Qiyun refused to believe it could be such a coincidence. Huh. Xia Ran was tickled by the comment. I just finished cooking and wanted to ask if you've eaten. If not, would you do me the honor of joining me? Luo Qiyun's lips moved, but the refusal didn't come out. What's on the menu? Oil-braised shrimp, stir-fried crab, and... Before she could finish, Luo Qiyun was already stepping inside. Say no more, let's eat. Xia Ran smiled and followed her in. Before cooking, she had been worried her invitation might be turned down. Now it seemed she wasn't that hard to convince after all. Another benefit of the body swap was the chance to experience things her own body could never endure. For instance, Luo Qiyun had a severe cat allergy and absolutely couldn't handle spicy food. But Qin Yu was neither allergic nor averse to spice. So for Luo Qiyun, playing with cats and eating spicy food were both novel and delightful experiences. At the dinner table, Luo Qiyun focused intently on her meal, showing no restraint. Xia Ran watched her pick out the scallions and garlic, silently taking note. They'll be starting work at the company in a couple of days, Xia Ran said. The injury on her foot had healed considerably. Oh, Luo Qiyun nodded. What about you? Are you planning to resume your live streams soon? Xia Ran asked. This remark reminded Luo Qiyun of something. Qin Yu was not only covering her job, but had even successfully auditioned for a role on her behalf, while she herself had been doing nothing at all. Seeing that Luo Qiyun didn't respond, Xia Ran assumed she hadn't made any plans yet and resumed eating. Her phone on the table vibrated with a message. Xia Ran picked it up and her expression shifted slightly. Her manager had sent her a photo. In the photo, she stood beside Luo Qiyun, smiling sweetly, while Luo Qiyun looked down at her with a gaze that seemed utterly doting. At first glance, no one would doubt they were a young couple. Xia Ran chose to ignore it, placing the phone back down to continue her meal. But she knew her manager would press the issue if she remained silent. The phone vibrated again, this time with a ringtone. Excuse me, I need to take this. Xia Ran stepped aside with her phone. Hello. Have you completely ignored everything I've told you? I've told you to be mindful of your image and stay away from that person. The manager roared. There's nothing between us anyway, Xia Ran explained softly. What matters isn't what you say, but whether your fans believe it. Open your social media right now and look at your comments. Xia Ran frowned as she opened her Weibo and found the photo flooding her comment section. See now? The manager said. The once brazen comments had turned hostile, with many seizing the chance to stir up negativity and vilify Xia Ran. When the tide turns, it gives no time to react. It's not too late. Issue a statement saying you're not involved, just strangers who met by chance. Since it was a candid shot with no full context, your fans will believe whatever you say. The manager said. As long as Xia Ran showed a clear stance, the impact could be minimized. But? What but? I don't know what spell that person has cast on you to make you so protective. The manager was furious. Having been ignored repeatedly, she was ready to step in directly. Now go post a clarification on Weibo this instant. With that, she hung up. Xia Ran looked up and found Luo Qiyun watching her. They were barely 10 meters apart, and Xia Ran had every reason to believe Luo Qiyun had overheard the manager's words. Strangers who met by chance. Xia Ran's breath grew heavy. Full. Luo Qiyun in truth hadn't heard a thing. She simply thought Xia Ran looked pitiful getting yelled at by her manager during a meal. Since you'll be busy from now on, you don't need to cook for me anymore. Luo Qiyun wiped her mouth and stood up. It feels a bit awkward for me to keep coming here. Xia Ran kept her head down, offering no reply. Luo Qiyun was puzzled. She must have been scolded pretty harshly to the point of not wanting to speak. Well, then it was time for her to head home and rest. Goodbye. By the time Xia Ran had composed herself, Luo Qiyun was already gone. She returned to the table, eating without tasting anything. She mechanically ate 5 mouthfuls of plain rice, unaware her teeth, leaving a series of marks on the wooden chopsticks. He was deliberately creating distance. Xia Ran felt a tightness in her chest. She set down her chopsticks, retreated to her room, and buried herself under the covers. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun returned home and sat before Qin Yu's array of equipment, deep in thought. Streaming and playing games. How hard could it be? With a little practice, she could master the basics of starting a stream and fill in for Qin Yu right. With that in mind, Luo Qiyun turned on the computer and created a new account. Whenever she hit a snag, she'd look up tutorial videos online. Within 2 hours, she had grasped the entire streaming process, followed by another hour of standard practice matches. Whether it was residual muscle memory from Qin Yu's body or her own natural talent, by the third match Luo Qiyun was already achieving impressive results. Far better than Luo Qichuan. A few more days of practice and she should be on par with Qin Yu right. With this plan, Luo Qiyun proposed the idea to Qin Yu the next morning. They'll stream for you, and you take my place on set. Deal, Luo Qiyun said. Why the sudden change? Qin Yu assumed she was just bored and curious about his daily routine. We can't just let your work stall indefinitely while we're swapped, Luo Qiyun explained. Qin Yu mulled it over. Since Luo Qiyun was handling his daily outfits and work schedule, he could just as easily offer remote guidance for her streaming. In that case, start with some single-player games to ease into it. Qin Yu's only worry was the intense chat pressure overwhelming her. They'll send you the plan and content schedule later. Oh, and you've met Zhang Feng, right? He can help you get acclimated. Luo Qiyun agreed. After breakfast at the Luo residence, Qin Yu drove home. Ji Ming had only given her 1 day off, so she now had to follow orders, pick up Yu Shunran, and head to the company. But as soon as she reached the doorstep, she found a crowd gathered at the gate. They were holding a multitude of gift boxes lined up, as if waiting for autographs. Qin Yu was intrigued, assuming these were gifts from Yu Shinran's suitors. She had only ever seen such a spectacle in TV dramas. She snapped a photo and sent it to Luo Qiyun with the caption, "Over the top." Then she walked forward, intending to head inside. Unexpectedly, the crowd, which had been looking dejected, swarmed around her the moment she approached. Miss Luo, Qin Yu turned around. Shinran won't see you all. Huh. They were here for Luo Qiyun. Then leave. Qin Yu opened the door, casting a cold glance at the group. But the man at the front panicked, rushing forward to block the door, heedless of the risk to his fingers. Qin Yu's expression darkened, and the man immediately flinched back in fear. We're here to deliver these to you. Luo Qiyun hadn't mentioned any purchases. What were these unsolicited gifts? And they seemed to be mostly jewelry and handbags. Mr. G sent us. So this dramatic idol-drama-style display was all for her. Just take it all away. Qin Yu looked at the group's troubled expressions, thinking they wouldn't leave until they completed their task. Asking Luo Qiyun for help at this point probably wouldn't do any good. So he simply called Luo Shu directly. Luo Shu was busy in his office and glanced at the incoming call notification, somewhat surprised. Is something wrong? His sister must be in trouble to call him. Ji Chung sent me a ton of stuff. Can you get him to call off these people? The front of her house was now completely blocked. He means Ji Chung hasn't given up yet. Luo Shu frowned. It seemed he really needed to issue a stern warning to this young master of the Ji family. Just then his secretary walked and saw he was on the phone and remained silent. No problem, I'll contact Ji Chung right now, Luo Shu said. Is there anything else you need help with? Qin Yu glanced outside. No, just make it quick. Hanging up, Luo Shu instantly resumed his stern professional demeanor. What is it? Mr. G is here. Since it's an unannounced visit, I came to ask if you'd like to see him. The secretary clutched Luo Shu's schedule with both hands. She had never seen him speak so gently. I was just about to look for him. Send him in. Luo Shu leaned back, his face darkening as he awaited Ji Cheng's arrival. Soon Ji Cheng's face appeared before Luo Shu. Luo Shu usually didn't find Ji Cheng this irritating. So, Brother Shu, have you considered the terms I offered? Ji Cheng's repeated concessions in business weren't purely for commercial reasons. He had ulterior motives. Before you say anything else, call your people and have them all withdraw within 5 minutes, Luo Shu stated. Ji Cheng opened his mouth, but didn't dare ask how Luo Shu knew. You have exactly 5 minutes. Luo Shu raised his wrist to check the time. The countdown had begun. Ji Cheng had no choice but to phone his entourage and order them to leave immediately. Ji Cheng, let's keep things separate. Don't use business dealings to entangle the people close to me. Qiyun is my only sister. Who you want to pursue is your business, but don't bring your troubles to my doorstep. Ji Cheng remained sullenly silent. Why? So just because Ji Cheng likes someone and pursues her earnestly, it's considered a nuisance? Was it all because of his reputation? Had been away from Yanjing for so long, who truly knew him? Who had he harmed? Had he gotten some girl pregnant and forced an abortion or driven a starlet to suicide? He had done none of that. Anger welled up in his chest. Ji Cheng stood and slammed his fist on Luo Shu's desk. Do you believe those rumors too? That I'm some carefree playboy? Luo Shu nodded. A lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. I can't easily dismiss them. Managing that reputation is your own problem. Ji Cheng sat back down. He couldn't lose his temper in front of Luo Shu. Luo Shu was too calm. We've been friends for over a decade. Even when I was abroad, we never lost touch. In all these years, have you ever seen anyone appear in my inner circle? Ji Cheng explained helplessly. The reason there are always women around me is 1, for social necessity. 2, to prevent my family from suspecting my orientation. You know, the Ji family has only me and my parents are very traditional. You also know the liberal atmosphere abroad. Luo Shu nodded. Reasonable. So you believe me? My feelings for Qiyun are sincere. That I don't believe. Bastard. Ji Cheng raised his fist ready to strike, but stopped mid-swing. However, I can give you a chance to explain your feelings to see if there's even a shred that might move me. Luo Shu seemed to be treating Ji Cheng as a source of amusement. What feelings? Ji Cheng fiddled with the balanced toy on the desk and closed his eyes to recall for a moment. To be shamelessly honest, we had several chance encounters before. I initially thought Qiyun had orchestrated them. Ji Cheng decided not to hide anything. To get past Luo Shu's sincerity was his only option. But I later realized that wasn't the case. Those meetings were just coincidences. But my feelings for her are real. Ji Cheng stated. What's wrong with that? Our ages are suitable, and our family backgrounds are well matched. If you say you don't believe my sincerity, I can't exactly cut my heart out to show you. Luo Shu interlaced his fingers. I believe you're sincere, but you have no idea what you're doing. He couldn't exactly say Ji Cheng liked the wrong person. What do you mean I don't know? I know perfectly well. Ji Cheng had been questioned about his sincerity too many times over the past 2 days. He wouldn't allow his pure feelings to be trampled on any further. So is it her face you like, or her as a person? Her face. Ji Cheng thought for a moment. Liking someone usually starts with their appearance, but Ji Cheng was certain his attraction wasn't based on Luo Qiyun's looks. No, it's the feeling she gives off, the aura she has. Ji Cheng said. Is that so? Luo Shu shook his head. If you Ji Cheng merely liked her face, it would be fine. But if you're attracted to the temperament and aura she presents, you're done for. Because that means what Ji Cheng calls true love isn't actually Luo Qiyun herself. If that's the case, I advise you to give up and stop this. Luo Shu said. Why? Jiqing wouldn't accept it if it was the same old reason. Because you'll end up getting deeply hurt. Luo Shu shook his head. And if you break down and can't face reality, I won't have time to drink with you in your misery. As long as you don't interfere, I'm confident things will be fine. If he didn't fully understand her, yet Jiqing could start slowly from the little things. He was very patient. I won't interfere. Luo Shu acknowledged Jiqing's courage. Really? Jiqing was overjoyed. However, a small piece of advice, she's not into luxury goods or jewelry. You might try approaching her from other angles. Brother Shu, words can't express my gratitude. I'm off. Jiqing was now heading to the company to coincidentally run into Qin Yu. Go on then. Luo Shu watched Jiqing's retreating back with a sly smile. Since Jiqing wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall, Luo Shu would just wait for the show. Back in the car, Jiqing stared out the window deep in thought. It's a bit stuffy. Put on some music, Jiqing instructed his driver. Yes, mister. Ji. Soon a song began playing in the car. Jiqing's face darkened after just hearing a couple of lines. Turn it off. Yes, sir. Young Master Jis' mood has been quite unstable lately. Arriving at the company, Jiqing, still in the car, saw Qin Yu following behind Jin Ming, while Yu Xinran was speaking beside them with a smile. Qin Yu's expression remained indifferent. What could she possibly be interested in? Jiqing couldn't figure it out. Qin Yu's gaze landed on a sports car nearby. She mused silently. It must be nice to be rich, as she had only ever seen a car like that in video games before. Sports car. Jiqing murmured. He had also seen her riding horses at the stables before. Does she like these things? Jiqing silently took note. Back in the familiar confines of the office, Qin Yu flipped through the script. Outside, Jiqing passed by, sneaking a quick glance inside. His eyes met Jin Ming's. This creep is so twisted he's even resorting to spying and stalking. Jin Ming shot Jiqing a warning glare before pulling the blinds shut. Jiqing stepped back, met with a cold rebuff, and could only sigh and walk away. It seemed he'd have to start with those closest to him. Without changing that rigid impression, he'd never get a chance to get close to his target. Jin Ming returned to his seat and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was currently napping with the script draped over his face. Luo Qiyun. Moi. Qin Yu pulled the script down, eyes still heavy with sleep. Head read the script until it was practically worn out. Without being on the actual set, it was all just theory. He couldn't exactly conjure flowers out of it. But Jin Ming wasn't about to scold her for being lazy. Has that Jiqing been trying to get close to you lately? Jin Ming said. Yeah. Qin Yu replied, thinking the morning's grand display was already over the top. Stay away from him. Also, there's a room over there. If you're really that tired, you can go sleep in there. Jin Ming had originally planned to loosen the reins on Qin Yu after a few days. Keeping her tethered like this wasn't ideal. But Jiqing's appearance made him uneasy. No need. Snoozing in secret was far more comfortable. Lying in a real bed would only keep Qin Yu wide awake. Lunchtime arrived soon enough. A knock came at the door. Come in, Jin Ming said, looking up to see Rue Shui. What was she doing here? Her company wasn't far, just across the street. Rue Shui hesitated, unable to voice her real reason. She carried lunch in her hand, glancing around. Qin Yu was dozing against the wall, while Yu Xinran scrolled through her phone. I'm just not confident about this project. I came to see how my fellow cast members are doing in their daily routine. Rue Shui was a stubborn tsundere herself. It's just on the way. Jin Ming frowned. The words sounded like she didn't trust the people under her, but looking at Rue Shui's expression, she didn't seem like she was here to pick a fight. Who comes to throw down while bringing gifts? What's that you're holding? Jin Ming asked. Just some lunch I ordered on the way. I accidentally ordered too much and can't finish it. Since you all haven't eaten yet, you can have it. Rue Shui set the containers on the table and sat down at a distance from Yu Xinran. The atmosphere grew awkward. Well, let's thank our leading lady, shall we? Let's see what goodies we've got. Yu Xinran opened a container. All of it was stuff Luo Qiyun liked. What an act. Yu Xinran stepped over and gently tugged Rue Shui's arm. Mind moving over there? I'd like to eat here. Rue Shui was reluctantly pushed over to Qin Yu's side. This A-list star, who never even flinched at award ceremonies, now felt her heart race as she stole a glance at Qin Yu. Is she always like this? Rue Shui asked. It's that time of the month for her, so she's a bit worn out. Yu Xinran didn't hold back and started eating. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Ming also chatted with Rue Shui for a bit. The room gradually grew noisier. Qin Yu frowned and leaned over to her left. Before Rue Shui could react, Qin Yu's head rested right on her shoulder. Rue Shui stared at the lines of Qin Yu's brow and the soft crown of her hair, momentarily lost in a daze. She didn't hear a single word Jin Ming said next. Yu Xinran sat off to the side, chopsticks in hand, savoring her meal. How nice. Qin Yu leaned there for a good 10-odd minutes, and Rue Shui's shoulder went numb. Qin Yu stretched, rubbed her bleary eyes, and looked around. Someone's eating. She froze mid-rub. Why is it her? So she'd been leaning on her shoulder this whole time. How embarrassing. But last time Luo Qiyun had said Rue Shui was her friend. She probably cut ties because Luo Qiyun's reputation was too tarnished. With that thought, Qin Yu got up and moved to another seat. Rui Shui was dumbfounded. Why? Why is she avoiding me like this? Aren't you eating lunch? Rui Shui asked. Even with a bad mood from her period, she still had to eat. Not hungry, Qin Yu said, looking away. Rui Shui twisted her fingers at a loss. Yu Xinran watched her open her mouth several times, never able to get out a full sentence. Qin, don't be like this. Rui Shui means well. Sure, these were just picked up along the way. Nothing special, and you might not even like them. Since neither of them could find the words, it was up to her to break the ice. Even if you don't want to eat, at least give our leading lady some face and take a bite. Yu Xinran even put on a look of utter panic, as if afraid they'd come to blows right there. Rui Shui's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. I just came to see how you work. I've heard you're always so lackadaisical. She picked up a lunch container and moved close to Qin Yu. You're eating today whether you like it or not, or you're not giving me face. She picked up an egg roll with her chopsticks and brought it to Qin Yu's lips. Her left hand cupped beneath while her right held the chopsticks. Jin Ming's face fell. What kind of show is this? The tone was a threat, but the gesture was pure doting on a girlfriend. Qin Yu shot her a glance and took a small bite. Meh. Rui Shui didn't care about the criticism. Her face stayed cold, but inside she was thrilled. This is all you deserve. What you think I'd cook for you specially? Be grateful you've got anything at all. She offered it up again. Qin Yu took another small bite. It wasn't that Qin Yu was being picky, it genuinely wasn't to her taste. This was all Luo Qiyun's favorite, too light and bland. And so Rui Shui ended up feeding her the whole meal. Jin Ming propped her chin on her hand. It was the first time she'd seen someone force-feed another person like this. Still, it was fine. It seemed their relationship wasn't half bad. After the meal, Rui Shui handed over a napkin. Qin Yu reached out to take it, but Rui Shui leaned in instead. She gently wiped Qin Yu's mouth herself. This woman has lost her mind. Qin Yu stared at Rui Shui, who had already sat back down. All right, now that you've eaten, it's time to work. Rui Shui was going to walk Qin Yu through the script. Qin Yu thought it over. The more guidance she got now, the better. Being well-prepared meant fewer mistakes later. The room was warm and cozy, and listening to Rui Shui's soft murmurs, Qin Yu started to feel drowsy again. Just then another knock came at the door. Come in, Jin Ming said, puzzled. She never had this many visitors. Who were they all coming for? The door swung open, and Ji Cheng stood there holding the lunch Head had prepared. Am I interrupting something? Ji Cheng met the gaze of 4 people and felt himself shrink to nothing. It was indeed not the right time. Is there something you need, President Ji? Jin Ming looked at him with a strange expression. Did you buy too much lunch as well? Ji Cheng gave an awkward smile and was about to retreat, but Jin Ming called him back. Leave the lunch here. Since you've already come all this way, Jin Ming said. Ji Cheng walked and glanced at Qin Yu, who was being pressed by Rui Shui, and held his breath as he prepared to leave. Yet he saw Jin Ming open the lunch he had bought and devour it heartily. This was a direct slap to his face. Rui Shui stayed for another half an hour. Seeing that Qin Yu had little interest, she also rose to take her leave. As she stepped out, she saw Ji Cheng standing off to the side, braving the cold wind. He looked like a wilted eggplant struck by frost. Wait! Ji Cheng, seeing Rui Shui emerge, immediately fell into step behind her. Is there something you need, President Ji? Rui Shui asked, her face expressionless. She had her hair tied in a ponytail today, clad in a black leather jacket, black skinny jeans, and knee-high boots, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Just call me Ji Cheng. You're a friend of Qiyun's, right? Ji Cheng took a couple of steps to keep up, only to find Rui Shui's pace impossibly fast. She was clearly trying to shake him off. That wouldn't be appropriate. Rui Shui didn't know Ji Cheng, nor was she aware of his reputation in their circles. She simply disliked anyone getting too close to Luo Qiyun, especially someone like Ji Cheng, whose motives seemed less than pure. I just wanted to ask, could you tell me what Qiyun usually likes? Ji Cheng said. Rui Shui's face darkened. Was this question intentional? She hadn't even spent time with Luo Qiyun in ages, so how would she know what Qiyun liked now? I don't know. Rui Shui strode away quickly. Ji Cheng watched her retreating figure, a thought suddenly striking him. Would approaching as a friend be a more promising angle? Back in the office, Qin Yu received a call from Luo Qiyun. She planned to start her stream this afternoon and asked if he wanted to watch. Qin Yu readily agreed, then put on his earphones and opened the stream. Luo Qiyun had completed all her preparations and sent out the notification for her stream. She figured that Qin Yu usually had 1,000 to 2,000 regular viewers, so she just needed to hold on to half of them. Testing. Luo Qiyun entered the voice chat, where Jiang Feng and a few of his buddies were already waiting. Finally coming back to streaming Xiaoqin, Jiang Feng said with a laugh. To welcome Luo Qiyun's return, Jiang Feng had notified his own fans to go to her stream to boost the viewer count. The effect was immediately apparent, as the concurrent viewership quickly climbed back to over 2,000. Additionally, fueled by the buzz from Luo Qiyun's previous appearance on camera for Qin Yu, many random viewers also flooded in. Before the match even started, the chat was already clamoring for Luo Qiyun to turn on her webcam. Should I turn on the camera? Luo Qiyun was uncertain. This somewhat deviated from Qin Yu's usual habits. Honestly, if I had your handsome face, the first thing I'd do every stream is turn on the camera, Jiang Feng teased. So Luo Qiyun turned on the camera. However, Qin Yu's crappy camera was originally meant for capturing his hands, so it struggled to focus on a person's face. It took a while to fix, but in the end Luo Qiyun appeared all blurry and hazy on screen. It was just barely watchable. Alright, let's start whenever you're ready, Jiang Feng said, completely unaware that someone else was inhabiting Qin Yu's body. He dove straight into a high-intensity match, giving Luo Qiyun no time to adapt. The result was predictable. The mid lane that Luo Qiyun was holding collapsed, and she was solo killed twice within 5 minutes. During the respawn timer, Luo Qiyun glanced at the chat, which was almost entirely filled with mockery about her declining skills. The streamer is getting worse and worse and refuses to practice more. Just old and washed up. Luo Qiyun read out the comment. The streamer isn't that old, just 24 years old this year, she replied calmly. Qin Yu's stream didn't usually have many trolls, but this time was different, as all sorts of riffraff flooded in. As the match progressed to the mid-game, Luo Qiyun fumbled in a team fight, contributing nothing. She checked the chat again. The streamer's hands are as clumsy as feet, truly terrible. Thinking for a moment, Luo Qiyun quickly bought some items. The streamer hasn't gotten used to the new body, yet it's like this right after taking over. The chat didn't expect Luo Qiyun to joke about herself, and many of the provocative insults turned into playful banter. Fortunately, in the late game, Luo Qiyun began to make an impact. Although her mechanics were average, her game sense was remarkably sharp. Seizing the opportunity to initiate a crucial team fight and turn it around, she secured the victory. Woo! Luo Qiyun was thrilled. She had never really been into games before, so as long as she won, she was happy. During the queue for the next match, Luo Qiyun leaned close to the screen to read the chat. What does this have to do with the streamer? Wasn't that a free win? Luo Qiyun shook her head. It has everything to do with me. Without me, could this game have even started? I might not be the key factor, but a non-factor is unlikely. In the second match, Luo Qiyun adapted much better, performing impressively throughout. Many in the chat claimed she was just acting in the first game to farm chat reactions. Just adapting to the new body. On the other side, Qin Yu watched the stream and let out a soft chuckle. Luo Qiyun was quite something. It seemed the Luo family had a good mentality overall. As long as no one was openly mocking her, she generally didn't get angry. After all, with so many haters online, she never once suggested tracking them down and roughing them up. Qin Yu was so engrossed that he didn't even notice Yu Shunran had quietly crept up behind him. What's got you so entertained? Yu Shunran leaned down and blew gently on his ear. The sensation sent goosebumps across half his body, and he turned around to glare at her angrily. Just browsing around, Qin Yu said, turning off his phone. Oh, is that so? Yu Shunran crossed her arms, clearly skeptical. She had already caught a glimpse of the screen. Why did that person's demeanor and habits look so eerily familiar? Jin Ming, sitting nearby, watched their interaction and let out a sigh. Alright, Qin, you two can leave now. Jin Ming felt it wasn't right to keep them by her side indefinitely. She had seen the change in Luo Qiyun and was reassured. Off work already. Qin Yu checked the time. It was only 3:30. It's more like a vacation. From now on, you'll come to me 2 days a week, and I'll supervise your script familiarization, Jin Ming said, leaning back. The rest of your time is your own to arrange. Qin Yu felt his energy and spirits instantly return. He got up and made a quick escape. Looking back, he saw Yu Shunran hadn't followed. They'll leave a bit later. See you at home, Yu Shunran said, waving her hand. Qin Yu left the company and stood by the roadside ready to hail a cab and head home to rest. A matte black AMG pulled up right in front of him. Are you heading home? If Qin Yu guessed correctly, I can give you a ride home. Ji Chung finally showed himself. Who else could it be? Ji Chung got out of the car and walked over to Qin Yu, whose gaze remained fixed on the vehicle. This was a sports car built with top-tier racing technology, not something one would casually purchase unless genuinely interested. After all, if one were merely trying to make an impression, this wouldn't be the car to choose. Seeing Qin Yu's attention locked on the car, Ji Chung felt a flicker of success. This, he thought, was the art of catering to someone's interests. Are you heading back to the Luo residence, or somewhere else? It's still early, we could drive around a bit. The moment the words left his mouth, Ji Chung regretted them. He might have been too eager. If you're busy, that's fine too. They'll just take you straight home. But Qin Yu remained silent, still appraising the car. Look, about the things I sent over earlier. There was no hidden intention. Our families have been close for generations, and you're the sister of my good friend Luo Shu. Before he could finish his explanation, Qin Yu cut him off abruptly. This car of yours. Isn't the engine displacement illegal? What? Ji Chung hadn't expected Qin Yu to have absorbed not a single word had said. No, it's a special edition. It's fully compliant. Ji Chung rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Before he could continue rambling, he saw Qin Yu pull out his phone. I already explained things to Luo Shu this morning, and he understands. Ji Chung wanted to stop Qin Yu, but was also afraid of provoking her. I genuinely have no ulterior motives. I just want to be friends. Is that alright? Qin Yu looked up at him, then sent a message to Luo Qiyun to verify the matter. Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. For someone as persistent as Ji Qing, Luo Qiyun figured that simply keeping your distance wouldn't do much. Better to let him interact with Qin Yu directly, let his illusions shatter, and head naturally back off on his own. With that thought in mind, Luo Qiyun saw no harm in Qin Yu spending some time with Ji Qing. As long as she acted unpleasant enough, Ji Qing would eventually slink away. Get in. After receiving Luo Qiyun's message, Qin Yu climbed into the car. The seatbelt was a 6-point racing harness, and Qin Yu was momentarily baffled. He fumbled with the straps, which made Ji Qing anxious enough to want to help. Qin Yu shot him a look. Ji Qing sheepishly touched his nose. Right, a girl this strong-willed wouldn't want his help at a moment like this. Moments later, Qin Yu managed to fasten the harness. Ji Qing turned with a goofy grin. So where to? Just drive. Qin Yu had a plan in mind. A rich young master like Ji Qing wouldn't have much patience for a woman. If she made herself troublesome enough, he'd naturally stop showing up. Ji Qing drove at a moderate pace, stealing glances at Qin Yu from the corner of his eye. Qin Yu remained silent throughout the drive. Well, there was no choice. Ji Qing had to break the ice. I remember when we were kids, our families lived close by. I used to play with you all the time. Ji Qing's first move, reminiscing about the past. You were so small back then, really cute. You used to call me brother Ji Qing. Ji Qing turned his head and saw Qin Yu pressing his lips together, looking at him with barely concealed impatience. Right. Dwelling on the past is pointless anyway. It's all water under the bridge. Since reminiscing failed, head talk about the present. Honestly, before I came back to the country, I'd watched some of your work. To be frank, I thought it was only a matter of time before you became a top-tier actress. Now with my help, that process will be even faster. Ji Qing said. So don't worry. He'll take care of any problems that come your way. This time Qin Yu wasn't looking at him. Instead, he picked up his phone and started typing. Chatting with a friend. I'm considering switching talent agencies soon. The work angle failed. Ji Qing then rambled on about his relationship with Luo Shu, reiterating that his intentions were purely innocent, just a matter of politeness. He also brought up those rumors about himself. But the more he said, the more mistakes he made, and then he tried to explain away the mistakes. It became an endless, self-defeating loop. He talked for nearly half an hour, his throat going dry. This time when Qin Yu looked at him, the expression wasn't one of disgust. Instead, he saw Qin Yu's gaze scanning him, looking him up and down. What's wrong? Looking for the mute button on you. He really did talk too much. Seeing there was nothing left to talk about, Ji Qing thought for a moment. How about we head to the track? I have a few racing driver friends who just got back to the country. Ji Qing said. Not interested. Qin Yu shook his head. If Qin Yu were in his own body, he wouldn't have missed such a golden opportunity. Had always dreamed of taking a sports car for a few laps on the track. But the body was Luo Qiyun's, and he wouldn't do anything without her permission. I see. How about dinner then? I just got back to Yanjing. Any good places you'd recommend? Ji Qing truly had the spirit of the foolish old man trying to move the mountain. No idea. But despite all his efforts, Qin Yu's responses were still clipped 3 characters at a time. At that moment, Qin Yu glanced at the schedule on his phone. He was supposed to go to the stables today, but had canceled the deal with work. Why not head over there now? To the stables. Qin Yu said. In truth, driving along, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Ji Qing. Had probably been captivated by Luo Qiyun's appearance and aura, and had fallen head over heels. But the person in this body now was him, not Luo Qiyun. All of Ji Qing's efforts were being spent at the wrong time. Putting himself in Ji Qing's shoes, Qin Yu found it hard not to sympathize with him. Of course, that was just his own assumption. Upon arriving at the stables, Qin Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and got out without saying another word to Ji Qing. Ji Qing gripped the steering wheel and sighed, then lightly slapped himself. Ji Qing, have you lost your mind? After that whole interaction, he couldn't even pinpoint exactly what had made his heart flutter. When had he ever been treated with such coldness? With that thought, a dejected Ji Qing got out of the car and followed behind into the stables. Not far away, Qin Yu was talking with the coach Zhou Shu. Watching her mannerisms, her movements, even the slight forward lean of her body, he unconsciously broke into a foolish grin. So why had he fallen for her? This was the reason. I heard you've been busy with work lately, so I didn't get in touch. Zhou Shu said. So why did you still come? Filming doesn't start for another month, so I haven't been that busy recently. Qin Yu said. She hadn't brought her riding gear today, so she only planned to check on the horse's condition. But wait, since Luo Qiyun hadn't contacted Zhou Shu, why was she here today? Just as he was pondering this, Su Liao stepped out from behind. Qiyun. Su Liao approached with a hint of surprise. Qin Yu sighed. What a coincidence. He couldn't seem to go anywhere without running into one of Luo Qiyun's enemies. Well, Su Liao. Now Qin Yu knows her, but he's debating whether to pretend he doesn't. Long time no see. I heard you've been. Stop. Qin Yu shook his head. Everyone knew he was busy with his new project. He'd heard it enough times to make his ears ring. I was just making a casual remark. Su Liao hadn't expected such a reaction. Replaying in her mind how she'd once blocked Qin Yu to confront him, she felt a twinge of guilt. So she stepped aside, not wanting to disturb him. Qin Yu had no plans to ride today, Just walk the horse a few laps and brush its coat. I've actually wanted to thank you. Su Liao kept her distance. Thank me. Qin Yu looked at her. It was the first time he'd heard someone say thanks after being scolded and humiliated. You made me see my situation clearly. Sometimes instead of standing still and trying to trip someone above you by the ankle, it's better to sprint forward. Su Liao spoke earnestly. So you're not training today? Qin Yu shook his head. Not having his gear was one thing, he also wasn't really in the mood. Su Liao was quite chatty following Qin Yu and chattering on. Still, she was better than Ji Cheng. At least she didn't ramble about nonsense. Su Liao and Qin Yu exchanged thoughts on cycling. Qin Yu was still a beginner, so he listened attentively. Sometimes hard work is worthless in the face of talent, like with you and me. Su Liao leaned against the railing looking dejected. She had been closing in on Luo Qiyun's record, but she always fell just short. That fraction of a second felt longer than an epic. She poured all her effort into gaining mere tenths of a second. You're right, Qin Yu said. Su Liao wasn't surprised as she knew that wouldn't bring comfort. But you can be a fool chasing from behind, misguided yet brave. Qin Yu looked at Su Liao. His expression was arrogantly proud, yet she didn't find it annoying at all. Ji Cheng, who had been the driver all day, sat in the distance, not approaching. He lit a cigarette for himself, a rare act. He reflected on why Qin Yu treated him so differently from others. That didn't seem right either. Ji Cheng thought carefully. Actually, Qin Yu's attitude was bad toward everyone. No one around him escaped being scolded or cold-shouldered. Ji Cheng blew out a smoke ring. So why did they keep coming back? Did they have a masochistic streak? Then this fool, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight? Su Liao made a gesture. Was she acting like a knight? Sure. Qin Yu could use the chance to send Ji Cheng away. He doubted that after being a driver all day, the young master would take being told to scram without a fuss. After 2.5 hours of wandering, it was about time for dinner. Qin Yu was about to leave with Su Liao. Ji Cheng hurried over. Going home? Ji Cheng asked. To dinner. Qin Yu glanced at him. Isn't this the one who ate dirt last time? Su Liao remembered Ji Cheng. Just call me Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng said. So you're the famous Master Ji. How are you related to Qiyun? Su Liao's expression turned strange. Ji Cheng's face darkened. She's my friend's little sister. That was too intimate. My boss. Qin Yu said. Oh, then Master Ji, I'll be taking him. Goodbye. Su Liao pulled Qin Yu away. Ji Cheng's nostrils flared 15% wider. He felt his chest tighten with pent-up frustration. Usually at dinners, he always sat at the head of the table. And now this was the treatment he got. Once they were in the car, Su Liao asked, Ji Cheng seems to have a strong liking for you. Wishful thinking, Qin Yu said. Su Liao had already booked a restaurant, so they went straight there. After sitting down, Qin Yu put down his bag and looked at her. I misjudged you before. I'll drink this as a penalty. Su Liao raised her glass to drink. Don't. Qin Yu stopped her quickly. Su Liao felt a sudden surge of gratitude. She had once thought Luo Qiyun was proud and held grudges forever, but now she realized how shallow that view was. While she was still moved, Qin Yu said, you'll need to drive me home later, so better not drink. During dinner, Su Liao recounted her past. In a nutshell, she felt her dreams were unrealistic. Many jockeys had more talent and worked harder. Qin Yu half listened. He used to think that a rich girl like Su Liao would only be half-hearted in everything, because for her trial and error had no cost. As long as she wanted, she had endless time and money to try different possibilities. Now he saw that when faced with a plateau, everyone's mind worked the same. Qin Yu didn't think he could offer comforting words or grand philosophies. So he just listened as he always did. After dinner, having unburdened herself, Su Liao finally felt relieved. She dropped Qin Yu off at home, then watched his figure recede. Suddenly, she got out of the car and ran after him. Wait, what else did she want? Qin Yu turned to look at her. Can I take a selfie with you? Su Liao clutched her phone, nervous. I won't post it anywhere, and it won't affect your work. You promise? Qin Yu asked. Yes, I promise. Su Liao stepped closer with her phone. In the beauty-filtered front camera, Qin Yu's face was distorted. He had never taken a selfie in his own body. Did all cameras nowadays have magical powers? The beauty filter is still on, Qin Yu reminded. All right. Su Liao posed, ready to snap one. Qin Yu looked at the lens, but was caught off guard as Su Liao hooked her arm around his shoulder and pulled him close. Done. Su Liao's heart raced. She jumped into the car and sped off. These people were crazy. From Yu Shenran to Su Liao, every one of them had to be out of their minds. Qin Yu stepped into the elevator and received Luo Qiyun's livestream data. Concurrent viewers hit a new high and the follower count had grown. Moreover, some viewers had sent gifts Qin Yu had never even seen. Was she born to stream? Qin Yu wondered. Or maybe the young lady was just that capable. Nothing she couldn't do. Looks like the livestream room doesn't need me anymore, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Luo Qiyun sent a proud emoji, then called. You have no work tomorrow. Come out and meet me. The next morning, Qin Yu drove to meet Luo Qiyun. After waiting downstairs for a few minutes, Luo Qiyun, dressed like a bandit, finally emerged. Once in the car, she removed her hat and mask, letting out a sigh of relief. Do you really need to dress like that? Qin Yu looked at her. He wasn't a celebrity, so what was there to hide? Don't you realize how much you usually chat with the elderly folks downstairs? Luo Qiyun glanced at him. Anyone they encountered here might recognize Qin Yu and have spoken with him before. Qin Yu looked at her. He wasn't a celebrity, so what was there to hide? Don't you realize how much you usually chat with the elderly folks downstairs? Luo Qiyun glanced at him. Anyone they encountered here might recognize. She had originally wanted to pick Qin Yu up, but driving his car was quite inconvenient. Does that old motorcycle of yours hold some special significance? Luo Qiyun guessed it did. Yeah, it was my father's. Qin Yu nodded. Then Luo Qiyun drove them to the mall. Qin Yu looked around, still uncertain of her intentions. Now I'll tell you today you're my girlfriend for a day. That statement was utterly bizarre. Not to mention they were currently in each other's bodies. Wouldn't this affect Luo Qiyun's reputation? So put these on. Sunglasses and a baseball cap. Is this an attempt to adapt to each other's identities, eh? Qin Yu asked. No, I want to experience what it's like to date myself. After getting out of the car, Luo Qiyun extended her hand, and Qin Yu had no choice but to take it. Have you ever thought that dating yourself might be the best option? Luo Qiyun looked down at Qin Yu. No. Qin Yu couldn't imagine what he would be like as a girl. So what did being a girlfriend for a day entail? It was an endless array of skirts to try on, lipstick applied, and wiped off repeatedly, heavy jewelry that seemed to lower one's height by 3 centimeters, dazzling gemstones under the lights, and a fresh manicure. I can accept everything else, but the manicure is really inconvenient. Can we skip it? Qin Yu raised his hand and tapped the nails together, producing a crisp sound. You can skip the hands, but as a trade-off you have to let me paint your toenails. She was relentless. After 2 hours of shopping, Luo Qiyun was carrying a pile of shopping bags. Once they put everything back in the car, she bought a candied hawthorn stick from a street vendor. What about me? Qin Yu looked at her. When you're on a date, you share the same stick. Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Qin Yu didn't even notice anything amiss. This kind of wandering around was a bit torturous for him. If he could just sit and hold the bags, it might not be so bad. But now he had to endure Luo Qiyun's arrangements and constantly try on clothes. You have several walk-in closets and so many clothes. Isn't that enough? Qin Yu was wearing a white dress. What? Luo Qiyun wasn't listening. Turn around, let me see. Qin Yu obeyed. Can't see the back lines. Not quite right. Next one. The shopping finally ended at 2 in the afternoon. Luo Qiyun took Qin Yu to lunch. It was the first time Qin Yu realized he could eat so much. Wouldn't this burst his stomach? After lunch, Luo Qiyun drove them around for a while before heading home. Exhausted, Qin Yu collapsed onto the bed. Out of energy. The day's not over yet. Luo Qiyun tugged at his arm. I really don't want to move anymore. Qin Yu waved her away. But you haven't made dinner yet. Luo Qiyun had only heard rumors of Qin Yu's cooking skills and was eager to see for herself. Qin Yu struggled to his feet, went to the kitchen, and tied on an apron. What do you want to eat? He opened the fridge, surprised to find Luo Qiyun had stocked quite a bit of ingredients. Whatever you make, you'll eat. So homestyle dishes it was. Qin Yu prepared stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a pan-fried fish, and a carrot, and pork rib soup for 2. Throughout, Luo Qiyun just sat and watched. Such a trivial thing, yet she seemed utterly fascinated. When they sat down at the table, Qin Yu had already picked up his bowl and started eating, but she remained still. What now? Qin Yu was puzzled. Waiting for you to feed me the first bite. Luo Qiyun folded her hands. Qin Yu had no choice but to pick up a piece of tomato and egg with his chopsticks and bring it to her lips. Not bad. Luo Qiyun chewed slowly, very satisfied. Do you actually like girls? Qin Yu asked, confused. I only like myself, Luo Qiyun replied. If I said you were cute right now, would you blush? I'd dump the rice on your head. Qin Yu glared at Luo Qiyun angrily. But since that face was his own, it was hard to stay mad at himself. Luo Qiyun smiled slightly. Being scolded by Qin Yu was pure enjoyment. After the meal, she voluntarily cleaned up the dishes and even brought over some cut fruit. Qin Yu didn't want fruit, he wanted to sleep. Thanks. Can I rest now? He asked, hoping for a reprieve. No, there's one more thing. Take off your shoes. She was serious. Qin Yu squirmed, uncomfortable. If you want, I'll have to do it myself. Luo Qiyun flexed her fingers. Resigned, Qin Yu took off his shoes and extended his foot. Luo Qiyun grabbed his foot, squeezed it, and rubbed his toes, deliberately teasing by tracing a finger along the sole. It was her body, and she knew exactly which spots were sensitive. Qin Yu's face flushed. He bit his knuckle, his breathing quickening. What's wrong? Not used to it. Luo Qiyun looked up, feigning innocence. Nothing. Qin Yu snapped. Then he'll begin. She started painting his toenails. Throughout the process, Qin Yu endured the tingling sensation that agitated his nerves, struggling not to make a sound. When it was finally over, Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone. What now? Qin Yu wanted to kick her in the face. Don't move. Align your toes. She lay down on the carpet. Bite your finger. Do you realize that if these photos get leaked, your career will be over? Qin Yu warned her to think carefully. The photos are in my hands. How would they leak? Luo Qiyun found the right angle and took a burst of 5 shots. Now it's over. Can I get ready to rest? Luo Qiyun stood up. Yes. I've prepared pajamas for you. Qin Yu frowned. Something felt off, like there was a trap. This time Luo Qiyun wasn't playing any tricks. The pajamas shed prepared for Qin Yu were genuinely normal ones. Just a little thin. After showering, Qin Yu sat at the computer reviewing Luo Qiyun's match records from the day. She truly is gifted. Qin Yu found it hard to believe that Luo Qiyun, with less than 10 hours of play, could dominate in such high-intensity matches. It's not talent, it's muscle memory, Luo Qiyun said. It's like how you feel your body takes over when you step onto a set. Much of the time it's this body acting on instinct. Luo Qiyun dabbed at the water in her hair, while standing to the side, starting to blow-dry it. After finishing her own, she turned to dry the damp ends of Qin Yu's hair. Qin Yu started a game, and sat still letting her fuss over him. So you feel it too? Sometimes being influenced by this body. Qin Yu asked. What did you say? Luo Qiyun couldn't hear over the hairdryer. She leaned in close. Qin Yu turned his head, their faces almost touching. Say that again, Luo Qiyun said, switching off the dryer and looking at him. It's nothing, Qin Yu said, turning away. Normally no one would feel shy looking at their own face, but Qin Yu felt a bit awkward now. A moment later Luo Qiyun finished her small tasks, and sat beside him watching him play. You don't seem all that impressive either. I could pull off those stats, Luo Qiyun said dismissively. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Arrogance was one thing, but challenging him was unacceptable. Oh, so how about we settle this with a match? He flexed his fingers, determined to show Luo Qiyun his prowess today. Fine. With no spare computer available, and the streaming rig unfit for gaming, they decided to settle it with a fighting game. In the initial rounds Luo Qiyun was at a disadvantage, losing consecutively. But she quickly adapted, managing to take a round from Qin Yu. Now Qin Yu had to believe in the concept of muscle memory. After all, Luo Qiyun had never played this game before, yet she could counter and execute beautiful combos within reaction windows of just a few frames, mere fractions of a second. Time flew to 9 in the evening, and it was time for bed. Qin Yu felt drowsy the moment his head hit the pillow, quickly drifting into a half-asleep state. But Luo Qiyun of course had other ideas keeping him talking. They say you can't smell your own scent. Is that true? Luo Qiyun looked at Qin Yu's sleeping face. They lay side by side, and Qin Yu's left cheek was squished against the pillow, forming an adorable little puff. Luo Qiyun quietly extended her left hand and poked it. So soft. So she poked it again. Gore. Qin Yu bit down on her mischievous index finger. Are you going to sleep or not? If not, get out. I can't sleep. Let's just chat a bit. Luo Qiyun wiggled her finger. It stung slightly. Fine talk. What were you saying? Smell. Qin Yu relented. I don't smell anything on you. But I smell a faint fragrance on you. Is it your natural scent? Luo Qiyun sniffed. I don't know. Probably just the body wash, Qin Yu said, rolling over to sleep on his back. This woman was strange. How could she not know her own scent? Though Luo Qiyun never did let him wear cologne. A pleasant natural scent is a vital, indispensable part of a beautiful girl, Luo Qiyun declared. Like the Venus de Milo's arms, the Leaning Tower of Pisa's angle, or the 2.5 years of training. Qin Yu murmured, eyes closed. There. All important. His voice faded as he drifted off to sleep. Luckily Luo Qiyun didn't do anything strange tonight. After falling asleep, Qin Yu suddenly felt a chill, and instinctively curled up under the covers. Then his instincts led him to a source of warmth, and he pressed closer, settling back into a peaceful sleep. The next morning Qin Yu woke to find his face pressed against Luo Qiyun's chest. As he lifted his head, it smacked solidly into her chin, causing her head to thump against the headboard. Both were jolted, fully awake by the pain. Are you trying to kill yourself? Luo Qiyun wasn't sure whether to rub her head or her chin first. How did I end up in your arms? Qin Yu was baffled. Because I secretly turned off the heating. Qin Yu was truly speechless. All right, time to get up, he said, rubbing his head. Hold on, let's sleep a bit more. Luo Qiyun wouldn't let him move, pulling him into a tight embrace. The Oneida girlfriend experience card was over. It's your body, so you can hug it as long as you like. But you know some things are a bit uncontrollable in the morning. Qin Yu looked down. In the end, they didn't get to sleep in, and they got up immediately. While Qin Yu was busy washing up, Luo Qiyun went downstairs to buy breakfast. By the time Qin Yu sat down at the table, Luo Qiyun had returned, bringing a gust of cold air with her. Eat up. All your favorites that you can never have, Luo Qiyun said, not hurrying to eat herself. Instead, she picked up a comb and stood behind Qin Yu, gesturing at his head. What is it? Qin Yu turned to look at her. How about a 3-strand braid? Luo Qiyun set to work braiding Qin Yu's hair into one. It looked a bit dull, not quite right. So she undid it and started over, finally creating 2 small braids from his temples that connected at the back, leaving the rest of his hair to fall naturally. We're not even going out today? Why go through all this trouble? Qin Yu didn't understand. We're not going out, but I still want to enjoy the view, Luo Qiyun said. If they couldn't play with their swapped bodies and admire them from an outsider's perspective, what would be the point of the swap? After breakfast, Luo Qiyun brought out the clothes Qin Yu was to wear today. The outfit was a black wool tweed beret paired with a white shirt, a black suit jacket, a black overcoat, and a black pleated skirt. Since Qin Yu was still not quite used to high heels, he wore black platform leather shoes. I thought you didn't like black and gray. Qin Yu said, thinking Luo Qiyun always dressed him in warm colors because she disliked cool tones. It depends on the time, the occasion, and the styling, Luo Qiyun said with great authority. So you think I can pull off this cool look too? Qin Yu asked. No, I just want to see how strong the contrast is, Luo Qiyun replied. This woman had no good intentions at all. But as it turned out, with Luo Qiyun's own looks and figure, Qin Yu could pull off any style. They had planned to waste the day at home, but then Luo Qiyun suddenly received a phone call. It was from Jiang Feng. What's wrong? Luo Qiyun answered the call. The company has a new boss and he wants to discuss contracts with us streamers, Jiang Feng said, being quite loyal. I plan to renegotiate your revenue share and streaming hours for you. Come over. Jiang Feng gave the address and urged Luo Qiyun to come quickly. Time to work, Luo Qiyun said, pointing at her phone. Then go ahead, Qin Yu said, almost laughing out loud. This was great. He could finally rest alone for the entire day without any worries. But his joy was short-lived as Qin Yu's phone rang as well. I thought you said today was your day off, Qin Yu said with a grim face. The call was from Jin Ming. It was supposed to be, Jin Ming said, rubbing his temples. But the company has a batch of newbies who need to adapt to the environment, so please come in for half a day. Why would it be his turn to mentor newcomers? Qin Yu was skeptical. I know what you're thinking. Everyone else under me is out on schedules and has no time. Jin Ming explained. Can I even handle it? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Shouldn't they send a well-known, well-respected senior from the company? Even if no one was available, it probably wouldn't be his turn. Of course not, which is why Shen Ran will be with you. Jin Ming felt that the troublesome young woman was becoming more self-aware. Hurry on over. The call ended and Qin Yu and Luo Qiyun exchanged a glance. Now no one could rest. Qin Yu drove away while Luo Qiyun took a taxi to Jiang Feng's location. Their destinations were not too far apart. By the time Qin Yu arrived at the company, Luo Qiyun had already found Jiang Feng. Over here, Xiao Qin, Jiang Feng said, waiting outside in person. Clearly it wasn't because he was worried Luo Qiyun would get lost. He had some things to say in advance. How come I didn't know about the change of ownership? Luo Qiyun asked. I heard he just returned from abroad recently, and his family is very influential, Jiang Feng said. As the platform's top streamer, Jiang Feng wasn't sure if the sudden change was a good thing or a bad thing. If things go well, I hope this young master is genuinely interested in this industry and willing to spend generously to attract talent. That way our treatment will be easier to negotiate. If he turns out to be difficult, both our contracts only have half a year left. We can just endure it and switch to another platform afterward. Jiang Feng ran a streaming guild, and he had professionals to handle contract negotiations. He was also helping Qin Yu with his contract. Let's see for now, Luo Qiyun replied indifferently. In truth, she was curious as to why Qin Yu always had such good brothers to help him. Let's go, the new boss should be arriving soon. The two were the last to arrive. After sitting for another 10+ minutes, they finally met the new boss along with the platform's top streamers. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Chung. Luo Qiyun, who had been uninterested, looked up. She sized up Ji Chung. So this is what he looks like now? I've already reviewed all your profiles before coming here, so no need for introductions, Ji Chung said. He had bought the streaming platform with the intention of expanding his business empire. At this point, the streaming industry had lost its novelty. All the tricks of the trade had long been figured out. The hype had faded far past the wild, early days of the industry. I want to bring some fresh energy to everyone. So in the next phase, I will increase investment in the platform and improve your benefits. Ji Chung said. To be honest, I want us to treat each other with mutual respect. They'll provide you with better conditions, and I hope you'll be sincere in return. As for what Ji Chung said next, Luo Qiyun didn't hear a single word. Only Luo Qiyun sat there alone, dozing off. A resounding yawn echoed from the far end, and Ji Chung paused his conversation, glancing over with some displeasure. Everyone present fell silent simultaneously, all turning to look at Luo Qiyun. Yet Luo Qiyun seemed utterly oblivious, leaning back in her chair and continuing to doze. This one is Qin Yu, right? Ji Chung frowned slightly. Ji Chung had reviewed Qin Yu's profile. The ID photo didn't quite match the person before him. Moreover, just looking at Luo Qiyun gave him an uncomfortable chill from her cold demeanor. Does this kid have no respect for anyone? He was his boss. Ji Chung suppressed his irritation. Yes, streamers usually have erratic sleep schedules. Qin Yu probably didn't rest well. Jiang Feng interjected to smooth things over. Oh, Ji Cheng's lips drooped. Erratic sleep schedules. Everyone here was a streamer with erratic schedules, yet why weren't the others yawning and drowsy? This was clearly a sign of disrespect. Never mind. Ji Chung felt his temper had been worn thin by someone lately. After nearly an hour of casual chat, Ji Chung clapped his hands, and everyone fell silent. I've booked a venue today, and would like to invite everyone to a meal and some entertainment, Ji Chung announced. The others looked at their new boss and nodded in agreement. Only Luo Qiyun rose to leave. Ji Chung gritted his teeth finally at his limit. Qin Yu, where are you going? Ji Chung glared at Luo Qiyun. Home. Luo Qiyun shoved her hands into her trouser pockets, her expression as if asking how Ji Chung could ask such a foolish question. Didn't you hear me mention the event just now, eh? Ji Chung pressed. I heard it. So this is an elementary school spring outing. Must we attend? Luo Qiyun looked at Ji Chung unwavering. You. The moment their gazes clashed, Ji Chung saw nothing but utter contempt in Luo Qiyun's eyes. Why? How dare she treat him like this? Luo Qiyun of course found Ji Chung equally disagreeable. Had it not been for Qin Yu's job, she wouldn't have come at all. If Ji Chung refused to be Qin Yu's boss, she could have Luo Shu take over or switch platforms or companies. Qin Yu doesn't enjoy group activities. Please forgive him, President Ji. Jiang Feng stood up, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. Ji Chung knew Jiang Feng and Qin Yu were close, and he really didn't need to lose his temper. But for some reason, just looking at this kid irritated him. May I leave now? Luo Qiyun looked at Ji Chung. As you wish. Meanwhile, Qin Yu also met with Yu Shenran. Someone didn't come home again last night. Honestly, sweetie, do you have a boyfriend? Yu Shenran whispered close to Qin Yu's ear. Yes, we're even getting married, but unfortunately you're not on the bridesmaid list. Qin Yu replied. Don't be like that. Yu Shenran followed. The two arrived at the rehearsal hall, where the couple rested. Yu Shenran walked ahead while Qin Yu lingered behind. Amid the crowd, Xia Ran immediately noticed Qin Yu, who was casually gazing toward the door, looking nonchalant. It was her Luo Qiyun. Xia Ran studied Qin Yu, who was playing the role of Luo Qiyun, and admitted that she found it difficult to tear her gaze away from someone so beautiful. It was strange. Xia Ran couldn't quite figure out why, but despite the appearance and attire suggesting that this Luo Qiyun should exude a powerful aura that made one hesitant to look directly at her. She had the illusion that the other party was soft-hearted and easy to push around. Was it just an illusion? Xia Ran patted her own cheeks. She propped her chin on her hand and gave Qin Yu a once-over from head to toe, unknowingly lost in thought. Well, one more look wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, the focus of many gazes, merely pulled his coat tighter. The skirt was too short, and it was a bit cold. Wearing this at home was fine, but outdoors Qin Yu still felt his lower half exposed. Those black stockings offered no warmth at all. Yu Shenran was introducing some basic information about the company while the crowd below occasionally whispered amongst themselves, sharing rumors about Luo Qiyun. Why does it feel like seeing her in person? This young lady isn't as arrogant and domineering as the legends suggest. Someone voiced their doubt. Yeah, maybe it's because we haven't had close contact with her. After Yu Shenran finished the basics, she led the group of over a dozen people to tour other floors of the company, also serving as a way to familiarize them with the work environment. Although both Luo Qiyun and Yu Shenran were considered somewhat tarnished artists, they were still seniors in the company and under Jin Ming's management, so everyone tried to build rapport. Yu Shenran handled things calmly, ensuring everyone saved face. As the group chatted, the topic naturally shifted to Qin Yu. Does Senior Luo Qiyun not like to talk much? Someone asked Yu Shenran. She's cold, probably doesn't feel like speaking, Yu Shenran explained. With that, the group naturally kept their distance. Only Xia Ran moved closer. Qin Yu had stopped ahead to reply to a message, and Xia Ran, not paying attention, bumped into his back. Qin Yu turned to look at her. Sorry, I was a bit distracted, Xia Ran said, taking a subtle sniff. Smells nice. Be more careful next time, Qin Yu said, not making a fuss. It wasn't like he knew this person anyway. The group then proceeded to the second floor, which housed some singer recording studios. As Yu Shenran led the entourage on the tour, a young female singer was arguing with her manager. Listening closely, they learned that the guitarist scheduled for the recording session had been borrowed away by someone else. It was originally a handover error, but the singer felt belittled by her manager. The two were going at it in the corridor. This has nothing to do with us, let's go, don't stare. Yu Shenran led the crowd past them. But the quarreling pair escalated, seemingly about to come to blows. Xia Ran following behind with Qin Yu accidentally got caught in the crossfire. The singer's punch, dodged by her target, flew straight towards Xia Ran's face. If that punch landed and broke her nose, Xia Ran's upcoming work would be ruined. Did you not sleep last night? Qin Yu pulled her away with lightning-fast reflexes. He couldn't fathom what was going on, and this artist's head constantly spacing out. I slept a lot, Xia Ran said, head lowered. Then perhaps the connection between your brain and eyes is faulty. Qin Yu felt this careless girl needed a reminder. Brain eyes. Xia Ran didn't get angry, instead she burst out laughing. How could this person be so shameless? Get back in line, Qin Yu waved his hand, signaling Xia Ran to catch up with Yu Shenran. He then turned his attention back to the quarreling pair. I heard you're short a guitarist. Qin Yu stepped forward. The singer, who had been grabbing her manager by the collar, spun around at the sound. Can you get in touch with a guitarist to fill in? No need for that. I am one, Qin Yu said, lifting his chin slightly. He looked incredibly confident, radiating an air of absolute credibility. Qin Yu then followed them into the recording studio. Yu Shenran, leading the tour, noticed Qin Yu was missing after a short while, glanced back, and immediately told the others, you guys look around for a bit, I'll go check on her. The two leaders were truly something else, one spontaneously volunteering as a guest guitarist, the other just going to watch. The remaining group exchanged bewildered looks. Well, what else could they do? They might as well go and watch too. Inside the recording studio, Qin Yu had already slung the guitar strap over his shoulder and picked up a pick. After plugging in the guitar, he glanced at the sheet music, adjusted the tuning, and switched to the modified active pickups. He needed to record 2 tracks. One was the rhythm guitar running through the whole song, the other was a fast solo for the interlude. Luo Qiyun's fingers were slender, and using this body, Qin Yu could comfortably fret multiple strings at the lower positions and leverage the delicate fingers for high fret speed picking. The only downside was that since Luo Qiyun had never practiced guitar, her fingertips lacked calluses, making pressing the strings slightly painful. Can she do it? The manager asked, straightening his clothes that the singer had torn. Her movements are quite experienced, but we'll only know for sure once she starts playing. No one present had ever heard of Luo Qiyun playing guitar except for Xia Ran, who felt the way she wore the strap was strangely familiar. Qin Yu gave an okay sign through the glass, then played a fluid stream of notes. The onlookers like Yushan Ran couldn't hear it, only the singer and the manager could through the monitoring headphones. Very clean technique, and muting the singer nodded approvingly. After all, the rhythm guitar part wasn't too difficult. The first take was completed, and the singer clapped her hands, giving a thumbs up. Then they started recording the second part. Even though the others couldn't hear, they could see Qin Yu's left hand dancing on the fretboard, and his right hand hybrid picking technique was especially impressive. The singer's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. To be able to produce clear artificial harmonics at such speed was not something an average player could achieve. And they just found a guitarist off the street with this kind of skill. This take was also done in one go. The recording finished, Qin Yu took off the guitar and walked out holding it. He turned his head and realized everyone was staring. What's up? He had just been curious, his fingers itching to try out the expensive anniversary edition guitar in the studio. We really need a guitarist like you on our team right now, the singer said, standing up and glaring at her manager. It was only then that the manager recognized who had just filled in for them. It doesn't matter if you need her, she's Jin Ming's artist. She's Luo Qiyun. The singer looked disappointed, staring at the manager's face, tempted to punch him. Qin Yu placed the guitar back on its stand. I'm leaving. The morning tour ended quickly, and Qin Yu received a message from Luo Qiyun later. I met Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun added an angry emoji after the sentence. Oh, Qin Yu was puzzled. He's our boss now, Luo Qiyun thought for a moment. But the pay he's offering is pretty good. For the sake of making money, having such a generous fool for a boss wasn't bad. Qin Yu smiled and put down his phone, only to look up and catch Xia Ran peeking at him. Qin Yu's expression immediately turned stern. The moment she met his gaze, Xia Ran turned and walked away. For the sake of making money, having such a generous fool for a boss wasn't bad. Qin Yu smiled and put down his phone, only to look up and catch Xia Ran peeking at him. Qin Yu's expression immediately. Luo Shu was confident that Qin Yu wouldn't refuse him. What is it? Qin Yu said as he walked out. Come to the front door, they'll tell you once you're in the car, Luo Shu said mysteriously. Today Luo Shu was driving a yellow McLaren, a brand new one. After getting into the car, Qin Yu looked around and asked, so what's this about? Have you had lunch yet? Luo Shu avoided the topic. Tell me first, then I'll answer, Qin Yu countered. He was really playing this tug-of-war game with Qin Yu. It's just about bonding between siblings, taking you out for a meal, and seeing if there's anything you want to give you as a gift, Luo Shu said naturally. Qin Yu thought about it. This was all love meant for Luo Qiyun, and he felt unworthy of receiving it. No need, just the meal is fine. Besides, she already had far too many clothes. Luo Qiyun had nearly 100 coats in different colors and fabrics alone. Could she even wear them all? She wasn't capable of shadow clones. Alright, just the meal then. Luo Shu rarely had vacations. Even on his days off or holidays, he usually had to drink for business, play golf, or attend various strange social gatherings. Time spent with family was minimal, let alone taking a special trip to have a meal with Luo Qiyun. At the restaurant, Luo Shu gallantly took her bag and helped Qin Yu with her coat. Stop, don't do that. It was too strange. Qin Yu couldn't get used to being treated this way. Even normal social etiquette was hard for him to comprehend. During the meal, Luo Shu brought up some matters related to Ji Cheng. So he said he wants to be friends with you first. Luo Shu chuckled. What a flimsy excuse. Had Ji Cheng really turned into a love-struck fool? Yeah, was that your advice to him? Qin Yu stared directly at Luo Shu, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth indicating mockery. Don't, Luo Shu shook his head. Please don't look at me with that kind of judgmental gaze, that scares me. I only said that to make him give up. Ji Cheng is like that. He has a bit of pride. Give him a few cold shoulders and a dose of sarcasm, and he'll soon distance himself. Luo Shu was full of ideas. Do you have a grudge against him? Qin Yu asked back. No, I don't. Luo Shu and Ji Cheng had been friends for years, and were now close business partners. There was no grudge. Then why are you setting him up like this? Qin Yu picked up a piece of sea cucumber with his chopsticks and waved it. Luo Shu wisely dropped the topic of Ji Cheng, and the rest of the conversation focused on details of daily life. Apart from his mother, Qin Yu never imagined anyone else would care for him this much. Although perhaps this care wasn't really directed at him in the first place. As he listened, Qin Yu suddenly put down his chopsticks and pressed his palms together. What are you doing? Luo Shu smiled. paying respects to the Holy Mother Mary basking in the glory of maternal radiance. Luo Shu laughed. After the meal the two returned to the Luo residence together. After getting out of the car, Luo Shu personally handed the car keys to Qin Yu. This car is for you. He'll have someone tow your old one back. Luo Shu was indeed generous. Qin Yu nodded. The two walked side by side through the gate, and saw their old father sitting on the steps, head bowed in melancholy. Seeing Qin Yu's confusion, Luo Shu thought for a moment, and whispered, "You forgot. He's like this around the anniversary of mother's death." So that was it. Qin Yu took out his phone and searched for relevant information. The day to visit the cemetery and pay respects was approaching soon. As he passed by his old father Luo Qinshan, the man looked up at his precious daughter, tears glistening in his eyes. He was sad, and Qin Yu could understand that, but seeing that look on Luo Qianshan's face was just unsettling. They say a tough man's tears are heartbreaking, but Qin Yu only found it creepy. After resting on the sofa for a while, Qin Yu went to Luo Qichuan's room. Luo Qichuan was currently reviewing his match replays to analyze his mistakes. "Sis, you're back." Luo Qichuan was jotting notes on paper. Indeed, if talent isn't enough, hard work makes up for it. Luo Qichuan had always done well in that regard. "I'm home for a couple of days. How have you been lately?" Qin Yu sat down nearby. Luo Qichuan shook his head. After the initial period of rapid improvement that new players enjoy, Luo Qichuan clearly felt that he had recently hit a plateau. Watching more than playing, improving slowly, and losing fast. In short, things weren't going well. Luo Qichuan felt he truly lacked talent. The gap between him and a professional player wasn't just a chasm. It was the distance from Earth to the land of light. He was never going to be Ultraman in this lifetime. So what exactly do you hope to achieve by becoming a professional player? Qin Yu asked. Luo Qichuan had never really thought about that. Although he was pursuing this goal, he had never stopped to ask himself what he was truly longing for. So what was it? Was it the enjoyment of being cheered on by the crowd? The thrill of crushing opponents? None of those. What he wanted was the glory of a championship, to prove that he wasn't the nameless kid in the family who always needed his big brother Luo Shu to clean up his messes. To prove myself. But if his ability truly wasn't enough, Luo Qichuan would have no choice but to give up. He felt his current situation was much better than before. At least his sister, who usually paid him little attention, was now willing to help him. Maybe switching to starting your own club and becoming a team manager would be a good path. I think you'd be great at uniting a team. Qin Yu said sincerely. At least you never gave up, no matter the circumstances. Often a team's leader needs that ability to bring people together. Really? Luo Qichuan seemed to have found a direction. But take this lesson to heart before you start. Learn the basics first, Qin Yu said. Ultimately, whether Luo Qichuan could build his own team depended on his organizational skills, and whether Luo Shu was willing to fund it. Will think it over carefully. That evening the family had dinner together. Their old father, still in his mourning period, sighed several times during the meal. Luo Shu wanted to say something, but after much deliberation decided against it. An hour after dinner, Luo Qiyun finished her live stream for the day. She glanced at a message from Bai Shuejing, pondered for a moment, and then called Qin Yu. "There's a small gathering you need to attend now," Luo Qiyun said. Qin Yu was in the middle of doing some yoga poses that made him feel embarrassed. Hearing this, he was confused. "Don't you usually skip these things?" "Yeah, but you can go," Luo Qiyun said. "Alright, what's the activity? Was it a tea party, a yacht trip, or a party at a club?" "Not sure. You'll find out when you get there." Hanging up, Qin Yu continued his workout for the day. The next morning, after dressing according to Luo Qiyun's instructions and enduring the stylist's fussing, Qin Yu drove the new car Luo Shu had given him to the venue. Upon entering, Qin Yu scanned the room. He didn't recognize a single person. The gathering was indeed a tea party. 5 people were seated on either side. Before entering, Qin Yu could still hear them chatting animatedly, but the moment the door opened they fell silent and turned their gazes toward him in unison. Did they know Luo Qiyun? Of course they did. But they never expected Luo Qiyun to actually show up. They had assumed Bai Shuejing was only joking. "Please have a seat." The hostess, a gentle-looking older sister, rose and walked over to greet him. "I think I've come to the wrong place," Qin Yu said, feigning composure. "No mistake, this is the right place." Bai Shuejing appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Qin Yu's arm, with Su Yueyao following behind. The two sandwiched Qin Yu between them as they all sat down together. "See, didn't I tell you I wasn't bragging?" Bai Shuejing raised an eyebrow. She had claimed in the group chat that she could bring Luo Qiyun along. Everyone shook their heads. Indeed, she had delivered. "I didn't expect you to come," Su Yueyao said, beaming with delight. Lately she had found few chances to get close to Qin Yu, and he rarely visited the horse ranch. Encountering him here was a wonderful surprise. "I didn't expect to be here either," Qin Yu thought, wondering who he could blame. So why was everyone staring at him? Unwilling to back down, Qin Yu stared back at each of them in turn. One by one they averted their eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. Qin Yu thought it was over, and let out a sigh of relief, only to notice they were still stealing glances at him. What was so novel about him? Weren't these people all from the same social circle as Luo Qiyun? How could they have never seen her before? Qin Yu himself had no idea. For one thing, Luo Qiyun would never sit as properly as he did, legs together, hands resting on her knees, looking demure and refined. She'd be lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, and anyone who earned a direct glance from her would consider themselves lucky. For another, this outfit was far from Luo Qiyun's usual style. The white shirt and rose-pink knit cardigan deliberately oversized with her hands tucked into the sleeves. The thick black stockings under the short skirt traced lines that were impossible to look away from. And most importantly, her demeanor. Did they understand demeanor? Luo Qiyun never looked people straight in the eye, and whenever she did, it was always from a condescending angle, radiating absolute confidence. But Qin Yu didn't have that kind of confidence. So when he stared back at them earlier, everyone felt an overwhelming urge. If they reached out and pinched her cheek, right now she'd probably bite their hand. Have some tea. Su Yueyao smiled radiantly, pouring Qin Yu a cup of black tea, then scooted closer as she sat back down, nearly pressing against him. What? Weren't these two rumored to have had a violent clash at the horse ranch? They certainly didn't look like they'd ever pulled each other's hair. Su Yueyao, can you keep some distance? Bai Xuejing looked up sharply. What's your problem? Su Yueyao's face turned cold. It was clear that her sweet smile was reserved for one person only. You're practically glued to him, Bai Xuejing said, clearly irritated. She'd heard about the horse ranch incident too. Let's all keep some distance. Qin Yu picked up his teacup, supporting the bottom with his left hand, and took a small sip. He looked up, growing annoyed. What now? You all have to stare while I drink tea too. Luo Qiyun had never attended such a tea party, but everyone present could roughly imagine how she would drink tea. It absolutely wouldn't be like this. So Qiyun has someone she likes, the hostess asked with a smile. If there were such a person, I'd have known long ago, Bai Xuejing said, never one to hold back. Seeing that Qin Yu wasn't keen on talking, the others naturally shifted the conversation. The topics were quite ordinary, from daily life to luxury goods, and back again. Still, this trip served to demystify things for Qin Yu. Had assumed these young ladies usually indulged in wilder pursuits, but they all seemed rather normal. Bai Xuejing joined the conversation. Recently her makeup had been changing, clearly a shift that began after Shed opened her heart to Qin Yu. She also seemed to care much less about reputation and such matters now. As the chat continued, someone tugged at Bai Xuejing. The woman held a plate of pink macarons and pleaded, Xuejing, could I switch seats with you? Throughout the entire gathering, only Su Yueyao got to sit beside Qin Yu. It simply wasn't fair. What? Want to feed him? Bai Xuejing looked at her, recognizing someone with absolutely no experience in such matters. Is that okay? Fine, but... Bai Xuejing whispered a few words in her ear. Soon the two exchanged seats. Qin Yu, these are desserts I made myself. Would you mind trying one and giving me your thoughts? Qin Yu looked at her. What was with that eager, expectant expression? He wanted to refuse, but she had already brought it to his lips herself. Left with no choice, he took a small bite. Delicious. It's all right, Qin Yu said flatly. But the woman who'd initiated the feeding showed no disappointment at all. She simply withdrew her hand and sat back down, thoroughly satisfied. Watching her brimming with joy, Qin Yu felt these people were truly a bit peculiar. Still, at least there was none of the nightclub entertainment he'd feared. They were just gathering for tea and conversation. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but the others stood up. All right, time for the next stop. You all go ahead, I'll skip it. Bai Xuejing waved her hand. Su Yueyao also shook her head. The remaining activities weren't their usual scene. The all-night revelry wasn't something everyone could handle. Come on, let's take a walk outside. Bai Xuejing rose and picked up Qin Yu's bag. Not again, shopping. I know you don't want to, but just do us a favor. Throw us some pity, Bai Xuejing said, making up an excuse. Fortunately, the two didn't actually make Qin Yu do anything. They just strolled along, and before they knew it, it was dinner time. Su Yueyao had already made arrangements. Shed booked a restaurant during the tea party, so they could head straight there. After they sat down, Su Yueyao pushed the menu over. Whatever's fine, Qin Yu said, propping his cheek on his hand and looking away. Hello, you must be Lin Ro. Cui Hao stood up, leaning slightly forward. The man who usually went off the rails after a couple of drinks was now like a completely different person. Though his face wasn't much to write home about, his tall, sturdy build, dressed up a bit, gave off a reliable tough guy impression. He had a certain charm to him. Hello. The girl sitting across from Cui Hao was petite, nervously clutching her sleeve as she looked up at the man before her. It was clear that Lin Ro was quite pleased with her first impression of Cui Hao. But as for Cui Hao himself, that was another matter. He was still all twisted up inside, sitting back down and rubbing his hands together, unsure where to even begin the conversation. Oh right, I'm 24, 6 foot and 187 pounds, and currently unemployed. Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. Cui Hao heard the laughter and looked over. Qin Yu quickly turned his head away to avoid eye contact. What's wrong? Bai Xuejing looked up from the menu. Nothing. Qin Yu pretended to be calm. So Cui Hao was being forced by his family into a blind date now. What kind of self-introduction was that, just stating his name outright? Cui Hao cleared his throat, unfazed. I've heard all about you from your sister, no need for an introduction. Lin Ro smiled gently. Is that so? Then I'll save the effort. But I haven't had a chance to look at your profile. Could you tell me about yourself? What a genius, old Chui. Going out drinking the night before a blind date, getting dead drunk, and only crawling out of bed the next afternoon in a panic without even glancing at the woman's profile. It's fine, you can read it now, it's not too late. Lin Ro said. Let's order first then, and we can chat while we wait. Chui Hao took a look at the woman's information. Well, they were from matching families, and she was gentle and pretty, 2 years his junior. Did he like her? Chui Hao admitted he did, but for some reason he had no intention of embracing a new relationship right now. The two chatted aimlessly, but they just didn't seem to be on the same wavelength. The woman held a key position in her family's business and was highly capable at work. Listening to her, Chui Hao couldn't help but think of his elder sister. Was she setting him up with a carbon copy of herself? Not exactly. Lin Ro was still gentler than Chui Hao's sister, that was evident at first glance. She was an excellent woman, able to balance work and life perfectly. This should have been a huge plus, but the more Chui Hao listened, the more annoyed he felt, until he eventually just swirled his glass, his gaze drifting away. Am I talking too much about work? Lin Ro asked, a little concerned. She had been doing all the talking with Chui Hao, giving little reaction. No, it's just that I'm still aimless myself, so when you talk about work topics, I don't really understand them. Chui Hao was unusually melancholy. It wasn't the playful pretense he put on when drunk. He was genuinely touched by something. Qin Yu could see it, and so could Lin Ro. Then tell me about yourself. I don't know what your daily life is like at all. Lin Ro passed the conversational baton to him. Me? There's nothing to say about me. Chui Hao seemed reluctant to communicate. He appeared robust, but at his core he lacked a bit of confidence. Only Qin Yu could see this clearly, which is why Qin Yu and Chui Hao were closest. The conversation lapsed into an awkward silence. Chui Hao pulled out his phone and messaged his best friend for help. Across town, Luo Qiyun was live streaming when she picked up her phone. Save your brother. 3 exclamation marks meant he was getting desperate. A location pin followed. Luo Qiyun had just finished a match, having fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbing to an inevitable defeat. The chat was filled with condolences, but also a fair amount of criticism aimed at her decisions in several key team fights. What did I do wrong? How can I take the blame for this? Luo Qiyun picked out a few of those critical comments to argue with. No one had much to say about the game itself, but when the streamers started stirring the pot, things changed. The trolls came out of the woodwork, turning the live chat into a battleground. Don't want to watch. Fine. Streamers miserable, chats miserable. Stream's over. She ended the broadcast in a flash, grabbed her coat and scarf and headed out. Back at the blind date, Qin Yu kept stealing glances. The atmosphere was stifling. He didn't remember Chui Hao being like this. Wasn't he usually talkative? He could chat for half an hour with anyone from street sweepers to strangers. Why was he so stiff now? You keep looking over there. Know someone? Bai Zujing's question snapped Qin Yu out of his thoughts. No, just curious. Qin Yu shook his head. What's so interesting about blind dates? You should be grateful you're not being pressured into one yourself. Bai Shuejing spoke from bitter experience. Thank goodness the Luo family is open-minded. Have you been on many blind dates? Su Liao asked, puzzled. She had no siblings and her parents had never brought up the topic of her having a boyfriend or getting married. One experience is enough to be unforgettable, let alone many. Bai Shuejing drank gloomily. How about we share a drink? Su Liao declined, still focused on picking food for Qin Yu. I thought we were friends, but you won't even have a drink with me. Bai Shuejing was exasperated. She couldn't get Qin Yu to do anything, and Su Liao wasn't cooperating either. I'm not drinking. I have to drive Qiyun home later. So that's what this was about. No need, I'll drive myself home. Qin Yu shook his head. Su Liao looked a little disappointed. Fine, I'll have a few drinks with you then. As the two clinked glasses, Qin Yu watched Chui Hao's table. It seemed the pair had found some common ground. Lin Rao's gentle persistence left Chui Hao flustered, but he eventually opened up. The topics, however, were dreadfully boring. If it weren't for Chui Hao himself, Lin Rao wouldn't have lasted half a minute listening. The guy even steered the conversation towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu saw him pull out his phone, no doubt promoting Qin Yu's stream. I can tell you two are very close. Lin Rao was incredibly polite. Yes, we are. Just as he said that, Qin Yu spotted Luo Qiyun entering the restaurant. The rescuer had arrived. Old Qin. Hey, how did you find your way here? Chui Hao got up quickly, putting on a convincing act. Sorry, I forgot I had plans with my buddy. My apologies. They'll treat you to a meal another time. After paying the bill, Chui Hao was ready to bolt. Luo Qiyun looked at him. So this was why he called her. She thought he was being beaten up. Let's add each other on WeChat then. Lin Rao held up her phone. After exchanging contacts, she bid them farewell and left. That wasn't very cool of you. Luo Qiyun couldn't fathom how the woman who just left managed to stay so composed. What was I supposed to do? We're clearly not meant for each other. Chui Hao said helplessly. Go out for a drink. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Not going. Because she had already spotted Qin Yu sitting nearby. As she left, she put her hand behind her back and crooked her index finger in a subtle gesture. Qin Yu wiped his mouth. You guys eat. I'm heading out. Go on, you heartless woman. Bai Zujing's cheeks were flushed. See you around. Su Liao handed Qin Yu his bag. Downstairs, Qin Yu found Luo Qiyun standing in the cold wind. A bit cold, isn't it? Luo Qiyun unwound her scarf. It wasn't just a bit cold, it was freezing. Luo Qiyun personally wrapped the gray-white scarf around Qin Yu. It's still early. Let's take a walk. Okay. Qin Yu tucked his hands and still shivering from the early winter wind despite having just eaten. Seeing this, Luo Qiyun took off her coat and draped it over his shoulders. So where are we going now? Qin Yu pinched his nose, feeling a little better. With no destination in mind, they simply wandered. Did you catch the whole blind date? Luo Qiyun, who had been forced to help out late, had missed the most interesting part. I did. There's really not much to say. It was just a bit awkward. Qin Yu recalled the event and recounted it for Luo Qiyun from beginning to end. He really asked her to introduce herself? Luo Qiyun chuckled. It was just like something Cui Hao would do. What else? If you're asking if he was nervous, I don't think he was. Qin Yu commented sharply. He probably figured it wouldn't work out, so he didn't bother trying. It was indeed a bit disrespectful to the woman. After all, she hadn't done anything contemptuous. She had dressed up carefully and come after reviewing Cui Hao's profile. Throughout it all, she had been very gentle. So why does he think that way? Do you think it's because she's not his type? Luo Qiyun asked. Not his type. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. No, his favorite type is exactly the gentle kind. Perhaps because he was usually so oppressed by his older sister Cui Hao had developed a preference for the complete opposite. He just wasn't ready. It was strange how people could be. Cui Hao had a good family background and was well-liked, yet he always seemed to lack confidence. It was probably because his sister had always overshadowed him. So you're on good terms with those two now? Luo Qiyun leaned over to ask. She meant by Xuejing and Su Liao. Not really. Qin Yu shook his head. We just keep running into each other. Just coincidence. That was probably a case of the onlookers seeing things most clearly. Luo Qiyun extended her hand. Qin Yu glanced at her, thinking she wanted to hold hands, so he offered his left. Instead, she slipped her hand directly onto the back of his neck. The icy touch made him flinch, and he instinctively kicked out. What are you doing? Qin Yu quickly retracted his leg. My hands are cold, Luo Qiyun said, dodging aside and rubbing her hands together. Here she was nearly freezing herself, yet still insisting on being polite. Give me your hands. Qin Yu took them and tucked them under his coat, pressing them against his waist. Better. Emma, much better. Luo Qiyun nodded. Next time, can you please wear more? I'm afraid you'll freeze to death. Qin Yu took off his scarf and wrapped it around her again. They walked side by side under the streetlight, and Luo Qiyun looked up at him. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes, his lashes fluttering gently with each blink. Every time she spent time with Qin Yu, she felt like she was seeing herself from a fresh perspective. Let's go home. Qin Yu tossed the car keys to Luo Qiyun. Time to go home. Once inside, Qin Yu changed into thicker clothes and finally felt better. He still couldn't understand why anyone would wear such a short skirt in early winter. And what was the point of those thick black stockings that provided absolutely no warmth? I haven't had dinner yet. Luo Qiyun raised her right hand. I've been working myself to the bone for you, you know. Qin Yu pretended not to hear, looking at his phone. I'm so hungry. Achoo. Do you think I'd catch a cold if I went out to buy food now? Takeout isn't very healthy. Fine, I'll go make some noodles. Qin Yu got up reluctantly. Soon he brought over a large bowl of noodles topped with 3 fried eggs. Eat up. He set the bowl down and sat aside. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, Luo Qiyun turned serious. The day for the family to visit Mom's grave is coming up. Qin Yu turned to look at her. It was rare to see her mention something with such earnest gravity. Sorry, but you'll have to miss it this time. Qin Yu was afraid she'd feel regret. It's fine. When she was young, Luo Qiyun used to pour her heart out about daily life at her mother's grave. Back then, it was hard for her to find anyone to talk to. The ever-reliable Luo Shu thought her complaints were trivial teenage issues and often listened while juggling work. His inattention was too obvious. After 1 or 2 such times, Luo Qiyun stopped confiding in him. Her father, on the other hand, often overreacted, unable to distinguish between concern and control. And as for Luo Qichuan, there was no need to even mention him. He was simply a fool. Right now, I don't feel like there's much to say anyway, Luo Qiyun said. Besides, now there was someone who would listen to her properly, right? After dinner, they rested peacefully. Today, Luo Qiyun was unusually quiet. Qin Yu lay on the bed, observing Luo Qiyun lying flat on her back. Sometimes people were just like that. When she made no move at all, Qin Yu felt strangely out of sorts. The next morning, Qin Yu bundled up in a thick down jacket for warmth, dug out a desktop heater from a corner, and got ready for his daily gaming session. After breakfast, Luo Qiyun changed her clothes, preparing to go out. Are you going out? Qin Yu swiveled his chair to look at her. Cui Hao asked me to come out for a bit. Luo Qiyun got ready, only to find that Qin Yu had already turned his back and sat down again as if nothing had happened. Qin Yu planned to play a horror game he had bought long ago, but had been too afraid to touch. The moment he launched it, a jump scare popped up. He flinched back, and his chair slammed hard into Luo Qiyun's upper abdomen and lower ribs, making her double over in pain and stumble backward. What's wrong with you? Qin Yu took off his headphones and stood up. You're not even going to see me off when I'm leaving. Luo Qiyun was annoyed. How troublesome. Qin Yu personally escorted her to the door, waved goodbye, and then slammed it shut. How heartless. When Luo Qiyun met Shui Hao, he was standing by the roadside right next to a trash can smoking a cigarette. 2 butts were already stubbed out at his feet. I'm really sorry about yesterday, Shui Hao apologized first. It's fine. Luo Qiyun didn't really care. If she hadn't gone, would she have been able to catch Qin Yu yesterday? So you didn't like the match? Luo Qiyun asked. No, she's a nice person. Saying that just proved he wasn't interested, at least for now. Otherwise he would have said more than just that she was nice. She even sent me a good night after going home and a good morning today. Shui Hao had replied to both, and he had also asked if she got home safely. Privately, he had even spent time learning about her hobbies, habits, and her usual job. But the more he learned, the more intimidated he felt. Then what's the problem? Luo Qiyun prompted, waiting for him to continue. Look at her social media, all work and achievements. And look at mine, just me and my friends goofing off drinking all day, or... Shui Hao realized he might have misspoken. When I say friends, I don't mean you. Then just don't explain. Anyway, it feels like we're from different worlds. If we got together now, we might be able to maintain it through family business ties. But what happens in the long run? What if we get married and start to resent each other? If we get a divorce, who gets the kids? By then we'll be middle-aged and won't have the chance to find anyone else. And besides, Luo Qiyun made a stop gesture. You say you lack confidence and are timid, yet you've already thought this far ahead. You say you're bold, yet you only peek at her social media and run away from the blind date. Luo Qiyun couldn't hold it in anymore. How about you slap yourself and see if you spin around on the spot? Like a spinning top. Feeling hurt, are we? Shui Hao was not upset. What's wrong with thinking 3 steps ahead? His considerations weren't necessarily unreasonable. He simply thought too deeply and too far. Yet this very trait proved he was genuinely earnest in his approach. It's fine. Let's just do what we need to do. Luo Qiyun didn't know what else to say. Was she supposed to give Shui Hao directions? That was something she would never do. Afterwards, Shui Hao took Luo Qiyun and a few of his friends through their daily activities. Basketball, a meal, and billiards. It wasn't until evening that they arrived at the familiar drinking gathering. Luo Qiyun rarely interacted with Shui Hao's friends, but they had a fairly good impression of her. It was probably because Shui Hao often spoke of Qin Yu as a good brother, which set a solid foundation. Luo Qiyun's mind was elsewhere. If Qin Yu hadn't been home, she wouldn't have minded staying longer. But now that Qin Yu was home, she took her leave halfway through the gathering. Leaving already? Shui Hao staggered over, and Luo Qiyun pushed him back by his broad forehead. The guy, once drunk, could mistake a trash bag for a kitten and would go limp as if boneless, leaning against anything nearby. I have a live stream tomorrow. After bidding everyone farewell, Luo Qiyun stepped out and hailed a cab. What a coincidence. You're here too. Someone called out to her. Luo Qiyun glanced over. The person was wrapped up like a zongzi with a mask, glasses, and a hat. Nothing missing. Do we know each other? Xia Ran pulled down her mask. Oh, Luo Qiyun suddenly realized. The two hadn't seen each other for quite some time. These past few days, Luo Qiyun had deliberately been avoiding Xia Ran, timing her comings and goings to miss her. Sensing that the other might be keeping her distance, Xia Ran bit her lower lip. She had come to socialize. Previously, she had nothing in common with the other artists of her cohort. But lately, everyone seemed to enjoy discussing Luo Qiyun as portrayed by Qin Yu, so she could finally keep up with some conversations. Heading home now? Want to go together? Xia Ran stepped closer. You're not wearing much. Take my scarf to keep warm. No need. Luo Qiyun refused coldly. Colder than the weather was the look on Luo Qiyun's face right now. In the end, the two still ended up in the same car going home. Xia Ran tucked her hands into her sleeves and watched Luo Qiyun lean against the car window in silence. Do you know Luo Qiyun? Xia Ran suddenly blurted out. Huh, why bring her up? No one in this world knew Luo Qiyun better than Luo Qiyun herself. No one. What about her? Luo Qiyun raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. You can't define a person by rumors before you truly meet them. Seeing her now, it's really true. Xia Ran said with a smile. She's actually a good person, even though she doesn't seem approachable and doesn't like to talk much. Luo Qiyun admired Xia Ran's courage to comment right in front of the person in question, even though what Xia Ran was talking about wasn't really her. You know, she can play the guitar, and she's pretty good at it. Xia Ran said. You've heard her play, eh? Luo Qiyun clicked her tongue softly. She hadn't even seen Qin Yu play the guitar. I haven't heard, but I've seen. Xia Ran didn't know much. She had only happened to see Qin Yu playing once. If you hadn't given up back then, you might have played even better than him. Xia Ran had unconsciously moved closer, her eyes sparkling. This woman still had an unresolved obsession. Unfortunately, I can't anymore now. Luo Qiyun thought maybe this body still had Qin Yu's muscle memory. It wasn't like she didn't understand music theory. She could ask Qin Yu to teach her later. Back in the residential complex, the two went upstairs together. Qin Yu happened to be preparing dinner. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned down the flame and walked over. You're back. Qin Yu saw the door crack open and leaned in to speak. Bang. Luo Qiyun pressed her hand against the door lock, turning her head mechanically. Beside her, Xia Ran's eyes widened, her door-opening motion frozen halfway. Her pink lips parted slightly as she stared at Luo Qiyun, her breathing becoming increasingly ragged. A careless mistake. Luo Qiyun straightened up. What was that just now? Xiaoran was almost afraid to ask. Luo Qiyun's mind raced. Say it was her sister at home. No, Xiaoran knew Qin Yu. She could tell the difference. Confess. No way. If she confessed, her fun of bullying Qin Yu would be gone. It's the doorbell sound. Luo Qiyun lied through her teeth. Living alone, you always want something to liven things up. Xiaoran gave an awkward laugh. Really? But that voice just now sounded a bit familiar to her. By the way, want some midnight snacks? I can cook you a bowl of noodles. Xiaoran invited. No thanks, I'm full. Luo Qiyun opened the door again, went and clamped her hand over Qin Yu's mouth, and quickly shut the door. The cold air from the slamming door blew across Xiaoran's face, lifting her bangs. Even the Arctic wind wasn't this cold. What's wrong? Qin Yu removed Luo Qiyun's hand, asking in a low voice. Xiaoran. Luo Qiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Oh right. Xiaoran lived right next door. Qin Yu had almost forgotten. How come the two of you came back together? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. How should I know? Luo Qiyun sat down on the sofa. It smells good. Are you cooking? Qin Yu returned to the stove. He hadn't had such a relaxed and carefree day in a long time, so he had gotten a bit carried away, and dinner was late. I didn't make any for you. You must have already eaten outside. Qin Yu said with certainty. Originally, Luo Qiyun wasn't very hungry. But upon hearing this, she pinched her chin in thought. When Qin Yu untied his apron and sat down at the table, Luo Qiyun directly pulled out a chair and sat across from him. Qin Yu lifted a chopstick full of noodles. Cough. Qin Yu looked up. Didn't you say you already ate? Luo Qiyun said nothing, just opened her mouth. You look a bit like that little gray mouse who hangs around Jerry right now. Qin Yu felt helpless, so he had to get up with his bowl and feed the first bite to Luo Qiyun. After savoring that first mouthful contentedly, Luo Qiyun sat beside him and watched him eat. After dinner, the two sat together on the sofa to review the script. Luo Qiyun gave Qin Yu some guidance. So what expression should I use here? Qin Yu put down the script. They were looking at the final scene, the expression of the second female lead before her death. Cry. Luo Qiyun said. Can you cry, eh? Qin Yu closed his eyes to recall something sad, but still couldn't cry. Instead, when he opened his eyes, he found Luo Qiyun staring right at him, and he couldn't help but laugh. If you laugh like that when the time comes, you're done for. Luo Qiyun wasn't actually worried. She had seen his audition. As long as he could get into character, Qin, you should be fine. The phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Qin Yu picked it up and saw a friend request. Rui Shui. Qin Yu asked Luo Qiyun. Should I accept her friend request? Why not? Luo Qiyun saw no issue with it. Their scenes together were the most numerous, and Qin Yu still needed some assistance from Rui Shui. After accepting the friend request, Qin Yu tossed his phone aside and continued seeking Luo Qiyun's guidance on how to approach the other scenes and what demeanor to adopt. Luo Qiyun offered a brief explanation, noting that most of the time Qin Yu would have to figure things out on his own. Still afraid of messing up, she asked, observing the lingering furrow in his brow. Yeah. How could he not be? She had prepared the live stream for him, and he couldn't let his repeated mistakes ruin her reputation. Don't worry. When you're at rock bottom, the only way left is up. Luo Qiyun took the script, closed it, and told Qin Yu to stop studying. She then walked into the room and retrieved a pair of nail clippers. Easier said than done. Yet Qin Yu was meticulous in everything he did. Once he decided on a course of action, he was determined to execute it flawlessly. Luo Qiyun sat down beside him with the nail clippers and gestured for him to extend his hand. Honestly, on the day we swapped, didn't you search for information about me online? Luo Qiyun gently cradled his right hand with her left, then deftly held his fingertip. Click, click. I did, but isn't most of that stuff online just unreliable gossip? Qin Yu mused. 80% of it is true. Luo Qiyun carefully trimmed his nails. For Luo Qiyun, many things were too easily attainable, and she often lost interest quickly. Once boredom set in, her attitude became hard to control. When inhabiting her own body, she always believed her actions were justified, and every move she made was necessary. Now it didn't seem that way. Well, then I won't worry anymore. Qin Yu said half-jokingly. His phone vibrated again. He leaned over to grab it, and saw a message from Rui Shui. Have you eaten? It seemed Rui Shui had bitten her nails for a long time before sending those 3 words. She truly didn't know where to begin. I have. Qin Yu replied, then placed the phone on his stomach. Click, click. Luo Qiyun was very meticulous, trimming the nail on each of his fingers. When she finished, she noticed Qin Yu was staring at her. What's wrong? Luo Qiyun looked up and leaned in. Too close. Nothing. Qin Yu turned his head away. Your pajamas are ready. Go take a shower. It was getting late, a time for rest. Nothing happened that night except that when they woke up the next morning, Luo Qiyun let out a painful, enormous sneeze. Achoo. She felt around beneath her, discovering that her lower body and shoulders were exposed with only a corner of the blanket covering her stomach. The rest had been swiped away by Qin Yu, and the culprit in question was now wrapped tightly in it, sleeping soundly. Oh great. It's only been a few days and his bad habits are already showing. Luo Qiyun slid her icy hand onto the back of Qin Yu's neck. Hey! Qin Yu lurched forward, his head bumping into Luo Qiyun's chest. She was quick enough to catch his forehead with her other hand. Before you try a headbutt, maybe consider my current situation. Luo Qiyun had never been so wronged in her life. Qin Yu scratched his cheek and slowly released the blanket he had rolled up. As an apology, he got up first to make breakfast. Breakfast is ready. Qin Yu came over and knocked on the door. After breakfast, Qin Yu planned to teach Luo Qiyun some other games. The core of streaming is entertaining the audience. Qin Yu sat beside her explaining some basic concepts. Fans gained through pure skill are indeed loyal, but they can also leave easily. A person's performance fluctuates, once you start playing poorly, the chat can quickly turn into a festival for haters. That's why many skilled streamers gradually become more entertaining, or they stick to smurfing in lower ranks. After all, a stream with only occasional highlights can't satisfy all viewers. People aren't going to watch 3 hours just for those 3 to 5 minutes of top-tier plays. So you need to make the show engaging, collaborate with streamer friends, play games with viewers. All of that works. As long as there's something interesting happening, people will watch the stream. Next, Qin Yu demonstrated a few other games for Luo Qiyun, telling her to pick one to practice first. Once her skill was decent, she could switch up the streaming content occasionally. Qin Yu trusted Luo Qiyun's streaming abilities. After all, she also had a knack for clapping back at the chat, and she timed it well, which gave the audience a sense of participation. The entire morning was spent with Qin Yu laughing heartily. Luo Qiyun couldn't aim, couldn't track targets, and spent the whole time getting destroyed in-game. But she always had some quirky ideas, discovering strange spots and managing to get a few surprise kills on the enemy team. Qin Yu's verdict was that she had a sharp mind, but her mechanics needed practice. In the afternoon, Luo Qiyun started her stream, while Qin Yu read the script in the living room. Later, he bundled himself up like a dumpling and went out to buy groceries. A year ago, when he first moved into this rental, Qin Yu used to go out for groceries often. After he started streaming, all his time went to work, so he mostly relied on takeout and eating out. Thinking about the menu for tonight, Qin Yu picked up a head of broccoli, then put it back. It's winter, let's have hot pot. Sliced lamb. He was still pondering when someone came up beside him. Is the produce here fresh? Qin Yu turned to look. Isn't this Xia Ran, the neighbor? Of course it wasn't, because Xia Ran recognized Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head and pointed to his ear. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't hear. Xia Ran gave a slight bow and walked over to another stall. Qin Yu bought some vegetables and meat and picked out some cilantro, ginger, and garlic for the dipping sauce. That'll be 158. Okay, payment sent. Qin Yu scanned the code to pay. As he turned around, he saw Xia Ran staring at him, an expression of utter disbelief on her face. How could such a person exist? Xia Ran watched his retreating figure and shook her head in exasperation. Back home, Qin Yu started preparing dinner. He heard Luo Qiyun chatting with the chat through the door. Well, what can I do? Luo Qiyun pointed at the scoreboard. What can I do? The streamer lost Jieding, went back to Zhuge Liang, and said, what can I do? Luo Qiyun pressed her forehead. Are you guys even watching the stream? I was diving in to save my teammates, but they just couldn't survive. Right, the streamer dove in to rescue, not to feed. Zhuge Liang used the 7 stars lamp to extend his life, but the streamer burst into the tent, kicked over the lamp, and said, bro, don't die this time, okay? Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yu knocked on the door. Time to eat. Goodbye. Luo Qiyun didn't give the chat a chance and prepared to end the stream. Doesn't the streamer live alone? Who's cooking for you? Got a girlfriend? Let the missus come out and say hi. Ignoring them, Luo Qiyun ended the stream. It was already this late, why bother arguing with the chat when she could go enjoy the food made by her fragrant, soft, and adorable little chef? What's for dinner? Luo Qiyun washed her hands and sat down. Hot pot. It was too cold outside, some lamb would do. During dinner, Luo Qiyun mentioned that the viewers in her live stream weren't easy to please, at least not easy to fool. Whether you were truly putting in the effort during a stream was something everyone could see at a glance. Realizing that means you're ready to stand on your own, Qin Yu said, acknowledging her. It proves you're outstanding, that you excel at anything you set your mind to. Sweet words indeed. She wondered if his lips tasted as sweet as they sounded. After dinner, Luo Qiyun received a message from Jiang Feng asking him to come to the company the next day to sign the contract and have a final interview. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was invited by Rui Shui to watch her play rehearsals over the next couple of days. Rui Shui maintained her usual stance, holding back for a long moment before saying, I still have doubts about your acting. Come by my place these days and see what you can pick up. Whatever you learn, it'll be a gain. After consulting each other, the two headed out together. Qin Yu drove with Luo Qiyun, waving goodbye in front of the company gates. As Luo Qiyun stepped out of the car, she happened to run into Ji Cheng, who was arriving for his final negotiations at the company. His foray into the live streaming industry was no mere dabbling. Besides game streamers, had also spent money poaching talent in other categories. Watching Luo Qiyun step out of the yellow McLaren, Ji Cheng was somewhat puzzled. He had a pretty clear idea of how much Qin Yu could earn from live streaming in a month, and it definitely wasn't enough to afford such a car. Ride-hailing services have really raised the bar these days, huh? Ji Chung walked over with his assistant. Everyone else was already waiting, they were the last to arrive. Qin Yu. Ji Chung didn't turn his head, but his gaze flicked over to Luo Qiyun. Boss. Luo Qiyun held her phone, answering with an air of indifference. Has anyone ever told you your attitude toward people is terrible? Ji Chung was reaching his limit. This was clearly a personal grudge. Plenty actually. Luo Qiyun raised her head. Inside Qin Yu's body, she matched his height, and her presence was in no way inferior to Ji Cheng's. What do you think you can overpower me, Ji Chung? Charging around like that will cost you dearly. Ji Cheng's words carried no small warning. You want to teach me some life lessons? Show me the cruelty of the world. Luo Qiyun shot back. I'm not the type to make things difficult for my employees over trivial matters. Ji Chung held back. Then why lecture me like an old man? Are you 40 or something? The elevator doors slid open and Luo Qiyun stepped out in one stride. Ji Chung gritted his teeth. What a thing to say. What kind of remark was that? The contract signing that followed went smoothly enough. Ji Chung did offer better terms with reduced monthly streaming hour requirements and lower gift revenue targets. According to Jiang Feng, they should milk Ji Chung for all he was worth, while he was in his buying a horse's bones with gold face. By the time Ji Chung came to his senses and realized the live streaming business wasn't yielding high returns, or decided to cut the company loose due to poor performance, they'd at least have enough to find their next platform. Jiang Feng figured Ji Chung was probably just acting on a whim, a classic case of a rich young master's 3-minute enthusiasm. Luo Qiyun nodded and sent a message to Qin Yu. Arrived, eh? Qin Yu took out his phone in front of the theater entrance. Yeah. As she stood at the door, Rui Shui's assistant hurried over, clutching a tablet and speaking somewhat nervously. Miss Luo, please follow me. Such an odd form of address. Was this a sign of how far Luo Qiyun's reputation had spread? Entering the theater's green room, Rui Shui was in the middle of applying her makeup. She was still steeping herself in the character's emotions, savoring the lines. Truly diligent. No wonder she'd climbed to the top tier in such a short time. We've arranged a seat for you over there as well. Once the blocking rehearsal starts, he'll bring you over. The assistant stood off to the side. The moment Qin Yu sat down, she handed him a cup of hot water. On the table were some desserts with a single lily placed among them. Are these from fans? Qin Yu asked. No, Rui Shui doesn't accept gifts from fans. These are. The assistant almost said they were personally prepared by Rui Shui herself. But Rui Shui had instructed her. Absolutely don't say they were specially chosen for Qin Yu. I was worried you might get hungry, so I prepared some desserts. That meant the assistant would have to take the credit. Rui Shui, deep in thought, caught sight of Qin Yu sitting at the edge from the corner of her eye. She abandoned her half-finished makeup and walked over. Why are you so late? Rui Shui clasped her hands behind her back, fingers intertwining. Has it started? Qin Yu let out a big yawn. It hadn't even begun. Coming earlier would just mean sitting around doing nothing. Rui Shui noticed the faint glistening at the corners of Qin Yu's eyes. Had she not slept well? Had she called too early? Originally Rui Shui had wanted to contact her even sooner. Maybe they could have had breakfast together. But after much deliberation, she had never sent that message. Even if it hasn't started, you need to get into the right mindset, as early as possible. It's important. Rui Shui said. Show some dedication, got it. Qin Yu ignored her. Soon Rui Shui's makeup was complete. In the entire theater besides the actors in rehearsal, Qin Yu was the only audience member. Once the rehearsal officially began, Qin Yu had to admit that Rui Shui's abilities were indeed formidable. Her expressions, movements, and gestures. Qin Yu couldn't find a single flaw. After the first 2 acts, Rui Shui's Cinderella character had to change into a gown and ascend the platform to receive the gaze of all. Normally there was no reason to rehearse in full makeup and costume, but Rui Shui preferred it that way. Many of the other actors were artists under the same manager as Rui Shui, so they were quite obedient to their big sister figure. During the time she was changing and getting back into costume, Qin Yu searched for Luo Qiyun and Rui Shui's names together. All that came up were news about the new drama. Under the Weibo post where Rui Shui promoted the new production, many commenters were questioning why Luo Qiyun was involved. Unusually, Rui Shui, who never interacted with fans, personally replied saying Luo Qiyun was a wonderful actress and that choosing her was definitely the right call. Scrolling further down, someone claimed Rui Shui's account was managed by her studio and that the studio had no choice but to appease Luo Qiyun due to her background. All of it was crying injustice on Rui Shui's behalf. As expected, Qin Yu wanted to keep reading, but the phone was snatched away by Rui Shui. The next act is about to start. No phone. Rui Shui pressed the screen off and handed it back. She had changed into a blue gown, transforming instantly from the soot-covered farm girl into a princess. She sparkled brilliantly under the spotlight. Qin Yu responded, then watched as the next act's rehearsal began. Standing on the platform before Qin Yu, Rui Shui delivered her lines with such infectious power that Qin Yu was drawn into the scene. Her command of dialogue was truly remarkable. She wondered if she herself would end up looking like a fool on set, delivering lines with no emotion at all. Just as Qin Yu was thinking this, the prop beneath Rui Shue's feet let out a creaking groan. She pitched forward, and in an instant it looked like she was about to fall. Before Qin Yu's mind could make a decision, his body had already moved. He stepped forward, estimated Rui Shue's approximate landing point, and caught her steadily in a princess carry. After a wave of gasps from the crowd, fortunately nothing went wrong. Rui Shue turned her head away, too embarrassed to look at Qin Yu. That was close, Qin Yu said, setting her down and stepping aside. A fall from this height of 1 or 2 meters likely wouldn't have caused her serious trouble, but he feared she might land face first or break an arm or leg. That would have been a real problem. Thank you, Rui Shue said, tidying her costume. Suddenly, she covered her ears with both hands, rubbed them, and quickly ran off. What was that all about? Qin Yu watched her hurried retreat, puzzled. A few minutes later, Rui Shue finally calmed down and reappeared before him. An on-site inspection revealed that the prop was too old and hadn't been regularly maintained, which caused the issue. Everyone was startled, but thankfully Rui Shue was caught, and no harm came to her. Just now, Rui Shue hesitated. Well, no need to thank me for what happened earlier, Qin Yu said. With so many people in the theater, I was the closest. If I hadn't caught you, word might have gotten out and been twisted into some wild story. Don't overthink it. If rumors spread that Luo Qiyun had sabotaged the props out of jealousy over Rui Shue's lead role, that would be truly disgusting. Rui Shue didn't know how to respond. She understood how severely public perception could affect an artist's mindset. In the past, she had done nothing, partly out of helplessness, partly out of cold indifference. But now she should try to offer some help. After the props were repaired, rehearsals resumed. Qin Yu sat below watching intently, yet he felt Rui Shue's performance was noticeably not as good as the first half. She kept losing focus and sneaking glances his way. When it ended, Qin Yu sat down in the lounge. Rui Shue rushed over without even changing clothes or removing her makeup. So did you learn anything just now? As she asked, sitting across from him. Her words seemed blunt, but her hands pressing nervously on her knees betrayed her. But Qin Yu's attention wasn't on her at the moment. Yes, I learned a lot. If merely watching a rehearsal could skyrocket one's acting skills, he wouldn't be racking his brain over the upcoming film shoot. This time, just observe from the sidelines. Next time there's a chance, I'll have you participate directly, Rui Shue said. And no refusing. There's a next time. Qin Yu looked at her. By the way, we're having a group dinner later. You should come too, Rui Shue invited. Qin Yu glanced at his phone. Luo Qiyun's work was almost done. He needed to go pick her up. Not going? Qin Yu said, shaking his head. With that, he stood up to leave. Then go ahead, Rui Shue said, a hint of disappointment in her tone, as if shooing him away. But when Qin Yu reached the parking lot, he noticed Rui Shue was still following behind. Whenever Qin Yu turned to look, she'd hide around the corner. What was she thinking? Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. Later, he drove to pick up Luo Qiyun. Once she got in the car, she brought up the contract signing from today. As luck would have it, Ji Qing now seemed to be everyone's boss. All the streaming requirements are here, Luo Qiyun said, handing the documents to Qin Yu. Glancing over them in the car, Qin Yu felt Ji Qing was practically running a charity. Only a monthly requirement of 120 hours, 0 requirements on gift revenue, and the company took a 30% cut, while the streamer kept 70. Have you ever heard anyone talk about his business acumen? Qin Yu asked. I don't know. For questions like that, you'd have to ask Luo Shu. Luo Qiyun replied, knowing no more about Ji Qing than Qin Yu did. Well, a boss willing to pay high wages with low demands was a good boss in his book. Afterwards, Qin Yu focused on driving. He turned and noticed Luo Qiyun pressing her temple, looking unwell. What's wrong? Qin Yu reached out to feel her forehead. Burning hot. I feel a bit off, Luo Qiyun said, eyes closed, ears ringing incessantly. Every time she shut her eyes, she saw stars, dizzy beyond belief. You've got a fever, Qin Yu said, quickly changing course. This doesn't seem like the way home. Luo Qiyun's voice was weak. At least she wasn't delirious yet. Why would you go home when you're sick? Qin Yu couldn't understand. Shouldn't you take care of me when I'm ill? Luo Qiyun said. When sick, the right thing to do is take medicine and get shots, not lie in bed waiting for Qin Yu to wipe her down to lower her temperature. Although Qin Yu's health was subpar, fevers were rare for him. At most, he'd cough and have a runny nose when seasons changed. Alright, don't talk. We'll be there soon. Qin Yu rushed Luo Qiyun to the hospital and arranged for her to get in 4 to break the fever. Only after all that was done did he let out a sigh of relief. You must have felt something off this morning when you left. Why didn't you say anything? Qin Yu sat beside her, reaching out to feel her forehead, afraid of missing a golden opportunity. Having a fever like this was a novel experience for Luo Qiyun, she hadn't been sick in a long time. And honestly, isn't it your fault? Luo Qiyun retorted. That day Qin Yu had hogged the blanket and let her catch a chill. Qin Yu pursed his lips. Blaming me, huh? In the past, no one ever told me I had such a bad habit, Qin Yu said indignantly. Right, you used to sleep alone, didn't you? Maybe it's just your bogus habit. Who can prove otherwise? Luo Qiyun shook her head. That wasn't really the issue. Fine, I admit I have a problem too, she said, feeling much better after the 4 drip. It's because I didn't hold you tight enough. If I'd held you tighter, you wouldn't have been able to steal the blanket. Shouldn't they each sleep in their own space? After getting sick, Luo Qiyun's appetite plummeted. Qin Yu went to a nearby shop and bought her some lunch. Before he could even sit down for 2 minutes, Luo Qiyun's phone rang. "It's Qin Yu," she said, pointing at the phone before answering. "Bro, you're not home." Qin Yu stood at the door, pressing her ear against it to listen for any sound. "I'm at the hospital. Is something up? Send me the address. They'll come find you," Qin Yu said, turning to press the elevator button ready to head to the hospital. After hanging up, Qin Yu knew it was time for him to leave. "What a shame. I was supposed to be lying in bed being fed right now," Luo Qiyun said, clearly disappointed. Their lovely bonding moment was gone. "I'm off," Qin Yu said, unsure of what she was thinking. Leaving the hospital, Qin Yu passed by Qin Yu, who had arrived on her bike. It seemed Luo Qiyun and his sister were getting along well. Instead of going straight home, Qin Yu stopped to buy some groceries to prepare something suitable for a sick person. He wondered if Luo Qiyun would come back for dinner, or if she'd go with his sister to their mother's place. With that in mind, Qin Yu sent her a message. "They'll make dinner and wait for you at home." Upon finding her brother, Qin Yu could only sigh in resignation. "Though you're not exactly robust, you rarely fall ill. What happened?" "A little elf pulled off my blanket," Luo Qiyun sniffled. "What little elf?" Qin Yu sat down beside her. "So anything going on?" Luo Qiyun dodged the question and changed the subject. Indeed, Qin Yu had come to check on her brother and bring him something. "Here, this is for you," she said, handing over a white paper bag. It was a scarf packed in a box, its style and color hidden. "I can earn a little pocket money now. I know you don't need this, but it's a token of my affection," Qin Yu said with a smile. "How about coming home for dinner tonight?" Normally, she would have gone home for dinner. Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. "I think I need to rest a bit. They'll skip it." Afterward, her sister stayed with her for a while until the 4 was done, then helped her catch a taxi before heading home. When Luo Qiyun opened the door and walked inside, Qin Yu was preparing ingredients. "Feeling any better?" Qin Yu approached. "Still weak," Luo Qiyun murmured, leaning against him. "Then rest first. Eat something when you wake up." Helping Luo Qiyun into the bedroom, he tucked the blanket around her, carefully sealing every corner to ensure it was secure. Then he reached out and felt her forehead, comparing it to his own. Yes, the fever had broken. "He'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything," Qin Yu said, turning to leave. "Can't you just sit here?" Luo Qiyun's voice was muffled. "Fine." Qin Yu pulled up a chair and sat beside her. With nothing to do, he scrolled through videos with the sound off. "I'm a little thirsty," Luo Qiyun said, half her face buried in the blanket. Qin Yu got up and poured her warm water. But she only took a small sip. Half an hour later, Qin Yu tilted his head to stretch his neck and looked down to find Luo Qiyun still staring at him with wide eyes. It startled Qin Yu. "Are you going to sleep or not?" "Can't sleep. Can I have your right hand?" Luo Qiyun asked. What was this about? Though puzzled, he extended his right hand to her. She grasped it with both hands and finally drifted off to sleep at ease. Once she was asleep, Qin Yu quietly pulled his hand away and left the room. It wasn't until afternoon that Luo Qiyun slowly woke, her body feeling less heavy. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had prepared a meal. "Let's eat," he said. Even without much appetite, she had to eat something. "Okay." Luo Qiyun took a sip of water, but her tongue was bitter, and even the water tasted bitter. She stuck out her tongue. Being sick was truly unpleasant. This time Qin Yu didn't sit across from her, but beside her. "Huh, why sit like this? Don't you need me to feed you?" Qin Yu asked. Luo Qiyun snapped awake. What a fool she was. She'd missed such a perfect opportunity. "Ah." Luo Qiyun opened her mouth. Qin Yu scooped only half a spoonful of porridge and fed it to her. Such sweet porridge. Did you add sugar?" Luo Qiyun asked curiously. "This is century egg and lean meat porridge." Qin Yu suppressed his irritation. "Then it's not the porridge that's sweet, but the overflowing love." As she opened her mouth again, Qin Yu shoved another spoonful in. Luo Qiyun nearly bit her tongue. A meal that usually took 20 minutes stretched to nearly 30, and she only managed half a bowl. After cleaning up, Qin Yu prepared to leave. "Aren't you sleeping here?" Luo Qiyun wrapped a scarf around him. "You're not fully recovered. What if I catch it?" Qin Yu shook his head. How heartless. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the paper bag on the sofa. "What did Qin Yu give you?" Qin Yu walked over and opened it. "A scarf, probably." Luo Qiyun helped unwrap the box. "Huh, it was purple. Will you wear it?" Luo Qiyun asked. "Probably not, but why purple?" Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. Isn't purple what a sister would give? What a strange question. Afterward, Qin Yu drove home. As soon as he entered, he smelled alcohol in the living room. Yu Shunran was drinking beer, wallowing in self-pity while watching a TV drama. What kind of show could move her so deeply? Something she could relate to. Qin Yu walked over and glanced at the screen. It was actually Ming Dynasty. "I thought you'd forgotten this family even existed." Yu Shunran sighed when she heard him. What a housewife thing to say. Qin Yu ignored her and headed straight to his room. "Come home just to sleep, not a word to say." "I've been busy lately," Qin Yu said truthfully. His schedule was packed, and he wasn't sure if any new events would pop up. Besides, in 2 days he had to visit Luo Qiyun's mother's grave, so he needed to head back to the Luo residence tomorrow to prepare, and he'd probably stay there for a while. "You always say that. I'm tired of hearing it." Yu Shunran put down her beer. I really need to sleep. Qin Yu opened the door. Fine, I'll just stay quiet and not cry out loud. The next morning, the first thing Qin Yu did after waking up was ask about Luo Qiyun's condition. Luo Qiyun had taken her medicine and felt much better. A day or two more of rest, and she'd be fine. In the morning, Qin Yu confirmed he had no scheduled events, so he drove back to the Luo residence. The old man wasn't around, but the two brothers were sitting together. Luo Shu sat upright on the sofa, legs crossed. Luo Qichuan unusually assumed a respectful posture, having just served Luo Shu tea. You're saying you want me to invest? Luo Shu tapped the rim of his teacup, indicating he was deep in thought. Yes, Luo Qichuan said, confidently launching into a lengthy spiel about the future prospects of the esports industry. But Luo Shu faced countless people like this every year who stood before him with nothing but empty words. Normally he'd just tell them to get lost. Sit down and talk. We're family, not my subordinates. Luo Shu patted the seat beside him. But the more accommodating Luo Shu was, the more nervous Luo Qichuan became. In truth, Luo Qichuan rarely asked for anything from his family. Aside from his monthly allowance, had never reached out for more. If this were purely a business consideration, I wouldn't even listen to what you're saying, Luo Shu said. You haven't done any research, you lack data to back it up, and you're stating things everyone already knows. I can't easily invest in that. The family's money didn't grow on trees. If he wanted to do something else, even if it was a waste, that was fine. But if Luo Qichuan wanted to do something serious, Luo Shu would treat it with the right attitude. I didn't think that far ahead. Luo Qichuan scratched his temple. He wasn't completely incapable of doing research, but it had been so long since had done anything productive that he was quite rusty. But my sister said I probably can't make it as a pro player, but I could try to build a team. Luo Qichuan felt his dream was probably dashed. What did you say? Luo Shu set down his teacup. Did Qiyun say that? Had the situation taken a turn? Luo Qichuan felt relieved that his sister had enough influence to make Luo Shu change his mind. Any luck? Luo Qichuan curved his lips, ready to smile. No luck. Luo Shu shook his head. The smile faded. Qin Yu happened to walk in and witnessed this scene. One brother laughing heartily, the other wearing a grim expression. It was a sight that hadn't appeared in many years. Sis, can you put in a good word for me? Luo Qichuan sidled over. Thinking it over, he realized he had no leverage to win his sister over. Luo Qiyun was not short on money, and Qin Yu had never touched the savings in her account. Bags and jewelry were regularly gifted by Luo Shu, so she lacked nothing. Dear sister. Luo Qichuan was about to act coquettish. Don't do that, it's a bit nauseating. Qin Yu walked over. Luo Shu, who had his legs crossed, put them down and looked at Qin Yu with anticipation. Where should he even begin? Qin Yu seemed unsure how to broach the subject. All the Luo family shares were in Luo Shu's hands, and he controlled all household expenses. Although Qin Yu currently bore the identity of Luo Qiyun, would it be inappropriate for him to get involved in an investment requiring tens of millions in capital? I don't ask much of Qichuan. It's good enough if he doesn't go out and cause trouble. Luo Shu might have been referring to Luo Qiyun, or perhaps not. If he truly has the ambition to build his own career, I can support that too. That was no problem. Luo Shu could easily throw tens of millions down the drain. However, he couldn't just hand over money for no reason. So, Qin Yu looked at Luo Shu, asking with a lack of confidence. I'm someone with a soft heart, Luo Shu said, picking up his teacup. If someone begs me, I usually give in. Qin Yu remained silent, but Luo Qichuan looked as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Dear brother, I beg you, please, just help me out. Luo Qichuan hurried over, twisting his body in a coquettish manner. Cough, cough. Luo Shu nearly choked. Luo Qichuan stood to the side, scratching his cheek. Was he too disgusting? Sigh. Qin Yu wasn't foolish. He could clearly see Luo Shu's intention. They'll help him just this once. Qin Yu struggled against his resistant body. Brother. All right, the deal is done. Luo Shu extended his right hand. Excellent. Luo Qichuan cheered, grabbing Luo Shu with both hands. But as a condition, you need to present me with a complete plan within a week. Without written data, Luo Shu still wouldn't easily part with his money. What he cared about was whether Luo Qichuan would take this seriously, nothing else. All right, I'll do it. Luo Qichuan clenched his fist, full of confidence. Without further ado, he immediately went upstairs to prepare. In the first floor hall, only Luo Shu and Qin Yu remained. Do you believe Qichuan can do it well? Qin Yu asked. He felt that Luo Shu was a man without a serious demeanor, always finding opportunities to tease him. I believe. Luo Shu said seriously. If Qin Yu knew Luo Shu well enough, he would know that Luo Shu never did things without certainty. He was known for his cautious actions. He might not be able to catch the right trends or rapidly expand the family business territory several-fold. But under his stewardship, there was absolutely no risk of the mansion collapsing. According to their old father Luo Qianshan was the one who expanded the territory, while Luo Shu was the one who maintained it. Luo Qianshan had always required his son not to seek merit, but simply to avoid faults. And there's nothing wrong with that. At least Qichuan is willing to find something to do himself, Luo Shu said. He was beginning to pay attention to family matters, hoping the family could fully emerge from the shadow of their mother's death. How long are you staying this time? Luo Shu asked. Until after we visit mother's grave. Qin Yu said. That was the very reason he had returned. After answering Luo Shu, Qin Yu took out his phone to ask Luo Qiyun if she had eaten lunch. At that moment Luo Qiyun was being fed by her younger sister. Eat up. Don't you like it? Qin Yu frowned, the spoon in her hand heaped with a mountain of mixed rice. Do you think I have a mouth like an abyss, eh? Luo Qiyun couldn't possibly open her mouth that wide. Sorry, it's my first time feeding someone. I have no experience. Qin Yu laughed awkwardly, scooped up a smaller half-spoonful, and brought it to Luo Qiyun's lips. Forget it, I'll just eat by myself. Luo Qiyun took the bowl. Her mother had personally cooked the meal and had Qin Yu bring it over. But the soup had spilled on the way, so they had to settle for mixed rice. Qin Yu on a whim had wanted to feed her brother. But unlike Qin Yu's meticulousness, she simply scooped a full spoonful and shoved it into Luo Qiyun's mouth, offering the next before he had even swallowed the first. Luo Qiyun's cheeks puffed out, making him look like a little squirrel. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. Qin Yu retorted defiantly. Besides her, who else would patiently and carefully feed Luo Qiyun? No one else. Yeah. Luo Qiyun wanted to laugh. Humph. Qin Yu leaned back in the gaming chair nearby. By the way, come home and stay tonight. That was fine since Qin Yu wasn't there anyway. Luo Qiyun nodded. After lunch, Qin Yu sat beside Luo Qiyun chatting. When the conversation turned to the time Luo Qiyun had done her makeup, Qin Yu exclaimed, I was so anxious back then, and I never expected you to have such amazing makeup skills. This was the last topic Luo Qiyun wanted to revisit, as it could easily expose him. Just something I learned for fun. Luo Qiyun turned his head away evasively. And you've really changed a lot lately. You used to not care about your appearance or clothes at all. Qin Yu pressed her left index finger to her philtrum and looked up, thinking. So is there someone you like? Someone he liked. Luo Qiyun said nothing. Later the two went home together. As they entered, their mother Yao Jin was on the phone. Okay, we'll head back early this year. Yao Jin smiled, clearly pleased. No need to prepare anything at home. After a few brief exchanges, she hung up. With the new year still a month or two away, a call from home had urged Yao Jin to bring Qin Yu and his sister back for a visit this year. Yao Jin also had a brother, and the uncle hadn't seen his niece and nephew for years, missing them dearly. Are we going back to our hometown this year? Qin Yu ran over and grabbed her mother's arm, brimming with excitement. Yes. It had been 3 years since their last visit. During video calls, their grandparents often mentioned their current situations. Luo Qiyun sat on the sofa, feeling a pang of regret for Qin Yu. It seemed Qin Yu probably wouldn't be able to return to his hometown this year. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was standing behind Luo Qichuan. To Qin Yu's surprise, Luo Qichuan was genuinely capable. Once he actually got to work, he quickly got into the zone. After graduation, Luo Qichuan had worked in the family business for a while. But as Luo Shu's younger brother, he was inevitably compared to him. Over time, Luo Qichuan felt that no matter how much he did, he could never surpass his brother, so he simply quit. 2 days passed quickly, and the day to visit Luo Qiyun's mother's grave arrived. The family would set out together once Luo Shu returned home at 10 in the morning. Luo Qianshan was preparing supplies with his young son. After all these years, I never thought we'd be able to visit the grave together as a family, Luo Shu remarked. In the past, we each went separately. Even so, every year on this day the family would find time no matter how busy they were. It was just that going together often led to arguments on the way. Qin Yu nodded. Why was Luo Shu explaining all this to him? Was he lamenting how rare it was for the family to be together? With that thought, Qin Yu sent a message to Luo Qiyun. Is there anything you'd like me to say for you? Luo Qiyun was lying at home, while her younger sister helped their mother tidy the evergreen plants in the yard. After thinking for a moment, Luo Qiyun placed her phone face down on the sofa. There didn't seem to be anything to say. Usually she would just go and take a look. In the first few years after her mother's passing, she would speak tearfully, but now the urgent teenage urge to pour her heart out had faded considerably. Just tell her I'm doing well, and not to worry. Luo Qiyun finally replied. Qin Yu glanced at the message, and put his phone in his bag. Alright, let's go. Luo Shu drove himself. When the family arrived at the cemetery, Jin Ming was just coming out. You're early, auntie. Luo Qichuan approached her, but was met with a cold glare from Jin Ming. Why won't you talk to me? Luo Qichuan didn't understand. Why would she talk to you? Luo Shu hooked his arm around his younger brother's shoulder and pulled him inside first. I didn't think you'd come. Jin Ming stood before Qin Yu. Then her gaze shifted to Luo Qianshan beside him. Before Luo Qianshan's smile could fully form, Jin Ming let out a cold snort and brushed past him. A face that changed like Sichuan opera. She still doesn't think much of me. Luo Qianshan was used to it. The four of them stood before the grave, and after placing the flowers, Luo Shu grabbed his younger siblings and left first. Though the family's relationship had improved, they still had to speak one by one. Luo Qianshan let out a long sigh. He stood before the grave, wiping the dust from the tombstone with his hand. Yui, after you left, it feels like I haven't managed to do a single thing right, Luo Qianshan lamented. Luo Shu isn't even 30, yet he's already like a little old man with no vitality at all. And I failed to properly raise those two problem children Qiyun and Qichuan. At least they've finally grown up now, I no need to worry about them anymore. His reflection over words like I miss you so much seemed hard for Luo Qinshan to voice. He had already said them many times. Is Dad getting sentimental again? Luo Qichuan stood by the tree. He found it hard to understand people trapped in the past. Let him have his time alone, Luo Shu said. Luo Shu had learned much from his old man, but what truly amazed him was his father's deep affection. You're the one most like Dad, so you should understand him best, right? Luo Qichuan said. The usually composed Luo Shu stared at his brother, signaling with his eyes for him to stay quiet. Qin Yu turned to look at the two brothers. What? Don't you have that one who hasn't returned to Yanjing in years? Luo Qichuan was cut off as his mouth was covered, and he was pulled aside. Once the brothers were out of Qin Yu's hearing range, Luo Shu released his younger brother. What's wrong? Luo Qichuan asked, puzzled. Don't say things carelessly, especially in front of Qiyun. Luo Shu made a shushing gesture. She already knows anyway. Was there really a need to keep it a secret? The old man's moment of grief came to an end. My turn. Luo Shu walked over. Standing before his mother's grave, Luo Shu pressed his knuckles. He didn't seem to have anything to say. I don't see Big Brother even opening his mouth. If he has nothing to say, why does he stand there so long? Luo Qichuan didn't understand. Just let him stand for a while. The old man didn't understand what was on Luo Shu's mind either. The two rarely had chances to sit and talk heart-to-heart, and Luo Shu would always steer the conversation toward work, deliberately avoiding bringing up his own affairs with his father. Luo Shu sniffled in the cold wind, then turned and walked away. Seeing him approach, Luo Qichuan immediately switched places. Luo Qichuan squatted before his mother's grave and reported his recent life, like he was giving a work briefing down to every detail. I feel like sister has changed quite a bit lately. Though it's no surprise, people grow up after all, Luo Qichuan said. Within 10 minutes, he had said everything he needed to. I guess I'm a bit of a chatterbox. Luo Qichuan scratched his head. In his memories of his mother, all Luo Qichuan could recall was a gentle and beautiful person. She would always comfort him after Luo Qiyun bullied him, letting him act spoiled. As he thought about it, Luo Qichuan's eyes suddenly reddened. When he walked back with drooping shoulders, tears were already starting to fall. Luo Shu patted his shoulder. The last to go was Qin Yu. Sorry she couldn't make it today, but she asked me to pass on a message. She said she's doing well. Qin Yu said. On the way home, the atmosphere was much livelier, with Luo Qichuan being pulled by his father to talk about what he was working on. Luo Qichuan spoke at length, his confidence boosted by the data and plans in hand. Though the old man didn't quite understand, he did his best to keep the conversation going. After getting home, Qin Yu decided to head over to Luo Qiyun's place. Given the special day, she must be feeling down, not being able to be there in person. With that in mind, Qin Yu didn't contact Luo Qiyun and just set off directly. Luo Qiyun was indeed feeling bad, but not entirely, because it was her mother's death anniversary. She was sitting on the sofa right now. Qin Yu was helping wash vegetables, and Xia Ran was the head chef. So how did she get in? Qin Yu brought her in, of course. Really? I thought filming would be more fun. The two chatted about work matters. Their jobs didn't overlap much, so they had plenty of fresh stories to share with each other. Most of the time it's fun, but when it gets busy it's really exhausting, Xia Ran said, recalling the early days of her career when she was rushing between sets for bit parts. She would be so busy she'd buy breakfast and eat the steamed buns that had gone soft from condensation by noon. Fortunately, her efforts paid off, and now she wasn't so exhausted anymore. Soon the two started cooking, with Qin Yu cheering from the sidelines, praising Xia Ran's culinary skills. How does it compare to your brother's cooking? Xia Ran asked. About the same. In truth, Qin Yu thought her brother's cooking was still a bit better. Once the meal was ready, the two called Luo Qiyun over to eat. After they sat down, Xia Ran took the initiative to serve rice for everyone. No need, I'll do it myself. Luo Qiyun reached out to take the rice scoop. Just then someone knocked on the door. He'll get it. Qin Yu strode over, but before she could reach the door, Luo Qiyun rushed over and grabbed her. Xia Ran looked at the bowl and rice scoop that Luo Qiyun had shoved back into her hands, a little at a loss. Luo Qiyun slowly opened the door a crack, like she was peeking at her cards at a poker table. Then she quickly shut it. Wrong door. Luo Qiyun turned around. You didn't even open it to see who it was, Qin Yu said, utterly confused. Standing outside, Qin Yu lowered the hand he had just raised and pulled his coat tighter. Did I come at a bad time? With no other choice, Qin Yu hadn't had dinner yet. He had to go downstairs to grab a bite. Just as he settled into his familiar haunt, he received a message from Luo Qiyun. My sister and Xia Ran are both here. Qin Yu supposed he should have let them know he was coming. After taking his usual seat, a two-person spot by the wall near the counter, Qin Yu ordered his meal by habit. The proprietress studied the striking young woman before her, feeling a flicker of confusion. The girl had simply walked over and ordered everything without a second thought, even specifying whether she wanted vinegar or chili oil. There was something oddly familiar about her. About 10 minutes later, when the food arrived, the curious proprietress sat nearby. Been here before. Not often, I suppose, Qin Yu replied. Some dishes weren't on the menu, known only to regulars. Especially the pan-fried fish he had ordered. What do you do for a living? Not working at the moment. She still loved asking those questions. After a bit more small talk, Qin Yu had nearly finished his meal. A shout came from the kitchen, but the proprietress was still staring at Qin Yu's face with a satisfied expression. What a lovely girl, a bit like young Qin. I've called you several times. Are you deaf, or what? The owner, flustered and smoke-stained from the kitchen, stormed out, brandishing a spatula, and the couple looked ready to brawl. Stop nagging. You're driving me crazy. The proprietress wasn't one to back down. The couple launched into a heated exchange in the familiar Jiangxing dialect, which Qin Yu found amusing. Setting down his chopsticks, he couldn't help but chuckle. As the couple bickered their way back into the kitchen, Qin Yu stood up to pay. Already paid, the proprietress said, looking up from the kitchen. Take care. But before that, Luo Qiyun had been putting on a feast for her sister and Xiao Ran. Slow down. Qin Yu watched her brother wolf down food, a little alarmed. Luo Qiyun grabbed a bite with her chopsticks, devouring it with abandon, swallowing after just a couple of chews. Even if Sister Xiao Ran's cooking is delicious, you can't binge like this. Qin Yu hurried to get some water. But Luo Qiyun only ate quickly, not excessively. After finishing a bowl of rice, she immediately set down her utensils, downed a glass of warm water, grabbed her coat, and rushed out. Where are you going so late? Qin Yu asked helplessly. Something urgent. When Qin Yu stepped out of the small eatery, Luo Qiyun was already waiting by the roadside. She had brought an extra down jacket and a scarf. The moment Qin Yu emerged, she hurried over to help him put them on. I should have let you know beforehand, Qin Yu said. It's fine, Luo Qiyun replied, watching the white mist of his breath and reaching out a hand. Qin Yu naturally extended his right hand and took hers. How's Xiao Ran's cooking? Qin Yu asked. Honestly, Luo Qiyun had to think about how to answer. Of course. Actually, it's pretty good. Though she hadn't had much chance to enjoy it, having wolfed down a few bites before rushing out. As they walked on, Qin Yu brought up the family's visit to the graves that day. I said what you asked me to, Qin Yu said. Luo Qiyun felt a pang of sadness, but quickly composed herself. The two left the residential area and arrived at the nearest park. At this hour, aside from the basketball court, everything was quiet. At a fork in the path with a difference in elevation, Luo Qiyun let go of Qin Yu and had him stand on the higher level. The height difference between them was about 1.5 meters. And then, Qin Yu stood above, not understanding what Luo Qiyun intended. Jump down, I'll catch you. Luo Qiyun spread her arms. Though it wasn't very high, Qin Yu felt inexplicably afraid. He tilted his head to look back, lifting his heels. The shoes he wore today could easily twist an ankle. Are you sure? Luo Qiyun let out a sigh. How could he doubt her? With such a small height, how could she possibly fail to catch him? Qin Yu tossed his bag down first. Luo Qiyun wasn't quick enough, and the bag hit the ground. The sound was barely anything, but it shattered the trust between them. Qin Yu turned and walked down the slope without a word. I wasn't paying attention just now. Luo Qiyun picked up the bag, explaining. She followed Qin Yu's path, walking to the other end of the slope. Only when the height difference between them was down to 1 meter did Qin Yu stop again. Ready. Qin Yu braced himself mentally. Ready, ready. Luo Qiyun spread her arms. Qin Yu stepped forward with his right foot and naturally tumbled into Luo Qiyun's embrace. You fall so naturally, Luo Qiyun remarked with genuine admiration. Naturally, had learned it from Rui Shui. Luo Qiyun supported Qin Yu's neck with one hand, placed the other under his knee, and lowered herself to steady him on the ground. They strolled through the park, pausing at the various facilities usually occupied by the elderly. Eventually, Qin Yu leaned against the basketball court fence, lamenting that he should have been enjoying a brief moment of comfort in his room. Living next door makes it too easy to get caught. Luo Qiyun said. If possible, moving away would be best. But wouldn't moving seem too sudden? Luo Qiyun asked. It wasn't just that. Qin Yu had lived here for quite some time, many people knew him, and he had formed some inexplicable bonds. There were many like the proprietress of the small shop downstairs. Qin Yu even knew the old man who came by every morning to collect bottles. His landlord had even reduced his rent twice during his tenancy. Now the landlord would send holiday greetings via message. As they were discussing this, his sister sent a photo of the neatly reorganized kitchen utensils. It was followed by 3 angry emoji. She's mad. Luo Qiyun held up the phone for Qin Yu to see. How could she not be? Qin Yu shook his head. With things as they were, it was time to head home. Braving the cold wind, they opened the door, and Qin Yu went into the room first. Luo Qiyun followed with the bag. In truth, the bag was empty, mostly used by Luo Qiyun as an accessory for Qin Yu. A small backpack made him look cuter. After hanging up their coats, Luo Qiyun went into the kitchen. There was a full box of fried meatballs in the fridge that Xiao Ran had made earlier. After heating them up in the microwave, she brought them into the room. Qin Yu was looking at Luo Qiyun's recent livestream data when he suddenly heard the sound of her chewing. What's she eating? Qin Yu turned around. Xiao Ran made them want to taste. Luo Qiyun picked one up and held it to Qin Yu's lips. It was hard to refuse such kindness. Qin Yu reluctantly took a bite. The moment his lips touched the chopsticks, it was as if Luo Qiyun had opened a new door. Another one. Luo Qiyun picked up another. No thanks. Qin Yu shook his head. It's fine even if you gain weight, it doesn't matter. Luo Qiyun tried to reassure him. No, it's not that. I just feel a sense of guilt. Fine, don't eat it. Luo Qiyun definitely won't let it go to waste anyway. It wasn't until 9 in the evening that Qin Yu, fresh from his bath, prepared to turn in for the night. Luo Qiyun had learned her lesson, and now, with 2 separate quilts, the tragedy of catching a chill in the night was effectively averted. Sitting on the bed, Qin Yu wrestled with his long hair, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't manage to tie it up neatly. Oh, what a pain. There had been a few mornings when Head rolled over and trapped his own hair, yanking it painfully and making him hiss through his teeth. It would be a bit better if he had the whole big bed in the Luo residence to himself. What's wrong? Luo Qiyun asked, walking over while drying her hair, seeing his frustrated struggle. Qin Yu held the hair tie in his left hand, finally managing to gather his long locks together with his right. But the moment he tried to use both hands, the strands slipped uncontrollably through his fingers. He finally gave up, looking like a scruffy little puppy. That's not going to work, Luo Qiyun said, moving closer. She took the hair tie. Raise both your hands. Qin Yu complied. Luo Qiyun's gaze fixed on his smooth underarms, her attention locking onto the elegant curve revealed as he lifted his arms. His slightly loose sleepwear slid down, revealing the perfect lines of his back and neck. And then, oi, Qin Yu asked. Gather your hair with both hands, Luo Qiyun instructed. Qin Yu grasped his hair and twisted it into a single bundle. While this did ensure no stray strands would fall loose. Now bite down on this, Luo Qiyun said, having him hold the hair tie between his teeth. As he did as he was told, Qin Yu turned his head only to be met with the flash of a camera. He glared at her in anger, and Luo Qiyun responded with another burst of 5 rapid shots. His angry expression was just perfect. Pity it would be even cuter if you were sitting like a duck, Luo Qiyun mused, lamenting that the photo was just one pose away from perfection. By the time she looked up, Qin Yu's anger was barely contained, and it seemed like a punch might be coming her way at any second. Let me do it. Luo Qiyun conceded, dropping to her knees in a mock surrender before sitting beside him to help fix his hair. Although he knew Luo Qiyun loved setting traps for him, Qin Yu hadn't expected to fall for one in this situation either. She was truly hard to guard against. Fortunately, Luo Qiyun usually didn't press her attack continuously. Now that had fallen for one trick, she'd likely leave him alone for the rest of the night. The night passed peacefully. When Qin Yu woke early in the morning, he found that his own quilt had vanished without a trace. Luo Qiyun's right arm was tucked under his neck as a pillow, likely long numb by now. Could it be that his sleeping posture was really that bad? Qin Yu got up early and made breakfast. Luo Qiyun came out a little later, shaking her arm and constantly flexing her fingers. Indeed, her entire arm had lost all feeling. You have plans today, Luo Qiyun reminded him. He did. Qin Yu glanced at his schedule. It's time to head to the shooting range and practice some archery, Luo Qiyun explained while biting into a meat bun. Archery works. The back and back curves are truly difficult to sculpt. It requires constant attention to posture plus strength training. And then there's the skincare routine. Previously, Luo Qiyun had only done all this to look better in formal wear, but now she had the chance to admire the results up close at any time. So she felt all her past efforts had been worthwhile. At 12, Qin Yu checked the time. There were still 3 hours to go. As long as you arrive by the afternoon, Luo Qiyun said, though she advised him to head out earlier as her coach had a rather short temper. Time quickly slipped by to noon. Qin Yu left, and Luo Qiyun stayed home to stream. Upon arriving at the range, Qin Yu was still looking around when someone grabbed him directly. You're here, Mr. Busy, the speaker said, clearly not someone who was usually polite to Luo Qiyun either. This struck Qin Yu as novel. There was someone who could keep Luo Qiyun in check. Turning around, he saw a tall woman dressed in black workwear. The zipper of her jacket was pulled down to her lower abdomen, with a black sports bra underneath stretched full and round. Her fearless bare midriff was exposed to the air. Her sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, and her hands were shoved into the pockets of her baggy work pants. Her face held perfectly sculpted features, yet it gave off an aura that suggested she was not easy to deal with. Her lips were pressed into a flat line, and her beautiful brows and eyes seemed to sink beneath the water's surface, viewed through refracted light, staring at him until a chill ran down his spine. Not only that, but this coach also had a cigarette dangling from her lips, her gaze sweeping over Qin Yu with unabashed scrutiny. Why are you dressed like that? You look like a teenage girl. Her name was Wu Qing, and she always spoke in this manner. Stubbing out her cigarette, Wu Qing gestured for Qin Yu to follow her. I haven't seen you for a whole month. You've gotten lazy. Wu Qing set up the bow and handed it to Qin Yu. Let's go. Qin Yu tried to get a feel for it. What's this? Forgotten everything in just 1 month. Wu Qing was blunt. I'm a bit out of practice, Qin Yu said, releasing an arrow that barely hit the target. Not bad, he thought to himself. But as he turned around, he found Wu Qing visibly struggling to contain her anger. Do you have an explanation for this? Wu Qing demanded a reasonable excuse. I've been too busy lately, and it's been too long since I last practiced. I'm just a bit rusty. Qin Yu began to miss his gentle equestrian coach. Wu Qing was the best coach at this range, but before Luo Qiyun had shown up, she had never taught anyone. Even when people offered her exorbitant sums, she had never wavered. But Luo Qiyun was someone different. She came in and immediately challenged Wu Qing. They sparred for a round and Luo Qiyun was utterly defeated. From that day on, Luo Qiyun showed up every single day, training from dawn till dusk. Perhaps Luo Qiyun had seen through Wu Qing's tough exterior to her soft heart. In any case, Wu Qing relented and began to coach her. And now Qin Yu's performance was a disappointment to her. Again, Wu Qing called out from the side. With no other choice, Qin Yu held his breath, concentrating, trying to relax and find his rhythm. Sure enough, when he stopped consciously forcing his body, the familiar feeling returned. His posture was no longer stiff like the first attempt. He stood up straight, relaxed his shoulders, steadied his breathing, knocked the arrow, aimed, and released a perfect bullseye. Finally, he had passed the test. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned, he saw Wu Qing still staring at him. "What are you looking at me for? You can't rest until you've used all the arrows in the quiver." "How strict?" Qin Yu steadied himself and quickly finished the first round of rehabilitation. Although his bullseye rate dropped as he went on, and his overall performance was below Luo Qiyun's usual standard, it was still considered passable in Wu Qing's eyes. As he rested on the side, Wu Qing brought him a cup of coffee. In the brief moment he hadn't been looking, she had already lit up another cigarette. "You'll be heading to the film set soon, and I have other matters to attend to as well," Wu Qing said. She must not get much sleep. With coffee and cigarettes, she kept herself running on overdrive constantly. "Our chances to meet will become rarer. If you have the time, come train on your own, understand?" Qin Yu acknowledged. Just as he lifted the coffee cup to his lips, he sensed someone watching him. Shifting his gaze to the right, the person who had been sneaking a peek quickly averted their eyes, pretending nothing had happened. Oh, isn't this old Ji from Yanjing? What a coincidence." Wu Qing's face for once showed an expression, albeit one of pure mockery. Ji Cheng felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Indeed, it was he who had been watching from the side. He truly hadn't followed her, nor had he sent anyone to inquire about Qin Yu's schedule. It was a genuine coincidence. Back in the country, old Ji. Wu Qing walked over, looking down at him with a contemptuous smile. These two know each other. Qin Yu, holding his coffee in both hands, was quite curious. Moreover, it seemed that Ji Cheng, that arrogant young master, couldn't even hold his head up in front of Wu Qing. "Please don't call me that. Give me a little face, will you?" Ji Cheng gritted his teeth, forced to endure it. Wu Qing was his cousin. "What's the matter? You agreed to it willingly after losing a bet. I'm being nice by not calling you braggart, Ji." Wu Qing wasn't about to spare his feelings. "Braggart, Ji. I told you those rumors outside are all false." Ji Cheng stood up. Even though he was taller than Wu Qing, he still felt overshadowed in presence. Simply because Wu Qing had always dominated Ji Cheng since they were kids. Both were only children, and without playmates in their youth, Ji Cheng had always trailed behind Wu Qing. However, Wu Qing had never really liked Ji Cheng much, and had led him into quite a few dangerous situations. As a child, Ji Cheng had broken his leg once and his arm twice, all because of Wu Qing. At the age of 5, Ji Cheng, a little shrimp, jumped from a height with Wu Qing. He immediately collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony and screaming. Because of this, Wu Qing had been scolded and beaten more than a few times. Even so, Ji Cheng's feelings for his cousin were more fond than annoyed. In fact, looking back today, Ji Cheng realized it was precisely because Wu Qing was around that he hadn't been spoiled rotten by his parents' constant anxious care. Even though he hated to admit it, Ji Cheng had to acknowledge that whatever courage he possessed was learned from Wu Qing. "Is that so?" Wu Qing expressed doubt. "You don't believe me either?" Ji Cheng begged for mercy. He could only plead with his good sister not to tarnish his reputation now. This was a critical moment. "I believe you. You're not capable of being that dissolute, throwing some grand party." Wu Qing nodded. "But you've probably not been short on flirtations." Qin Yu snickered from the side. He thought Ji Cheng was invincible and feared no one. But it turned out everyone has their match. In front of Wu Qing, he couldn't even muster the strength to retort. Ji Cheng's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qin Yu. Watching him take small sips of his coffee, Ji Cheng found it hard to look away. "My." Wu Qing knew exactly what was on Ji Cheng's mind with a single glance. "Quite adorable, isn't he?" Wu Qing held her coffee in one hand and flicked her cigarette ash with the other. Yet Ji Cheng replied a beat too late. "If only there were some side lighting now, it would be even more perfect." Wu Qing said. "Right, you really understand composition." Ji Cheng nodded in agreement. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he shuddered. "Sis, I'm begging you, sis, please don't say anything weird." Ji Cheng was on the verge of kneeling. "They'll do anything you want." "Anything." But Wu Qing didn't want anything. She lacked for nothing, being, like Luo Qiyun, someone who did things purely out of interest. If Ji Cheng were still a kid, she might have made him crawl around a few times. But Ji Cheng was a big shot now, so making him do something embarrassing wasn't quite appropriate. "Have you told him you like him to his face yet?" Wu Qing asked quietly. "Still working on it, trying to wear down the stone with water drops," Ji Cheng said. "Not to discourage you, but I don't think he'll like someone like you." Wu Qing said, claiming not to discourage, but delivering a truth as sharp as a knife. You're too dull. Dull. Ji Chung raised his hands and looked at himself left and right. How was he dull? And what exactly was interesting? Ji Chung thought back to when he was out playing before women would flock around him and he'd crack a couple of lame jokes, and they'd all laugh their heads off. Could it be that his luck with women was actually terrible? You're a half-baked CEO, thick-skinned, not gentle or meticulous, and not even that handsome, Wu Qing said. So it's best to give up early. You look down on me that much? Ji Chung asked, knowing the answer. Did Wu Qing need to spell out her disdain for him? I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken, cry your eyes out, and make a scene. Then your parents will worry. Uncle and auntie are getting old, don't make them have to manage your emotions. That was the truth. But Ji Chung was stubbornly thick-headed. Once he set his mind on something, he would never back down until he hit a wall. Instead of saying these discouraging things, why not try to help me out? Ji Chung said, in dire need of some support. Luo Qiyun couldn't help, and among the people he knew, none were close to the target. They'll ask around for you. Wu Qing finally softened a little. She could tell at a glance whether Ji Chung was serious. Returning to Qin Yu's side, Wu Qing stubbed out her cigarette in her coffee cup. You two know each other. Qin Yu had caught the gist of it. He's my cousin. He's got a thing for you. Wu Qing was indeed direct. Qin Yu felt a bit awkward. By the look on your face, you already knew. Since he knew and hadn't refused, but also hadn't explained, there must be another reason. Wu Qing didn't press further. Everyone has things they don't want to talk about, as she didn't like prying into people's secrets. Got anything to do this afternoon? Wu Qing asked. No. Qin Yu was curious that she didn't follow up. Then come hang out with me. Wu Qing zipped up her jacket, signaling Qin Yu to follow. Aren't we practicing today? Qin Yu had thought they'd be at it all afternoon. No. Ji Chung is here, and just looking at him annoys me. Wu Qing thought it might do Ji Chung some good to be serious for once, only to be thoroughly rejected later. He needed to learn that not everything was within his grasp. Outside the shooting range, Wu Qing tossed a helmet to Qin Yu. Qin Yu thought they were going by car, but it turned out to be a motorcycle ride. Looking at Wu Qing's modified Falcon, Qin Yu knew very well that under her control the words safe and sound simply didn't exist. He'd have to ask Luo Qiyun whether he should participate in such a dangerous activity. After getting Luo Qiyun's affirmation, Qin Yu put on the helmet and sat behind Wu Qing. Hold on tight. Wu Qing pulled down her visor, followed by a roar. Hold on tight. Hold on to where? Sensing Qin Yu's hesitation, Wu Qing grabbed his hands and placed them firmly around her waist. Even through her clothes, Qin Yu could feel the distinct lines of Wu Qing's muscles. Truly strong and powerful. Where are we going? Was it wise to just run off with someone had just met? You'll know when we get there. Wu Qing drove at a moderate pace, far from what could be called speeding. After leaving the city, she brought Qin Yu to the track. Getting out of the car and removing her helmet, Qin Yu looked at this dashing and handsome archery coach. If one judged by appearances alone, it would be easy to mistake her for a stunning beauty like Yu Shunran, who could command a pack of eager admirers with a mere flick of her finger. But after brief interaction, Qin Yu felt that she probably led a pack of fierce hounds instead. Follow me, Wu Qing said, walking ahead as she reached for her cigarette pack. The moment she stepped out of the car, she tapped the pack upside down, only to find a single cigarette left, which mildly irritated her. Gazing at the loose tobacco shreds in her hand, and that final cigarette, Wu Qing lit it anyway. It hadn't been long, and she was already on her fifth smoke. Qin Yu used to smoke too, but a pack would last him 3 or 4 days, and he would only light one up when he was extremely drowsy. Wu Qing led Qin Yu into the pit garage beside the track, and people greeted her along the way. Qin Yu was dazzled by the scene. The work of tuning vehicles was something he had only ever seen in videos before, and observing it up close now was an entirely different experience. So was Wu Qing a team mechanic? Or a driver? In the owner of this small team, Wu Qing said, bringing Qin Yu along for a walk around. The team had only a few small brand sponsors, and no slots in height gear competition, surviving solely on Wu Qing's investment. The two stood outside the track's guardrail. If I had a younger sister, she'd probably be like you, Wu Qing remarked. Because we're similar, Qin Yu wondered. He thought it might be Luo Qiyun's personality that resembled Wu Qing's, giving her that impression. No, it's just that I find you rather adorable. Wu Qing shook her head. Was that the reason? Qin Yu felt he might have inadvertently dragged Luo Qiyun into unnecessary social entanglements. So you've never thought about becoming a racer yourself? Qin Yu asked. Since she was investing heavily in a team, anyway, why not drive herself? Racers' necks get thick, Wu Qing said, placing her hands on either side of her neck, and then pulling them apart. Eventually I'd have a bulky inverted triangle right here. For some reason Qin Yu found the imagery vivid and couldn't help but laugh. Wu Qing laughed along with him. Why had she never noticed this side of Luo Qiyun before? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luo Qiyun was participating in her first live streaming event since being transferred under Ji Cheng's management. It was a random team-based competition among 10 streamers. It sounded pretty normal, like something you could just coast through and play casually. But the moment Luo Qiyun entered the voice chat, she sensed something was off. Really? Isn't he single? She had no idea what these guys were discussing. Luo Qiyun muted her mic and listened for a while, planning to speak once everyone arrived. Yeah, I haven't heard of him having a girlfriend. Why don't you ask Jiang Feng? He'd probably know. Who's single and who isn't? Jiang Feng entered the voice chat. We're talking about Qin Yu. Are you trying to set him up with someone? Jiang Feng adjusted his microphone and clicked his lighter with a snap. Better worry about yourselves first. Most people there were single, or at least publicly claimed to be. But Jiang Feng was different. His wife was his childhood sweetheart, and he had a son and a daughter. As a mature man, Jiang Feng had tried introducing girls to Qin Yu before, but none of the girls he brought along for gaming sessions had caught Qin Yu's eye. Once Qin Yu found a girl too unskilled, and after the match he reviewed the replay and held a trial for half an hour. Jiang Feng merely sat in as an observer, yet even he felt his hair stand on end. In the end, the girl choked out an apology and went offline in a flash. After it was over, Qin Yu asked in confusion what had happened. Qin Yu never cursed, but being a qualified pressure machine didn't require profanity. In the end, the people they could introduce were all within the industry circle. From Jiang Feng's experience, it was best not to date within the industry. Having both partners exposed under live streaming cameras was never a good thing. Hey, isn't Qin Yu here? Someone spotted Luo Qiyun, who was muted and eavesdropping. Ahem, hello, Luo Qiyun mimicked Qin Yu's signature opening. Everyone's here, let's get started. Jiang Feng hosted the event, and no one objected. But after the teams were assigned, and they entered a new voice channel, Luo Qiyun noticed that all the other players' characters in the game were crowding around him. Qin Yu Jej, some guy started it. The other four all spoke in a syrupy falsetto tone, calling him Qin Yu Jej one after another. Luo Qiyun got goosebumps all over, and nearly flung his mouse hand aside. The key was that with this group acting up, the chat comments joined in the frenzy. They were all spamming Qin Yu Jej. The energy was overwhelming. Anyone would think it was a eunuch gathering from the Eastern Depot today. Fortunately, the match started quickly and Luo Qiyun could finally focus on the game. The event was CS and Luo Qiyun's skill level was average, sitting at second last place, only able to contribute as much as possible. But she was talented after all, gradually getting the hang of it, and playing better and better. In the final round of the first half, after all her teammates died, Luo Qiyun rotating back, picked up a teammate's gun, and secured a triple kill to end the half, entering the second half with a 4-round lead. Gij is so handsome, so cool. Listening to these people acting unhinged, Luo Qiyun hardly dared to look at the chat. The chat was surely flooding with this nonsense right now. Gij, why won't you talk to us? Have we not done enough? Gij is so aloof. Luo Qiyun felt his teammates were like Zhao Gao, the 10 attendants, and Wei Zhongxian. Are you all auditioning to be China's last eunuchs? Unable to take it anymore, Luo Qiyun struck back hard. But those guys weren't angry. They burst out laughing instead. If Luo Qiyun kept ignoring them, it would be boring. An occasional retort made the atmosphere better. The first match ended quickly with a narrow victory, and Luo Qiyun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her hard practice was paying off. The second match started soon, and these teammates turned out to be even more outrageous. Not only did they force give Luo Qiyun a gun, even when the economy was in shambles, but after receiving a thank you from her, they actually unmuted and snickered. Gij said thank you to me. How wonderful. Luo Qiyun let out 2 awkward chuckles. He laughed. Everyone joking around with each other was harmless, and Luo Qiyun could understand. After all, the ever-increasing viewership and gifts in the live stream didn't lie. This kind of entertainment value couldn't be forced. The event lasted 4 hours, and Luo Qiyun endured 4 hours of torment from the live stream chat and teammates' voice chat before finally being able to go offline. Just as she opened her phone, she discovered someone had edited a video of her constantly changing expressions over those 4 hours. A glance at the video's comment section nearly made Luo Qiyun throw her phone away. The comments were filled with a bunch of Qin Yu Jej essays, each more absurd than the last. Fortunately, a message from Cui Hao diverted Luo Qiyun's attention, who otherwise she would have drowned in those sticky, cloying comments sooner or later. That's why I'm saying Qin Yu is a really interesting person, you know. Cui Hao was holding his wine glass waiting for Luo Qiyun to arrive. Since she hadn't shown up yet, he had no choice but to make small talk with this group of friends. With nothing else to discuss, the conversation drifted to Cui Hao's high school days. These men were all Cui Hao's childhood friends, many connected through family business ties. He just seems hard to approach, but he's actually very easy to get along with. According to Cui Hao, Qin Yu's psychological defenses were like a single door, seemingly a masterful relic crafted by an old Swiss artisan. But in reality, you'd be better off just trying to barge through that door than pressing your ear against it listening for the lock to click. Once you get past that door, you'll find a completely different person. See, here she comes. Cui Hao looked towards the bar entrance where Luo Qiyun had already arrived. Over here. Cui Hao stood up to greet her, and the friends around him also politely rose to their feet. I saw you were busy earlier, so I didn't call you. Cui Hao had watched her live stream. He wouldn't send a message until she had finished broadcasting. It's a casual chat tonight, so we won't drink much. Cui Hao didn't dare drink much either. He had been thoroughly scolded after the last blind date. Although the woman hadn't complained about him or spoken ill of him, Cui Hao had still been incredibly rude. A special blend whiskey. Chui Hao slid the glass over. Thank you. Luo Qiyun nodded and took a seat in the inner corner. Afterwards, Chui Hao introduced everyone one by one, hoping she might remember a few of them. After all, it was likely just a one-time drinking acquaintance with little chance of meeting again. Everyone was good at finding topics, so Luo Qiyun just casually responded and followed the flow of conversation. When it came up that Chui Hao had recently started helping his family and getting involved in work, Luo Qiyun was a bit surprised. What prompted this sudden change? Is it love? Luo Qiyun had assumed Chui Hao would just continue his idle life indefinitely. After all, she had seen plenty of people living like that. In many large Yanjing families, when the eldest son or daughter is strong-willed, the younger siblings often become dependent and fail to find their own purpose. It's the fear of getting beaten up. Chui Hao lifted his glass and sniffed. After answering, he lowered his head, tapping away at his phone, chatting enthusiastically with Lin Ro. Well, it seemed Head had a change of heart. After replying to the message, he kept his phone in his hand, and noticing the odd looks from the others, explained somewhat sheepishly, "What? Can't I be affectionate? After the blind date, I realized I shouldn't have been thinking so far ahead." It was indeed a bit much to be thinking about marriage, children, and growing old together before even confirming the relationship. He didn't need to be like a sneaky damp rat peeking at her social media. Since he had the right to step into Lin Rao's life, taking that first step wasn't so difficult after all. That's the right way to think. Someone said. The drinking session lasted until 10 in the evening, and then everyone dispersed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Qing finished modifying the car and looked to the side. Qin Yu, draped in her jacket, had already fallen asleep. There was a night race today, and Wu Qing had originally planned to watch it with Qin Yu. But now that the main guest was asleep, what was there to watch? She gently scooped Qin Yu up, placed him in the car, and then looked up the Luo family's address, preparing to take him home. Wu Qing drove very slowly along the way. By the time they reached the Luo residence, Luo Shu had just returned from his day's work and was still on the phone giving instructions for the next day. Seeing an unfamiliar car parked in front of his home, Luo Shu looked over. "Good evening." Wu Qing greeted him, then completely ignored Luo Shu, walked to the passenger side, unbuckled the seatbelt, and scooped up Qin Yu before heading inside. Standing at the front door, Luo Shu just watched her. "Open the door, what are you staring at?" Wu Qing frowned. "I'm Luo Shu." Although Luo Shu wasn't very familiar with Wu Qing, they were from the same social circle, and besides, she was Ji Cheng's cousin. "I know you're Luo Shu, so what if you are?" Wu Qing shot him a glance. If it weren't for the fact that kicking the door open might make too much noise and wake Qin Yu, she would have been inside already. "It means the person you're holding is my sister. How about we switch? They'll carry her, and you open the door." Luo Shu attempted to negotiate. "Humph." Wu Qing let out a dismissive laugh. "Come on then." Luo Shu extended his hand. "In your dreams." With no other choice, the young master Luo surrendered, personally opened the door, and watched as Wu Qing carried his precious sister inside. This was an opportunity he didn't get often. Luo Shu felt a deep sense of regret. It wasn't until Qin Yu was placed on the bed that Wu Qing's expression returned to normal, and she walked out of the room with Luo Shu. "How about some tea before you go?" As a host, Luo Shu felt obligated to be polite. "No thanks, got any cigarettes?" Wu Qing remembered she hadn't had time to buy any that afternoon. Luo Shu didn't smoke, but he knew where to find some. "Wait here." Luo Shu ran into his younger brother's room. "I'm home, bro." Luo Qichuan was busy, just about to light one up. "Got any cigarettes?" "Half a pack left." Luo Qichuan took one out and handed it to Luo Shu. It seemed his older brother was under a lot of pressure too, otherwise why would he secretly ask him for a smoke? He stood up ready to light it for Luo Shu, but Luo Shu took the remaining half pack, leaving Luo Qichuan with just the one. "Hey, that wasn't fair." Returning downstairs, Luo Shu handed the half pack to Wu Qing. "That's all there is. Half a pack would do." Wu Qing took it and left, raising her right hand to wave at Luo Shu. Luo Shu sat back on the sofa, wondering to himself where Wu Qing had come from this time. The next afternoon, in Ji Cheng's penthouse office. He had been feeling extremely restless lately. His old tactics were useless, and trying to approach her through friends felt too strange. So Ji Cheng had called in a psychologist to assess his state of mind. This doctor was an old friend of Ji Cheng's. And in this old friend's impression, Ji Cheng had never had any psychological issues. "Overall, there's nothing wrong. You're very healthy." "Really?" But Ji Cheng didn't think so. "Can you prescribe me some medication, eh?" The doctor friend pressed his temple. "How about I schedule a surgery for you instead, eh?" "Seriously, that's a bit much, isn't it?" Ji Cheng was skeptical. "To cut out your lovesick brain so you'll stop acting crazy." The doctor was in pain. He had genuinely thought Ji Cheng had some psychological problem, which was why he had come. "I'm not lovesick," Ji Cheng retorted. "Sure, whatever you say," but the doctor was leaving anyway. Any more words with Ji Cheng would just be a waste of his time. If you're truly out of options, why not try approaching someone close to her? But since they were friends, the doctor offered a piece of advice anyway. Ji Cheng seemed to ponder this. It wasn't an idea he hadn't considered, but from what had heard about Luo Qiyun, her reputation wasn't great, and she had poor relationships with everyone. After a moment's thought, Ji Cheng made a call to Luo Shu. Luo Shu skipped work today. Why? Because he felt he was being sidelined and wanted to gain some presence in front of Qin Yu. Taking advantage of his father's absence, the three of them played tennis in the backyard. Luo Shu took the court first, helping Qin Yu get a feel for the ball and warm up. Then he sat on the sidelines watching Luo Qiyun get utterly dominated. Qin Yu hopped lightly. It wasn't the first time he marveled at how light Luo Qiyun's body was. It was practically the perfect vessel for possession. After a few rallies, Luo Qiyun was gasping for air, unsteady on his feet, and unable to return the ball. He was so dazed from the beating that he spun in place. Still holding up. Qin Yu twirled his racket, looking at his younger brother. Barely, Luo Qiyun shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Better call it quits. Right now you're like Cinderella wearing the glass slipper for the first time, just spinning in circles. Qin Yu figured Luo Qiyun wasn't up to par. This wasn't a ballroom. 10 minutes rest, then we go again. Surrender wasn't in Luo Qiyun's creed. No matter how strong the opponent had fight, with everything, he had to find a way to win. Watching the two interact, Luo Shu sat to the side, savoring a moment of tranquility. But soon Ji Cheng's call came in. Fisk, what a nuisance. Master Ji. Luo Shu put the call on speaker, letting everyone hear Ji Cheng. Come out for tea. Ji Cheng truly seemed to know Luo Shu's whereabouts like the back of his hand. I know you're free today. Luo Shu glanced at Qin Yu. Just tea. Just tea. The original plans were disrupted and Luo Shu left for the appointment, leaving the siblings to their own devices. When Luo Shu arrived at the meeting spot, Ji Cheng was personally brewing tea, executing the ritual with practiced flair. Clearly had put in some dedicated practice. Though not entirely polished, it showed genuine sincerity. Master Ji has changed a lot lately, Luo Shu said as he sat down. Ji Cheng's lips parted, but some words remained unspoken. Had wanted to ask Luo Shu to drop the Master Ji, but figured it was fine. At least he wasn't being called Old Ji. Have I? Ji Cheng didn't feel any different. Maybe you're just viewing me through a filter of worldly gossip, and there's a misunderstanding. Luo Shu would never claim to fully understand anyone, no matter who. He was willing to believe in Ji Cheng's sincerity, but he held reservations about Ji Cheng's actions. As for Ji Cheng's goals, Luo Shu could only hope had come to see things more clearly. Sitting together, they inevitably touched on work matters, but this time, Ji Cheng skipped the rambling and got straight to the point. I recently saw a psychologist, and he said I don't have any psychological issues. Ji Cheng admitted. So you're saying you might have a brain problem? Luo Shu sipped his tea. That wasn't what he meant at all. What I'm trying to say is we've been friends for over a decade. We never had the chance or the time before, but now, we should find a way to rebuild an unbreakable friendship. Ji Cheng stated. Alright, and how do you plan to rebuild it? Luo Shu was curious. Dinners, games, socials. Hang out more often, close the distance. What else could he do? Ji Cheng couldn't think of anything else. That's it. Luo Shu didn't think Ji Cheng's approach was any good. Forget the fact that Luo Shu was usually busy. On the rare occasions he had free time, he was supposed to spend it with Ji Cheng on activities. That would be a waste of life. He'd rather go home. That would definitely be more interesting than a whole afternoon of golf with Ji Cheng. If it sounds boring, you can suggest something. I can't think of anything else for now, Ji Cheng said, clutching his teacup. Getting through to Luo Shu was proving difficult. He never really understood what Luo Shu was thinking, nor had he ever heard of any hobbies Luo Shu had. He had no idea where to start. Maybe spending some time studying Uncle Luo Qianshan and younger brother Luo Qiyuan would be more promising. They'd likely be easier entry points. They weren't the only ones having tea in the place. Bai Xuejing and Su Liao were also there, just about to leave. As they were leaving, they passed by Ji Cheng's private room. Surprised the door wasn't closed, they also caught sight of the two men in conversation. Should I contact Qin Yu now? Bai Xuejing referred to Qin Yu. Not yet. My suggestion is we make our move first, then invite her along. The two wanted to refine their culinary skills, and Bai Xuejing had found a master chef to guide them. It was just a Spiro Femin idea. She's heading to the film set in a few days. Who knows when we'll see her next? Bai Xuejing expressed her doubts. Opportunities were fleeting. Isn't that Qiyun's brother? And Ji Cheng too, Su Liao remarked, glancing over. Ji Cheng, huh? Bai Xuejing naturally knew the situation with Ji Cheng. All she could say was that she had no comment. I almost forgot to ask. You seem to have a lot of free time lately. Not rushing off to those messy gatherings to maintain your image. Su Liao asked. Aren't you the same? Not training anymore. Bai Xuejing retorted, not backing down. Anyway, it's a lot more comfortable talking to you now that you're not putting on that fake voice, Su Liao nodded. Fake voice. They'll pinch your cheeks off. Bai Xuejing reached out with 2 fingers and squeezed Su Liao's face. Speaking of chopsticks. After the afternoon's activities wrapped up, Qin Yu returned to Luo Qiyun's place. The bedroom door was closed. Luo Qiyun was live streaming. While she worked, Qin Yu was in the kitchen frying lotus root sandwiches. He used chopsticks to flip the ingredients in the pan. The ingredients were brought over by her sister last time. He was cooking because he had a craving. The countdown to entering the film crew was ticking down, and he only had a few more days of ease. Judging by his role, Qin Yu would be quite busy. The midsection of the shoot would even require filming on location. As for whether he was nervous, well, a little. But it was still much better than at the very beginning. Perhaps being a bit more confident would help. Besides, Rui Shui and Yu Shenran would also be there to help him, so things shouldn't go completely off the rails. Just as he was pulling himself out of these thoughts, Qin Yu got a fright. Luo Qiyun was standing right beside him, and he hadn't even noticed when Shed arrived. "What are you thinking about?" "Work stuff," Qin Yu said. Especially since Luo Qiyun was doing such a great job helping him with the live streaming. If he ended up being the failed comparison, that would be inexcusable. "Don't worry, I believe you can do it well." Luo Qiyun remained encouraging. The fried lotus root sandwiches were eaten as a snack while they watched an old American TV show. Luo Qiyun had seen it before. The first 2 seasons were pretty interesting, full of supernatural and folkloric tales. She quite liked that kind of ghost story and folklore style. "So how many seasons has this thing run to now?" 15, and it's already concluded. Qin Yu scrolled forward, feeling daunted just by the sheer number of terrifying episodes. The early seasons were fine, but the later ones clearly phoned it in. The plot and setting got bloated, power scaling went haywire, and they were flying to the heavens and diving into the earth. Whatever, they just leave it on as background noise. Luo Qiyun wiped her mouth and suddenly lay down across Qin Yu's lap. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu was puzzled. If she was tired, why not rest on the bed instead of his lap? "My ear feels a bit itchy." Luo Qiyun produced an ear-cleaning tool as if by magic. This was clearly premeditated. The ear picks scraped back and forth along the outer ear canal, sending waves of tingling sensation through the nerve-rich ear. Luo Qiyun felt thoroughly satisfied, completely relaxing as she lay on the white, silk-clad thigh. "So soft." "Stop for a moment," Luo Qiyun suddenly said. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" "No." Luo Qiyun rubbed her cheek against the thigh, content. Qin Yu was curious about what would happen if they switched back. For no particular reason, he just had to ask, "If we switched back and I initiated such an interaction, wouldn't you punch me in the ribs?" "Why would you think that?" Luo Qiyun was puzzled. Qin Yu was not merely curious. There was also an inexplicable sense of unease. He always felt that Luo Qiyun was only doing this for amusement now. If they switched back, her interest would fade and the relationship between them. "First of all, I wouldn't dress like this," Luo Qiyun said, sensing the subtle emotions Qin Yu was revealing. Secondly, there would be much more she could do. Be more confident." Luo Qiyun didn't know what else to say. She only knew that if they truly switched back, she would be even better able to savor Qin Yu's little expressions. "Who do you think you are? A primordial goblin? A primitive caveman? Or a zero-number simp?" Luo Qiyun extended her right index finger and drew circles on Qin Yu's knee. "So who am I supposed to be?" Qin Yu was genuinely curious about how Luo Qiyun perceived him. "A little girlfriend, who else?" Luo Qiyun said matter-of-factly. So they were in a conjugate boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, weren't they? The day passed peacefully and serenely. The countdown to Qin Yu's start date with the cruise soon began. Luo Qiyun had prepared an emergency training session for Qin Yu lasting about 10 days. It wasn't that she didn't trust Qin Yu, she just wanted to give him more peace of mind. During this period, the two focused on their respective work. Qin Yu studied diligently, while Luo Qiyun concentrated on her live streaming. She wanted to finish the remaining streaming hours for this month first. The live stream room had seen a massive surge in followers over the past 10 days, reaching 600,000, and the trend showed no sign of slowing. Fans eager for various content were gathered in the stream. Luo Qiyun was quite satisfied with this job, where she could earn a salary by playing games every day. She followed her usual routine, participating in activities with other streamers, arguing with the comments, and replying under her own stream clips. Once her persona was established, she would further improve her skills, making the audience even more satisfied. Soon the day to join the crew arrived. Jin Ming personally escorted Qin Yu and Yu Shunran to the filming location. "This place is relatively remote. I hope you don't mind roughing it for the initial shooting," Jin Ming said to Qin Yu. "Not at all." Qin Yu shook his head. There were no hotels nearby, everyone stayed in RVs or temporary dormitories. The good thing was that Luo Shu, his older brother, had sponsored a luxury RV. Upon arrival, Jin Ming briefly explained a few things to the two of them. "Shunran won't cause any trouble. As for you, just stay as you are, alright." Jin Ming didn't want to say more. Qin Yu nodded. Once Jin Ming left, the two began dividing the living space. "Looks like we'll be living together again," Yu Shunran said with a sly smile. "Escape? Would it help, eh?" Qin Yu pushed her aside and lay down first to rest for a while. He had no scenes in the first few days, so he just sat and watched. Their beds were separate. When preparing the vehicle, Luo Shu had stocked all the necessary living supplies along with over a dozen sets of clothes. It was no small feat for him to take time out of his busy schedule to do this. "Tired?" Yu Shunran sat beside him. Not really, but it had been a while since Qin Yu had seen Luo Qiyun, and recently he hadn't even had time to watch her streams. He wondered what she was busy with. What else could Luo Qiyun be doing? She was busy interacting. Was that last wave your fault? Someone was being put on trial. But it wasn't Luo Qiyun judging others, she was the one being judged. Is it critical? It was just a minor skill mistake. Luo Qiyun repeatedly dragged the recording progress bar. The person conducting the trial was the elder brother Jiang Feng. Of course they weren't genuinely arguing, it was just a bit of show effect. Sometimes to keep the audience from getting bored, streamers need a little angry interaction, as long as it doesn't go too far. Jiang Feng pointed out Luo Qiyun's mistakes in detail, while Luo Qiyun stubbornly retorted and traded insults. After they had quarreled enough, Jiang Feng and Luo Qiyun each apologized, and that filled another hour of streaming time. After going offline, they chatted in voice chat as if the argument had never happened. There's a small event in a couple of days. You have to come, Jiang Feng reminded her. This was a period of career growth. She couldn't miss any opportunity to show her face. MM'll be there. Luo Qiyun picked up her phone and received a few photos sent by Qin Yu. Had Luo Shu personally arranged the RV? When did he do something like that? How did Luo Qiyun not know? After the afternoon break, Qin Yu had a night scene to shoot that evening. It was then that he noticed the male lead of the drama, who seemed to have been barely present. He looks unfamiliar, right? Yu Shenran sat beside Qin Yu. Indeed, Qin Yu had also looked into the cast of the crew. This male lead seemed to have the smallest star power. He looked like a gem the director had discovered. The man was sitting alone in a corner, preparing, speaking to no one, and showing no intention of initiating conversation. He appeared very shy, as if he had just graduated. Even from Yu Shenran's perspective, such a person was rare. When they took the final styling photos, he left immediately without an agent or assistant. Yu Shenran was a bit puzzled. She felt that the male lead didn't quite match the character he played, which had a certain violent temper. Soon they met Rui Shui. She was already ready, but instead of talking to the director, she came over to Qin Yu first. How is it? Everything okay? Rui Shui still had that same demeanor. I'm not concerned about you, I'm worried about the shooting schedule. We'll have many scenes together, so you can't be distracted. Qin Yu nodded. Alright. He couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Talking to Rui Shui was really a bit of a hassle. Here, take this. I won't be using it for now. Rui Shui handed him a thermos cup filled with brewed roselle tea. Qin Yu took it and set it aside. Rui Shui didn't leave, she just stared at Qin Yu. Helpless Qin Yu had to take a sip, and only then did Rui Shui leave satisfied. When did you two become so close, eh? Yu Shenran asked. I don't know. How could Qin Yu know what Rui Shui was thinking? Fortunately, the filming soon began, and Qin Yu's attention shifted to the shooting. What is the perfect combination of talent and hard work? These two right here are the answer. Rui Shui embodies talent combined with diligence, while the male lead in Xian is a pure prodigy. When the director found him, he was just an extra on a short drama set. The kind of extra who jumps out, tells the protagonist to get lost and stop embarrassing themselves, then gets kicked aside by the hero. That day, for some reason, the director took a sudden interest and chatted with Xian for a while, even asking him to do an impromptu performance on the spot. Fortunately, Xian was patient and didn't take the director for some weirdo. Otherwise, he wouldn't just have lost the male lead role. He might have been arrested as a lunatic. Both of their scenes were done in one take, so there were no issues. Filming went smoothly that day and wrapped up early. In the evening, while Qin Yu was resting, he received a notice that his scenes had been adjusted and would start tomorrow. Apparently, the male lead had to attend some event tomorrow. Qin Yu figured it was probably a fan meeting or something. It was indeed a fan meeting, but not in Xian's own. So the next day, Qin Yu got up early to familiarize himself with his lines. Yu Shenran sat nearby, and whenever Qin Yu took a break, she'd hand him a jianbing and let him take a bite. Qin Yu was so focused that he only noticed something was off on the third bite. He took the jianbing from the grinning Yu Shenran and ate it while reading the script. Today's scenes mainly involved Qin Yu, Yu Shenran, and Rui Shui. So Rui Shui appeared early as well. She had brought breakfast, but finding that someone had beaten her to it, she turned and headed back. She missed her chance with breakfast, but she'd definitely find an opportunity at lunchtime. From 7 in the morning, the three of them entered the set and began filming the key conflict scenes between the female lead and the two supporting actresses. Rui Shui, deviating from her usual style, even guided Qin Yu during the performance. There were minor hiccups. Qin Yu's emotions weren't quite in place, and he misread some lines. But after a busy morning, they achieved their goals without any major problems. At noon, with a 2-hour break, Qin Yu planned to cook something for himself. But before he could even take a step toward his RV, Rui Shui came running over. She hadn't even changed out of her sharp black warrior outfit, looking quite dashing. Her high black ponytail swung with her movement. When she got about 20 meters from Qin Yu, she adjusted her breathing, slowed down, and pretended she'd been walking casually all along. But the sweat on her nose gave her away. I knew you'd skip lunch, so I prepared something, Rui Shui said. She'd meant to say she'd just thrown something together, but who casually makes 4 dishes and a soup? Eat up, so we don't waste time this afternoon. Qin Yu looked at her and felt he needed to find time to talk to Luo Qiyun and then address his relationship with Rui Shui. If she kept this up, Qin Yu would really feel guilty. Thanks, Qin Yu said, sitting back down. Want some? Rui Shui thought for a moment, then sat down. Ji and I? Just as they sat, Ji Qing appeared. He had also prepared lunch and walked right into this scene. Qin Yu didn't look at him. Ji Qing's arrival was expected. Looks like you're late, Yu Shenran said as she passed by. Ji Cheng's face turned cold. He walked over to the director, put down the food, and left without another word. Next time head need to arrive an hour early. Ji Xiao prepared something for me. The director exclaimed joyfully. Just eat it. I didn't bring water, so don't choke to death. Ji Xiao seems to be in a bad mood. After lunch the afternoon was packed with filming. With the morning's adjustment Qin Yu's performance noticeably improved. The director nodded repeatedly, confirming Head made the right choice for the role. Over the past 2 days, everyone had gained a new impression of Luo Qiyun. She seemed completely different from the rumors, actually quite easy to get along with. Later that evening, after washing up, Qin Yu was about to lie down and rest. Yu Xinran sat nearby scrolling through Weibo. Since taking on the new role, her followers had grown, especially because this character was different from her previous ones, drawing in many new visitors to her comment section. She liked comments praising her, and she also liked the insults. She even replied to some. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who is it? At this hour. Yu Xinran opened the door to find Rui Shui standing there hugging her pillow, looking a bit embarrassed. The water supply in my place is broken. Can I squeeze in with you? Rui Shui said. Actually, the water tank issue could be fixed quickly, but Rui Shui suddenly thought she could come over for a sleepover, so she gave the repairman 200 yuan and told him to come back tomorrow. Then come in, Yu Xinran said, welcoming her. At that moment Qin Yu was in his pajamas leaning on the bed, sending messages to Luo Qiyun. Rui Shui, hugging her pillow stealthily, made her way toward Qin Yu, but before she could take 2 steps, Yu Xinran grabbed the back of her collar and pulled her back. Everything has a first-come, first-served rule, you know. Yu Xinran said. Tonight you'll share with me. Fair warning though, I'm a restless sleeper. That disclaimer made Rui Shui a bit nervous. Alright, off to the bathroom with you, Yu Xinran said, patting Rui Shui on the shoulder. Her plan foiled. Rui Shui was frustrated. By the time she finished washing, Qin Yu was already asleep. Rui Shui sneakily glanced toward Qin Yu, but before she could get close her eyes were covered. Don't wake her, Yu Xinran whispered. Rui Shui removed Yu Xinran's hand and retorted, is she a light sleeper? Quite the opposite. She sleeps very deeply. Then what's the harm in sneaking a peek at her sleeping face? Since she's out cold with such a good opportunity, Rui Shui didn't believe Yu Xinran wouldn't peek too. They'll just take one look. Rui Shui struggled forward, wrestling with Yu Xinran. The two crashed into the washing machine with a loud thud, and the noise woke Qin Yu. What's going on with you two? Qin Yu rubbed her eyes and looked up. The strap of her camisole slipped off her left shoulder, revealing a smooth, fair shoulder. The two who had just been grappling both looked over at the same moment. Nothing. Rui Shui got stuck in the washing machine. Rui Shui gritted her teeth in annoyance. Don't joke like that. Then be a good girl and lie down with me, or you'll have a hard time explaining your motives later, Yu Xinran said, getting the upper hand on Rui Shui. And Rui Shui would soon learn what it meant to have really bad sleeping habits. The next morning Rui Shui was suffocated awake. She managed to break free for a breath, only to find herself completely entangled by Yu Xinran. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already gotten up and was sending a good morning message to Luo Qiyun. At the same time, Luo Qiyun got into Jiang Feng's car, and the two headed to the event venue. What are you smiling about? Jiang Feng was driving and couldn't look over. Nothing, Luo Qiyun said, putting away her phone. By the way, how long will today's event last? Morning half day, then a group lunch. Or do you not want to go? Jiang Feng said. The event was short, just pulling some fans on stage to interact and play a few friendly matches with the streamers, followed by autographs and photos. The main attraction was of course Jiang Feng. Luo Qiyun was just there to show her face. Even so, this spot was hard won. Many people close to Jiang Feng wanted to come. But Jiang Feng had already written Qin Yu's name on the list from the very start. After arriving at the venue, there was a brief interaction session. Luo Qiyun had adapted well to this kind of work, so nothing felt out of place to her. Soon it was time for the segment where fans were drawn on stage. As mentioned before, most people came for Jiang Feng, so the selected fans went to greet him first. Only one person wearing a mask and sunglasses walked up to Luo Qiyun. He shook her hand, saying he had always been a fan of Qin Yu, watching his streams for 2 years without missing a single day. Thank you, Luo Qiyun replied briefly. After all, he was a dedicated fan. The subsequent friendly matches were played with both sides holding back, neither taking it seriously. They traded playful moves to entertain the audience below. What surprised Luo Qiyun was that Qin Yu's devoted fan was quite skilled. He only made clumsy, deliberate mistakes when going unknown against her. Everyone could see it, but no one minded. After 3 exhibition matches, it was time for autographs and photos. The devoted fan got his signed t-shirt and mousepad and left happily. How nice. Luo Qiyun had never seen herself with fans like that. After the event ended in the afternoon, several streamers gathered for a meal together. Fans kept coming over to toast and such. Jiang Feng got so drunk in broad daylight, he couldn't find his bearings, and with a wave of his hand he treated everyone to dinner. The other streamers exchanged odd looks. All of Jiang Feng's money was managed by his wife. Spending tens of thousands on a single meal like this, wouldn't he be kneeling on a washboard when he got home? Luo Qiyun had a few drinks as well. In such an atmosphere, she couldn't help but be moved. While she was having a good time, Qin Yu was undergoing a trial of action scenes. An hour or two of it had him thoroughly worn out. Finally, he got a chance to rest and catch his breath. Next up was a scene with Rui Shui. He still had to deliver a hard slap to her face. Why did this situation feel familiar? After a brief rest, Qin Yu steadied his mindset, stood opposite Rui Shui, and raised his hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and his vision went black. When consciousness returned, Qin Yu only heard a voice calling out to him. "You alright, Xiao Qin?" Was that addressed to him? Qin Yu lifted his head from the desk and looked at his own hands. Swap back. The switch had happened so abruptly that Qin Yu could only put on his headset and return to the live stream. But he hadn't streamed in a long time. He was out of practice and off his game. The next half hour was an utter disaster. "Streamer, you okay? You just suddenly smacked your head on the keyboard. If you're not feeling well, go to the hospital." The viewers were genuinely worried. After all, who just collapses midstream out of nowhere? I'm fine, Qin Yu said, steadying his breath and quickly finishing the game. Because the second half was played so terribly, the chat didn't hold back on the insults. Normally, this would be the time to fire back at the chat. Can you even stream? If not, get off and sort yourself out. Had a meal and a few drinks, and look what it's done to you. Qin Yu said he was fine, but the chat naturally wasn't going to ease up. "Sorry guys, that one's on me." Qin Yu apologized to the chat, but they just responded with a barrage of question marks. "What's going on? Since when are you this soft-spoken? Whether you're really soft, I'll know once I get a kiss." Qin Yu ignored the absurd comment and quickly sent a message to Luo Qiyun. He didn't know how things were going on her end. He hoped everything was fine. Instead of ending the stream, he ordered takeout and bought a coffee to recalibrate. In the meantime, he chatted with the live stream audience to get back into the groove of his job. After waiting over 10 minutes, there was still no reply from Luo Qiyun. She was probably still busy. Qin Yu cracked his knuckles trying to stay calm. The phone rang. The takeout had arrived. He opened the door, grabbed the food, and sat back down. The first sip scalded him, making him wince. How could it be this hot? Qin Yu stuck out his tongue, set the coffee aside, and prepared to continue streaming. A third of the viewers had already left. "Alright, I'm back in the zone. Game on." Qin Yu grabbed his mouse and queued up. The chat was full of doubts about his state, while the streamer himself was brimming with confidence. But spending too long away from this desk was bound to cause problems. In a moment of carelessness, Qin Yu moved too abruptly and knocked over his coffee. The warm, dark brown liquid spilled out quickly, soaking across the entire desk. Damn it. Qin Yu jumped up and snatched his keyboard and mouse. But he forgot his own height and slammed his head into the microphone in front of him, knocking it askew. By the time he pushed the mic aside, the keyboard was already soaked in coffee. Qin Yu scrambled, shaking the keyboard and mouse. That was it. They were surely short-circuited and ruined. Even worse, the coffee was dripping off the edge of the desk, all over the floor. Qin Yu turned to find a rag to fix the mess. The very first step, he kicked the table leg hard, and the searing pain in his toes made him double over uncontrollably. He lifted his injured right foot, barely managing the pain, only to lose his balance and crash into the desk. The battered old webcam flew off the desk and smashed onto the ground. What rotten luck. Enduring the pain, Qin Yu went out to grab a rag and came back to clean up the mess. The viewers had only seen the first half of Qin Yu's bumbling antics, laughing their heads off. After the webcam died, they had no idea what happened next. All they could hear was the sound of him wiping the desk. After cleaning up, Qin Yu picked up the half-empty pack of Marlboros from the bedside and sat back down. On second thought, he had quit smoking, and he had no lighter anyway. So he tossed the half-pack into the trash. This was easily the worst day he'd had in a long time. "Streamer, you still there? Told you he's off today. He should just rest." "Who says he's off? He's absolutely on point. That flawless string of clown moves is pure art. If he switches to the clown niche now, he's bound to be a rising star." The chat kept teasing. Qin Yu had to admit, he who was always so composed had broken down. Completely shattered. "I'm done." Qin Yu yanked the power cord. On the other side, Luo Qiyun wasn't doing well either. Her body swayed, and Rui Shui, standing right in front of her, caught her. "Are you okay?" Rui Shui asked with concern. "I'm fine." Seeing Rui Shui, Luo Qiyun understood exactly what had happened. "Are you sure?" Rui Shui asked, her voice laced with concern, for the person had collapsed right under her watchful gaze. Luo Qiyun did not answer. Instead, she rose directly to her feet. In that fleeting instant, Rui Shui sensed something profoundly different about the woman before her. "Are you alright, Qiyun?" Everyone from the fellow actors to the director and crew gathered around, their concern palpable. The sudden flood of attention made Luo Qiyun feel a flicker of unease. "I'm fine," she stated, steadying herself. "Where were we in the scene?" That question was proof enough that something was indeed wrong. Who asks that moments after filming? 1 second, she was in the middle of a take, the next, she's asking where they left off. This is more serious than we thought. Call an ambulance. The director panicked. If anything happened to Luo Qiyun, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Those young masters would tear him apart. "I said it's not needed," Luo Qiyun retorted, her brow furrowing as she released a familiar oppressive aura. The crowd fell silent, each person shrinking back not daring to speak. That presence, just now. It was unfamiliar. Alright, 10-minute break, then we continue. Luo Qiyun had no intention of delaying the schedule, and she stepped aside. Which one is my seat? Was the young Mrs. suffering from a split personality? It was terrifying. She said 10 minutes, so 10 minutes, it was no one dared to utter a sound. Even the director pretended to chat with the crew, too afraid to check the time. Had she declared shed rest for an entire day, he wouldn't have dared to object. True to her word, after understanding the progress and the scene, Luo Qiyun was quickly ready. Let's begin. She walked back to the center of the set. The director nodded, sniffing quietly, not daring to speak. The scene was simple, a few lines of dialogue and a single slap. As the lines were delivered, Luo Qiyun raised her hand to strike. Logically, this scene was nothing, just a staged slap. No one had ever said that because Luo Qiyun was skilled at real fights, she couldn't perform a fake one. But the slap coming from Luo Qiyun herself as opposed to Qin Yu was an entirely different matter altogether. Gazing at Luo Qiyun's face, Rui Shui, still in character, steeled herself, preparing to take the hit. Yet as she looked upon Luo Qiyun's icy expression, an inexplicable fear began to creep into her heart. No, this was wrong, terribly wrong. Rui Shui ran. Just as Luo Qiyun was about to bring her hand down, fear got the better of her. She even stepped aside, taking deep breaths to compose herself. Rui Shui. The director leaned in to look. Luo Qiyun's emotion in that moment had been truly excellent. A perfect shot, what a shame. Not everyone can summon such rich emotion at will. That look of disdain tinged with anger, and most importantly that slap, would have been delivered with absolute crisp finality. Sorry, Rui Shui walked back to her position. The scene was reset. But when it came time for the slap again, Rui Shui still felt a tremor of fear. Could I also have 10 minutes to compose myself? Rui Shui raised her right hand. The director sighed. His actors were all off today, the male lead on leave, the female lead not in the zone, and the second female lead's aura suddenly surging 2 levels higher. After 10 minutes of mental preparation, Rui Shui was finally ready. To the director's delight, Luo Qiyun was still fully in character this time, performing even better than before. And when the slap actually landed, Rui Shui's head didn't even flinch. So nothing happened. Rui Shui gently patted her chest, calming her racing heart. She hadn't been knocked out, it was a tremendous relief. From there everything went smoothly. Luo Qiyun returned to her professional role, showcasing her talent before the director. This only reinforced the director's belief that he had chosen an exceptional actress. But before the director could announce the wrap, Luo Qiyun was already walking away. Qiyun. The director's words caught in his throat. What? Not finished? No, it's done. Why did the young Mrs. suddenly exude such an overwhelming sense of pressure? With work concluded, Luo Qiyun intended to retrieve her phone and contact Qin Yu. She hoped things were going smoothly on his end. But just as she was about to head for makeup removal, Ji Chung, who had been waiting, stepped forward. Qiyun, I brought dinner. Ji Chung smiled, polite and courteous. Luo Qiyun looked up at him. There was murderous intent in her eyes. Ji Chung instinctively took a half step back. This wasn't right. Usually the most had see on her face was disgust, that slightly tsundere little expression. But never anything like this. Ji Chung felt like prey locked onto by an apex predator, his throat tightening, his breath catching. Ji Chung. Luo Qiyun took a half step forward, and Ji Chung took a matching step back. It's me. Ji Chung didn't know why he answered that way. Luo Qiyun didn't intend to corner him. There's no need for these little gestures to curry favor with anyone, she stated. Ji Chung opened his mouth, searching for an excuse, but the words died in his throat. Understood. Luo Qiyun pressed again. Yes. Ji Chung retreated to the side, clearing the way. He had already seen Luo Qiyun's clenched right fist. He had heard about that devastating strike to the ribs from Luo Shu. According to her, once you've been hit by it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. If you ever forget, it means you're due for another taste of that iron fist. Back in the RV, Luo Qiyun retrieved her phone and saw the messages Qin Yu had sent at various times. A smile spread across her face. It was a smile full of teasing allure. She didn't reply to Qin Yu immediately. Instead, she opened a video site and watched the replay of his live stream from earlier that day. Seeing his string of clumsy, fumbling actions, Luo Qiyun was thoroughly amused. All thumbs. After a moment's thought, she made a call to Luo Shu. On the other end of the line, Luo Shu was in a meeting. A room full of shareholders was intently listening to Luo Shu's assistant deliver a report. So for this quarter, Luo Shu's phone rang. Perks of being the CEO, you don't have to silence your phone during meetings. Glancing at the caller ID, a look of pleasure crossed Luo Shu's face. Qiyun, what's up? Luo Shu answered with a smile. Prepare another RV for me. Have it delivered within 2 hours. That was the entire instruction, and with that Luo Qiyun hung up. Luo Shu's smile vanished. The smiles that had been plastered on everyone else's faces in the room vanished as well. This meeting is adjourned. I have matters to attend to. Luo Shu rubbed her face vigorously, resisting the urge to scream. Only after making her request to Luo Shu did Luo Qiyun finally call Qin Yu. Someone seems to have been quite clumsy today. Luo Qiyun's teasing voice came through the receiver. Qin Yu, who had been staring blankly at the ceiling from his bed, pinched his cheek. Switching back so suddenly. Takes some getting used to. So how was your day? Are you managing? Qin Yu asked. No problems here. Luo Qiyun felt she hadn't caused any trouble today. At least she hadn't been as flustered as Qin Yu. That's good. Since filming is done, you should get some rest. Qin Yu would need to buy a new mousepad and webcam and pull out his backup keyboard and mouse. That's it. That's all you have to say. Luo Qiyun's voice was tinged with a hint of confusion. Qin Yu was at a loss for words. He had far more to say, of course, not just to ask if Luo Qiyun had run into any trouble or to exchange a few brief pleasantries before hanging up. But for now he held his tongue. Luo Qiyun remained silent, as well waiting. And she was certain he would speak soon. Very soon. I want to see you. Right now? Qin Yu said, knowing full well the timing was inconvenient. Luo Qiyun's place had other people around, truly a den of prying eyes. Yet his longing to see her in this very moment was overwhelming. Never had he felt such a powerful drive to do something. Then come. He'll be waiting. After hanging up, Qin Yu leaped off the bed. Just as he was about to head out, a message from Luo Qiyun arrived. Remember to bring a change of clothes. Huh. Did that mean he might actually get to stay the night? The RV was cramped as it was. Shrugging off the thought, Qin Yu went to pack his clothes. In his haste, he nearly grabbed one of the little dresses from the wardrobe. An awkward near miss. How embarrassing. With his clothes packed, Qin Yu slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave. As he stepped into the living room, he saw someone keying in the door code. Bro, Mom saw your live stream this afternoon. Are you sick? Qin Yu walked in. They'll book you an online appointment right now and go with you for a checkup tomorrow. She wasn't alone. Xiao Ran had come along, having met her on the way. No need. I have something urgent to attend to, Qin Yu said, slipping on his shoes. Looking up, he noticed Xiao Ran was there too. He and Xiao Ran hadn't crossed paths much lately. Just that one encounter at the company recently. Qin Yu glanced at her, then casually continued tying his shoelaces. He had instinctively picked a pair of shoes had bought himself from the shoe rack. But Xiao Ran had never seen those shoes before. Are you sure you're okay? Qin Yu sat down beside him, pinching her brother's chin. Look at me. Qin Yu stared back at her helplessly. Are you going to check my tongue coating and examine my eyeballs next, Dr. Qin Yu was utterly exasperated. The fact that you can joke like that means you're probably fine. Totally normal, his sister nodded. So does that mean your whole act this afternoon was just for show? It was a coincidence. How was Qin Yu supposed to know he'd be so unlucky, knocking over his coffee and setting off a chain reaction? Qin Yu seemed to accept that, but it was late. Where was he off to with a bag? Surely not catching a flight for a vacation. Before you go, at least eat what I brought. Qin Yu opened the insulated lunchbox, revealing the mixed beef their mother had prepared along with a few side dishes. I'm in a bit of a rush. He'll skip it, Qin Yu said, standing up. After checking his appearance, he was ready to leave. No way. You have to eat at least a bit, or you're not going anywhere. Qin Yu threw a small tantrum. He couldn't let her have come all this way for nothing. Reluctantly, Qin Yu sat down at the table and took a few bites. Xiao Ran stood off to the side the whole time, feeling that this hurried, fiery version of Qin Yu didn't quite match the person she remembered. Then again, maybe it did. It was like he'd reverted to his high school days. Shed thought the years had changed him. Sitting at the table, Qin Yu ate, mechanically rolling a slice of beef with garlic paste and swallowing it after a brief chew. Xiao Ran remembered that Qin Yu didn't usually care for garlic. He'd said he'd have a few bites, and that was exactly what he did. Just a little. Then he rinsed his mouth and got up to leave. Stay as long as you like. Remember to turn off the lights when you go. With that, he closed the door and was gone. Just like that, Qin Yu said, resting her chin on her hand. How strange. Must be something important. Otherwise Qin Yu wouldn't be in such a hurry, Xiao Ran said, sitting down nearby. What could be so important? He looks like his girlfriend's about to move abroad. Qin Yu huffed through her nose, clearly miffed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. Qin Yu was already on his way. Don't you two think it's a bit cramped, 3 people in one RV? Luo Qiyun, dressed in a black long dress and a chestnut coat, lifted her teacup. She traced a finger along the rim of the cup, and as she looked at the two before her, there was an air of interrogation about her. It's not so bad. Rue Shui doesn't mind, right? Yushinran asked. Rue Shui replied, still haunted by the overwhelming presence from earlier that day. Something was off, she just couldn't put her finger on it. I've arranged a new RV for you. No need to squeeze together anymore, Luo Qiyun said, taking a sip of tea. Clearly this wasn't a discussion, it was a notice. But neither of them could see where their new accommodation was. It's on the other side, about 500 meters away, Luo Qiyun added. 500 meters. That was far. Rue Shui felt a pang of disappointment. But when she looked up again, a shiver of apprehension ran through her. Our filming schedules sometimes clash, so this way we won't disturb each other's rest. Right. Yushinran grabbed Rue Shui's arm. We two can room together and bond a little. If they didn't run now, something bad was bound to happen. As a senior, Yushinran felt the need to pull Rue Shui out of there. The two gathered their things and left quickly. On the way, Rue Shui was puzzled. Is it just me, or... Why does Qin suddenly seem so intimidating? Does she? What was she like when you first met her? Yu Shinran said. Besides being well-figured, beautiful, and a proper young lady. Rui Shui thought for a moment. She was a little intimidating. So there's really no problem. See, you thought she was easygoing before. That was just a surface illusion. Now you're finally getting close to the real her. Yu Shinran had her own logic. You mean we're back to how we were in university? Rui Shui was a bit pleased. That was her goal. Exactly, Yu Shinran said without batting an eye. But I feel like you're lying to me, Rui Shui said looking at her. Believe what you want. After seeing them off, Luo Qiyun went to wait outside the filming base. Soon she spotted the headlight of Qin Yu's old motorcycle. But he parked on the other side, not noticing Luo Qiyun standing in the shadows. How do I get in? Qin Yu knew the way, and he knew where Luo Qiyun was. But walking straight and didn't seem right. Without a badge had be stopped. Luo Qiyun watched from the side, amused by his frustrated little expression. Observing Qin Yu from the outside was quite entertaining in its own right. As he mulled over the problem, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. By the time he looked over, Luo Qiyun was just a step away. She had run all the way here. Sensing what was about to happen, Qin Yu quickly spread his arms. Luo Qiyun threw herself into his embrace, her soft frame colliding solidly with his. Don't talk. The young lady, in her usual imperious manner, grabbed Qin Yu by the collar, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his lips. Then playfully she gave his lower lip a gentle bite. Qin Yu's mind went completely blank. This was... He never expected her to pull something like this. He was utterly stunned, his body rigid. Someone had appeared beside them without warning, a familiar face. Witnessing the scene, he spat out the cola head, just drunk all over the place. Do you know him? Luo Qiyun had no idea who this person was. I know him, and you should know who he is, but it's unlikely you actually know him. Qin Yu recited a cryptic mantra. The young man who had suddenly appeared was the male lead of the film set in Xi'an. He's the male lead, Qin Yu stated. Luo Qiyun understood. So what? And what does he have to do with us? Luo Qiyun didn't care about being discovered, it was just that the timing of the discovery would change the fun. You really don't care about public opinion at all. Qin Yu looked down at Luo Qiyun, her nonchalant expression feeling painfully familiar. In that case, I'll make a call, and have Luo Shu take care of him, Luo Qiyun said, actually reaching for her phone. You're not serious, are you? Qin Yu asked, feeling uneasy. Just kidding. Just then, Xian, who had been stunned on the sidelines, finally processed what was happening and walked over. You too, you are. Qin Yu pulled Luo Qiyun protectively into his arms, gently pressing her head against his chest. He had already decided that if Xian tried to take a photo to expose their relationship, had kicked the phone right out of his hand. Qin Yu. Xian was excited, his attention entirely on Qin Yu. So wouldn't he be more familiar with me? Qin Yu asked, looking down at Luo Qiyun. But Luo Qiyun was listening to Qin Yu's heartbeat. What? She was completely unconcerned. We met this morning, didn't expect to see you again so soon. Xian said, pulling open his coat. Look, your autograph. Qin Yu racked his brain, but couldn't remember where had met Xian. He meant when he was in his own body, using the identity of Qin Yu. Xian said this morning, so he must have met Luo Qiyun. He might be a fan of yours, a super fan. Apparently, he was the first moderator in your live stream room. Luo Qiyun shared the little she knew. That jogged Qin Yu's memory. Wugo Xuanyue, is that you? Qin Yu had a deep impression of his old moderator. In the early days of Qin Yu's streaming, barely anyone watched, and he was even accused of cheating. Xian was one of the few who staunchly supported Qin Yu. But Xian was different from the others. He simply considered himself a viewer of the stream, a fan of Qin Yu. He never asked for contact information or overstepped boundaries to pry into Qin Yu's personal life. He would just appear in the live stream room at fixed times, helping maintain order and boosting the channel's popularity. Qin Yu had once thought about sending gifts to this veteran viewer, but Xian had refused. It's me, Xian said, initially a little disappointed. Although he had interacted with his idol that morning, it was Luo Qiyun in Qin Yu's body at the time. So even though Xian had said a lot, Luo Qiyun never mentioned his livestream ID. Seeing this now, Xian figured Qin Yu was just too busy that morning and hadn't remembered immediately. Didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence. How have you been? Wait. Qin Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. This wasn't the time for catching up. He was still holding Luo Qiyun, he had to deal with this first. You saw everything just now? Qin Yu asked. Yes, I saw it. Xian answered, honestly not seeing anything wrong. But that was the wrong answer. I told you just have Luo Shu. Luo Qiyun tried to squirm out of Qin Yu's arms, but he pulled her back. Oh right, I didn't see anything. Absolutely nothing. Xian said, looking around and pretending to be oblivious before turning to leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back. Something else. I was wondering if we could exchange WeChat. He had never asked for Qin Yu's contact information before. That was because back then Xian felt like a failure, life was too bitter, and he was always afraid of inadvertently passing his negative emotions onto others. Especially knowing that once he had Qin Yu's contact, he would inevitably want to vent when he was feeling down. He was worried about affecting Qin Yu. But things were different now. He had a stable job and was appreciated. His career was flourishing and his mental issues had eased considerably. He could now try to build a friendship with Qin Yu, rekindling the bond that should have formed a year ago. No problem. Qin Yu and Xian exchanged contact information. Alright. Xian left directly, but paused after 2 steps, as if remembering something. Oh, by the way, this afternoon's livestream content was really novel and creative. Novel and creative, my ass. It wasn't like Qin Yu had done it on purpose. After seeing Xian off, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's gone. Qin Yu held Luo Qiyun by the shoulders, gently easing her out of his embrace. Then he leaned in to look. Luo Qiyun's little face was flushed red from being smothered. Running a fever. Qin Yu moved closer, brushed aside a few stray strands of hair on her forehead, and pressed his forehead against hers. Her temperature was normal. Luo Qiyun had simply gotten too warm from being held by Qin Yu. It's you who's too hot, Luo Qiyun said, grabbing Qin Yu's left hand and pulling him along as she walked inside. So they could just walk in openly like this without worrying about anyone else spotting them. Qin Yu didn't believe it. Don't we need to arrive separately one after the other? Qin Yu knew the place. If you do that, you'll get caught. So Luo Qiyun said, wrapping a scarf around Qin Yu's face, making him look like a bandit. Would this even work? Of course not. Luo Qiyun just thought it was fun. In reality, the two didn't encounter anyone else on the way. After Luo Qiyun shoved Qin Yu into the RV, she glanced around and quickly shut the door. Sitting on the familiar small sofa, Qin Yu stretched. The day's ordeal had really worn him out. He was starting to feel sleepy. You can rest for a bit, Luo Qiyun said, heading off to wash up. Qin Yu nodded and leaned back on the sofa. It was only after Luo Qiyun had finished washing that he went in. But he found there were no toiletries for him here. Just use mine, Luo Qiyun said from outside the door, having anticipated this. It's the one you used before anyway. After cleaning himself up and stepping out, Qin Yu wiped the damp hair on the back of his neck and looked towards the bed. Luo Qiyun was holding her phone, reading the script. She was leaning against the pillow, body slightly forward, her long hair draped over her chest on both sides. The white camisole didn't cover much, and Qin Yu knew exactly how loose it was. Moonlight streamed in through the skylight. Luo Qiyun looked up and turned off her phone. Her red lips parted slightly, a teasing smile in her eyes carrying that familiar mischievous look. Qin Yu's hand wiping his hair paused. Something felt different. This wasn't the first time they'd been alone together, nor the first time they'd shared a bed, but he felt his state wasn't quite right. So aren't you coming over? Luo Qiyun raised her right hand and patted the spot next to her. What was there to worry about? They were already intimately familiar with each other. No one in the world understood Qin Yu better than Luo Qiyun, not in body, nor in spirit. And the reverse was equally true. There was no need for awkwardness. So Qin Yu lay down, settling into his familiar spot on the right side of the bed. With this mindset, Qin Yu calmly picked up his phone, pretending nothing had happened. Luo Qiyun, in no hurry, simply watched him. The kiss they had shared outside should have led to more, but it had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of Xian. Can I hold you? Qin Yu ventured an invitation. Luo Qiyun said nothing, simply opening her arms. Come. That's not what I meant. Qin Yu referred to the way they had before with Luo Qiyun lying in his embrace. Then it's like this. Luo Qiyun nestled into Qin Yu's arms, her hair brushing against his face. At least now Qin Yu was certain of one thing: Luo Qiyun hadn't lied earlier. He could indeed smell a faint soothing fragrance, one that was definitely not the scent of body wash. Your hand on my shoulder is a bit stiff, Luo Qiyun said, pressing her hand against Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu could try to convince himself they were used to this kind of intimacy, but his botus reactions were not entirely within his control. Having a beauty in your arms was a completely different matter from being the beauty resting in someone else's embrace. Qin Yu had never been in a relationship. Every move he made now was stiff, and he even had to ask for permission beforehand. This was bad, not brave at all. So he tentatively reached out and tilted Luo Qiyun's chin up, the delicate texture under his fingertips quickly drawing him into the moment. All right, now they could continue. Just as he was about to proceed, his phone rang. Qin Yu picked it up and showed the caller ID to Luo Qiyun. It was his sister. So you ran out late at night. Did you catch up with your overseas first love? Caught up. Want to video call your sister-in-law to say hello? The siblings often joke like this. As long as you're fine, I'll hang up. Mom wants you to come home for dinner tomorrow, Qin Yu said with a smile. Someone's hogging all of Mom's love. Will be there tomorrow, Qin Yu replied, briefly, not lingering on the conversation. Could he really go back tomorrow? Hard to say. After hanging up, Qin Yu intended to continue, but his phone rang again. He was about to reject the call, but saw it was Jiang Feng. What's up, bro? Qin Yu had to at least be polite. Just sobered up. Heard you were in a rough state this afternoon. You okay? I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Yu couldn't understand it. Had only had a minor incident during a live stream. Why were so many people calling to check on him? After finishing the call with Jiang Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the screen lit up again. Annoying. But it wasn't Qin Yu who was annoyed this time. It was Luo Qiyun. Whatever problems there were, Qin Yu could call everyone back tomorrow. Right now was crucial. She lunged forward, knocking the phone away and pressing Qin Yu's shoulders down. What followed? Honestly, Qin Yu was kissed senseless. He was quickly completely overwhelmed by Luo Qiyun. It was only after some time that Qin Yu realized it was over. Done. Qin Yu gasped for air. Now they could continue, but considering he had work tomorrow, it was better to postpone. There was no rush anyway. More precisely, the environment and Qin Yu's state of mind weren't quite right yet. Following the principle of not initiating, Luo Qiyun would only respond if Qin Yu made the first move. Seems like those two calls came at a bad time. Qin Yu glanced at his phone, and nearly everyone he knew had sent a message or called directly to ask about him. I don't remember everyone being this concerned about these things. Well-behaved kids crying is the most heartbreaking, don't you think? Luo Qiyun rested her head on Qin Yu's arm. Thinking about someone having to deal with a numb left arm all morning, she couldn't help but smile. Luo Qiyun gazed out the sunroof while Qin Yu beside her soon drifted into a half-asleep state. Qin Yu, do you like me? Qin Yu didn't stir, so Luo Qiyun leaned close to his ear and blew a gentle breath. Luo Qiyun could feel his heart nearly pounding out of his chest, but she didn't call him out on it. I like you. Qin Yu's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Who in their right mind whispers into someone's ear just as they're about to fall asleep? The next morning, Qin Yu shrank his neck, trying to pull his frozen right hand back into the blanket. He felt around and realized he was only covered by a thin sliver of it, just barely enough to avoid catching a chill. So who had the bad sleeping posture and who had the habit of hogging the blanket was crystal clear now. Good morning. Qin Yu got up resignedly. He still had a little time to make breakfast. Good morning. Luo Qiyun sat up. It was strange. Back when they had swapped bodies, Qin Yu would wake up every morning looking disheveled with unruly strands of hair sticking up. But when Luo Qiyun got up, there was no such problem. Her long hair remained as obedient as it had been the night before. Not only that, but a single yawn brought her back to full form, radiant as ever. Was this some kind of suppression of the physical body by the original soul? Cooking in the RV was troublesome due to the oil, and Qin Yu couldn't go outside, so breakfast was jam on toast and warm milk. Time to eat. Qin Yu swung his left arm back and forth. Having someone's head resting on it all night was bound to make it numb. He wasn't a Terminator made of iron and steel. Luo Qiyun watched and smirked. See now? Some intimate gestures come at a price. After breakfast, Qin Yu wanted to slip away while it wasn't too crowded. Leave in the evening instead. Today, Luo Qiyun only had scenes in the morning and was free in the afternoon. Once Qin Yu left today, it would be a while before they could see each other again. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Doesn't it feel like you're my secret kept man now? No, it didn't. They were in a normal relationship, and there would come a day when it would be public. It was only a matter of time. Later the crew gathered. Rui Shui and Yu Shunran stood at the back watching the male lead in Xian rehearse his lines with Luo Qiyun. Everyone could see in Xian stealing moments to chat with her. They know each other. Rui Shui wondered. On set, and Xian used a break to ask about Qin Yu. So has he gone back? You should know where he lives. I'd like to pay him a visit when I have the time. Luo Qiyun felt like punching him, but Xian was too polite, addressing her with utmost respect. After the morning's filming wrap, Luo Qiyun planned to head back and rest. But as soon as she changed, she saw a host of familiar faces. Yes, not one or two, not even 3 or 4. It was a whole crowd. She never would have imagined these people coming to visit her on set. So how was she supposed to get rid of them? A crowd had gathered, and Luo Qiyun could tell at a glance that they were all originally here for Qin Yu. They arrived in pairs, walking side by side. Only Bai Xuejing and Su Liao dared to approach first. Yu Shinran and Rui Shui, having witnessed the young lattice's imposing manner yesterday, wisely kept their distance. In truth, Rui Shui had still prepared lunch for Luo Qiyun, but hadn't delivered it. According to Yu Shinran, others deserved a chance. Rui Shui couldn't always monopolize the advantage of being closest. Rui Shui found the reasoning sound. So she shared her lunch with Yu Shinran that day. As previously mentioned, Bai Xuejing and Su Liao had attended cooking classes together and were now brimming with confidence in their skills. However, regardless, I must still thank you for not ruining all the dishes I made. Bai Xuejing retorted with equal indignation. Oh yes, adding sugar instead of salt to the clay pot was really helping. I recall you learned better than I did back then. How is it you can't tell salt from sugar now? Bai Xuejing couldn't admit she genuinely just wanted to help. Bai Xuejing retorted with equal indignation. Oh yes, adding sugar instead of salt to the clay pot was really helping. I recall you learned better than I did back then. How is it you can't tell salt from sugar now? Bai Xuejing couldn't admit she genuinely just wanted to help. Su Liao's seasonings were all in jars, and she hadn't noticed the mix-up. Moreover, even if there was a grudge, hadn't Su Liao later added Sichuan peppercorn oil to her own stir-fried dish? In any case, as they bickered, their separately prepared lunches ended up being combined into a single meal. In the end, this was all that was presented to Luo Qiyun: a dish of stir-fried water bamboo, with pork, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of yam and black-bone chicken soup. Luo Qiyun herself wasn't particularly fond of water bamboo, but Qin Yu liked it. You've worked hard. Luo Qiyun acknowledged their effort, but only sipped a bit of the soup. It was nothing, Bai Shuejing said with a smile. So having had some soup, could the visit end now? The Luo brothers were still waiting. They hadn't brought much with them. Early that morning, Luo Shu had been planning to go to work, intending to sleep at the company lately. But Luo Qichuan suddenly showed up, insisting on dragging him to the set. There's a scene coming up that requires filming out of town of visiting, then won't be convenient. Luo Qichuan paced around his brother's office, being quite annoying. If you want to go, you can go alone. Luo Shu had no intention of making the trip. Why have you suddenly reverted to your old self? Luo Qichuan sat down. Luo Shu had begun investing in his younger brother. With the funds, Luo Qichuan had formed his own small team and was now quite busy. Building a team wasn't easy, but it was certainly better than his previous life as a professional player. Luo Shu didn't just toss tens of millions his way, he also provided connections to help his brother get a fast start. His only requirement was that if Luo Qichuan decided to do it, he had to do it well. Which way? Luo Shu looked up. Nothing, just rambling. Luo Qichuan dared not offend his benefactor brother. Despite his words, Luo Shu eventually agreed, and the two brothers came to the set together. Sis, Luo Qichuan presented a bouquet of flowers. Taking them, Luo Qiyun simply nodded. Stunned by the lack of a proper reaction, Luo Qichuan stood frozen. Humph. Luo Shu suppressed a laugh. I told you not to come, but you insisted. This is your reward. Yet none could be more disappointed than Ji Cheng, who had even brought backup today. Are you still planning to send that stuff over? Wu Qing stood aside, flicked his lighter, took a deep drag, and blew a smoke ring into Ji Cheng's face. Ji Cheng waved away the second-hand smoke. To be honest, he was a bit scared. How can one person display several completely different states in less than a month? Ji Cheng didn't understand. Tell me, how are they different? Ji Cheng thought for a moment, then summarized. Sometimes she's a bit tsundere, sometimes innocent and cute, usually gentle, with many subtle mannerisms. Ji Cheng listed them off like a prize collection. But when she looks directly at you, you feel your soul tremble, afraid you might be beaten to death. Wu Qing thought his cousin had lost his mind. Are you sure this person you're describing actually exists? Wu Qing blew another smoke ring. She exists, of course, and she's right in front of us. I saw it with my own eyes, Ji Cheng insisted. Then either you're crazy, or I have a problem for listening to your nonsense here. Wu Qing stubbed out his cigarette and went over to chat with Luo Qiyun. With that group gathered around her, Ji Cheng had no choice but to approach Luo Shu. Ji Cheng started. Don't talk to me, and especially don't tell me what's on your mind. Not a single word. Luo Shu had already refused to engage. My suggestion is that the two of us leave right now. Ji Cheng conceded. Go for tea. Let's go for a drink. Luo Shu felt like having a few. Luo Qiyun, surrounded by the group, felt uneasy. So you're living in that RV now? Bai Shuejing, looking at the RV in the distance, started walking towards it. It's not open for tours. Luo Qiyun's verbal refusal was already a sign of courtesy, out of consideration for Qin Yu's sake. She reluctantly chatted with the visitors for half an hour before using the excuse of having afternoon work to finally see them off. How on earth did Qin Yu put up with their constant chatter? Unbelievable. When Luo Qiyun returned to the RV, Qin Yu was already asleep on the sofa in a position that looked terribly uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, she went over, slid her arms under his neck and knees, intending to carry him to the bed. She had the strength, but she misjudged his weight for a moment and ended up smacking her head straight into his chest. Ouch! Qin Yu sat up, clutching his chest, tears welling in his eyes. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Luo Qiyun pressed her forehead. I believe you, but it really hurts. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Qin Yu prepared to leave as he still needed to get home for dinner. Well, goodbye then, Qin Yu said, standing outside the filming base ready to go. Wait. Before he left, Luo Qiyun walked up to him, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his lips. What is this? If we ever swap again, you have to do the same, okay? Even if Luo Qiyun's schemes were loud and clear, Qin Yu had nothing to say. After seeing Qin Yu off, Luo Qiyun received a call from her father asking her to come home when she had a chance. It was true, as she hadn't been home in almost half a month and her father must be missing her dearly. Qiyun, you're not busy tomorrow, right? Luo Qinshan chuckled, already planning his preparations for the next day. See you tomorrow, Luo Qiyun replied flatly. Luo Qianshan's face fell. Why did he feel like he was being targeted by some big villain? Donning the helmet, Qin Yu mounted the vintage motorcycle his father had left behind and headed straight home. The studio was a considerable distance away, and as he rode along the sparsely populated road, he spotted Luo Qichuan by the roadside, pacing and smoking. He took drag after drag of his cigarette, shouting furiously into his phone. I don't want players who demand such exorbitant prices. So what if they're top tier? They want transfer fees in the millions, acting like they're superstars. Luo Qichuan was genuinely angry. News of the rich young master starting his own esports team had somehow leaked, prompting many to proactively contact his team manager. This included core members from some championship contending teams. Some of them were players Luo Qichuan was genuinely interested in, while others were clearly just after his money. More precisely, they were looking to swindle an easy target. Don't think I don't know he's a team bully. So what if he plays well? A bad attitude is a deal breaker. He was starting to sound like a real boss. That to tell him to get lost. After hanging up, Luo Qiyun let out a long sigh. The idea of him starting a team had been Qin Yu's suggestion, and seeing Luo Qiyun in this state made Qin Yu feel a twinge of guilt. He brought the motorcycle to a stop in front of Luo Qiyun. Lost? Qin Yu asked, taking off his helmet. Luo Qiyun looked at the man before him, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Do I know you? He assumed Qin Yu was an actor from the same studio as his sister. No, Qin Yu shook his head. Just noticed you seem pretty frustrated. It's nothing, just some troublesome work stuff, Luo Qiyun said. He never imagined that merely trying to form a team would bring so many headaches. His brother Luo Shu managed a massive family business. It must take an immense amount of effort. No wonder Luo Shu looked older than his years. Qin Yu was just a passerby, but Luo Qiyun felt an overwhelming urge to talk to this stranger. Perhaps because Qin Yu seemed like a good listener. Cigarette. Luo Qiyun offered the pack. Quit recently. Qin Yu said, getting off the bike and standing beside him, while Luo Qiyun crouched by the road smoking. Good for you. Luo Qiyun exhaled a smoke ring and began to vent his frustrations. Qin Yu listened patiently until he was done. So are you thinking of giving up? Qin Yu asked. No, it's just that I realize I was a bit naive before, Luo Qiyun said, unaccustomed to the discomfort after staying in his comfort zone for so long. Since I promised my sister I'd do this right, I have to give it my all. In the past, Luo Qiyun would have thought he was crazy for having such thoughts. Well, I wish you all the best, Qin Yu said, getting up to leave. Need a ride? Luo Qiyun wanted to stay a while longer to sort out his emotions and not let them affect others. By the way, could I get your contact info? I enjoyed talking with you, Luo Qiyun said, stepping closer. No need. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Qin Yu declined and headed home. After parking the bike at home, Qin Yu entered the house. He cupped his hands and breathed warm air into them, finally relieving the numbness from the cold. I'm home. You're much later than I expected, Qin Yu said, walking over to inspect her brother's messy hair and reaching out to fix it. So are you really in a relationship, his sister whispered. Guess. Qin Yu didn't answer directly. Can't figure it out, but I know someone's been acting mysterious lately, Qin Yu said, referring to his demeanor. How could she put it? Her brother had transformed from a reclusive gaming streamer into a man with a story. Dinner was a familiar comfort, and Qin Yu felt himself relaxing. But he hadn't expected even his mother to tease him, bringing up his sudden departure the day before she gave him that peculiar look. Yao Jin usually didn't push marriage or arrange blind dates, but that didn't mean she wasn't concerned about her son's personal life. So she seized this opportunity to probe gently if he did have a girlfriend. She'd love to meet her. Qin Yu deflected with a few vague answers and changed the subject. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it. It was because his relationship with Luo Qiyun was still delicate, not something to be publicly announced. After the meal, Qin Yu sat on the sofa playing with the cat. He reached out his right hand and gently rubbed the kitten's head. Meow. He looked up to find his sister staring at him with a strange expression. Why did you just meow? Qin Yu pretended nothing had happened, continuing to stroke the cat. But his touch was too gentle, and the kitten seemed displeased, flattening its ears and staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. You're acting really weird today. Usually when Luo Qiyun interacted with the cat, she would flip it over and vigorously rub its belly. In comparison, Qin Yu's actions were far too delicate. Qin Yu watched their mother go into her room, then quietly moved to sit beside her brother. There's an event the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Make sure you're there on time, Qin Yu said. What? Qin Yu nodded, carefully hiding his confused expression. What event? He had no idea about this. Luo Qiyun must know. Back in his room, Qin Yu called Luo Qiyun to ask about it. After learning the details, Qin Yu was troubled. This is a bit of a problem. I have no idea how to do makeup, Qin Yu said. He had covered her horseback riding lessons, and even filled in for 2 days at the film studio, but makeup, like choosing outfits, was always arranged by Luo Qiyun, and he had never thought to learn. Don't worry, someone will come to your rescue. You just need to figure out what to say to get through it, Luo Qiyun reassured him. She had everything under control. After hanging up, Qin Yu looked at the guitars on his stand, picked up the middle one, a piezoelectric nylon string guitar, and wiped it down. Just like his streaming content, Qin Yu hadn't limited himself to one genre when learning guitar. Besides the most common singing accompaniment style, he had dabbled in everything else, from rock and metal to modern speed picking. That's why his stand also held a jazz guitar and a Black Beauty head bought with his first paycheck. Luo Qiyun had mentioned wanting to hear him play, so he decided to take this opportunity to organize his gear and play for her next time. He found the multi-effects processor in a box in the corner and packed everything up, ready to bring it back to his rental apartment the next day. The next morning, Luo Qiyun returned to the Luo family home for the first time in a while. It was a rare, beautiful sunny day, yet Luo Qiyun waiting at the door felt as if a thunderstorm was brewing. He looked up at the sky worriedly. This kind of weather won't suddenly turn dark and stormy, right? Luo Shu glanced at his younger brother. Silly boy, the calm always comes before the storm. The young lady had arrived. She took her bag from Luo Shu's assistant and strode inside. The three men of the Luo family stood waiting at the door. Do we really need to wait at the front gate? Luo Qiyun asked, puzzled. It wasn't as if their sister rarely came home. When had they ever put on such a grand display before? According to their father Luo Qinshan, it was because his precious daughter had finally started taking her work seriously, and he felt the occasion warranted a touch of ceremony. But this wasn't a complete reformation after leaving prison. In Luo Qiyun's view, it just seemed his sister's temper had changed a little. Good morning. Luo Qiyun glanced at the three of them, gave a slight nod, and walked straight in. Luo Qiyun spread his hands. The whole setup reminded him of the saying, 3 years have passed, the Dragon King returns to his post. There was no surprise at seeing them waiting at the door, no individual greetings. She simply walked past them, ignoring their presence entirely. By the time the three men followed her in, a step behind, Luo Qiyun was already seated sipping her tea. Qiyun, has work been treating you well lately? The old father ventured cautiously from across the room. Luo Qiyun gave a slight nod, her movement of holding the teacup elegant and deliberate, a clear signal that said, don't bother me unless it's important. The old father's attempt at conversation was met with silence, and he fell into a dejected quiet. It's fine, don't worry. Perhaps out of consideration for Qin Yu, Luo Qiyun added this after a moment's thought. But she immediately regretted it. Because her father then launched into a rambling monologue that lasted over 10 minutes, repeatedly insisting that if she faced any grievances or felt weary, she should tell him directly. He would solve all her problems. Looking back now, Luo Qiyun could somewhat understand her father's anxious caution. But the old man truly talked too much. Soon it was noon, and the family gathered for a meal. During the meal, Luo Shu sat upright and rigid, as if attending some formal banquet. Luo Qiyun watched his older brother. Why was he so well-behaved today with none of his usual antics? Usually he'd be piling food on her plate, patting her head, and trying to make small talk. Why was he so silent today? Since no one else was talking, he decided to liven things up himself. Luo Qiyun started chatting about work, gesturing wildly, and telling stories with great animation at the dinner table. In the past, he would have been scolded for acting like this during a meal. But the Luo family's tempers had improved considerably. Everyone just watched his performance. When he finished, the old father was the first to laugh. Well performed. Please don't do that again. Luo Shu couldn't help but chuckle either, and even Luo Qiyun at the side curved her lips into a faint smile. She looked up and caught the three men's gazes all fixed on her. When she met their eyes, they all quickly averted their glances, pretending nothing had happened. The young lady smiled. Luo Qiyun whispered to his older brother. After the meal, Luo Shu returned to the company while the old father sat nearby, trying to act nonchalant to draw attention, but no one paid him any mind. We haven't had a match in ages. Want to play a round? Luo Qiyun was still unconvinced. Even after being thoroughly beaten multiple times, he still wanted to win against his sister in the game category, where he had the least talent. Oh, and tennis too. Entering the room, Luo Qiyun glanced at the equipment. Perhaps Luo Qiyun thought that since she'd been apparently just going through the motions lately, her skills might have declined. But in reality, she had been live streaming just 2 days ago. What are we playing? Luo Qiyun adjusted the mouse sensitivity. Luo Qiyun had also considered that he had no competitive edge in the traditional games, so he had diligently practiced Destiny 2, watching videos to learn pre-aiming spots and some tricks. He thought he could reverse his previous losing streak. Of course, it was just wishful thinking. But today fate had oddly aligned. He was facing Luo Qiyun herself, and she was genuinely not very good at shooter games. Her mechanical skills were lacking, but she had a clever mind. They finished their loadout, selected the map, set the game mode and match time, and prepared to start. Luo Qiyun curiously leaned over to look at her screen. He thought his previous 303 victory was due to Qin Yu not holding back, unaware that if Qin Yu had truly tried, he wouldn't have scored a single point. Haha, what kind of loadout is that? Can those guns even work? Luo Qiyun wanted to laugh. He leaned in to look. Luo Qiyun was using weapons that even a newbie wouldn't touch, the kind that were completely unsuitable for PvP. Or do you think you can just casually stomp me with that stuff? Luo Qiyun frowned, feeling severely underestimated. At that thought, a surge of intense fighting spirit erupted within him. He was determined to avenge his honor. But Luo Qiyun had no intention of dueling him with guns. Every character in this game had abilities. Who said winning required actually shooting someone? The game started. Luo Qiyun was playing at his peak, executing a movement combo he had practiced for 2.5 hours with fluid precision, darting straight towards Luo Qiyun. Bam! He was taken out with a single punch. Huh. Luo Qiyun stared at the melee kill icon on the screen. One punch killed me. Luo Qiyun said nothing. She didn't play this game much either, but she had seen a video the other day about an elbow strike loadout that could one-shot enemies. Seeing this, Luo Qiyun decided to create distance and try to engage in long-range gunfights, avoiding the awkwardness of close-quarters brawling. But Luo Qiyun was like a ghost suddenly appearing around a corner or perched atop a crate in the map. She'd drop down and land a punch right on her little brother's forehead. 5 minutes passed, and despite Luo Qiyun's cautious play, he had been sent flying by her elbow strikes 12 times. Luo Qiyun was dazed, frantically scanning for his target. In behind you. Luo Qiyun appeared right behind her brother, and sent him flying with a single punch. Watching his character's body soar through the air, Luo Qiyun was in agony, rubbing his face harshly. Arg. In the latter half of the game, Luo Qiyun's very soul was trembling. All he saw was Luo Qiyun's fly-green character repeatedly charging at him, only to send him flying violently. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of that giant fist filling half the screen made it hard for him to breathe. Wanna go again? The game ended and Luo Qiyun looked at the scoreboard. 30-0. Can't you just let me win once? Luo Qiyun whined. Let you win. Luo Qiyun found this accusation unacceptable. She hadn't fired a single shot. Do you know what it means to not fire a single shot in a shooting game? Luo Qiyun didn't know, and he only knew that tonight in his dreams he'd be jolted awake by a giant fly elbowing him in the face. As evening fell, Qin Yu was making his way upstairs carrying 2 guitars on his back and an effects processor in his hand. Luo Qiyun had been helping him exercise recently, and it was showing some results. He had gained a bit of weight, no longer looking as gaunt as before. Setting his things down, Qin Yu was about to open the door when he came face to face with Xiao Ran, who was just stepping out. Good evening. Good evening. Qin Yu nodded, offering a habitual smile. Then, as if realizing something, he awkwardly suppressed the smile. This was the first time Qin Yu faced the future campus belle of a few years later under his own identity. Although he had never had much to say to her. You're carrying a lot of stuff. Is that a guitar? Qin Yu thought of something unpleasant. When they first met in high school, Xiao Ran had also started with that same line. Mind if I come in and sit for a bit? Xiao Ran walked over. Come in, but I can't stay long. Qin Yu planned to adjust his equipment stream for a while in the evening and sign off by around 10. At most, he could spare Xiao Ran 20 minutes. After sitting on the sofa, Qin Yu took out spare strings, threaded them from the 6th string to the 1st, then tightened and tuned them one by one. This scene was novel to Xiao Ran. She said she had spent all of high school with Qin Yu, but in reality, she had never once seen him play the guitar in person. Qin Yu sat there, expression serious, slightly leaning forward to listen to the sound from his fingertips. Through his focused brows and eyes, Xiao Ran found a familiar feeling, as if she had returned to the past. Along with this sensation came the familiar sense of distance. Cui Hao had told her that the hardest part of getting close to Qin Yu was the first step. Before this, Xiao Ran was always afraid that making too big a move would seem offensive, so she held the scale of moderation, always maintaining a certain distance. Remember back then at the party, I wanted to invite you to rehearse a program and perform together. Xiao Ran suddenly brought it up. Mentioning this, Qin Yu had some recollection. At that time, Xiao Ran had prepared a folk song to sing, but Qin Yu had never accompanied anyone before. When he first learned guitar, he practiced riffs, and after getting the basics, he went straight to 90s rock. Too bad you turned me down. Actually, the reason for his refusal was not that Qin Yu didn't want to perform with Xiao Ran, but back then, he was still a bit of a Qin Yu, thinking that kind of soft, weak song was boring. What a pity. Qin Yu replied, perfunctorily checking if his precious fuzz pedal was in good condition. Since you're done ill, take my leave. Xiao Ran stood up. Goodbye. Qin Yu waved his hand. Xiao Ran appeared, and Xiao Ran left. To Qin Yu, he had the patience to listen to anyone who suddenly appeared before him, but not everyone could adapt to his calm response. His personality was too indifferent, which gave people the feeling that he didn't care much about anything. After seeing Xiao Ran off, Qin Yu returned to the live stream room and resumed his previous streaming projects. The audience reacted to the streamer suddenly returning to his peak form by casting doubt. They questioned whether the streamer's earlier pretense of declining skill was entirely for the sake of showmanship. Anyway, slaughtering in the game had its own style of streaming, and pure entertainment also had viewers who enjoyed it. After today's stream ended, Qin Yu asked Luo Qiyun about finding someone to help his sister tomorrow. Luo Qiyun said no problem, everything was already arranged. That evening, Luo Qiyun did not return to the Luo residence to rest, nor did she go to the set, but busied herself preparing for the next day. The next morning, Qin Yu went home to pick up his sister, took her various parts and accessories, and hailed a taxi to the venue. Today, Qin Yu was cosplaying a game character, a cyborg girl in a cyberpunk style. Usually she had schoolwork and had to keep up appearances at home, so the props she made in her spare time always had minor issues. She inspected them the whole way. Bro, hand me that gun you're holding. Qin Yu reached out. Qin Yu followed her instructions and handed it over. His sister raised the gun with both hands, aimed, and a soft plastic bullet hit Qin Yu in the chest. He pretended to be hit, clutching his heart and collapsing in agony. Why did you shoot me? Because you messed with the wrong person. Qin Yu lifted her chin. They fooled around for a while, and soon they arrived at the place. Qin Yu waited outside as instructed for the person Luo Qiyun had sent. Normally they should have arrived by now. Thinking this, Qin Yu called Luo Qiyun. A familiar ringtone approached from afar, accompanied by a roar. Looking for me? Luo Qiyun said she would send someone, but Qin Yu didn't expect it to be her in person. Wow. Qin Yu leaned in. Today Luo Qiyun was riding a black and gold Suzuki Hayabusa, wearing a black racing jacket looking cool and mysterious. She turned her head, her gaze piercing through the helmet visor at the siblings. Hello. Qin Yu walked over to greet her. Yu right. Luo Qiyun played her part convincingly. Go on and first, I'll come with your brother shortly. Oh okay. Qin Yu had wanted to say a few words to this sister. She turned around and gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. How come she had never heard that Qin Yu had a friend like this? It wasn't that she didn't think about it, but she didn't like digging into Qin Yu's secrets. If her big brother had a girlfriend, could he really hide it from her? Only after Qin Yu's figure gradually disappeared from sight, did Luo Qiyun take off her helmet and smile at Qin Yu. I remember you had work this morning. Qin Yu recalled all the shooting schedules. Right, so I asked the director to adjust. Luo Qiyun said. The director was easy to talk to. What else could he do? She was already here. Don't you need to wear sunglasses and a mask? Qin Yu should have known that Luo Qiyun wouldn't let someone else help. I brought them. After parking the bike, Luo Qiyun stood beside Qin Yu. Let's go then. Qin Yu took a step first, but before his heel even touched the ground, he noticed Luo Qiyun wasn't moving. What's wrong? Was there something else? Come closer. Is there something on my face? Come to think of it, Qin Yu didn't really look in the mirror much. He leaned in, bringing his face close to Luo Qiyun. Her lips touched his cheek, a fleeting contact. Qin Yu straightened up, puzzled. Remember what I said? Luo Qiyun said. How could he forget? He just hadn't expected Luo Qiyun to be so serious. Even at a time like this, she kept to the agreement. Wasn't she afraid his sister would suddenly show up? Have you thought about how I'll explain if we get caught? Qin Yu had already mentally prepared himself for everything. Tell the truth. What else could he say? After that, Luo Qiyun took over Qin Yu's lovely little face, helping her with makeup. While Qin Yu was busy, the two of them stood aside with arms crossed, pretending not to be too familiar, chatting quietly. So what's your take on Yu's situation? Luo Qiyun asked. Qin Yu didn't think it was a big deal that his sister was hiding things from him and their mother. She seems happy, and that's good enough. The two waited until the event ended, and only then did Qin Yu have time to chat a bit with this unfamiliar sister. Of course, not a single word Luo Qiyun said was true. The poor sister was completely fooled by her. After seeing his sister off, Luo Qiyun tossed the bike keys to Qin Yu. As a reward for helping give me a ride home. Qin Yu grabbed the keys. Going home was fine, but the question was which home? The Luo residence, Luo Qiyun's temporary safe house in the city center, or their rented apartment. Let's go to the Luo residence. Luo Qiyun stepped forward, gesturing for Qin Yu to lower his head. She placed a helmet on his head and pulled down the visor. It actually looked pretty cool. What if your brothers catch us? Qin Yu was about to get on the bike when Luo Qiyun tugged him back. She struck a pose, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Can you lean against the bike and do that? Qin Yu complied. Click. Luo Qiyun took a photo. Alright, let's go. She zoomed in on the picture to inspect the details. Qin Yu was speechless. So she hadn't listened to a single word he said. What are you staring at me for? You already called Luo Shu brother. How do you plan to explain that? Luo Qiyun found the question amusing. Indeed, Qin Yu had slipped up and forgotten to change his address. After getting on the bike, Luo Qiyun leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Yu's waist. The ride to the Luo residence took an hour and a half. After leaving the city, Qin Yu didn't ride too fast. He did this for Luo Qiyun's safety, but for her, riding this slowly was practically lulling her to sleep. Stop here. Luo Qiyun tapped on Qin Yu's helmet. What's wrong? Switch with me. Luo Qiyun and Qin Yu exchanged places. The engine roared, and as they started, Qin Yu felt like he was almost thrown off. The journey that normally took an hour and a half was completed in half the time. Qin Yu got off the bike and stood aside without removing his helmet. We're here. Luo Qiyun took off her helmet and blew at the stray hairs stuck to her forehead. Not coming in. She made a welcoming gesture. Qin Yu shook his head. Better not. He didn't want to see his old man having a mental breakdown. Oh, this bike is a gift for you as compensation for helping me out. Thinking about it now, Luo Qiyun hadn't given Qin Yu anything yet. The dress didn't count. Qin Yu figured he couldn't refuse anyway, given how remote the Luo residence was and how hard it would be to hail a cab. We'll see you around then. Qin Yu mounted the bike, raising his right hand in a wave. Not far away, Luo Qiyun was fiddling with the playlist in his car. He had no idea what had gotten into his old man today, insisting on dragging him to a gathering of the older generation. The result was Luo Qiyun enduring 3 hours of old men boasting about their glorious careers. Watching a bunch of retired bigwigs brag made him incredibly uncomfortable. He couldn't join the conversation, so he just sat there with a stiff smile plastered on his face. Luckily, the trip wasn't entirely a waste. He knew his father was trying to help him network and maybe see if any family had taken a liking to him. Right, since his father couldn't push Luo Shu and Luo Qiyun to get married, he naturally turned his attention to him. Huh, sister's home. Luo Qiyun said in surprise. What? The old man looked up, a random short drama still playing on his phone. I've been reborn. He quickly muted it just in time to see Qin Yu waving goodbye and Luo Qiyun responding. Who was that? Luo Qiyun only caught a glimpse of Qin Yu's taillights, but from the build it definitely wasn't a girl. Dad, you. Luo Qichuan looked up at the rearview mirror. His father's mouth was agape, his face ashen. Humph. He's always nagging them to find someone and get married, but when they actually do, he gets upset. Luo Qichuan slammed on the brakes in front of the gate. Before the car had even fully stopped, his father flung the door open and rushed out, nearly tripping. Qian, aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you back? Luo Qianshan wanted to ask directly, but he was afraid. 1,000 possibilities flashed through his mind, even the thought that Luo Qiyun's so-called job was just a lie. Just came back to grab something. Luo Qiyun's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Who was that just now? Luo Qianshan wanted to be tough to demand who that brat was. To his eager questioning, Luo Qiyun's response was no response at all. She simply walked away. By the time she had gathered her things and driven off, the old man still had no answer. Luo Qichuan had originally planned to take a nap, but seeing his father so dejected, he felt a sudden urge to comfort him. So he grabbed a bag of chips and sat down beside him. The crunching sound of him munching on chips echoed thunderously in the silent Luo family hall. Isn't this a good thing? Luo Qichuan looked at his father. Maybe you'll have a grandkid to hold soon. And I think I get why sister's been so gentle lately. She's in love. I don't think the guy who brought her home is a bad person. Oh, his youngest son had noticed something. Luo Qianshan was all ears. How so? He's a biker guy. If he becomes my brother-in-law, well, for one thing, I bet you'll get that grandkid pretty fast. Luo Qichuan, oblivious to his father's darkening expression, kept crunching on his chips and talking with his mouth full. Don't worry too much, just start preparing for the wedding. Luo Qianshan stood up and snatched the chips from his son's hand. Stop eating. I was just joking. Luo Qichuan wiped the crumbs from his mouth. My sister isn't the type to be easily fooled, is she? Nothing's going to happen. Don't scare yourself. Back at the film set, after the schedule adjustment, the entire day's shooting was for the lead actor in Xian. When he heard the schedule change was because Luo Qiyun had requested leave, he happily accepted the swap. Yu Shunran and Rui Shui had nothing to do that day, so they sat on the sidelines watching Xian work. So you're saying I should just stay the way I am? Rui Shui had felt she'd learned a lot since moving in with Yu Shunran that day. Correct. None of the people around Qiyun right now have your archetype. Having a unique style is what makes you memorable. Yu Shunran's rhetoric was smooth. That makes sense. So according to you, in the tsundere best friend who broke things off over a rumor, and upon discovering the truth rekindled the friendship. Rui Shui thought for a moment. And what's your type? Yu Shunran hadn't expected to trap herself in her own logic. Qiyun is back. Luo Qiyun walked over to them. Rui Shui's outfit today was softer. A white shirt under a gray vest, a pleated skirt, and little leather shoes. Without the exaggerated chest number, she looked very youthful. Like a high schooler. Or maybe a middle schooler. As for Yu Shunran, she was as flamboyant as ever. A red dress, red high heels, her dramatic curves on full display. A complete contrast to Rui Shui's style. Good afternoon. Yu Shunran acted as if she hadn't just deliberately changed the subject. Good afternoon. Luo Qiyun nodded. Back on set, she immediately switched into full acting mode. The next day's scenes were challenging with a lot of action sequences. And since the director favored long takes, there were few opportunities for a stunt double. Luo Qiyun spent the morning learning the choreography from the action director and started filming in the afternoon. Rui Shui and Yu Shunran watched from the sidelines. One scene involved an indoor fight on a staircase. As she was finishing the sequence near the end of the take, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The director was already thinking of how he'd apologize if this young lady got hurt. Only Rui Shui reacted instantly, rushing forward and diving to catch her. Everyone expected Miss Luo to take a spectacular fall. Rui Shui thought the same, so she was ready to recreate the scene from the theater earlier, wanting to catch Luo Qiyun steadily and show off a bit. However, the young lady simply planted her hand on the ground, executed a somersault, her robe hem swirling through the air in a half circle before she landed gracefully. But Rui Shui ended up sprawling on the ground instead. Fortunately, the floor was padded, so the fall wasn't hard. What are you doing? Luo Qiyun asked, sheathing her sword. Nothing. Rui Shui got up, dusted herself off, and retreated sheepishly to the side. The latter half of the shoot went relatively smoothly. The director marveled at Luo Qiyun's physical skill, having initially worried about those action sequences. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. After wrapping up, the three of them sat down for a hot pot meal together. I feel like you've been a bit different lately, Qiyun, Yu Shunran remarked. Have I? Before Luo Qiyun could answer, Rui Shui looked up and asked. I mean regarding work, Yu Shunran said, being one of the few people who knew Luo Qiyun best. In the past, Luo Qiyun treated acting more like completing a task. She'd do it if she felt like it, and skip it if she didn't. There was no passion, no ambition. Most importantly, no goal. Everyone in this industry was after fame and money, but the young lady had no shortage of either, and she cared little for reputation. So what changed your mindset? Yu Shunran asked curiously. It's a kind of inheritance, Luo Qiyun explained. She wanted to become a top-tier figure like her mother, though she had previously taken that goal lightly. She truly hadn't cared much before. But now it was different. She felt that if she could clear away those tarnished reputations, it would be a good thing for Qin Yu. When the truth eventually came to light, the fire would burn all the brighter. Of course, earning a dowry for someone was only one aspect. What she really wanted was to stir up some trouble. So do you think I can become someone like my mother? Luo Qiyun asked in return. Shouldn't be too hard. Yu Shenran replied, genuinely believing so. Meanwhile, on the other side, completely unaware of what he'd have to face in the future, Qin Yu was live streaming. Today's stream was nearing its end. Hey, are you messing with your old buddy here? Jiang Feng voiced his grievances in the voice chat. A while back, Luo Qiyun had been playing under Qin Yu's identity, causing his skill level to drop. So Jiang Feng came up with an idea. After every match, the two would hold a court session and argue for some entertainment value. But now that Qin Yu was back in his own body, they'd been winning all afternoon. The key issue was that Jiang Feng had been coasting to victory the entire time. The chat was full of people calling him trash, saying he was being carried. Could I have regained my form so quickly without the guidance of a senior? Qin Yu laughed apologetically. The ones calling you trash in the chat are just haters. This is simply the reward Brother Feng deserves after all his long-term dedication. Fair enough. Jiang Feng salvaged some dignity in front of the chat. Then a bunch of people flooded Qin Yu's stream with the word loyalist. This is the streamer's latest masterpiece after Coffee Clown Mike Headbutt Tone Meets Table and Let the Camera Fly. Awkward flattery. Even Qin Yu himself laughed at the chat's antics. Alright folks, today's stream ends here. Time for me to eat. The chat spammed that it was only 6 o'clock. But to match Luo Qiyun's streaming habits, Qin Yu didn't extend his broadcast. Otherwise she'd be thrown off. After ending the stream, he initially planned to cook for himself, but when he picked up his phone, he saw a message from Cui Hao, inviting him over for dinner. That night, when the phone was knocked out of his hand by Luo Qiyun and landed by the headboard, the last call he'd received was from Cui Hao. Qin Yu hadn't answered, and Cui Hao had just waited there for a few minutes. He was still upset about it. Fine, you didn't pick up, but couldn't you at least call your buddy back afterward? If I hadn't asked Xin Yu, I wouldn't have known what happened to you. Get over here now. Followed by an angry emoji. There was no choice. If Qin Yu didn't go, his good friend would probably genuinely blow a fuse. He had no choice but to change clothes, hop on his bike, and head straight for Cui Hao's place. Compared to the Luo family, the Cui household wasn't as remotely located given the difference in family standing. Mississippi Luo's estate was newly built on a hilltop her father had purchased. Meanwhile, Cui Hao's home was a lakeside villa bought by his parents 20 years ago. It wasn't cheap either. The moment he parked, Qin Yu overheard the Cui siblings arguing. I've told you helping you like this would cause me a lot of trouble. Cui Hao's tone was still relatively calm. But his sister Cui clearly didn't see it that way. What's the trouble? Instead of wasting time on meaningless work, you should get into management as soon as possible, his sister said, used to being forceful. She didn't understand what Cui Hao meant. Things like friendship or interpersonal relationships. If that's how you see it, then there's nothing more to say. I'm not listening to you anyway, Cui Hao said, tuning her out. Qin Yu stood frozen outside, unsure whether to go in. Xiao Qin's here, Cui said, spotting him and suppressing her anger. She wished her brother were as obedient as Qin Yu. It wasn't that Cui had any real grievance with her brother. It was just that Cui Hao tended to get stuck in his own stubborn ways, which infuriated her. I'll go talk to him outside, Cui Hao said, stepping out. Fighting again. Qin Yu leaned against his bike. You said again. What else is there to say? Cui Hao glanced at the bike. Nice bike. When did you get this? He liked motorcycles too, but his family thought they were unsafe and wouldn't allow it. Cui Hao had often lamented wishing his parents were as open-minded as Qin Yu's mother. It was strange, really. Annie Yao had raised Qin Yu and his sister all by herself, so you'd think she'd be cautious and strict. But she wasn't anything like a stern patriarch. A gift, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Too bad. I was planning to get you one for your birthday, but someone beat me to it, Cui Hao said, his mood lifting a bit. Come on, my parents haven't seen you in a while. In the living room, Qin Yu sat on the sofa and took the cup of water Cui Hao handed him. Cui Hao's parents had always had a good impression of Qin Yu. Though had only visited 3 times, the kid was polite and quiet. Such a contrast to Cui Hao. He fit their idea of someone else's child, so they'd often mention having Qin Yu over to sit and have a meal. During the meal, Qin Yu was asked about his recent situation and brushed it off with simple answers. After dinner, he sat on the balcony with Cui Hao drinking. You didn't drag me here to be a shield, did you? Qin Yu joked. You guessed it, Cui Hao said, holding a can of beer. Whenever there's a fight at home, bringing you up always works. You're better at settling things than Jesus. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. You're staying the night, right? It's been a while since we bunked together. Cui Hao meant sharing a bed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Yu was starting to get nervous. Cui Hao always talked a lot when he drank, and especially today, after having a fight with his sister, he was bound to talk Qin Yu's ear off. If I'd told you earlier, you would have run off. This was going to be a long night. Since had already been tricked into coming, Qin Yu had no choice but to steel himself and stay the night at the Cui residence. As expected, Cui Hao really did keep him up talking until midnight. Chui Hao rambled on about the present, then drifted to the past, then circled back to the present, repeating himself endlessly in a torrent of pointless chatter. Qin Yu had calculated the whole ordeal perfectly. He pressed a pillow over his ears, barely suppressing a pained scream. The next morning after breakfast at the CUS, the two of them headed back to Qin Yu's place. Chui Hao put on a cheerful smile, acting as if he were coming home. His sister and Chui Hao were watching TV in the living room, while Qin Yu went into the kitchen to help. I've seen this one. The female lead dies at the end. Chui Hao had barely sat down and watched for 3 seconds before spoiling the entire ending. Qin Xinyu wanted to kick him out the door. You've ruined my whole day. Qin Xinyu gritted her teeth. With that she hurled a pillow at him. This guy was just as insufferable as ever. Sorry, it slipped out before I could stop myself, Chui Hao said, catching the cushion and leaning back to dodge. The two of them bickered in the living room for a while until Chui Hao sighed and said, sis, at this rate you'll never find a boyfriend. As if you have a girlfriend, Qin Xinyu shot back, unaware that Chui Hao's blind date had actually been a success. That's where you're wrong. With that, Chui Hao smugly showed off a photo of his girlfriend. They had already confirmed their relationship, so he could flaunt it openly. Seriously, she's so cute. How did you manage to trick her into dating you? His words were truly grating. It's called charisma, Chui Hao said with a raised eyebrow, his expression begging for a punch. I'd sooner believe I'm the first emperor than believe you have charisma. Qin Xinyu scoffed, turning to switch to a different TV drama. Oh, I've seen this one too. The male lead gets caught and dies a miserable death. But you can still watch it now, and the middle part is pretty interesting. After a while, Chui Hao also came into the kitchen to help. By the time he wandered over, they were already at the stage of serving the dishes. This guy had done the least amount of work, yet he still lapped up Yao Jin's praise for being so sensible. He clearly just came here to seek validation. During lunch, Chui Hao held forth with grand speeches and was constantly shot down by his sister. He didn't seem to mind though. After lunch, Qin Yu saw Chui Hao off. As his sister stood nearby, she noticed Qin Yu riding that falcon motorcycle. Brother. Moi. Whenever Qin Xinyu spoke in that weird sing-song tone, it never boded well. Tell me the truth, who is that sister really? Qin Xinyu leaned in and whispered. What do you think? The best way to handle a question was to not answer it. A friend. Doesn't seem like it. A girlfriend. Qin Xinyu pressed. All I know is I've got someone's secret right here. Qin Yu extended his index finger and flicked his sister lightly on the forehead. Come on, let's hold each other hostage. We've all got dirt on each other, so who's afraid of who? Hey, it's not like I'm some nosy gossip. I'm just curious and I care about you. Qin Xinyu said. Look at us keeping all these secrets from each other. In the end, only mom is left in the dark. Do you think that's right? Deceiving a great mother. Of course it wasn't right. So when are you planning to confess, or should I tell her for you? Qin Yu countered. Let's not. Mom has worried about us her whole life, but we shouldn't scare her. Qin Xinyu had backed down. In the afternoon, Qin Yu helped tidy up the house and trim the plants with his mother, then returned to his rental apartment for his usual live stream. Apart from their daily morning and evening greetings and exchanging photos of their daily lives, Qin Yu hadn't had much chance to see Luo Qiyun. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed, and the filming schedule had progressed to the next stage. They were about to move to a new location. Qin Yu was aware of this. It would be another half a month before Luo Qiyun's work was done, and meeting up during that time would be genuinely difficult. Today was Christmas. After finishing his live stream, Qin Yu sat in front of his computer, clicking the mouse, propping his chin on his hand, keeping company with boredom. Messages popped up one after another, but none were from Luo Qiyun. He thought about calling her, but figured she was probably already resting. Zhang Feng invited him out for a gathering, but he declined. Lately, Zhang Feng had been dropping hints about finding Qin Yu a girlfriend, so Qin Yu had been avoiding offline socializing altogether. He was afraid of hurting his old brother's feelings, and also afraid of him setting him up with someone random. Had always hated that kind of thing, even though he knew the guy meant well. As for now, there was no way he was going. Chui Hao called twice asking him to go out for drinks, and he refused those two. Had seen the photos on Chui Hao's moments. The guy was having a great time with his girlfriend today, so why on earth would he be calling him out for a drink? He really had no sense of timing. His sister sent over 2 character concept art images asking which character he thought she should cosplay for the next event. He didn't reply to that either. Qin Yu thought for a moment and found 4 words to describe himself: utterly distracted. How had it come to this? There was nothing special about today. Even on Valentine's Day in the past, Head never just sat there staring blankly into space. Head start streaming games, and when he wasn't streaming, Head play games. When he was bored, Head browse gaming forums and laugh at the jokes people posted. Head eat greasy takeout, find some movie commentary to watch for a couple of hours. It seemed like the day would pass easily enough. After thinking it over for a long time, Qin Yu glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of his monitor. Only 5 minutes had passed. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through videos, mindlessly swiping upwards without taking in a single one. He remembered he had a list of movies Head saved, but never had time to watch, so he dug it out again. He clicked on a film, his hand on the keyboard, constantly pressing fast forward. The dialogue sped up to 3.5x speed, sounding like some alien language. It wasn't until the progress bar hit the bottom and the credits began to roll that Qin Yu realized he hadn't understood a single thing. What am I doing? He reached over and turned off the monitor, then lay back down on the bed. Time to sleep. Lying flat felt uncomfortable, so he turned over. Sleeping on his side put pressure on his arm, so he quickly pulled it out. But then the muscles in his back tensed up. Frustrated, Qin Yu sat up and punched the pillow hard. After thinking it over, he lay back down, deciding to find some crosstalk to listen to. That should make it easier to fall asleep. He was still searching when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? He slipped on his slippers, shuffled listlessly to the door, and opened it. Can I help you? Standing at the door was Luo Qiyun, a triumphant smile on her face. She was wearing a fluffy red Christmas dress. Her long hair draped over her snowy white shoulders, and she wore a little deer antler headband. She held out her hands to Qin Yu. I have a Christmas gift here that needs to be received. Why are you here? Qin Yu pulled Luo Qiyun inside, then glanced around. It's not like we're doing something shameful, Luo Qiyun said with a frown. Are you sure? Fine. So, have you had dinner? Qin Yu wasn't sure how to broach the subject. Luo Qiyun looked up at him, and her clear gaze made him certain he was committing a crime right now. If this wasn't already a crime, then this rental apartment would soon become the scene of one. Am I right, that's all you wanted to say? Luo Qiyun sighed. She had come all this way, and Qin Yu just wanted to ask if she had eaten dinner. Before thinking about dinner, perhaps you should unwrap your Christmas gift first. Qin Yu looked around, but Luo Qiyun's hands were empty. She hadn't brought anything. But where's the gift? Qin Yu was puzzled. Sometimes a person's slowness could be endearing, but not every delayed reaction had that charm. Like now? Luo Qiyun crossed her arms, accentuating her proud figure. What do you think? Oh. Qin Yu raised his hand. So, where should he start? Everyone knew that a well-prepared gift often needed 2 or 3 layers of wrapping to reach. But if the giver was eager to see the recipient's surprised expression, they wouldn't overcomplicate the packaging. Often a simple pull of a bow would reveal the truth. And undoubtedly the final layer closest to the core was bound to be unprecedented, something that would surely hold one's gaze. Also, Qin Yu hadn't expected to be the one to fall onto the bed first. Today's appetizer was relatively mild. However, the chef's spirits were running high, so the seasoning was on the intense side. Thus one might experience a bit of breathlessness while savoring it. That was normal. Without any prior warning, Qin Yu felt a bit dizzy. Perhaps the appetizer was too fiery, leaving his body burning. After the appetizer, they reached the most critical part. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly remembered something he hadn't prepared. The bottom drawer of the bedside table. Should Qin Yu marvel at the young lad's foresight? Or was it that she had been plotting this for a long time? Are you sure this isn't pure primal impulse? Qin Yu had to ask. It's impulsive, and it's pure, but whether it's primal enough? We'll only find out later. Luo Qiyun reached out and switched off the bedside lamp. As mentioned before, the chef's mood today wasn't exactly stable. So tonight's main course featured spicier ingredients, more stimulating to the nerves. Though for this guest who had seen but never tasted such fare, any culinary technique would seem a bit intense. However, one could extend the dining time to let the guest acclimate slowly. For a grand dinner, time was always sufficient. Considering the guest's stamina and fatigue, it was generally better to control each session to 20 to 30 minutes, allowing for multiple rounds of adaptation. As for the dessert, like the strawberry in the center of a cream cake, it had to be saved for last to savor slowly, to appreciate the complex interplay of sweet and sour and the delicate texture. The next morning, Qin Yu struggled to get up, pressing his throbbing temples, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. A fiery pain stung his back. He turned his head to look. It was a crisscross of intricate scratch marks. Adrenaline was a wonderful thing. When it surged, it could numb many negative sensations. In contrast, someone else looked rather well-rested. Good morning. Luo Qiyun turned to look at him, and Qin Yu immediately lay back down. Good morning, he mumbled, half his face buried in the blanket. Should I see you off? Qin Yu peeked his head out. No need, get some rest. Luo Qiyun shook her head, changed, and left the room. Just as Qin Yu emerged, she came back. Opening the door, she smiled strangely. Are you ready to catch the boomerang? The crew's relocation meant filming was halfway through, and also that the two of them wouldn't see each other for over 20 days. From the very beginning, there had been much external chatter surrounding this production. A notoriously infamous female lead, a no-name male lead. Big investment, renowned director. Filming on the outskirts of Yanjing had been relatively trouble-free, but moving to a bustling film studio with prying eyes meant fans and media would be everywhere at any time and any place. This was where the real promotion and publicity began. The public opinion so far had 2 main currents. First, there were those waiting for the director to fail due to his casting choices, expecting him to fall from the ranks of top-tier directors and be relegated to making bad films. There were many with such pessimistic views. Second was the discussion about Luo Qiyun's issues. Especially many fans of Rui Shui first felt she was coerced by capital force to act opposite a well-known industry resource holder. Then there were baseless speculations about Luo Qiyun, thinking she would inevitably throw a diva tantrum and get into a physical fight with Rui Shui on set. So while the controversy brewed, what were the two actresses at the center of it all doing? They were having afternoon tea. Looks like moving south didn't make it much warmer, Rui Shui remarked, watching the tea leaves swirl in her cup as she refilled hot water for herself and the other two. The temperature was higher, but the damp cold seeped in everywhere, especially with the strong winds these past 2 days and their filming costumes being so flimsy. So offset they were all wrapped in coats. Further south might be a bit better, Yu Shunran said, reaching for the last cream puff only to have her hand smacked away before she could touch it. Out of a box of 12, Yu Shunran had eaten the vast majority. In comparison, the young lady hadn't had a single one. Too sweet, she doesn't like them, Yu Shunran explained. As she spoke, Luo Qiyun picked up the last pastry and took a bite. Rui Shui smiled triumphantly. Having spent nearly a month together, Rui Shui was starting to realize that Yu Shunran had been teasing her all along. You win, but I still ate the most, Yu Shunran laughed arrogantly. She would always win, just perhaps not in the way Rui Shui assumed. As the two of them joked around, Luo Qiyun watched Qin Yu's livestream on her phone. Qin Yu was playing a new game, a sponsored promotion for a game company. His stream's follower count had reached 8,000 recently. A week-long sponsorship deal like this could net him tens of thousands after taxes. The game was a shooter, which was Qin Yu's specialty. After one match, he posted an impressive score only to be added as a friend by a frustrated player on the opposing team, who then proceeded to curse him out. Bro, the game just came out. That cheat wasn't cheap, was it? Follow Qin Yu 1234, get the latest cheats at the livestream. Not paying much attention to these comments, Qin Yu soon saw Jiang Feng come online, and they queued up for duos. Jiang Feng, being older, was a bit slow with new games, ending up at the bottom for 3 consecutive rounds. Qin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. After a round of dominating kills, he typed in the public chat, "Follow me, just call me old Jiang Miao." "Thanks, Miao," Jiang Feng frantically yelled at Qin Yu over voice chat. "You little shit, are you trying to stir up hype for me again?" "It's just a way of repaying a good big brother." After replying, Qin Yu glanced at the new camera head bot. He knew someone was watching the stream. Might as well throw a heart. The chat wouldn't know who it was for anyway. Luo Qiyun stifled a laugh at Qin Yu's subtle antics, then looked up to find the two people beside her staring intently. "What is it?" Luo Qiyun asked. "Nothing," they replied, merely glancing her way. As the production progressed, time swiftly flowed into January, with the new year drawing near. Everyone seemed to be bustling with pre-holiday activities, except for one person, Ji Chung. Having learned that her younger brother Luo Qichuan had already secured a location for his esports club and was overseeing the renovations, Ji Chung drove over herself to take a look and perhaps seize an opportunity to foster a closer connection. "Yes, let's install a display case on this wall," Luo Qichuan was directing. In the corridor leading to the training room, player portraits would hang on one side, while trophies and accolades would grace the other. The player dormitories, training rooms, and leisure areas were already fully renovated. Soon, once the transfer window opened at years, and the players and coaches he had his eye on would join the roster. The team's official Weibo account had already generated significant buzz, with many predicting they would become a formidable gatekeeper team in the coming year. The actual outcome would hinge on team synergy and the game's meta. Luo Qichuan wasn't expecting overnight success in these early stages. After finishing these small tasks, he turned and spotted Ji Chung. "Young Master Ji." Luo Qichuan approached. Qichuan, Ji Chung extended a hand, and they exchanged a very businesslike handshake. Given this formal greeting, Ji Chung's claim of wanting to get closer was clearly a stretch. "Let's not be so formal, just call me Ji." He considered saying Brother Ji, but thought better of it. "Just Ji Chung is fine." "All right, young Master Ji," Luo Qichuan replied with a nod and a smile. "So what brings you here today?" Ji Chung had done his homework on Luo Qichuan before coming. Had heard the young man had idled at home for 2 years after graduating, supposedly not the sharpest tool in the shed. He should be an easy target. Looking at the harmless smile on Luo Qichuan's face, Ji Chung felt he was already halfway to success. "By the way, young Master Ji, did you hear about my team, and come to check it out?" Luo Qichuan continued the conversation, seizing the initiative. Ji Chung was caught off guard, still searching for an entry point. "Yeah, right," he said without much thought. "I must say, young Master Ji, you have far more foresight and vision than my own brother." Luo Qichuan grabbed 2 cans of cola from the nearby cooler and handed one to Ji Chung. "Well, it's just finished here, let's talk while we walk." Ji Chung took the cola and naturally fell into step. "See here, this is the training room, and next to it is the meeting room for reviewing practice matches," Luo Qichuan detailed with ease. Ji Chung didn't understand the specifics, but it all seemed very professional, like there was real substance to it. By the time Luo Qichuan had shown him around, Ji Chung was completely drawn in. "I heard you're venturing into the entertainment industry lately, is that right?" Luo Qichuan said with a smile. "You know about that?" Ji Chung was surprised Luo Qichuan knew anything about him. "But of course, young Master Ji, your reputation is known from the Balkan Peninsula to the English Channel. Everyone knows it," Luo Qichuan flattered. "Haha, that's a bit of an exaggeration." Ji Chung waved his hand dismissively with a laugh. Since returning to Yinjing, he had faced mostly setbacks and disappointments, so encountering someone like Luo Qiyun who seemed to understand him was unexpected. There are things I don't even want to mention. You wouldn't believe how hard it was young Master Ji to get investment from my brother initially, Luo Qiyun said. Not everyone has the patience you do, young Master Ji. Ji Qing nodded. He was about to say something when he saw Luo Qiyun answer his phone. What? Funding issues. Can't secure sponsors. After speaking, Luo Qiyun's expression turned to one of disappointment. Young Master Ji, something's come up, so I can't show you around any further. I was hoping to treat you to a meal afterwards, but it seems that won't be possible. Ji Qing's face grew serious. What's wrong? I heard you mention funding problems. Yes, it's unavoidable. Luo Qiyun seemed resigned to his fate. Ji Qing couldn't bear to watch. The poor kid Luo Shu probably didn't support him and hadn't given him much money. I could sponsor you, Ji Qing offered. Really? Luo Qiyun's expression changed instantly. For the rest of the visit, Luo Qiyun showered him with praise, leaving Ji Qing feeling dazed and confused as he was escorted out. Though a smile lingered on his face, Ji Qing couldn't remember why he was so happy. Alright, no need to see me off. They'll have my assistant come by later, Ji Qing said, getting into his car and watching Luo Qiyun walk back. What was he even here for? He seemed to have forgotten. On the other side, Luo Qiyun called Luo Shu. Hey bro, I secured a sponsor. You need to transfer me that extra funding you promised. He wasn't genuinely foolish, just didn't see the need to appear overly clever. Having left Luo Qiyun's place feeling confused, Ji Qing had achieved nothing and had thrown away tens of millions for just a sponsor spot on the team's jersey. He had to rush to his next stop to try his luck with his father Luo Qianshan. With none of his children at home, Luo Qianshan had resorted to meeting up with his old cronies for chess, tea, and golf. When Ji Qing found him, one of Luo Qianshan's chess buddies was storming off in a huff. Old Luo, your chess is terrible. Don't say such hurtful things, Luo Qianshan said helplessly. Who said a successful businessman had to be good at everything? He just wasn't good at chess. Good afternoon, Uncle Luo, Ji Qing said, sitting down casually across from him. Oh, young Master Ji, please have a seat, Luo Qianshan said, looking up. Ji Qing was frustrated. Why did everyone have to address him so formally? How about a game? Luo Qianshan suggested. Sure. Ji Qing knew perfectly well he couldn't win. So for the rest of the game, Ji Qing made deliberate blunders, never taking the winning move and constantly holding back. As the game concluded, Ji Qing looked up expecting his affable Uncle Luo to be pleased. Instead, Luo Qianshan's expression was sour, shaking his head repeatedly. Had his sandbagging been seen through? You little. I didn't mean to, it's just. Your chess is atrocious. Go play somewhere else. Playing with you is a waste of time. Being mocked by a terrible player himself, Ji Qing's head was about to explode. Uncle Luo, I was just. Ji Qing started wanting to explain he had let him win. But if he did explain, wouldn't that make things even worse? You were. Luo Qianshan looked at him. I'm a terrible chess player. The agonizing separation lasted over 20 days, and the filming finally drew to a close. Luo Qiyun's scenes had already wrapped up, and the production had entered its official promotional phase. Jin Ming, absent for so long, also reappeared. During this time, her phone never rang, and she had no problems to solve. It was truly a relief. She felt 10 years younger. Sister Jin Ming, Yu Shinran greeted her. Aunt Jean, Luo Qiyun also greeted her. What has turned our Qiyun back into this insufferable state? Jin Ming gritted his teeth. Is it work? Luo Qiyun did not answer. Alright, since I'm here, you should know what comes next. Jin Ming arranged several dinners and a few show appearances. 1 to promote the new drama, 2 to line up their next assignments. It's certainly nothing good, Luo Qiyun said, her expression indifferent. Jin Ming still couldn't understand how, as the daughter of his dear friend Luo Qiyun, had inherited none of her mother's gentle temperament. If I hadn't been at the hospital myself, I'd suspect you were swapped at birth, Jin Ming said helplessly. Alright, get ready. Let's go for a meal. That evening, the leading actors and the key members of the crew gathered together. Everyone drank sparingly, mainly chatting. With filming wrapped up smoothly, there was little left to worry about. The director recommended Luo Qiyun and Yu Shinran to his close friends in the industry, praising their abilities. We're truly grateful for your keen eye, Jin Ming said with a smile. I believe you've seen during this time that the external rumors about Qiyun are all baseless. Haha, the director gave an awkward laugh. Actually, not all of it is rumor. Jin Ming's smile froze. Of course, I'm not saying Miss Luo did anything wrong. It's just that she can be a bit intimidating at times, the director said, finding no other word quite as fitting. But it's not a real problem. In this industry, as long as talent is sufficient, a minor personality quirk isn't a big deal. After all, she was a genuine heiress with the Luo family's vast estate. A bit of a temper was hardly surprising. Jin Ming laughed awkwardly. During the meal, Rue Shui and Yu Shinran sat on either side of Luo Qiyun. Rue Shui wanted to serve her some food, but seeing Luo Qiyun constantly checking her schedule, she hesitated to make a move. The dinner ended, and the first to leave was actually the male lead in Xian. Director, everyone, I have matters to attend to. They'll head back to Yinjing now. He had booked a ticket for tonight. Wait, the director called out, then turned to Jin Ming. This isn't Xian, the one I've mentioned to you several times. A good person, highly talented, a genuinely promising prospect. The director had already spoken with Xian, hoping he would work with Jin Ming. Even just having Jin Ming as a nominal manager would be beneficial for Xian. I was thinking the same thing, Jin Ming said, looking at Xian. Would you be willing to become an artist under my management? Xian was in a hurry. He just wanted to get back to Yanjing. Yes, anything works. I trust you both completely. Before he even finished speaking, Xian was ready to turn and leave. What's wrong? Why the rush? Jin Ming asked, puzzled. I have a train ticket back to Yanjing. The timing is tight. Poor lad, even though head starred in a major production. No need to rush. He'll take care of your flight. You should also join the promotional events, the director attempted to persuade. It's not about that. I truly need to get back to Yanjing right now. In the end, Xian was let go. But there were others present even more anxious than him, like Luo Qiyun, who was currently quietly eating. However, she had no choice. In the coming days, she had promotional obligations and show appearances. Mostly inconsequential variety shows where she wasn't even the main guest. Watching Xian's retreating figure, Luo Qiyun clicked her tongue. She should have refused. Over the next few days, Luo Qiyun and Rui Shui attended several variety show recordings. Rui Shui remained attentive and close to Luo Qiyun throughout. The rumors of their on-set brawl were gradually subsiding. Rui Shui came across a photoshopped image. It showed Luo Qiyun punching Rui Shui hard in the face. People are using such obvious fake edits to deceive others, and they didn't even use AI, Rui Shui said, handing the phone over with a laugh. So fake, yet people still believe it. Not everyone actually believed it. Many of those stirring up buzz were just there for the spectacle. The truth didn't matter much to them. It is quite fake. Luo Qiyun glanced at it. Right, Rui Shui shook her head. If I punched you in the face like that, you'd have lost at least 7 teeth. Rui Shui felt a phantom ache in her gums. Regardless, Luo Qiyun's reputation was improving, though not completely reversed. But at least the amount of criticism had decreased. Many people came to greet them at the show venues, including some veteran industry figures. They couldn't understand how Rui Shui managed to put up with the heiress temper. Was it hard to understand? It's simply because you never had the chance to get close. After several days of running these promotional rounds, the tiresome variety shows finally came to an end. Luo Qiyun checked her work schedule, seeing one last interview program on the list. She couldn't figure out why Jin Ming made such arrangements. Fortunately, Rui Shui would also be there, so the host's focus probably wouldn't be entirely on her. Walking back to the hotel, Luo Qiyun took out her phone and scrolled through the messages Qin Yu had sent her over the past. Qin Yu sent over a dozen messages a day from morning to night, sharing his daily life and sending videos of his piano practice. Some people never say, "I miss you" out loud, but once they're apart, the messages never stop, and they get anxious if they don't get a reply quickly. When alone, he tends to overthink, and every cell in his body feels restless. But the moment Luo Qiyun appears before him, he would instantly return to his usual calm demeanor. 2 more days of work, and he'll be back in Yanjing, Luo Qiyun replied to Qin Yu. The other side was typing. What would he say? After a long pause, Qin Yu replied with 2 words, okay. Putting down his phone, Qin Yu tapped on the camera. His mom had said they needed to return to their hometown in Jiangxing early this year, meaning another separation of over 20 days. A long time. But work was work, and both of them were currently in the rising phase of their careers. The thought of quitting his job flashed through his mind. But he felt it wasn't right. With so many viewers in his live stream, it would be too capricious to just stop broadcasting. After taking a shower, Qin Yu lay in bed ready to sleep. Sometimes he wished he could wake up and see the person he missed. Pushing aside the random thoughts, Qin Yu fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly a cold wind hit him, and the familiar feeling of vulnerability crept up his lower half. Qin Yu shook his head to steady himself. A black skirt, black tights. He raised his hand and clenched a fist. A strong, powerful fist. He should have known better than to overthink before bed. Thinking too much always leads to trouble. Looking up, he found himself standing before an unfamiliar hotel entrance. Where on earth am I now? Taking out his phone, Qin Yu called Luo Qiyun. No answer. She was probably already fast asleep. Good. Every time they switched back, he was left to deal with the messes shed made all the troubles waiting for him. After rummaging through the bag, he found the room card. Back in the room, he soaked in the bath and rested. The moment he closed his eyes and opened them again, it was the next day. Good morning. Luo Qiyun's call came in. Little Qin. Someone was starting to speak in a strange, teasing tone. Luo Qiyun, brushing her teeth, reminded Qin Yu that there was one final show appearance scheduled for today. I've looked into it. This host has a decent reputation in the industry. Not the aggressive type, and not socially inept either. Luo Qiyun flipped through the documents. She hadn't bothered to read them before, since if she were the one going on the show, she'd handle any interviewer the same way. If the host had the nerve to ask leading questions, she certainly wouldn't tolerate it. So what should I say, and what shouldn't I? Qin Yu opened his notepad to prepare. Just tell the truth. If you don't know how to answer, look at Rui Shui. What a brilliant suggestion. Hanging up, Qin Yu walked to the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair. Qiyun. Rue Shui stood at the door with breakfast. Come in. Qin Yu tried again, but his hair refused to cooperate. That one strand on top, right, just wouldn't behave. The show is at noon, a live broadcast. The questions they'll ask are all here. Rue Shui handed over her phone. Nothing too sharp, just casual questions mostly about the new drama. Qin Yu skimmed through them, grabbed a couple of bites of breakfast, and headed to the venue. He never got used to people fussing over his face and hair. That restrained feeling was deeply uncomfortable. After makeup, the show began. 5 cameras, plus a large screen scrolling bullet comments. The audience had nothing nice to say about Luo Qiyun. That was to be expected. Direct personal attacks got permanent bans, passive-aggressive troublemakers got 7-day mutes. The commenters must have figured out the livestream used keyword filters, so they started swapping a character here or there. Or they'd sandwich a half-sentence of pure vitriol inside a compliment aimed at Luo Qiyun. Truly a bunch of geniuses. Welcome you two. You just wrapped up a busy shoot. Must be exhausting. The host waited until both guests were seated before sitting across from them. Today is really just a casual tea chat. Say whatever comes to mind, no need to hold back. Is that so? All right. Rue Shui responded with a smile, while Qin Yu simply nodded. What's with that attitude? Pretty arrogant, isn't she? Always radiating that diva energy. The host broke a sweat. Haha, let's start by talking about the new drama. The questions were indeed the ones Qin Yu had seen that morning, so when it came to him, he just gave the prepared answers. But as the show moved into its second half, the host revealed another side. Actually, we chose you two as guests because the rumors about you online have been escalating. The host was still smiling. I'm sure you two wouldn't come to blows on set, but small conflicts. Given differences in professional philosophy, those are probably inevitable, right? Rue Shui glanced at the plate of mung bean cakes on the table, picked one up, and held it to Qin Yu's lips. Being on this tedious show had already made Qin Yu's mind drift 1,000 miles away, so he didn't think twice. Thanks. He bit into it. The local pastries were famous far and wide, and indeed quite good. Huh. Sorry, what did you just say? Rue Shui turned her head. The host was at a complete loss. She scratched her cheek and looked at the big screen rolling with comments. It was all question marks. How meticulous Rue Shui's gesture had been. She had used her other hand to catch crumbs when passing the cake, and carefully brushed off the residue when pulling back. The motion was natural, the affection genuine. If that was acting, then Rue Shui's skill had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Unbeatable. Our relationship. We've been friends since university. We just never mentioned it publicly. Rue Shui answered with a smile. So misunderstandings are only natural. The whole crew gets along very well. Seeing no explosive angle, the host grew anxious as the livestream numbers dwindled. He glanced back and caught the producer's gaze, heavy with warning. Rue Shui, as the rumors say, has a wonderful personality. The host first offered a flattering remark toward Rue Shui, then turned to Qin Yu. Qin, what are your thoughts? Qin Yu looked up at the host. What Rue Shui is most praised for is her talent and ability. She came from an ordinary background and achieved everything through her own hard work. So who here comes from an extraordinary background? What's your take on that? The question was clearly pointed, designed to stir things up. What do you think? Qin Yu shot back. That's not how a talk show works. If you trade barbs like this, you might as well turn it into an octagon cage match. Isn't outstanding talent enough for an actor to earn recognition? Qin Yu said. He seemed to have answered nothing, yet had answered everything. If the host pressed further, she'd only seem aggressive. So the topic shifted, drifting to other inconsequential matters. Mostly because the host truly didn't dare dig deeper. Rumor had it that Luo Qiyun's eldest brother Luo Shu was a gentle person, but just recently had used his influence to make a minor actor vanish from the scene. It was done cleanly, but word spread, twisting into the tale that the man had been taken care of by Luo Shu. The nearly hour-long ordeal finally ended. Qin Yu stepped off stage and rolled his neck. This promotional grind was more exhausting than shooting itself. After packing up, Qin Yu and Rue Shui returned to Yanjing. The company usually sent someone to pick them up upon landing, but the moment Qin Yu exited the airport, Luo Shu intercepted him. Let's go home today. Luo Shu took the suitcase from Qin Yu's hand. Head driven over personally. Okay, that made sense. After being apart so long, the old father must miss his daughter. Luo Shu smiled and stepped forward to ruffle his hair, but Qin Yu sidestepped away. Disappointment. Luo Shu was quiet on the drive. Once home, he stepped out again for work, promising to be back by 8 o'clock. Luo Qichuan was home, but he too was busy. With the transfer window approaching, he had to keep an eye on signings and make sure no one swooped in to steal their targets. One was out, the other on the phone nonstop at the door. When Qin Yu walked through the Luo family's front gate, the old father sat in the living room pretending to study a chess manual while actually dozing off. Seeing his daughter return, Luo Qian hurried to rise, but his foot had gone numb and he nearly pitched forward. I was reading so intently that I forgot to move. Luo Qian picked up the manual to mask his embarrassment, but he was holding it upside down. He made a show of glancing around as if nothing had happened, then secretly turned it right side up. Shall we play a game, father and daughter? Luo Qinshan issued the invitation. Qin Yu had refused many things in his life, but when someone challenged him to a game, he never declined regardless of the opponent's skill level. Setting up the pieces, Qin Yu let his old father take the red side and move first. 3 minutes later, the old father held a chariot piece in his hand, hesitating. It's already checkmate, Qin Yu said helplessly. Was his old man really this bad? Oh right. The old father reset the pieces. He had no idea where his confidence came from, trying to trade blows with Qin Yu at lightning speed only to sacrifice pieces recklessly like a headless fly. In no time he slumped back in defeat, fiddling with an advisor piece that couldn't leave its palace grid. Yet he didn't feel frustrated. This kind of parent-child bonding was exactly what he had always dreamed of. Losing was fine. What did it matter if he lost to his daughter? But, Qiyun, that person who walked you home last time. A colleague? Luo Qinshan wanted to ask, but didn't dare, looking rather pitiful and humble. A friend? Or a boyfriend? Hearing the old father's words, Qin Yu was also curious about his opinion. There would come a day when they would meet the family, and by then who would be in whose body was anyone's guess. So he decided to estimate based on the current situation. His temper might be a bit special, Qin Yu said. If Luo Qiyun were to give the old father a cold shoulder in her own body, Qin Yu didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. Like what? The old father's heart sank halfway. He could already picture a punk kid with a cigarette dangling from his lips, standing before him empty-handed with his precious daughter. Old man, I'm your son-in-law. Luo Qianshan's head was about to explode. You mean he's the type who's usually careless about details? Meaning he rides a motorcycle around wildly, speeding and running red lights. Has some peculiar hobbies. Tattoos covering his entire body and face. And tends to become a friend of all ages when interacting with people. Disrespectful to elders. Is that the kind of person? Qin Yu knew immediately that the old father had misunderstood. She just seems a little cold on the surface, perhaps not paying much attention to outward emotions, Qin Yu said. But she's actually very meticulous and gentle. Luo Qinshan nodded. So you two are indeed in a romantic relationship. Seeing the expression on Luo Qianshan's face, Qin Yu reluctantly shook his head. Better not to scare the old father for now. If they were to reveal their relationship, it would be better to announce it to the whole world directly. Just friends, don't overthink it. It's fine either way, really. Luo Qianshan was on the verge of tears. Dad can see the changes in you lately. If you hadn't truly met someone who moved your heart, how could you have transformed from your previous state to who you are now? Luo Qianshan, thinking he still had to express gratitude, slumped back in despair. What was I like before? And what am I like now? Qin Yu lifted his hands from the table and looked at his old father. Was there a hidden meaning? Nothing, I was just rambling. Luo Qianshan surrendered. Outside, Luo Qichuan, having finally finished his work, walked in. Hey, you're playing chess. Dad, move aside, let me have a game with sister. Luo Qichuan reached for the board, eager to join. The old father slapped his hand on the board, giving him a warning glare, and shaking his head almost imperceptibly. Don't get in the way. Oh well, I just remembered I have other things to do. See you later. Luo Qichuan cleared his throat and hurried upstairs. The chess game didn't last long. The old father, knowing his own skill was lacking, found his second game pointless. Qin Yu left the chess table and sat on the sofa where Luo Qichuan mysteriously sidled over. Sis, look. Luo Qichuan presented his roster of players. This lineup of mine is competitive, right? Qin Yu took a glance. A mix of veterans and newcomers, a well-balanced configuration, solid overall strength with few weaknesses in the lineup. It was indeed a good team. It seemed Luo Qichuan had put in real effort. Not bad, Qin Yu nodded. From here on it was just about staying grounded and slowly building synergy. When are you free to come check out our base? Luo Qichuan had moved all his gear from home to the base and planned to stay there long term. Well, see when I have time, Qin Yu agreed. Great, I'll arrange it then. Luo Qichuan enthusiastically pulled out his plan, intending to build a championship-caliber team within 3 to 5 years. It had to be said he was worthy of the Luo family name. His gaming talent was abysmal, but his business acumen was solid. Oh, by the way, Ji Chung came to see me the other day. Luo Qichuan recounted the day's events. He didn't actually think Ji Chung was foolish enough to fork over tens of millions just because of some mild sedative he slipped him. On one hand, Luo Qichuan was leveraging his sister's influence, on the other it genuinely aligned with Ji Cheng's own plans. A streaming platform sponsoring a professional team was a common business partnership. It was just that Ji Chung had paid a hefty sum and paid it all up front. Later, as Luo Shu had promised, he returned home at 8 in the evening, but with a group of people trailing behind him. Let's eat first. Luo Shu left the group waiting. During the meal, Qin Yu finally learned why these people were there. It's like this, there's a banquet before the new year, and I don't have a female companion. Luo Shu brought up the matter. The old father was busy looking at something on his phone, barely paying attention to the meal. Luo Shu turned to look. Ghost Rider brawls with father-in-law. His real identity turns out to be. Luo Qianshan clicked on it, and it redirected to a novel platform. Were ads disguising themselves as news articles these days? Luo Shu turned his gaze across the table. Sis, you're not eating this. He'll have it then. Luo Qiyun was locked in battle with a plate of roast goose chatting between bites. Go ahead. Qin Yu ate, with focused concentration. No one heard a word Luo Shu said. Luo Shu was losing it. He was the one holding this family together, yet no one listened to a thing he said. Dad, I said, I don't have a female companion. Luo Shu raised his voice for emphasis. Qiyun, are you even listening to me? The old father looked up. So you don't have one? Who in the capital doesn't know you're the ultimate bachelor? What's all the shouting about? Luo Shu looked at his younger brother. I'm not wearing a dress, don't drag me into this. Luo Qiyun raised both hands in surrender. Luo Shu took a moment to compose himself. What I mean is, could Qiyun accompany me? The father and son who had been busy moments before both turned to look at him, the pillar of the Luo family. Huh. The old father laughed, and Luo Qiyun stifled a chuckle. Luo Shu sighed, and in that moment of looking down he seemed to age 20 years withering away. Is it really that hard to find a female friend in your circle, eh? Qin Yu asked puzzled. With Luo Shu's looks and family background, he should have plenty of admirers, shouldn't he? His image is too rigid, the type that makes people keep their distance, Luo Qiyun explained. I can go, Qin Yu agreed. The poor guy? He worked hard for this family. Hearing this, Luo Shu perked up again. So when is the banquet? Qin Yu asked. Tomorrow. Such a tight schedule. Qin Yu had never attended such an occasion before, thinking he would probably just stand by Luo Shu's side, nod politely, force a smile, and then sit around for a while before it ended. Yet he soon regretted it. The group Luo Shu brought delivered a complete set of jewelry and the formal attire for tomorrow. Where did you get my measurements? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. I know that, Luo Qiyun said. By sight, and from online data. Luo Shu shook his head. Of course not. Why not just look at some of the evening gowns Luo Qiyun had worn before? After eliminating deep necks, backless gowns, and high slits, only one black dress remained. The matching jewelry made Qin Yu's earlobes ache just looking at it. Fine. Since the event was tomorrow evening, he still had the daytime to meet Luo Qiyun. But little did he know Luo Qiyun was at home helping pack things. Is it really that urgent? Luo Qiyun said as she busily folded clothes. She had suddenly received a call in the afternoon telling her to come home. She was to return to Jiangxing early the next morning. It was supposed to be a few days later, but your cousin's due date came early, so we're heading back now, Yao Jin explained. After packing up, Luo Qiyun sent a message to Qin Yu. Qin Yu helplessly replied with an okay, and tossed the phone aside. Since things had come to this, he might as well try to get along with the old man. Even though Qin Yu was willing to offer advice, the old man was stubbornly set in his ways, playing chess recklessly according to his own so-called strategy. You know, our family has no talent in this area except for your mother and you, Luo Qinshan said, and Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. It's written in the genes, nothing can be done. Time quickly arrived the next evening. Luo Shu finished work and came to pick him up in person. Don't you have any instructions? Qin Yu felt a bit constrained, just like the first day he had swapped bodies with Luo Qiyun. No. Luo Shu would handle all social matters. There was no bizarre scene of exclamations from the crowd, nor any random person stepping up to confront him. Qin Yu got out of the car and followed Luo Shu. Before entering, Luo Shu extended his arm, signaling Qin Yu to take it. Ha, Qin Yu chuckled. A bit too presumptuous. But there were indeed many people coming up to talk to Luo Shu. After all, he was a man of the hour. Just as Qin Yu was feeling a bit lost, he spotted two familiar faces. I heard she's already back, why don't you contact her? Bai Xuejing did not want to be here. Normally she wouldn't need to attend such events. Her outstanding older sister would handle it. But today her sister had gone on a business trip to the south, so she had to come temporarily. As for Su Liao, she had been dragged along by Bai Xuejing. She just finished work, she probably wants to rest for a couple of days. Bai Xuejing tapped her fingers on the wine glass, feeling bored. I was saying. She turned around, and Su Liao had already disappeared. Qiyun. Su Liao had spotted Qin Yu, and quickly walked over. Good evening. Meeting an acquaintance, Qin Yu finally felt a bit more at ease. Xuejing is also here, let's go chat over there. Su Liao was about to take Qin Yu away. Luo Shu's face darkened. So now no one cared about him at all, right? Is this the eldest Miss Luo? A friend of Luo Shu came over to greet him. They rarely saw the eldest Miss in person. After all, the rumors said the siblings' relationship was extremely poor, so Luo Qiyun would never appear as a companion. Yes, Qiyun she. Luo Shu turned his head, then back again, only to find that Qin Yu had already been pulled away by Su Liao. Hey, this wasn't fair. He had gone through so much trouble to invite her, and she was just taken away like that. Those two are her friends, Luo Shu said with an awkward smile. What could he do? Luo Shu always bore the burden in silence. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Bai Xuejing was also surprised. Neither of us seem like the type to show up at this kind of event. Did Luo the eldest get something on you? Bai Xuejing asked, puzzled. No, that can't be right. If he had leverage over you, you'd have already taken him out. Qin Yu sat down beside them. Speaking of which, there's no woman by Luo the eldest side, Bai Xuejing remarked. Is this gossip? Su Liao wasn't sure if they should be discussing topics related to Luo Shu. Everyone knows it, can that really be called gossip? Bai Xuejing waved her hand. Don't be ridiculous. True. They both looked at Qin Yu. Seems like someone doesn't know much more about her own brother than we outsiders do, Bai Xuejing said with a snap of her fingers. I don't drink. Qin Yu shook his head. He would follow Luo Qiyun's habits. Though he didn't understand why Luo Qiyun never touched alcohol in his body, yet didn't resist drinking when they swapped. Rumor has it that Luo the eldest has someone in his heart, so he refuses to get close to anyone. Others say he's devoted to work and has no time for romance. Which one is more likely? Bai Xuejing was curious. Maybe both are true, Su Liao guessed. Later Luo Shu took Qin Yu away again. His business friends were all very polite, showering him with endless compliments. It made Qin Yu awkward. He could only keep smiling. And Luo Shu, immensely satisfied, was still not content, dragging Qin Yu to talk to more people. That's enough, Qin Yu warned. With you here I can open up conversations better. It's all for the Luo family. Luo Shu elevated his selfish motives to the level of family devotion. He was still happy a moment ago, but when he turned around he saw a familiar face surrounded by others. Let's go quickly. Luo Shu used his body to shield Qin Yu, ready to leave immediately. What now? Qin Yu sighed. Ji Cheng. Meanwhile on the other side Luo Qiyun had finally arrived in Jiangqing. The cold night wind hit her face and the dry air made it difficult to breathe. Dragging her luggage out of the station, she saw Qin Yu's uncle. The uncle looked somewhat aged, immediately smoking with a stern face, seeming not very good-tempered. Except for his hairline, he wasn't tall in any aspect. Old uncle. Qin Yu walked over. Uncle Yao Kai's reaction was indifferent. Luo Qiyun had thought that since her mother was so gentle her brother would be easy to get along with. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Get in the car, dinner's ready at home. The uncle glanced at Luo Qiyun and nodded. That was his signal for her to hurry and load the luggage. All right. After a bit of effort, everyone first went to the old uncle's house to settle in. No one spoke on the way. The atmosphere was a bit strange. After driving for over 10 minutes, they hit a traffic jam. The car moved only once every 3 minutes. The road was already difficult to navigate, and other cars kept cutting in. Luo Qiyun was baffled. People cut in line, even in a traffic jam. She thought her uncle would give way, but the next second the window rolled down. You mother. The old uncle cursed with a well-known Jiangqing profanity. Huh. Luo Qiyun looked left and right. Was this right? Welcome to Jiangqing. Qin Yu giggled, unfazed by the scene unfolding before her. Having lived in Jiangqing for a while, she was more familiar with the local customs and temperament. Her uncle was still laying into someone, and the target of his tirade was hardly about to let it slide. Soon the two were trading insults. The altercation, however, didn't escalate. Someone from the other car interjected, let it go, let it go. The window rolled up, and the commotion came to an end. Luo Qiyun had half expected a brawl to break out right there in the traffic. After a 30-minute drive they arrived at the foot of her uncle's building. Carrying their luggage upstairs, they changed into slippers and settled onto the sofa to rest. Her mother and sister headed into the kitchen, chatting with their aunt in the local Jiangqing dialect. Left to her own devices, Luo Qiyun pretended to watch television, occasionally glancing at her phone. Her uncle poured 2 glasses of water, sliding one over to Luo Qiyun before taking a seat himself with the other, putting on a show of being deeply engrossed in the show. Your marksmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. An old drama was playing. Yan Shuangying's showdown with Duma. The winner's obvious, isn't it? Her uncle suddenly turned to her. Ah, yeah, right, Luo Qiyun replied, feeling a bit awkward. The show continued, transitioning into a street fight scene. Her uncle seemed genuinely absorbed, a look of surprise crossing his face. Seeing his attention fixed on the screen, Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone to message Qin Yu, hoping to ask how she should interact with her uncle. But Qin Yu's phone was left in the car, completely unreachable. Work's been going well lately. Her uncle whipped his head around so suddenly that Luo Qiyun nearly dropped her phone in fright. Yeah, it's going well, she answered mechanically. I asked around last time. Your sleep schedule's a bit all over the place. You should still take care of yourself. Her uncle cautioned. I will. With that he turned back to the TV. Luo Qiyun felt a wave of relief that he hadn't decided to grill her endlessly. Got a girlfriend yet? Please, no more surprise attacks, uncle. Fortunately dinner time arrived soon, featuring all the local specialties. During the meal her uncle insisted that Luo Qiyun drink with him. You're really going to drink? Yao Jin asked, a note of concern in her voice. What's that supposed to mean? Her uncle's brow furrowed. It had been so long since he'd seen his nephew. Wouldn't it be a shame not to share a drink? They drank the local liquor. Luo Qiyun thought 1 bottle would suffice for the 2 of them, but her uncle kept reaching out, pulling bottle after bottle from the nearby rack, until he had 3. By the time the others had finished eating, the uncle and nephew were still going at it. The uncle, who had been so quiet at first, couldn't stop talking once he was tipsy, rambling about everything under the sun, his glorious past. You know, when your mom said she was marrying into Yinjing, I was 100% against it. Her uncle sniffled, looking like he might cry. Luo Qiyun, however, remained sober and composed. But your dad, he was a really good man. Too bad. Yao Kai. If you're going to make a drunken scene, get out, their aunt barked. Her uncle slapped himself twice. Too much talk, too much talk. 3 drinks as my penance. At least Luo Qiyun could tell that Qin Yu's tolerance certainly wasn't inherited from their mother. She glanced at her sister who had been sitting by and listening to the stories the whole time, as if she knew exactly what their uncle would say. Speaking of which, you're not streaming during this trip that'll last over 20 days? Qin Yu asked. It's fine, I found someone to host it for me. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, completely unaware that had been roped into hosting a stream, was led away by Luo Shu, finally escaping the sight of Ji Cheng's large entourage. Why are we avoiding him? Qin Yu asked, lowering his head and peering past his brother to look at Ji Cheng's group. Don't want trouble, Luo Shu said, sitting down to drink, then glancing back. More than anything, I don't want this unpleasantness to make you reluctant next time I ask you to be my +1. Luo Shu was mainly looking out for himself. As if any of this was pleasant to begin with. Qin Yu could now somewhat understand why Luo Qiyun never attended these kinds of events. If by pleasant you mean spending an entire night fake smiling at a bunch of rich brats and socialites, I don't even know. Qin Yu looked at Luo Shu. Luo Xiao, this must be. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, a group of Luo Shu's friends from his social circle approached, intending to say hello upon seeing him with his sister. See, the unfamiliar rich brats and socialites have arrived. Luo Shu laughed heartily. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you guys, Qin Yu said awkwardly, quickly shaking his head. No worries, you two chat. The group marched over with high spirits, only to slink away in defeat. Stop laughing. These people are fine, honestly. Better than those old men who talk so slowly and need 3 people to help them walk. Qin Yu frowned. They'd chat for ages, and it was all just empty talk. Who could stand that? Luo Shu, I heard you brought a date today. Who is she? A group of business veterans from Luo Qian's generation approached, eager to catch a glimpse of the eldest Miss Luo. But they overheard Qin Yu's remark before they could get close. The old men looked at each other. Who needs 3 people to help them walk? The old men have arrived, Luo Shu whispered. Qin Yu could only wave her hands. I meant no offense. No, it's fine. We're all half buried in the ground anyway, the group of old men said with awkward laughter before shuffling away. Forget it. Qin Yu stopped talking. Anyway, it's still better than having Ji Cheng show up here. Qin Yu said, feeling a sense of relief. Just then someone's footsteps approached, only to inexplicably retreat. Qin Yu and Luo Shu's gazes locked onto the same spot simultaneously. Ji Cheng, who had been backing away, froze in place. Hey. Ji Cheng nodded in greeting. Ji Xiao. Luo Shu rose to his feet. It was fine to avoid him before they met face to face, but now that Ji Cheng was right in front of them, they had to at least maintain appearances. Luo Shu. Ji Cheng walked over. Have a seat, Luo Shu said, sitting down beside Qin Yu, gesturing for Ji Cheng to take the seat opposite. Ji Cheng's gaze swept over the two of them, searching for a topic. Qiyun, that outfit you're wearing today? Luo Shu shook his head. Wrong topic. Luo Shu, how's work lately? Luo Shu shook his head again. Well, so much for that. He was just supposed to sit here and not talk. Alright, I heard you two were chatting earlier. What about? Maybe I can join in, Ji Cheng said with a smile. You certainly can, Luo Shu replied. Qiyun mentioned 3 types of people, and you fit all of them. Ji Cheng's interest was piqued. Which 3 types? The idle rich kid, the old man who talks in circles, and the name Ji Cheng. Luo Shu watched his expression change and laughed. Just kidding. A joke, huh? I thought you were serious about me for a second, Ji Cheng said, relieved. Qin Yu looked at Ji Cheng. She hadn't said anything before, because she wasn't sure of Luo Qiyun's intentions, but now she felt it was time to be honest with Ji Cheng, even if she couldn't spell out her current relationship status with Luo Qiyun. At the very least, Ji Cheng should understand that Luo Qiyun had a young boyfriend. Clearing the air would be better for everyone involved. But where should the conversation begin? Young Master Ji, since this is a rare opportunity, I want to express my gratitude. Luo Shu spoke up, breaking the silence before Qin Yu could. Gratitude? For what? Ji Cheng asked, puzzled. You've been an excellent business partner, and have shown great care for my sister. The moment these words left Luo Shu's mouth, Ji Cheng grew wary. However, my sister has been spoiled, and her temper can be trying. I hope you can forgive her for any offense, young Master Ji. She doesn't harbor romantic feelings for you, so I don't wish to see you waste your time. Ji Cheng's mind went blank. What? I have no idea what you're talking about, Ji Cheng said, his smile resembling a grimace. Continuing like this won't be good for anyone. Luo Shu gestured beneath the table, signaling Qin Yu to leave. Though confused, Qin Yu complied, and walked over to Bai Zujing's table. After Qin Yu left, Ji Cheng's composure visibly crumbled. Luo Shu, how can you switch sides mid-game like this? Ji Cheng fumed. I'm not switching sides, I just don't want to see you heartbroken, Luo Shu said with utter sincerity. You'll never have a chance this way. Does Qiyun have a boyfriend? Ji Cheng asked. This was something Luo Shu couldn't answer directly, as the situation was rather complicated. I don't understand. Our families are old friends, well-matched in status. Qiyun's temper is so fierce, how many people could truly endure? Ji Cheng. Luo Shu's brows furrowed sharply. There were things he hoped Ji Cheng wouldn't say. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Qin Yu sat to the side, wondering why his brother had suddenly brought this up. Since when did Yanjing have so many people playing the devoted lover? Bai Shuejing stuck out her tongue puzzled. Yeah, when did this start? Su Liao also didn't understand. Equestrian club tomorrow. What an abrupt change of subject. Can I come too? Bai Shuejing had been feeling bored lately. For a long time she hadn't bothered dressing up as the sweet girl she once was. That old persona had been abandoned. She didn't care anymore. Sure, Su Liao readily agreed. Qin Yu nodded. It had been ages since Head last visited the equestrian club. After the banquet, Qin Yu and Luo Shu headed home together. He still didn't understand why Luo Shu had said those things. About what you said earlier. Qin Yu began. Luo Shu, wrapped in his coat, had already fallen asleep. Could it be that his tolerance for alcohol wasn't actually that good? An hour later the car stopped at the gates of the Luo residence. Luo Shu woke up instantly. The kid was faking it. Back inside after changing clothes and having Luo Shu's assistant help remove his makeup, Qin Yu lay in bed and saw a photo sent by Luo Qiyun. The dinner was full of his favorite dishes. There was also a video. His uncle, having had too much to drink, instinctively reached for a cigarette. Head just put the cigarette to his lips unlit when his aunt slapped it right out of his mouth. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Having fun? Qin Yu asked. It's a lot of fun. Luo Qiyun had never experienced this before, so she found it genuinely interesting. Alright, the live stream is all yours now. Luo Qiyun hadn't forgotten about that. Huh, he had to stream. Are you serious? Just fill in for a while and post an update explaining the situation. There were still sponsored deals to get through, so at least the next few days had to be streamed. Fine. After a good night's rest, Qin Yu drove back to his rented apartment the next afternoon, wrapped himself up tightly, and sat down at his desk. After explaining to Su Liao and the others that he couldn't make it to the equestrian club today, he prepared to start streaming. The stream announcement said the streamer had gone back to his hometown and a mystery guest would be hosting in his stead. Qin Yu glanced at the comments section. They were all complaints about how lazy the streamer was getting. Thinking about it, it was true. Even though his follower count was soaring, had been canceling streams left and right lately. He really was letting his viewers down. He opened the game, adjusted the stream settings, and pulled out his custom controller from the rack, which hadn't been used in a while. He adjusted the analog stick curves and button mapping, then went live. Wearing glasses and a mask, he tried his best to hide his identity. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Viewers entering the stream, whether they came for the spectacle or the content, all typed a question mark first. Who are you to Qin Yu? His girlfriend, a bullet comment asked. I'm just a guest streamer. Call me Xiao Qin number 2. Qin Yu deflected as usual. Yeah, that makes sense. How could Qin Yu have a girlfriend? He's so clueless. These viewers had nothing nice to say. To differentiate himself from his usual style and avoid raising suspicion, Qin Yu switched to playing with the controller. People came in for the novelty, and a guest streamer's hype naturally wouldn't match the real deal. But after watching for a while, they realized Xiao Qin number 2 had some decent skills. Although the viewer count was only half of usual, it stabilized quickly. Zhang Feng was streaming when he saw a bullet comment about Qin Yu's channel having a beautiful girl as a guest host. He quickly switched over to check it out. Where did he find someone to sub for him? Zhang Feng watched for a bit. The bullet comments were all telling him to duo Q with Qin Yu. Knock it off. Let's just watch for a bit and send some gifts to show support. Zhang Feng shook his head, declining the suggestion. He didn't know who the guest streamer was, but judging from the clothes, this wasn't some fresh college graduate. The family background was probably something special. That kid Xiao Qin, had he quietly managed to snag a rich girl as his girlfriend? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out. With his traffic boost, viewers trickled into the stream. Qin Yu occasionally glanced at the bullet comments. Perhaps because the usual streamer wasn't at the helm, the toxic comments had significantly decreased. Combined with the lack of a face cam, all the attention was on Qin Yu's gameplay. But thanks to the damned matchmaking system, even though Qin Yu was dominating every single game, he still couldn't secure a win. The second to last player on his team was blaming the last place player, and the stream chat was filled with profanity. Qin Yu, accustomed to keeping the team's morale up, instinctively turned on his mic to mediate. Come on guys, play properly. We can win this one. The voice chat icons showed all 4 teammates holding down their mics, but none of them spoke. There's a girl. Someone started losing it, and suddenly the 4 of them became much more rational, their gameplay improving dramatically. In the end, they managed an incredible comeback and won the game. Sis, did I play well? Sis, can you give me some praise? Damn. Before, when he tried to keep the team together, he'd get flamed. Even if he had the most kills, he couldn't say a word without getting ganged up on by his teammates. Now these kids were all eager beavers. Ignoring them, Qin Yu quickly queued up for the next match while thanking the gift donors. Thanks to Qin Yu 1234 for the flying kiss moi. After thanking the gift, Qin Yu suddenly realized what had just said. Someone was fishing for reactions in the stream. Over at her uncle's place, Luo Qiyun was staring at her phone with a mischievous grin. After her little stunt, the entire chat was demanding kisses. Ahem, only the first one gets a kiss. The rest of you are out of luck, he said. The bullet comments were furious. Oh, so we're playing little tricks in the stream, are we? Friendly reminder to the streamer, this chat is not a lawless. No, the streamer is just nervous for his first broadcast. I was rambling. Qin Yu said, waving his hand. The loudest little hand, is so cute. After Qin Yu inadvertently fell into Luo Qiyun's trap, the barrage of comments went wild. Many viewers even queued up solo to hunt him in-game. Qin Yu simply stopped talking. He streamed for 8 hours that day, planning to take the next day off and head to the ranch to unwind. After going offline, he scrolled through his feed, and the comments were all telling him not to come back and let the substitute streamer take over forever. These people were too fickle. Early the next morning, Qin Yu drove to the ranch. After putting his things down, he saw Su Liao instructing Bai Shuejing. How's my talent? Bai Shuejing was learning quite well. This is just a small horse meant for beginners like you to get started. Su Liao was often rendered speechless by Bai Shuejing's overconfidence. Are you saying my talent is mediocre? Bai Shuejing protested. Fine, you're the most talented one here, Su Liao said, ignoring her. She decided to let her play on her own. It's been a while since we've had a real match. Want to compete? Su Liao issued the challenge. No problem, Qin Yu nodded. While Bai Shuejing trotted along the side, the two raced down the track. Clearly freed from the shackles of competitive pressure, Su Liao felt much more at ease and broke her previous record. She won for the first time. In the past, she would have laughed uncontrollably, even taunting her opponent. But now she just smiled calmly. Did you go easy on me? Su Liao raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in her expression. I haven't practiced in so long, you consider it a handicap, Qin Yu said, resting his hands on the saddle. Next time I'll make sure you lose completely. Alright, Su Liao laughed as they trotted side by side on the track. Isn't this wrong, coach? Bai Shuejing said after playing for a bit, feeling like she wasn't riding the horse, but the horse was taking her for a walk. There's nothing wrong with it, the coach shook his head. Bai Shuejing looked at the other two riding tall horses, looking as dashing as wandering heroes. Then she looked at herself like an old man riding a donkey. This wasn't what she wanted. I feel a bit out of place, Bai Shuejing said, feeling dejected. The three stayed until noon, then went for lunch. During the meal, Bai Shuejing brought up the incident from the banquet the other day. Young Master Ji drank a lot that day and had to be carried out, Bai Shuejing said curiously. What did he hear that day? Qin Yu shook his head. He hadn't heard what Luo Shu said later, but it shouldn't have been enough to make Ji Chun break down. It was a bit exaggerated. Maybe she launched a spiritual attack on him, Bai Shuejing said, pointing to her temple. What spiritual attack? Alright, let's eat, Su Liao said, not wanting to hear more. This was a good opportunity, gossiping was pointless. Try this, she said, expertly picking up food with her chopsticks. Bai Shuejing, sitting across from Qin Yu, was eating when she suddenly looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She ducked her head as if afraid of being seen, silently praying not to be noticed. Shuejing, what a coincidence. Are these your friends? It was her ex-boyfriend. No, this is my sister and her friend. Huh. Yu Qian, the ex-boyfriend, felt awkward and turned to greet Qin Yu and the others. Qin Yu was eating, and as he looked up, Yu Qian instinctively took a step back. Wow, wasn't this the infamous Miss Luo who was said to fearlessly berate anyone regardless of age or gender? Yes, after the banquet ended that night, the misunderstandings surrounding Luo Qiyun in all of Yinjing had deepened. It was rumored that although Miss Luo was quite cute, she seemed displeased with everyone, and anyone who dared to approach her that night was met with a sharp retort. Of course, this was just a rumor. Is there something you need? Bai Shuejing sighed. Whether it was past sorrow or resentment, it was all water under the bridge. Yu Qian said with a forced smile. I'm here to apologize for what happened last time, nothing else. He had also realized his words were too harsh, but since Bai Shuejing refused to see him, he never had the chance to say it. Alright, say your apology. Bai Shuejing nodded. I'm sorry. It's fine, you can go now. Yu Qian stood there stunned. Qin Yu, completely unrelated to the matter, took a couple of bites. It was a bit salty. He put down his chopsticks and picked up his water glass. The slight movement was enough to startle Yu Qian. Goodbye, I won't disturb you any further, he said and fled. Bai Shuejing smiled, watching his retreating figure with a hint of contempt. Are you okay? Su Liao looked at her friend. What's there to be upset about? I feel nothing. Bai Shuejing spoke the truth. She used to envy Luo Qiyun's willfulness and carefree nature, always wanting to be her opposite. But now she thought learning to live like Luo Qiyun wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least she felt at ease now. After the meal, the two took Qin Yu to see a movie. As they came out, all three were yawning. Who keeps making movies where you can guess the ending from the start? Bai Shuejing complained. No, I thought it was fine, Su Liao countered. Really? Let me ask you, what was the female lead's name? Su Liao actually hadn't been watching as she spent the whole time trying to feed Qin Yu snacks and taking advantage of the dim lighting, secretly watching his small chewing movements. Someone noticed this, but didn't call it out. By the way, come over to my place in a couple of days, Su Liao said, planning to invite some friends for a small gathering. Well, see, Bai Shuejing said with a yawn. She needed to go home and rest, so she left first. Once she was gone, Qin Yu also found an excuse to leave. He happened to see a message from Luo Qiyun saying everything was fine at her cousin's place. So he called her. Is the baby cute? Qin Yu asked. I haven't seen it yet, but it's probably all wrinkled and not very cute. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Everyone was happy gathered around her cousin. The parents were inside while the siblings and cousins were outside. I'm going to visit my grandparents in a few days. Is there anything you want me to tell them? I can pass it along. Luo Qiyun said. No, just have fun, Qin Yu said. The only thing he regretted was missing the chance to set off firecrackers around the new year. He had been looking forward to that. As he walked, Qin Yu suddenly bumped into someone and then felt his leg being hugged. Looking down, he saw a little girl who had appeared out of nowhere looking up at him. Her big sparkling eyes held joy and excitement, and she smiled the moment their eyes met. Daddy, did you secretly have a child behind my back? Luo Qiyun said, shocked. I was about to ask you the same thing, Qin Yu said, pinching the little girl's cheek. You already opened the Christmas present, what's there to ask about? Are you lost, little one? Qin Yu crouched down and asked softly. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old, wrapped in a white down jacket, like a fluffy duckling. She reached out, adjusted her white wool hat, shook her head, then nodded. Was she lost or not? Sorry, she's like this with all beautiful ladies. Hearing a gentle, smiling female voice, Qin Yu looked up. So tall. That was Qin Yu's first impression. The older sister standing before him wasn't wearing high heels, yet her height rivaled that of Luo's shoe. She had a slender figure and an elegant posture, likely a dancer. Her gentle charm radiated, constantly captivating. Clad in a simple white dress and a chestnut coat, she needed no jewelry to accentuate her beauty. She was not as flamboyantly beautiful as Yu Xinran, nor as valiant as Rui Shui. Yet a single smile could intoxicate the soul. Is this your daughter? Qin Yu asked. My cousin. Qin Yu rose, but the little girl still clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. Dong Miaoi. Dong Miaoi extended her right hand, feeling a faint familiarity with the person before her, though she couldn't place where she had seen him. Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu shook her hand briefly. Was such formality necessary for a chance encounter? Oh, I know who you are. Indeed, many knew of Luo Qiyun, and 99% of it was hardly flattering. The outside world misunderstands me greatly, Qin Yu said. All right, you stop hugging this sister, it's bothering her. Dong Miaoi spoke. The little girl obediently released Qin Yu. Yet once held in her cousin's arms, she still reached out stubbornly, trying to cling to Qin Yu again. Indeed, the world has turned Miss Luo into a monster that devours children, but now I see it's not so. Dong Miaoi shook her head. Then I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Qin Yu waved. After leaving, he returned directly to the Luo residence where his father was studying several books. Even with reading glasses, he leaned in so close it seemed the book was devouring him. Qin Yu glanced over. How to handle family relationships. Luo Qianshan appeared overly anxious. Qian's back. Luo Qianshan saw only 2 words in that book, yield and endure. Qin Yu greeted him and went upstairs, brushing past Luo Qichuan coming down. After exchanging greetings, Luo Qichuan sat beside his father, snatched the book and tossed it into the trash. You looking for a beating? Luo Qianshan removed his glasses. You've weathered storms before, yet you're so frightened by a trifle, grasping at straws. Luo Qichuan shook his head repeatedly. Trifle? Luo Qianshan fumed. If your sister dating someone is a trifle, then nothing in this family matters. Understand? After a moment's thought, Luo Qianshan felt he had been too flustered. All sense of security comes from intelligence, but right now I have 0 information about your sister's possible boyfriend. What if? Luo Qianshan looked at his younger son, reaching out to pat his shoulder. I'd like to live a few more years, honestly. Luo Qichuan jumped aside. It wasn't about ability, he dared not play the double agent to gather intel. Qin Yu understood his father's worry. He believed that once Luo Qiyun returned to Yanjing and found the right moment to reveal their relationship, everything would be fine. Right? Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun finally saw the newborn. As she expected, the tiny face was wrinkled, utterly unappealing. He's so small, Qin Yu said, leaning and showing little interest. You were both tiny when you were born, though the cousin wasn't much older than them. Qin Yu suddenly grew curious. Sis, who was cuter when we were little, me or my brother? The cousin answered without hesitation. Xiao Yu was cuter because he was easier to fool. He was a bit dazed as a child, could be lured away with a candy, never cried or made a fuss. Everyone adored young Qin Yu. He wasn't shy with strangers, had a sweet tongue, and greeted everyone. Give him a toy and he'd play quietly alone all day. Because Qin Yu was so well-behaved and adorable, everyone assumed his sister Qin Yu would be the same. So during Qin Yu's ages 3 to 5, many relatives took her home, hoping to experience the joy of child-rearing. The result was that Qin Yu kept crazy hours, fussing all night and crying for her mother during the day. You probably don't remember this, but you cried all night at my house when you were little. I almost wanted to spank you, the cousin said with a smile. Was I that naughty? Qin Yu doubted. According to her mother, she had always been a good child. You're only obedient in front of Xiao Yu, the cousin remarked. It's like one thing subdues another. After visiting the baby, the group returned to the uncle's house. The next day, they were to visit their grandparents in the countryside, and also find time to sweep their father's grave. They set off early the next morning, and after a 2.5-hour drive, they finally arrived. The countryside houses were scattered. The grandparents' home stood at the first house in the village with white walls and black tiles, a yellow dog guarding the front door. Grandma was dozing in a rocking chair basking in the sun, while Grandpa smoked and hammered at an old wooden bench with a set of traditional tools. Luo Qiyun took the fruit gifts they had brought and placed them on the table inside. Grandma quickly rose and invited everyone to sit. Xiao Qin and Qin Yu are back too. Grandma took her sister's hand, scrutinizing her. You've lost weight. Qin Yu smiled, awkwardly unsure how to respond. Grandpa was still busy with his work, not sparing a glance at anyone. Luo Qiyun formed a first impression of the two elders. It seemed Grandpa was rather aloof. Afterward, the elderly lady chatted with Luo Qiyun and her sister about family matters, repeating many things. After all, they were old, it was understandable. By noon, her mother was busy helping Grandma prepare the meal, while her uncle roamed the village distributing cigarettes and making small talk. Luo Qiyun took a deep breath. The air carried a faint scent of straw left after the autumn harvest, fresh and clean. Have a tangerine, Xiao Qin. Grandpa, finally done with his work, handed her one. Sure. Luo Qiyun took it and peeled it. Grandpa stood a short distance away smoking. When Luo Qiyun looked at him, he averted his gaze, pretending to be idle. After she finished the tangerine, Grandpa reached out again. Here, another one. He offered another tangerine. Grandpa, I just had one. The old man's cloudy eyes darted anxiously, a hint of disappointment, as he turned to leave. I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Luo Qiyun quickly stood up and took the tangerine. Before lunch, she looked at her right hand. Her fingers had turned yellow from eating so many. Her hiccups still carried the faint scent of oranges. At lunch, they had a simple meal, and Grandpa brought out his homemade liquor to share, only to be firmly stopped by Grandma. The dishes were all homely fare, but fresh and tasty. Luo Qiyun, however, had eaten too many oranges to have much of an appetite. In the afternoon, she helped tidy up the house and prepare for the new year. Occasionally, she'd unearth small trinkets from the corners, and Yao Jin would hand them to Luo Qiyun, telling her the stories behind them. The flat-roofed house the elderly couple lived in was built by their uncle 2 years ago, and many things had been left piled up after the construction. They had wanted to throw them away back then, but the old folks wouldn't allow it. Luo Qiyun was just enjoying listening to anecdotes from Qin Yu's childhood when a loud bang echoed from outside, followed by a burst of frantic barking. Better go check it out. Your sister's probably up to something, Yao Jin said with a smile. Stepping outside, they saw Qin Yu holding a firecracker of unknown origin, setting it off near the dog's bowl. She carefully lit it, covered the bowl, and scurried away before watching the aluminum bowl launch into the air with a gleeful chuckle. The big yellow dog tethered at the door lunged forward desperately, its chain pulled taut, front paws flying in the air as it snarled furiously at Qin Yu. All right, leave Da Huang alone, Luo Qiyun said as she walked over. Otherwise it might bite you next time we come back. Fine. Qin Yu nodded, deciding to find something else to blow up instead. By the way, where did you get the firecrackers? Share some with me. The two of them strolled along the field ridges, everything around them a novelty to the young miss. Back at the doorstep by 4 in the afternoon, the scent of oranges on their hands had been replaced by the smell of gunpowder. Her younger sister washed some fruit and offered it to their grandmother, who opened her mouth, pointing to her few remaining teeth. Can't chew these anymore. You two have them. No worries, I'll cut them into small pieces for you. Qin Yu hurriedly stood up. No need, I don't really care for them. Just then their mother finished her chores and came out with a stalk of sugarcane. With a sharp knee strike, she snapped it into 3 pieces, handing them to the siblings and their grandmother. Luo Qiyun looked at the sugarcane, peel still on from all sides. It was hard to get a bite. She saw Qin Yu struggling just as much, biting down hard to tear off the peel, only to miss and jab herself right in the nose, yelping in pain and hopping around while clutching her face. Luo Qiyun quietly set her sugarcane aside. Better stick to oranges, this sugarcane bites back. Their grandmother, who claimed to have bad teeth, was eating hers with ease. Dinner was a more sumptuous affair, and Luo Qiyun tasted fresh lotus root for the first time. It had gone from the water straight to the table. And there was a fish lively just moments before, still struggling as it hit the pan. It's not going down without a fight, Yao Jin said, pressing the fish down with her spatula and glancing back at Luo Qiyun. Mom's smile was a little terrifying. After dinner, the siblings were settled in the largest room with 2 beds against opposite walls. Grandma brought in quilt after quilt, stacking them high and covering them thick. It gets cold at night. Don't catch a chill. The old lady nearly wrapped them up like dumplings and still wasn't satisfied. It's fine, Grandma. Too many quilts will make us overheated. It took some effort to convince her to leave. Only then did Luo Qiyun find time to message Qin Yu. She sent a few scenic photos with a message. It's actually quite fun here. Luo Qiyun was genuinely having a good time. Qin Yu looked at the photos and felt a pang of regret. It had been years since had been there. Some people are smiling more now than they have all day, Qin Yu commented from within her cocoon of blankets, only her eyes visible. Honestly, who was that sister who came to save us last time? Luo Qiyun placed her phone face down. You really want to know? If you're going to tell me directly, then yes. If you're going to try and make a deal, then forget I asked. Qin Yu turned her head away. What's your impression of her? Luo Qiyun asked. Impression? Qin Yu thought seriously for a moment. I don't know much about her, but you two looked pretty good together. Now that was a compliment. Once we're back in Yinjing, I'll introduce you when I get the chance, Luo Qiyun said. What should I call her then? Sister or sister-in-law? Qin Yu asked. Whatever you like. The next morning the sound of someone tidying up outside woke them. Luo Qiyun got up first. After washing up, she saw her mother busy airing out quilts. Her grandmother was chatting with an elderly neighbor. When she saw Luo Qiyun approach, she exchanged a few pleasantries before continuing their conversation. Curious, Luo Qiyun leaned in to listen. Yes, little Jean was really something special back then, the two old women reminisced. Luo Qiyun assumed they were talking about how beautiful, sensible, and capable her mother was in her youth. She took on 3 at once and had them begging for mercy. Not many girls could do that. Who? Luo Qiyun turned to look. Yao Jin was calmly hanging quilts with a gentle smile. Every word Luo Qiyun could think of to describe a tender mother fit her perfectly. Yet this very mother had a hidden violent streak in her youth. She had a rough day, and told me if they want listen to reason you just have to beat them into submission. I thought she was joking, Grandma said, half laughing half crying at the memory. By the time they had finished their farm work and rushed over to break it up, Yao Jin had already taken down 3 opponents. Luckily the kids didn't fight too rough, just a few scrapes and bruises. Grandma dragged her daughter over to apologize, but the other party was too embarrassed to accept. It was an old oft-told tale, but Luo Qiyun had never heard it. She found it fascinating and ended up sitting there listening for a long time. Meanwhile, back in the city, Qin Yu was sitting on Su Leo's sofa staring at the scene before him with a headache. She had said she'd invited a few friends over, but there were over a dozen. Qin Yu was surrounded by the group, playing a board game Su Liao had prepared. Whenever it was Qin Yu's turn, and he started rolling the dice, everyone's eyes were on him. It won. Move back 3 spaces by Xu Ejing announced, acting as the host, and reading the effect of the square. Midlife bankruptcy, wife leaves with the kids. Ahem. By Xu Ejing was too embarrassed to continue. Everyone laughed nervously. It was just that Qin Yu's luck was abysmal, he kept getting penalized. Qin Yu knew exactly how unlucky he was, which was why he never played games of chance, never bought skins, never pulled for gacha, and never touched table games like mahjong. Because the tiles he didn't want would always come to him, and the ones he needed would be gone in a single round. Haha, this game is boring. Let's move on to the next one, Su Liao said, quick as a flash, sweeping everything off the table. What was the next activity? Qin Yu looked around at the others. The next segment involved Qin Yu tasting the little desserts they had brought. Naturally, all of them were homemade. Considering the actress identity of this body Luo Qiyun, they had thoughtfully prepared very small tasting portions. Even so, it was a case of a sparrow may be small, but it has all its organs. A single bit-sized cake was adorned with a strawberry looking quite incongruous. Taking them one by one, Qin Yu ate a piece of chocolate and remarked, mediocre. Then a cookie, ordinary. Who made this one? Qin Yu frowned at the 3rd sample. Mimi. Someone stepped forward. This is inedible. Don't make this again. The frosting was applied as if it cost nothing, cloyingly sweet and impossible to swallow. He thought that after such harsh criticism their enthusiasm would wane. But the one directly told that her creation was not fit for human consumption seemed delighted, instead grabbing her friend's arm and bursting into laughter. They never wanted his praise in the first place, they were all just here to be scolded. In the end, it was Su Liao who understood his palate, as her creation was the only one that was edible. Qin Yu picked up the millefeuille she had made and rose to leave. Are you going outside to eat? Everyone looked a bit disappointed. But there's no one outside. Qin Yu didn't want to answer. That's exactly why I'm going outside. The group exchanged glances as they watched him leave. Seems like we made her angry. If you think that, it only shows you don't understand her at all. Bai Shuejing shook her head with an air of profound wisdom. Everyone looked at her simultaneously, eager to hear her explanation. When the young lady is truly angry, she'd give you a punch, not walk away, Bai Shuejing declared with a smug expression. You might know a bit about desserts, but do you understand tsundere? Oh. The group suddenly had a revelation. Su Liao, overhearing this, felt her ears burn. What nonsense, this was pure misdirection. It's not like that. There really were too many of us, Su Liao tried to explain. It's hard enough to get her out, and with so many people at once she felt overwhelmed. So the young lady was shy. Bai Shuejing continued chatting with the group, while Su Liao slipped away alone, finding the perfect angle. Today Qin Yu, following Luo Qiyun's styling advice, wore a white knit dress paired with a pink coat, white short boots, and a pearl white hair clip holding back the long hair at his left temple. A fluffy white beret bobbed gently with each nod. Su Liao pulled out her phone. A strawberry milkshake, how cute. Click. The candid shot went unnoticed by Qin Yu, and Su Liao snapped a few more. Qin Yu set down his black tea and turned his head only to see over a dozen people hiding in the corner peeking. These people were truly obsessed. Sigh, if only he were back home right now, he could even blow up a dog bowl. Of course, none of those present would guess that the young lady, seemingly lost in deep thought over some worry, was actually thinking about playing with firecrackers. Let's go. Su Liao stood up and left. In the world of candid photography, only the first to seize the moment gets the meat, the rest don't even deserve a sip of the soup. A crowd huddled around Su Liao begging for the photos. I don't even think about it. Su Liao clutched her phone protectively to her chest. Don't bother asking her. I have some too from when we went out before. Bai Shuijing opened her own photo album. But after a single glance, everyone dispersed. They were all group photos, they wanted solo candid shots. Hey, what's with you all? Bai Shuijing was indignant. After finishing his dessert, Qin Yu checked the time. It was 2 p.m. About time to head home. He needed to stream for a bit. After shaking off the reluctant group, Qin Yu returned to his rented apartment. He hadn't seen Xiao Ran these past few days. Probably busy. It was better this way, avoiding any awkward encounters that would be hard to explain. Sitting at his computer, Qin Yu brewed a cup of tea, blew on it carefully, took a small sip, and then started his stream. Surprisingly, his follower count had increased even after a single day off. It seems diligently being a technical streamer doesn't make you famous as fast as just goofing off. Good afternoon. The viewers greeted him as usual, but quickly moved on to comment on his outfit. Forget it, these guys had ulterior motives, just ignore them. The afternoon stream consisted of gaming and an interactive segment where he read and commented on viewer comments. How did the streamer meet the substitute streamer girl? Qin Yu looked at the question. How should he answer this? How did they even meet? Divine arrangement. We met while gaming, Qin Yu typed in response. The substitute streamer is clearly not an ordinary person. That outfit isn't cheap. Where did the streamer manage to scam a young lady like that? Who scammed whom was still up for debate. There's no scamming involved, just. Qin Yu's fingers hovered over the keyboard, typing the sentence before deleting it. He continued scrolling, and the comments went completely off the rails. Some said the substitute streamer should stream more, maybe 25 hours a day. Others suggested the main streamer should be fired and replaced by the substitute. Qin Yu knew they were all joking, so he simply replied okay to everything. After the stream ended, he stretched ready to relax and enjoy the early evening when his phone suddenly rang. Are you free tonight? Come to the company, Jin Ming, who hadn't bothered him for a few days, said. It's a small year-end gathering. Just come and sit for a bit. There was no reason to refuse such a simple request, so Qin Yu agreed and drove to the company. Yu Shunran was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Yu, he gave him an appraising look. A pink cotton candy. Why so sudden without any prior notice? Qin Yu asked. We weren't planning to have one, but the boss has been acting a bit strange lately, wanting to flaunt his financial charm. So we're just going along with it, Yu Shunran explained. Qin Yu followed him inside to the venue where Ji Chung was at the center of a crowd. Jin Ming was also surrounded by several unfamiliar faces. Jin Ming has taken on some new people, Yu Shunran observed. Can she handle it all? Qin Yu was puzzled. Well, isn't our young lady here much less troublesome these days? So she has the energy to mentor new talent. So Luo Qiyun's antics really had that much of an impact. Go over and say hello. And Xian is there too, Yu Shunran said. And Xian was standing in the middle of a group, forcing a smile, clearly out of his element in such social situations. He hadn't been in the best mood lately. He had rushed back to Yanjing to treat Qin Yu to a meal, only to find that she had gone back to her hometown. What a pity. Hello. And Xian greeted politely. Hello. Qin Yu nodded, then his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Xiao Ran. You're a senior now, so if you have time, please help guide these newcomers, Jin Ming said from the side. Me? Qin Yu felt he was still a novice himself. It would be better if Luo Qiyun herself were here. As they were chatting, Qin Yu noticed everyone starting to crowd around him. Is she a newcomer too? Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Ran. Yes, senior, Yu Shunran nodded. Well, it wasn't like mentoring newcomers would ever fall to him anyway. Qin Yu found a seat, and Yu Shunran approached with 4 glasses of wine. Champagne, red wine, brandy, or a margarita? Yu Shunran gestured invitingly. Water is fine, thank you. Qin Yu shook his head. Yu Shunran shook her head in regret and brought over a beer instead. Qin Yu looked at her with a strange expression. It's ice cold. That was acceptable. Qin Yu took the glass and took a sip. He smacked his lips lightly. It had indeed been a long time since Head had a drink. In the center of the room, Ji Chung was speaking, and everyone gathered around. The crowd split into 2 streams, but Jin Ming and her subordinate remained seated near Qin Yu. Seemed a bit disrespectful to the boss. The seniors were explaining to Xiao Ran about Jin Ming's personality and what could and couldn't be done. In short, under Jin Ming, resources were plentiful and public relations issues were nothing to worry about. Even dating was fine as long as she informed them in advance. Just don't cause trouble or make a scene on set, one senior advised Xiao Ran. This was indeed an eye-opener for Xiao Ran. Except for Miss Luo, of course. Xiao Ran looked over at Qin Yu. But the young lady has really changed now, quite adorable, isn't she? The senior mused. Xiao Ran nodded. Over on Qin Yu's side, he held his glass listening to Yu Shunran vent about recent events. I've given up on socializing. Every time she went out, trouble followed. She spent her ample free time honing her acting skills and cooking. Ji Chung in the center soon finished chatting with everyone and walked over. Black suit, black tie. A complete departure from his usual languor, even his expression had shifted. Boss. Yu Shenran eyed Ji Chung warily. Could you excuse us for a moment? I'd like to have a few words with Qiyun alone. Ji Chung was polite. Yu Shenran glanced at Qin Yu, and only after receiving his nod did she step aside. Ji Chung. Qin Yu looked up. Last time Luo Shu had asked him to leave the banquet perhaps to shield him from Ji Chang's emotional outburst. But that wasn't necessary if some things always had to be faced head-on. Luo Shu was worried I might lose my mind. He overreacted. Ji Chung sat upright. Qin Yu met Ji Chang's gaze directly. Alright, to be honest, he didn't overreact at all. Ji Chung had indeed already lost his mind. Now he had managed to convince himself otherwise. Someone like me. Everything I've ever seen since I was young has always been within reach. Except for my cousin Wu Qin's fist, there was never anything I feared. So at first I couldn't tell if it was just a fleeting whim or genuine feelings. And have you found your answer? Qin Yu asked. The very fact that Ji Chung was sitting here made the answer obvious. Maybe this self-pity will fade in a few days. Ji Chung smiled wryly. Or perhaps you've simply fallen for the wrong person. Qin Yu said. Don't say that. Honestly, I'd rather you just punched me and told me to get lost. This only makes me regret it more. Ji Chung shook his head. I know you never drink. Would you make an exception today? Ji Chung slid a glass of brandy over. Qin Yu took the glass and downed it in one go. Well, nothing seemed to happen. Ji Chung nodded. Thank you. He seemed to regret it even more now, he needed to find a place to wallow. Then he got up and left. Yu Shenran returned to her seat. He's quite decisive. Yu Shenran watched Ji Chang's retreating figure. She turned back to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head gently, his cheeks flushing slightly. His eyes narrowed, and he swayed in small, unsteady motions. Are you alright? Yu Shenran quickly stood up. Why is the floor floating? Qin Yu's vision spun wildly, and he felt as if he were suspended in midair. His eyes closed, and he toppled sideways. Yu Shenran was quick, thankfully catching him. One drink, and he was out. This was one of the reasons the young lady herself never drank. Sister Jinming, they'll take Qiyun home first. Yu Shenran lifted Qin Yu and took her leave. Back home, Yu Shenran laid Qin Yu on the bed and stood at the door for a moment. The figure curled up into a ball, hands folded on the pillow. Good night. The next morning, Qin Yu woke up and scratched his head. Head thought Luo Qiyun's body had a low tolerance for alcohol, but he never imagined it was this bad. Good morning, miss. Good morning. Qin Yu got up. After washing up and changing, he walked out, running his fingers through his hair, and Yu Shenran had already prepared breakfast. What happened after I drank that glass last night? Qin Yu hoped he hadn't caused any trouble. Well, apart from challenging everyone in the room to a duel, nothing much. I'm just kidding. Qin Yu stared at her. That wasn't funny. With the morning off, Qin Yu complained to Luo Qiyun about her alcohol tolerance. But Luo Qiyun didn't avoid alcohol because of her low tolerance. It was to protect everyone else at the table. Qin Yu also brought up Ji Cheng's matter. After receiving the message, Luo Qiyun didn't reply, just tucked her phone into her pocket. Brother, can you stand a bit closer? Qin Xinyu was holding a huge firecracker from Wok No Shir, staring fearfully at the short green fuse. I'm a little scared. The firecracker in her hand was thicker than the sugarcane she'd eaten yesterday. If this thing went off, every dog in the village would be barking. If you're scared, you don't have to light it. Luo Qiyun said helplessly. Besides, isn't this illegal? Qin Xinyu shook her head, stretching her arms out while leaning back. After lighting it, she recoiled sharply. Boom. Dust flew everywhere, some dog yelped, and then a chorus of barking erupted across the village. Luo Qiyun was curious where her sister got all this stuff. That's all. Qin Xinyu looked disappointed. The firecrackers you could buy now were just weak little pop-pops. It was nearly impossible to find these Super Thunder Kings anymore. So where did you get all this? Luo Qiyun asked. Old stock. Qin Xinyu had hidden them in the storage room years ago. The moment she got back, she remembered them, dug them out, and set them all off. She certainly wasn't worried about them expiring. Can't go back, just like my lost Xinyu. Their mother called, and Qin Xinyu immediately trotted over. After lunch, the family was going to sweep their father's grave. Luo Qiyun had never asked why their father was buried here. She followed Qin Yu's example and sent him a message asking if he had any words to pass on. Qin Yu looked at his phone screen. No, just tell him I'm doing well too. After crossing a stretch of field ridges, the three arrived at the gravesite. Here to see you, old man. Qin Xinyu crouched down and placed the incense sticks. Luo Qiyun thought about it. It seemed like the family, including Qin Yu, never spoke of their father. Even now, standing before the grave, their mother didn't seem overly sad. Luo Qiyun crouched down, helping to clear the dirt and weeds from the grave. Her mother and sister exchanged light-hearted jokes, a stark contrast to the solemn, tomb-sweeping Luo Qiyun remembered. See you next year, old man. Qin Xinyu said, waving her hand as she stood up. On the way back, Qin Xinyu walked ahead, while Luo Qiyun stayed by her mother's side. The first time he came here, he said he loved the scenery. Yao Jin recalled a smile escaping her lips. Back then it was all shabby low-tile houses, and he arrived in the dead of winter with dead grass everywhere. Luo Qiyun slowed her steps. Her father hadn't loved the place itself, but the person he loved was here. When you were just born, he always insisted a son would take after his mother and lamented that his own temperament was too gentle, Yao Jin said, reaching out to pinch Luo Qiyun's cheek. But once you turned 3, it was clear you were his spitting image. On the way back, Yao Jin recounted many tales of the past. That afternoon, there was a pre-New Year bustle. Grandpa started the water pump, planning to catch fish in the pond behind the house. Qin Yu stood at the pond's edge, eager to join in. The pond had been drained into a muddy pit, and she was itching to try it. Don't fall in, child, stand back, Grandpa said, smoking a cigarette. The smoke stung his eyes, but his hands were too muddy to wipe away the tears. Want to go play in the mud? Grandma asked. The younger sister nodded. Donning an ill-fitting pair of waders, Qin Yu tentatively tested the edge of the bank before struggling forward through the muck. Whyd, you let the kid go down there to mess in the mud? Grandpa sounded a bit cross. She was getting filthy. Ignore him, Grandma said with a dismissive pout, not bothering to argue with the old man. Qin Yu fumbled around in the mud, finally grabbing a small fish and putting it in the bucket, giggling to herself. Sigh. Grandpa let out a sigh. After all that searching, Qin Yu had only managed to catch a bunch of tiny things in the pond that was supposedly full of big fish. But her persistence paid off, and she finally got her hands on a big one. She reached in the fish's scales, slipping through her palm, nearly escaping. Qin Yu immediately used both hands, grabbing the big fish and yanking it out, only for the tail to slap her right across the face, leaving her with a mouthful of mud. Luo Qiyun was laughing from the shore, but the next second the fish came flying straight at her. Before she could react, she was splattered with mud. Qin Yu laughed from the pit, but then her feet slipped, and she plopped right down into the muck, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Half an hour later, Yao Jin looked at the soaking clothes soaking in the water, and Qin Yu, who was sniffling, and just shook her head. What if I said that was just a slip, not on purpose? Would you believe me, big bro? Qin Yu tried to explain. Believe her. Luo Qiyun totally believed her. On the 24th of the 12th lunar month, Qin Yu finally finished his commercial livestream. The old man had been messaging him all day, asking him to come home and stay. Assuming the Luo brothers were still busy, Qin Yu went back to the Luo residence to keep the old man company. To his surprise, he found both Luo Shu and Luo Qichuan there. Luo Shu was at the door, deeply engrossed in a phone call with someone, occasionally letting out a foolish chuckle. He gets like this for a few days every year. In the past, it was always for nothing, but this year it's probably genuine. Luo Qichuan suddenly appeared beside him. Qin Yu was puzzled, wondering what that was supposed to mean. Never mind him, he's not going to be himself for the next few days. Luo Qichuan explained. But there's a silver lining. Asking him for favors during this time is a piece of cake. He'll usually just agree outright. Back inside the house, Luo Qianshan had finally managed to extricate himself from the pile of confusing guidebooks. The good news was he had freed himself from the clutches of those twisted ideas. The bad news was the old man had started fiddling with a prayer bead bracelet. Sis'll bet you if I go over and say something now, Dad will spin those beads so fast they'll catch fire. Wanna bet? Luo Qichuan didn't bother discussing it with Qin Yu, and simply walked over to their father. After glancing at Qin Yu, he whispered something. The old man's hands moved faster, his breathing growing more rapid. Later after dinner, Qin Yu claimed he was tired and headed upstairs to rest. But before he could get up, Luo Shu pushed him back down. What? Qin Yu looked up at Luo Shu. Perfect, I have something to say too, the old man interjected. Sis, how about coming by my place tomorrow for a visit? You're the founding father of the project after all. Luo Qichuan was the first to extend the invitation. The father and son, who also wanted to schedule something with Qin Yu for the next day, both looked over at the same time. Luo Qichuan raised his right hand in surrender. I can go later, please go ahead. There's a performance tomorrow. I was wondering if you're free, would you like to go see it together? Luo Shu said. The brothers then looked at their father. Your turn. The old man suddenly found it hard to speak. The activities his sons had planned were far more interesting than his own. Forget it, I don't have anything to say, the old man said, utterly dejected. In that case, he'll reschedule for the day after tomorrow, Luo Qichuan said. He wouldn't dare offend his financial backer. Qin Yu's face darkened. They weren't even going to ask if he accepted the invitation, were they? The next morning, Luo Shu got ready and drove off himself. Qin Yu noticed a bouquet of flowers on the back seat. So Luo Shu had ulterior motives after all. When they arrived at the venue, they sat in a second-floor private box. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand and looked out. As the performance began, he quickly became engrossed in the opera. Luo Shu, who had brought him there, wasn't watching very intently. When the 2-hour performance ended, Qin Yu finally figured out why Luo Shu was there. He was waiting in the backstage lounge holding the flowers. When the lead actress came out after removing her makeup with her colleagues, Luo Shu's expression changed instantly. Qiyun, we meet again. But the target of Luo Shu's attention didn't notice him at first, instead walking towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu took a good look at the person in front of him, and finally remembered who she was. The older sister had met that day, Dong Yaoi. Did you come to the show alone? Dong Yaoi stepped forward, leaning in slightly with a smile. Qin Yu said nothing, just pointed at Luo Shu. Dong Niaoyi glanced back at Luo Shu, then, as if nothing had happened, continued. Do you have time later? How about we grab a bite to eat? So even the famous young master Luo gets the cold shoulder sometimes. Qin Yu nodded. Considering all the times Luo Shu had helped him, he figured he'd do him a favor. Can my brother come too? Qin Yu was surprised he even said it. Sure, Dong Niaoyi nodded. She walked ahead with Qin Yu beside her, and Luo Shu at the back, trying to appear calm. Qin Yu looked back at him, shook his head, and gave a contemptuous look. Isn't your new show coming out after the new year? Dong Niaoyi seemed to know quite a bit. Yeah, so do you two actually know each other? Qin Yu subtly gestured behind him. Dong Niaoyi just smiled and didn't answer. It was clear they knew each other far better than just acquaintances. She knew exactly how patient and secretive Luo Shu could be, which was why very few people knew about the connection between her and Luo Shu. So what exactly is your relationship? Qin Yu asked Luo Shu directly in the car, having gotten no answer from Dong Niaoyi. I don't know either, Luo Shu said, still waiting. If you two keep being so cryptic, I'm going to start guessing wildly. Qin Yu hated it when people spoke in riddles and left her to imagine things. Then go ahead and guess, Dong Niaoyi said, turning from the passenger seat to look at Qin Yu with a smile. So did my brother play the heartbreaker? Qin Yu said. And then you, in a fit of rage, fled overseas overnight, vowing never to see him again. Even being cast as the protagonist of a chasing Geswiffed theater trope didn't anger Luo Shu, he just nodded. Possible. What else? And? Qin Yu looked at the two of them. You're not having me participate in some weird roleplay, are you? Both Luo Shu and Dong Niaoyi fell silent. So that was it. Arriving at the restaurant, Dong Niaoyi had reserved Luo Shu, and she sat together with Qin Yu across from them. Oh, and that young girl the other day, you're not. Qin Yu was still feeling annoyed. No, that's not it. Yu is indeed my cousin, Dong Niaoyi said, glancing at Luo Shu. Seeing he had no intention of explaining, she had to reveal the truth herself. They had met in their youth. It was love at first sight for both Luo Shu and Dong Niaoyi, but they were both consumed by their careers at the time and had no opportunity to nurture a relationship. The most sensible choice for the always prudent Luo Shu would have been to let go. I genuinely thought he was going to give up then. After all, everyone knew that young Master Luo never wasted time on risky ventures waiting for a possibility that might never come. But contrary to Dong Niaoyi's expectations, Luo Shu proposed a wager. 10 years. If after 10 years they were both still single and had achieved success in their careers, they would get together. So you see, Qiyun, your brother, he was actually. Dong Niaoyi wanted to say that Luo Shu was in truth both childish and deeply affectionate. I get it. I'm just a piece in your little game. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression on her face laced with a hint of scorn for Luo Shu. Dong Niaoyi shook her head. Aren't you going to say something? She looked at Luo Shu. I'm waiting. Waiting for my fiancée to fulfill her promise, Luo Shu said with an air of nonchalant confidence. Dong Niaoyi let out a soft sigh, then lightly kissed Luo Shu on the cheek. Does Dad know you two are playing this game? Qin Yu asked. There were indeed a few people who knew about their relationship, but Luo Qinshan was certainly not one of them. Isn't it better to give him a surprise, eh? Luo Shu said with utter justification. Let's hope it's a pleasant one. Although Luo Shu called Dong Niaoyi his fiancée, there was little interaction between them during the meal. After lunch, Luo Shu showed no intention of seeing his fiancée off, instead signaling for Qin Yu to head home. So was today's invitation just to make me a witness? Qin Yu said, sitting in the back seat after getting in the car. To witness you claiming the reward for a 10-year marathon. Luo Shu glanced at the seat next to him, trying to change the subject. Why don't you sit up front? That seat isn't mine anymore. At a moment this important, of course I'd want an equally important guest to witness it, right? Luo Shu was trying to flatter Qin Yu. Don't you think I'm being a bit foolish betting everything on one person? Qin Yu shook her head. All I can smell on you is the sour scent of love. Yet just by imagining it, Qin, you could tell how difficult these years had been for Luo Shu. Perhaps Dong Niaoyi did love him enough to keep the wager a secret for all those 10 years, silently honoring it alongside Luo Shu. But they had been separated across the globe, and such loneliness was not something just anyone could endure. Were you so confident that you could guarantee this relationship wouldn't falter for 10 years? Qin Yu asked. I wasn't confident enough to predict what would happen 10 years later, Luo Shu answered seriously. I simply chose someone I believed was worth trusting. Back at the Luo residence, Luo Shu immediately confessed everything to his father. Luo Qinshan listened calmly, showing no particular reaction. So you're telling me that you and that Dong girl have been in love for 10 years, barely seeing each other, and now you two are getting engaged? And I wasn't even the first to know. You only tell your old father when you're about to get married, is that right? Yes. Luo Shu stood very seriously in front of his father. I see. This is what they call psychological expectation management, isn't it? You were afraid I'd be upset about Qiyun, so you made up this whole story to distract me, right? Luo Qinshan laughed heartily. In being serious, Luo Shu said, standing ramrod straight. The old man calmed down and nodded. He knew Luo Shu wouldn't lie to him. After all these years, a weight has finally been lifted from my heart. Luo Qinshan said, smiling broadly. This is good news. Your father trusts that the person you've chosen is the right one. Luo Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. So am I the first to know about this? Luo Qinshan was still smiling. No. Luo Qianshan's smile faded. We just had lunch together, and Qiyun was the first to know. Qin Yu said, throwing herself under the bus. Oh well, that was fine then. After confessing to his father, Luo Shu had to take his leave for the time, being busy with year-end company affairs and the engagement banquet preparations. Only the old father and Qin Yu were left at home. The children have all grown up, the old man sighed to himself. But don't you worry, Qiyun. Even if Luo Shu gets married and has kids, you'll always be daddy's precious. He turned around, but Qin Yu had already left. Luo Qichuan, upon receiving the call in the afternoon, rushed back to pick her up. I thought Big Brother was going to monopolize your entire day, Luo Qichuan said. You know about his situation? Yeah, Luo Qichuan nodded. Was everyone just treating him like a fool? He was actually the most observant one in the family. Back then, because of this matter, he even gave me a hush money, which was Luo Qichuan's first pot of gold. Although the whole thing seems a bit absurd, it's quite typical of him. Luo Qichuan remembered that before his sister had become the person she was now, Luo Shu would go straight to his room to work the moment he got home. Even when he came out for meals, he would remain silent. Back then, having no topics to discuss with his son, the old father would always give Luo Shu advice on business matters. Luo Shu would just nod, not at all like a family conversation. In the afternoon, after visiting the studio with Luo Qichuan, the family gathered for dinner to discuss the details of Luo Shu's engagement banquet. Time quickly arrived at New Year's Eve. During the reunion dinner, Luo Qiyun was seated between her uncle and grandfather, who once they'd had a few drinks were exactly the same, full of endless rambling. They even nearly started a fight during their conversation. Luo Qiyun seized the moment to stand up, taking her cutlery and wine glass. Where are you off to, Xiaoqin? Her uncle raised his right hand, gesturing for her to sit down. I want to sit at the kids' table. Drunkards were terrifying. After the meal, everyone gathered around to play cards. Luo Qiyun had never played mahjong before, but after her mother explained the rules, she took over her mother's seat. Across from her sat Qin Yu with her aunt and cousin on the left and right sides. The mahjong table whirred as tiles shuffled. Luo Qiyun drew her hand, but while the other three quickly arranged their tiles, she was still studying hers. She drew a tile and discarded one, causing Yao Jin, who was watching from the sidelines, to cover her face. Child, how could you discard the very tile you need? A perfectly good hand was torn apart by Luo Qiyun's chaotic play. By the time she was ready to win, the tile she needed was the last one remaining in the wall. Or worse, it might be in one of the other three players' hands. The round seemed hopeless, but then Luo Qiyun drew a tile and looked at it. She had won. When she pushed over her hand, the other three looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Even playing like that, she wins. The young lady's extraordinary luck manifested in every aspect. The tiles she needed just kept coming, and even with reckless play, she never dealt into another player's hand. After a few rounds, Qin Yu was already resting her cheek on her hand, conceding defeat. With her winning like this, who would dare play mahjong with a young lady? The two of them left the table, letting the older siblings take their places. Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. It was almost midnight. The local custom was to set off firecrackers and fireworks after midnight. Qin Yu brought out the large fireworks her uncle had bought that morning, walked to a farther spot, lit them, and quickly ran back. Boom. Luo Qiyun looked up as fireworks from every household soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling array of colors. Hello. Luo Qiyun answered her phone. It was Qin Yu calling. When are you coming back to Yanjing? Qin Yu was sitting by the fireplace in the living room, watching the heavy snow fall outside the window. After the Lantern Festival, Luo Qiyun said with a slight smile. Qin Yu, on the other end, let out an almost imperceptible sigh, then pretended nothing was wrong. All right, have fun. After hanging up, Qin Yu leaned over. Are you sure you can't stay a few more days? You're heading back to Yanjing on the third day of the new year. Qin Yu felt it was a shame. Work can't be put off, Luo Qiyun explained. Meanwhile, Qin Yu set down his phone, his face slightly flushed by the firelight. Looking up, he heard a scream from Luo Qichuan in the kitchen. You can't hit people with a rolling pin. Luo Qichuan jumped up and ran. No one knew what the father and sons were up to, insisting on cooking themselves. The result was that the three of them combined couldn't match half a chef's skill. Not only that, they were brawling in the kitchen. Fortunately, the Luo family kitchen was spacious. Sighing, Qin Yu had no choice but to walk in and take over everything. The father and son stood aside, watching Qin Yu's deft movements and composed demeanor, exclaiming in admiration. All of you get out. This is a kitchen, no audience needed. The three filed out, not daring to speak. The old father wiped the flour off his nose and asked, when did Qiyun learn to cook? Doesn't my sister learn fast? We Luo men, father and sons, are good for nothing except scheming in business, Luo Qichuan said. Luo Shu nodded in agreement. Letting the family chef have the new year off was one of Luo Qianshan's most regrettable decisions, but soon he felt it was the best one. Because he got to eat a meal personally cooked by Qin Yu, and was deeply moved. Dad, it's New Year, please don't cry. It scares me, Luo Qiyun said, pouring his father a drink. The family spent the next few days in playful bickering. Time quickly passed to the 4th day of the new year. Luo Shu had mentioned yesterday that Dong Yaoi and her parents would be visiting today, so the family made some preparations to leave a good impression on the in-laws. The 3 men were busy inside while Qin Yu was outside building a snowman. When the Dong family's car stopped at the front gate, the 3 went out to greet them. Luo Shu appeared slightly shy in front of his in-laws. As he led them inside, Dong Yaoi, who was at the back of the group, veered off and approached Qin Yu. Building a snowman, Qiyun. Dong Yaoi crouched down and helped Qin Yu roll a snowball. Qin Yu looked at the large snowball in his own hands. Was he here to build a snowman? You make the head, and he'll help you build the body. Dong Yaoi got up to get a snow shovel only to see Qin Yu poke 2 holes in the rolled snowball and draw a line for a mouth. This isn't a snowman's head, it's a human head. He was going to build a skull tower. Dong Yaoi put down the shovel and turned to go inside. Just a joke, why did she run off? Qin Yu picked up the shovel himself and started building the snowman's body. Inside, everyone was chatting happily. Qin Yu ran in a few times, and each time everyone stopped talking and looked at him in unison. Hello. Qin Yu greeted them, then ran back out. The eldest Miss Luo is just like the rumors say, very cute. It was a compliment, but perhaps not entirely. After all, there was another side to the rumors. Though the eldest Miss Luo was cute, she was also terrifying. The 3 Luo men nodded in agreement. Qiyun is indeed very cute. That temper of hers is part of her, and I like it, Dong Yaoi said. After the 2 families finished their discussions, Luo Shu personally saw the Dong family off. When he returned, Qin Yu had already built several snowmen. Luo Shu slowly walked over and saw Qin Yu raise the shovel and bring it down with a sharp smack. The snowman was instantly beheaded, and snow hit Luo Shu square in the face. Wiping the snow from his face, Luo Shu took a step back, trying to get away. Did everything go well? Qin Yu asked. Yes, smoothly, Luo Shu said, stopping in his tracks. Although both sets of parents didn't quite understand what they were playing, yet they still approved of their relationship. The engagement banquet was set for half a month later. Luo Shu keenly sensed that Qin Yu was not in a good mood and wanted to slip away. At that moment, a roar came from outside, and someone stopped at the front gate. Luo Shu looked around. I have things to do, so we'll be off now. He quickly excused himself. Qin Yu nodded, then used the shovel to knock over the snowmen one by one. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Who would be calling him now? Qin Yu took out his phone and looked. What are you doing? It was Luo Qiyun. Nothing much, Qin Yu said, planning to go back to his rental place for a live stream in the afternoon. Go inside now and put on some warmer clothes. Change clothes. Qin Yu didn't think much of it, changed, and came back out, then picked up his phone. Look outside the door, Luo Qiyun said. Luo Qiyun was standing outside the gate, taking off her helmet and waving at Qin Yu. How did you? Qin Yu walked forward. His pace quickened, and he ran up to Luo Qiyun. Their call was still connected. I missed you, so I came back, Luo Qiyun said with a smile. Inside the house, the old father and Luo Qiyun were walking out together. Qiyun, tonight The old father's eyes widened. He didn't see the face of the brat on the motorcycle. He only saw Qin Yu take off his hat, put on the helmet, get on the back seat, wrap his arms around Luo Qiyun, and ride away. How audacious, Luo Qiyun remarked. Where are we going? Qin Yu tapped on Luo Qiyun's helmet. Home, where else? Luo Qiyun rode slowly, mindful of the slippery road. After braving the cold wind, they arrived home. Qin Yu stomped his feet at the entrance, huddling his shoulders and shivering. He should have driven home. Did you have a good time back home? Qin Yu walked beside Luo Qiyun, breathing warm air onto his hands. I did. Luo Qiyun naturally took Qin Yu's hands and placed them on her waist. It was warmer now. It was a novel experience. Luo Qiyun began recounting her time in Jiangqing, speaking of its local customs and culture. Jiangqing is quite interesting, isn't it? Qin Yu chuckled foolishly. It's just that everyone has a quick temper, so a lot of the time talking sounds like arguing. Luo Qiyun deeply understood this point. She then talked about her time at her uncle's house. She brought up drinking. Qin Yu was once again astounded by Luo Qiyun's tolerance for alcohol. It's too much that 1 cup knocks you out, Qin Yu complained. You should be glad it's you using this body now. Even if you got drunk, you didn't cause any big trouble. Luo Qiyun smiled helplessly. What did she mean? Qin Yu looked up at her. Could it be that Luo Qiyun really does hit people when she's drunk? Don't overthink it. Yes, I do. Luo Qiyun confirmed Qin Yu's guess. But luckily the time back home wasn't all about drinking. Luo Qiyun mentioned some small matters. The more Qin Yu listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Those were all things he was supposed to do, and now they were all gone. It's okay, we'll go back together next year, Luo Qiyun promised. Qin Yu nodded seriously. The two walked to the elevator. Now isn't there something you should do? Luo Qiyun didn't press the elevator button. She reached down, holding Qin Yu's hands. What? Do what? Qin Yu didn't remember having anything important left undone. They stared at each other for over 10 seconds, and suddenly Qin Yu realized. Oh. He leaned forward, standing on his tiptoes. But he still couldn't reach Luo Qiyun. Looking down, he saw that she had also risen onto her tiptoes, and not only that, she had stretched her neck out deliberately, making it impossible for him to reach her. Can't you just bend down a little? Qin Yu stepped back half a pace. He was a little annoyed. But this was exactly the expression Luo Qiyun had been waiting for. No. You have to recreate exactly what I did back then, 1-to-1. Miss Luo declared that such an ordinary kiss lacked sincerity. Fine. Qin Yu turned and walked several steps away, then ran back, throwing himself into Luo Qiyun's arms, hanging onto her neck. Is this right? And then, oi. And then grabbing her collar, he kissed. The elevator doors opened, and at the same time the phone in Luo Qiyun's pocket rang. She wrapped her left arm around Qin Yu's waist and answered the phone with her right hand. Hello. She didn't check the caller ID. Hello. The elevator doors opened, and Xia Ran stepped out. She was the one who had just called. Qin Yu and Miss Luo. Xia Ran bit her lip, her gaze flitting between the two of them. You two are. Even a fool could see the relationship between them and the situation at hand. Xia Ran simply refused to believe what she was seeing. He's my girlfriend, Luo Qiyun said. That sounded strange. Then Luo Qiyun pulled Qin Yu into her embrace. Qin Yu peeked out only to be pressed back down. Why do you keep pressing me down? Qin Yu shook his head, tilting his face up in indignation. I learned it from you. Isn't this what you did last time? Xia Ran was even more speechless. She was just standing there, unable to get a word in, while the two of them were already bickering on their own. You and Senior Luo? Xia Ran smiled very stiffly. It was almost sad. Yes. Luo Qiyun didn't plan to explain here. Qin Yu's hands were still freezing. They'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Whatever you want to ask, whatever you want to know, I will answer. Luo Qiyun led Qin Yu into the elevator. Oh, and he will answer you too. Luo Qiyun pointed to Qin Yu in her arms. Only when the elevator doors closed was Qin Yu released. Even though it was expected, being caught like this still feels weird, as if our relationship is improper. This wasn't the first time Qin Yu had made such a remark. As long as the intentions are pure, it's normal. Luo Qiyun asked. Do you like me, oi? Qin Yu nodded. What do you like about me, eh? Luo Qiyun asked again. What did he like? Seeing Qin Yu's troubled expression, Miss Luo quickly prompted. Just say the first reason that comes to mind. Then it's probably infinitely close to being attracted by looks. Well, that was a fairly reasonable excuse. Of course, it's not just that one reason. Qin Yu wanted to add more. And also. But his mind, which was slow in such matters, went completely blank. While he was still thinking, Luo Qiyun directly lifted her chin and kissed him. His mind went even blanker. And it felt very strange. His Bodhi's reaction was completely different from before. Perhaps because Luo Qiyun also found it a bit strange the kiss didn't last long. Luo Qiyun stood to the side, pretending nothing had happened. The sense of taboo feels even stronger. Qin Yu patted his cheeks. They had just been seen by Xia Ran. Back home, Qin Yu took off his coat, stretched, and lay down on the sofa. The two sat together, and Qin Yu's limbs gradually warmed up. Want some snacks? Luo Qiyun had a big bag of crispy candy from back home. No, I'm afraid you'll lose your figure. Qin Yu shook his head. Have you gotten fatter during this time? Luo Qiyun reached out and placed her hand on Qin Yu's stomach. He hadn't. In fact, because Qin Yu had eaten less and been more active, he had actually lost weight. The two leaned against each other, and suddenly both fell silent. The room was quiet, with only the sound of their intermingling breaths. Qin Yu closed his eyes, noticing that Luo Qiyun still hadn't taken her hand away after a long while. What's going on? The breathing by his ear gradually became a little rushed. Qin Yu opened his eyes. They locked eyes for 1 second, 2 seconds, and then both stood up simultaneously, each walking to a different side. They'll go prepare some tea. Qin Yu took several deep breaths and ran to the kitchen. They'll go get some pastries. Standing in the kitchen, Qin Yu pressed his brow. They had almost gotten carried away just now. Wait, that's not right. There shouldn't be this kind of first-time nervousness between them. Luo Qiyun, hiding in the room, was also feeling quite awkward. She had wanted to do something just now, but facing her own body, she didn't know where to start. 3 minutes later, they were both sitting on the sofa again. Qin Yu held his teacup, his gaze vacant. Crunch. Luo Qiyun bit off a piece of candy and offered the remaining half to Qin Yu's lips. Crunch. Qin Yu took a bite too. They chewed in sync. How about we try it now? Qin Yu took a sip of hot tea and quickly stuck out his tongue. Hot, hot, hot. What did you say? Nothing. Luo Qiyun pretended she hadn't said anything. Maybe it really was a bit strange right now. Actually, Qin Yu had heard her. It's a bit early now. How about tonight? 5 hours felt like an eternity to Qin Yu, sitting there, as if a century had crawled by. As night fell, he bathed, slipped into his pajamas, and sat before the desk, clicking the mouse frantically, searching the browser. Behind him came the sound of Luo Qiyun opening the door. The browser snapped shut in an instant, and Qin Yu launched a game, steering his character aimlessly. Then he closed it, and opened it again. If you think this isn't right, we can wait for another time, Luo Qiyun said, feigning nonchalance. Turn off the light first, Qin Yu replied, shutting off the monitor as he rose. During their last intimate encounter, the fiery head chef's moves had been both aggressive and meticulous, clearly well prepared. Now with their roles reversed, it had become a clumsy clash of amateurs. Qin Yu's body was stiff, his responses raw and unpracticed. And Luo Qiyun, though intimately familiar with her own body, was overly cautious with every single action. The result was a complete lack of interaction and no so-called spiritual connection whatsoever. Qin Yu let out a long breath. This wasn't right. A head chef must play the part of a head chef, so Qin Yu began to take the lead. Thanks to his well-trained, flexible body, the dynamics shifted dramatically once the roles were swapped. Let us reset this banquet, beginning with a tender appetizer. The smooth, delicate flavor started from the very first bite and lingered all the way to the main course. Considering that the diner was attending this banquet in such a role for the first time, the chef gave his utmost effort, crafting a gentle main course with familiar recipes that warmed the entire body in an instant. Though every taste felt a little too gentle, the final bite of the main course, coated in a dense, harmonious sauce, still brought immense satisfaction. The bad news was there was no dessert tonight. The good news was there were 2 main courses. After the flurry of activity, the chef pressed his forehead, exhausted, his breath uneven, his mind crackling like an electric shock, unable to recover for a long while. The diner, however, seemed to have discovered a whole new world. First time's awkward, second time's familiar. She was confident she could do better next time. The next morning, Qin Yu stood before the mirror, his hair a complete mess. "Good morning," Luo Qiyun said, stepping up beside him. Qin Yu moved over to give her half the space. She examined her tongue in the mirror, raising an eyebrow at the wound on the tip. At the very last moment last night, someone had bitten her tongue. It might have been a form of revenge. "Good morning." Qin Yu mumbled, his words garbled around the toothbrush. Actually, last night hadn't been all that bad. In fact, it was even rather novel. After all, not everyone gets the chance to savor oneself. And as long as they didn't dwell on the strangeness of their situation, they could slip into perfect harmony in an instant. About last night, Qin Yu wanted to offer his assessment. "No, don't say anything." Luo Qiyun shook her head. She had expected to take the lead, but her body simply refused to obey. "All right," Qin Yu said after finishing brushing his teeth, settling in the living room for Luo Qiyun to comb his long hair. Luo Qiyun ran her fingers through his hair to smooth it, and without a word, Qin Yu handed her the comb. When the braid was finished, he passed her the hair tie. Today's outfit theme was daisies, soft whites, and pale yellows. He wore a pale yellow dress, a white fuzzy coat, white knee-high socks, and white short boots. Luo Qiyun, meanwhile, donned a deep green shirt, a vest with subtle water pattern motifs, and a long black trench coat. To accentuate the height difference, she even wore thick soled Martin boots. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't to widen the gap between her and Qin Yu's current height. After a quick breakfast, Luo Qiyun brought up the matter of moving. Living here was fine, but the room was too small, and the wardrobe had long since burst at the seams. "We're going to rent a place now." Qin Yu thought it seemed too rushed. "Not renting," Luo Qiyun said. She had already bought an apartment, they just needed to find time to move in. At 10 in the morning, they arrived at the reserved private dining room to wait. Qin Yu glanced down at his phone. Luo Shu had messaged to ask which suit would be best for the engagement banquet. "You're asking me," he replied. Luo Shu was getting clingy. "Meow, he told me to ask." His wife was even clingier. Qin Yu picked up the phone and held it out for Luo Qiyun. "The first one," she said, choosing the white suit. "That one looks better." Qin Yu wasn't convinced. "I feel like Luo Shu would look a bit silly in it." They were chatting when they looked up and saw Xia Ran had arrived. "Good morning." Her dark circles were prominent. She hadn't even gone home last night, afraid of hearing strange noises. She had stayed elsewhere. She took a seat at the far side of the table. Qin Yu stood up. "No, you don't have to." Xia Ran pressed her brow. Qin Yu looked at her. "I was just going to the restroom." Xia Ran felt like a fool. Once Qin Yu had left, Xia Ran let out a sigh. "Do I look pathetic?" A little. Luo Qiyun nodded. What's worse than having a crush on someone who already has a girlfriend is that when she wanted to cry in front of Luo Qiyun might actually laugh. "I like you," Xia Ran said, steeling herself with utmost sincerity. "I never had the chance to say it. If I had confessed earlier, would things be different?" "No," Luo Qiyun shook her head, denying that possibility. "Did you two know each other long ago?" Xia Ran couldn't understand. These two seemed to come from completely different worlds. How could they have such a deep connection? How could they be so seamlessly intimate? "Not earlier than you," Luo Qiyun shook her head again. Xia Ran grew more confused. What did she mean by not earlier than her? "And I need to ask, who exactly is it you like?" Luo Qiyun inquired. "Huh?" Xia Ran was stunned. Wasn't she being obvious enough? "Of course. It's you." "Who am I?" "Qin Yu. Wasn't that right?" "You see, that's the problem. I'm actually not Qin Yu." Xia Ran picked up her water glass. Was she still asleep, trapped in that nightmare? Or had she lost her mind? Otherwise, how could she not understand what the person sitting across from her was saying? Qin Yu stepped out of the restroom, glanced up at the sign. Awkward. He took a few more steps toward the private room and bumped straight into Ji Cheng. "Young Master Ji." Qin Yu looked at him. Ji Cheng seemed to have recovered considerably, greeting Qin Yu with a smile before walking on. "Meeting friends for a meal?" Ji Cheng asked. He knew that the people around Qin Yu often invited him out. Qin Yu nodded and continued forward. They reached the door of the private room at the same time, both about to enter. Qin Yu stopped looking up at Ji Cheng. You're here. Ji Cheng pointed at the door. Then I must have the wrong room. Ji Cheng turned, pulling out his phone to check the message. No, that wasn't right. He was in the right place too. A sudden pang of pain hit Ji Cheng's chest. Please don't let it be what he feared. Please come in. Luo Qiyun gestured for the two to enter together. Ji Cheng was the one she had arranged to meet. The reason she had arranged to meet Ji Cheng was because their paths crossed too often and there was still much work-related interaction ahead. Ji Cheng glanced over and saw the troublesome Qin Yu present along with Xia Ran, whose name he couldn't quite recall from their single previous encounter. To him, the three people in the room had absolutely nothing in common. So what's this about? Ji Cheng sat down across from them on Xia Ran's left. Let's talk separately. Luo Qiyun gestured toward the door, signaling Ji Cheng to follow her. Ji Cheng, barely seated, had to get up again and trail after her. The two stepped outside. Ji Cheng. She used to call him boss. Qin Yu. So was he supposed to respond with that? Actually, I am Luo Qiyun. Luo Qiyun looked at Ji Cheng. What? Ji Cheng tilted his head, scrutinizing this brat who had repeatedly defied him and never once given him a kind look. Then he looked back toward the private room and his gaze returned to her. If you're trying to say you're Qiyun's boyfriend, I can understand that. I'm not the type to cling on when there's no hope. Ji Cheng said. But please don't play such meaningless jokes. He expressed his respect and blessings for the two of them, but asked not to be made a fool of. When you were 12, you argued with Luo Shu over a trivial matter, and Luo Shu knocked out your front tooth. Luo Qiyun knew Ji Cheng wouldn't be easily convinced. Back then you refused to admit Luo Shu was better than you, so you told everyone you chipped it in a fall. When you were 6 also, because of Luo Shu, the two of you were playing on the hill behind the Luo residence. Luo Shu pretended to be a ghost to scare you. When you came back, your pants were. Stop, please, just stop. Ji Cheng hurriedly cut her off. I never imagined Qiyun would tell you all these things. Still not convinced. I've got even more explosive details. If you don't believe me, I can keep going. Luo Qiyun looked at Ji Cheng. Even if I wanted to believe you, what exactly am I supposed to believe? That you two swapped souls. It was absurd. Ji Cheng didn't even want to entertain such nonsense. If such a thing were possible, why hadn't it happened to him? You still don't get it. Luo Qiyun was serious. From start to finish, the person you fell for was never the original me. Was it okay for her to put it that way? What you liked was Qin Yu, the one inside my body. Ji Cheng's eyes widened, and he scratched his head. Think back carefully, Luo Qiyun said. Ji Cheng began to recall from years ago. The two families had a few brief years of acquaintance, and Ji Cheng was aware of the childhood betrothal joke, but he had never taken it seriously. The year he left, his final impression of Luo Qiyun was simply that she was Luo Shu's younger sister. Nothing more. But upon returning, just a few brief encounters changed everything. Are you saying the adorable girl I first met in the parking lot was Qin Yu, that tsundere who gave me the cold shoulder in the car was also Qin Yu, and the one who kindly comforted me at the company gathering was Qin Yu too? Ji Cheng sorted it out. So she is her, and he is you. Don't say what's in your head out loud. Luo Qiyun's face darkened. Keep thoughts like finding Qin Yu adorable to yourself, and don't say them in front of her. Sorry. With that said, Ji Cheng seemed to understand. That time on the set visit, a single look from Luo Qiyun had made him stumble back 3 steps, clearly not the same person he had fallen for. What a mess this is. Ji Cheng leaned against the wall, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Falling for someone who turned out to be a man. That probably stung a bit. No, I'm just thinking that you've taken all the opportunities here. I don't stand a chance. What a pity. Luo Qiyun stood up straight, her height even giving her an edge over Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng quickly raised both hands. I'm joking, just joking. The person in front of him now was the real Luo Qiyun, and if she decided to hit him, it would truly be painful. Inside the private room, Xia Ran looked at the person before her. She had a rough idea of what Luo Qiyun meant. When did this happen to you two? Xia Ran asked. 2 days before the high school reunion. Qin Yu said. Fate truly loves to toy with people. Xia Ran thought carefully. If this hadn't happened, would I have had an easier chance at success? Qin Yu shook his head. I don't know. Since high school, did you ever have any feelings for me? Do you want the truth? Xia Ran nodded. Oh, she wanted to hear it. I found you a bit annoying. Xia Ran laughed, a helpless yet relieved laugh. People change, but Qin Yu's initial impression of Xia Ran was merely average. The gentle and kind school beauty was naturally adored by all, but not for Qin Yu. Back then he was not only overly dramatic, but even more oblivious than he was now. The closer someone got to him, the farther he ran. Even when Xia Ran's face was right in front of his Qin, you would only look into her eyes and think to himself that she hadn't slept well last night. Her eyes were all bloodshot. Xia Ran hadn't kicked down the door at the right moment. And now there was clearly no chance left. She could hardly even say who she had fallen for now. Was it Qin Yu? Or was it Luo Qiyun, who had helped her several times, spoke coldly, yet was deeply thoughtful? Before confessing to the two, Luo Qiyun had thought it through, anticipating that someone might not accept it and might break down. As it turned out, they weren't that fragile. After sitting back down, Ji Chung found it hard to look directly at Qin Yu. Xiao Ran also turned her head to look out the window, avoiding Luo Qiyun's gaze. I know what happened today. I won't say a word. Ji Chung promised to keep it strictly confidential. Same for me. Xiao Ran raised her right hand. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Ji Chung prepared to get up. Hold on, we ordered a meal for 4. The 3 of us can't finish it all. Luo Qiyun signaled with her eyes for Ji Chung to sit down. Ji Chung gritted his teeth, then let out a helpless laugh. The person I thought I liked turns out to be my rival in love, and now I have to watch his mood. Fine. Forget it, I'll go find Luo Shu for a drink later. He probably doesn't know any of this yet. They'll have some fun teasing him then. During the meal, the 4 chatted sporadically. Judging by the timeline, Ji Chung and the others realized that this young couple had known each other for only about 2 months. Yet their habits and gestures were like those of a long-married couple. The moment Qin Yu frowned, Luo Qiyun knew he wanted water, and the cup was immediately brought to his lips. Luo Qiyun's eyes swept over the dishes before her, and Qin Yu knew exactly which one she wanted. Truly outmatched on every front. After the meal, the 4 walked out together. Xiao Ran looked at the 2 in front of her and made a request that wasn't too excessive. Can I give him a hug? Oh, go ahead. Qin Yu stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation toward Luo Qiyun. She meant you. Luo Qiyun was speechless. That works too. Qin Yu opened his arms. Xiao Ran stepped forward and gently embraced Qin Yu. Ji Chung looked left and right. How about we give each other a hug too? Get lost. That was exactly it. The legendary Miss Luo in the flesh.